Chapter 1. The World of Dragon Ball, Su Luo. In the realm of Dragon Ball, within the 7th universe, lies Earth. On the outskirts of a northern city, amidst a forest replete with primal vigor, a golden-haired little girl trudges along, dragging a colossal wild boar behind her, leaving a long trail in her wake. The girl appears quite young, around 9 years of age. With a petite and delicate frame, her golden locks cascade down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her large, sparkling eyes are as clear as the sky. Her exquisitely cute face is tinted with a slight blush from exertion. Such a large wild boar. I shall prepare a grand feast for brother Su Luo tonight. He will surely love it. Hee hee. The golden-haired girl seems to have conjured a joyful thought, her steps growing lighter as she continues on her way. On the periphery of the forest, a strikingly handsome young boy stands before an ancient tree towering over 10 meters, repeatedly practicing his punches. With each fierce and heavy strike, the tree shudders slightly, its leaves cascading down like petals from a celestial maiden. 981, 982, 983, 1000. After completing 1,000 punches, Su Luo halts, retrieving a towel hanging from a branch to wipe the sweat from his brow. Glancing around at the desolate surroundings, he mutters to himself, "I wonder where that little girl, Lazi Li, has run off to." No sooner had he spoken than a bright, cheerful voice rang out from afar. "Brother Su Luo, I've caught a big wild boar. There will be delicious food tonight." Su Luo turns toward the sound. He sees a little golden-haired girl hastily approaching, dragging a wild boar that is several times larger than her own frame, her short legs moving with remarkable speed. The sight is utterly comical. Unable to contain his amusement, Su Luo chuckles. Before long, Lazi Li arrives before him, her fair cheeks dusted with a rosy hue, panting slightly. She tilts her adorable face upwards to gaze at Su Luo, her expression brimming with pride, almost as if it were emblazoned with "Praise me." "Well done, indeed." Su Luo smiles warmly, ruffling her long hair, his eyes glimmering with affection. Lazi Li's eyes crescent into a smile, her charm radiant. "However, didn't you say you would join me for training? Why did you go off to catch a wild boar?" Brother Su Luo, you train too hard and need plenty of nutrition. I just wanted to catch a bit of wild game to help replenish your strength." Su Luo is taken aback. When did this little girl become so considerate? She was quite the mischievous one in the past. Enough of that. He'll head back now to prepare something delicious for you. Remember to come home early. With a final admonition, Lazi Li tugs at the wild boar and scurries off homeward with her short legs, her pace lively. Watching her retreating figure, Su Luo shakes his head and smiles helplessly. This little girl. Beneath the ancient tree, sunlight filters through the green leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, while a gentle breeze lifts the strands of hair from Su Luo's forehead. Gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, breathing in the pure, untainted air, he finds himself lost in reminiscence. In his previous life, Su Luo was merely an ordinary office worker, living a 9-to-6 routine, bouncing around the city like countless others. On the day he received his paycheck, intending to treat himself to something nice, he encountered an out-of-control truck and, unable to evade it, met his untimely end. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into an abandoned infant, fortunately taken in by a kind-hearted old hunter. 12 years have since passed, during which the old hunter adopted 2 more homeless orphans, a pair of twin siblings, the sister named Lazi Li and the brother named Lazi, 3 years his junior. A year ago, the old hunter succumbed to the ravages of time and passed away. After so many years, Su Luo has come to understand the nature of the world he has traversed into. Sigh. The world of Dragon Ball life is as insignificant as grass. The strong can act with impunity, while the weak are left in despair, their very existence precarious. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Luo couldn't help but let out a sigh. In this perilous world, where the powerful abound, with a mere flick of their hands, capable of obliterating planets, he possesses no extraordinary scion bloodline, nor is he of the exceptionally gifted Frost demon lineage, and he is certainly not an angel or a god of destruction. He is simply an ordinary Earthling, relegated to a minor role in the grand scheme of things. The stage of the Dragon Ball world ultimately belongs to those with formidable bloodlines. As a transmigrant, he, too, has his own advantage, though is scarcely distinguishable from none at all. Reflecting on this, Su Luo offers a wry smile. Suddenly, a system loading page materializes in his mind. The Fostering to God system is in the process of loading. 99. This system has been present since his rebirth. And now, 12 years later, it remains incomplete. What use is it? Damn it. Is that trailing decimal point a cruel jest at my expense? Just looking at the name of this system makes it seem utterly unreliable. Su Luo internally rants. This wretched system might as well not exist. After waiting for so many years, he has lost all hope in this system's potential. Would a joke just go away? Taking a deep breath, Su Luo attempts to calm his inner turmoil. Then he silently intones. Open the character panel. Host, Su Luo. Age, 12 years. Dimension, mortal. Talent, none. Bloodline, Earthling. Skills, none. Combat power, 36. Evaluation, none. Chapter 2. Martial Arts Gift Pack. Damn it, system. I've waited 12 years, and you finally decide to show yourself. Do you have any idea how arduous my life has been during this time? System ding. Host, you must believe that the system may be late, but will never be absent to express my apologies. Please open the martial arts gift pack. There are surprises within. Su Luo, unimpressed, inquires, let's set the surprises aside for now first. Tell me what use you are. System ding. The functions of this system are quite simple. No sign-ins, no choices, no tasks, no lotteries, no penalties. The sole purpose of this system is to occasionally provide rewards to the host. This system adheres to the principles of non-restriction, non-interference, and non-abandonment, allowing the host to exercise complete freedom. What a refreshingly unpretentious system. It manages to make its ineffectiveness sound grandiose. Su Luo curls his lip, initially intending to voice further complaints. He finds himself devoid of the desire to do so. Open the martial arts gift pack. Ding. The martial arts gift pack has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the Yan Huang bloodline. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent martial arts heavenly heart. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a knowledge pack on earth martial arts. Ding. The system space has been activated. It is infinitely spacious and can store items. Note. Living beings cannot be stored. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 100 Ciendo immortal beings, which have been automatically placed in the space. Upon seeing the Yan Huang bloodline, Su Luo's eyes light up. This name is remarkably familiar to him, as it pertains to the bloodline of the Huaxia people. With a heart full of anticipation, he opens the information to investigate. The Yan Huang bloodline, a legendary lineage with boundless potential, originates from the primordial world, the mysterious Eastern nation. Initial talents: limitless potential, super recovery restoration ability increased by 100-fold. Upon the preliminary awakening of the bloodline, a unique talent power will randomly manifest within the host. The succinct description sends a thrill coursing through Su Luo's heart. Incredible. Simply the initial talent alone is enough to surpass over 90 of bloodlines in the Dragon Ball world, not to mention the potential for awakening a talent power. However, one point intrigues Su Luo. If the Yan Huang bloodline is so formidable, why did he, in his previous life as a Huaxia person, feel no different from an ordinary individual? Involuntarily, he poses the question. System, I was a Huaxia person in my past life. Did I not possess the Yan Huang bloodline? Why did I not perceive its strength? Ding. The Yan Huang bloodline within the Huaxia clan of the primordial world is suppressed by the world's rules, rendering its power sealed. However, in this Dragon Ball world, there are no such restrictions, allowing the bloodline to awaken. I see. So that's how it is. Su Luo nods thoughtfully. By the way, what do you mean by the primordial world, system? Ding. System permissions are insufficient to explain. The host must explore this on their own. Su Luo is instantly rendered speechless. The system's behavior is akin to pulling down his pants only to withhold the rest. It stirs his curiosity, yet leaves him to resolve it himself. Oh well. Su Luo shakes his head and continues to examine the other rewards. Martial Arts Heavenly Heart. wisdom and clarity of mind, exceptional comprehension, allowing for rapid mastery and learning of various combat skills. This looks quite promising as well. Su Luo murmurs that Earth Martial Arts Knowledge Gift Pack encompasses the distilled essence of martial arts practitioners from nearly a millennium on this planet. Indeed, Su Luo nodded to himself in quiet approval. It was as if the universe had conspired to provide precisely what he lacked at this moment: knowledge of martial arts cultivation. He had initially contemplated seeking instruction from Master Rashi or Karin the Cat Sage, but now he found himself spared considerable effort. Upon observing the last two items, Su Luo couldn't help but smile. With the system space at his disposal, future endeavors would be significantly more convenient. The mystical beans, regardless of the severity of one's injuries, could restore health instantly upon consumption. Truly a miraculous healing marvel. System: how does one utilize the Yanhuang bloodline? Beep host merely needs to silently focus on the fusion, however. This process will require an hour. It is advisable for the host to find a safe location. The remainder shall be managed by this system. Su Luo chuckled softly. The location he occupied was indeed suitably in the periphery of the forest, with few wild beasts roaming about, and distance from the nearby town, except for Lazi Li and Lapis. There were hardly any visitors, ensuring his safety was well assured. Commence fusion of the Yanhuang bloodline. Beep fusion initiated. Fusion progress. 125-38-49. Su Luo felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body. Akin to cells basking in the winter sun, he experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he were being elevated to a higher state of existence, unable to suppress a soft moan of pleasure. Within him, a peculiar force began to manifest, gradually enhancing his combat prowess. An hour later, his combat power stabilized at 210. Beep fusion completed. As he sensed the potent energy within him, surging like an expansive ocean, Su Luo felt as though he possessed the capacity to obliterate the very heavens with a mere gesture. Who would have thought that merging the bloodline would yield such benefits? My strength has multiplied several times over. With my current capabilities, I could roam the earth unchallenged. Yet, upon moving his body slightly, a cacophony akin to popping beans erupted continuously. As he tightened his fist, an astonishing wave of power erupted forth. Suddenly, Su Luo unleashed a simple punch toward a nearby tree. In an instant, the fierce assault produced a formidable gust of wind that struck the tree, reducing it to mere dust that scattered into the ether. Such strength! Alas, I currently lack the ability to harness chi, rendering me unable to unleash the vast power within. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. A thought crossed Su Luo's mind. An excitement illuminated his face. System: open the Martial Arts Knowledge Gift Pack. Beep Gift Pack activated. Martial Arts Knowledge is being transmitted. Beep transmission complete. Just as the system's prompt resonated, Su Luo felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by an overwhelming influx of martial arts memories flooding his mind, intricately weaving profound knowledge to fill the void. At that moment, Su Luo resembled a sponge absorbing water, continuously soaking in the essence of millennia of martial arts heritage from Earth. After a considerable duration, Su Luo opened his eyes, a shimmering golden light resembling flowing lava flickering within his gaze. The martial arts knowledge of Earth is indeed one of the most advanced cultivation systems in the Dragon Ball universe. It is profoundly intricate and mystical. Su Luo could not help but exclaim in admiration. Given time, once I fully digest this knowledge, my power shall undoubtedly surge. At present, Su Luo felt akin to a wealthy magnate possessing numerous gold mines. Once he began to extract their value, he would surely become a formidable force in the realm of wealth. Suddenly, another system prompt echoed. Beep rewards have been dispensed. This service has concluded. The system will now enter sleep mode, wishing the host a pleasant life. With continuous growth and strength, strive to punch the Supreme Kai and kick the Omni King farewell. The system's words rushed forth as if it wished to depart without delay. Hey, hold on. I still have questions. Su Luo called out hurriedly, for he had numerous inquiries that remained unanswered. If the system fell asleep, to whom could he turn for clarification? Yet no matter how he called, The system's chimes ceased to respond. Damn, what a flawed system. Is it not functioning properly? It needs to sleep? While other systems are ever ready to assist their hosts, allowing protagonists to grow effortlessly, his seemed to vanish at will. Forget it, what does it matter? Su Luo contemplated, ultimately deciding that exploring on his own could be a source of enjoyment after all. The knowledge was already in his possession with such a foundation. If it could not grow stronger, what difference was there between him and a mere fish on a drying rack? With this thought, he promptly settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes to delve into the martial arts within his mind. As time passed, Su Luo gradually became attuned to his surroundings, his entire being seeming to meld with the environment. A few larks fluttered gracefully and perched atop his head, occasionally chirping melodious tunes, entirely oblivious to the living person beneath their feet. The practice of cultivation always seemed to progress swiftly. As the sun descended beyond the western mountains, Su Luo, who had been seated in meditation for an extended period, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, unleashing a howling gale that uprooted nearby trees and sent sand and stones flying. Once the thick smoke cleared, Su Luo's figure became visible, adorned with a confident smile that graced his face. The insights he gained this time not only enabled him to master the application of energy, but also elevated his own strength by an impressive 41 points, reaching an astonishing total of 251 points. An extraordinary leap in power. Chapter 3. The Power of Time and Space. Su Luo sensed an additional force within him, though he could not articulate its nature or purpose. Could it be the first manifestation of power resulting from the awakening of his bloodline? What kind of power could it be? He muttered to himself, almost forgetting that he could check his status. Opening his character panel, he read, Host, Su Luo age, 12 years dimension, mortal talent. Martial heart, power of time, and space bloodline. Huaxia, Yan Huang bloodline, skills. Energy blast combat power. 251 evaluation. Initial brilliance as he read power of time and space. Su Luo's voice faltered. Goodness, it was indeed the power of time and space. Having perused numerous novels in the past, he understood the significance of time and space. It was synonymous with might. Remain calm. Remain composed. I am a person who has witnessed grand spectacles. Su Luo reveled in his excitement for a moment before settling down, reminding himself that he had read countless tales and thus possessed a certain level of composure. Curious to test the power of time and space, he closed his eyes and focused inward, attempting to draw forth that elusive force. Yet the power behaved like a bashful maiden, reluctant to respond to his call. After several attempts at communication, it seemed to sense his intentions. Su Luo opened his eyes, and a golden radiance ignited within his dark pupils. In that fleeting moment, the world within 100-meter radius of him came to a standstill, revealing a scene cloaked in shades of gray. Fallen leaves, ants, dust. Even the air appeared to have frozen in that instant. Before he could fully absorb the marvel of it all, he felt the energy within him rapidly depleting, within a mere 1 second, a significant portion was consumed. Realizing he could no longer maintain this state, he hastily ceased his manipulation of time. The gray realm lost its sustaining energy, shattering into fragments, and everything reverted to its original state. In that moment, it felt as though all things had halted their movements. This technique could be aptly named time stasis, as he sensed the substantial loss of energy within him. He smacked his lips in contemplation. While time stasis was undeniably powerful, it was excessively draining. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly satisfied with the effects it produced. Excellent. With time stasis at my disposal, I have acquired another trump card at AS for other techniques. They can be explored gradually. The paramount focus remains on the cultivation of energy. At this juncture, Su Luo felt an overwhelming sense of elation, yet he did not allow the power of time and space to cloud his judgment or priorities. No matter how formidable the power, without energy as its foundation, its true might could not be unleashed. Next, he decided to experiment with the energy blast he had just comprehended. With that, Su Luo extended his hands, palms facing each other, and channeled the immense energy within him into his palms. A powerful current of air surged between his hands, compressing the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, A brilliant blue light caught his eye as a blue energy sphere materialized between his palms. "Energy blast!" Su Luo exclaimed softly, then hurled the energy sphere towards a nearby hill. Upon impact, the scorching energy orb collided with the rocks, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that engulfed the entire hill. A massive semicircular light screen emerged, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, deafening in its intensity. The dazzling light and the astounding explosion sent the small creatures of the forest into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. When the light dissipated, the once prominent hill had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a deep crater measuring several dozen meters. Su Luo, the architect of this chaos, stood in awe. Was this the destructive capability of 251 combat power? Observing it on a screen and witnessing it firsthand felt entirely different. The shock resonated deeply within him, and the fact that he had orchestrated such devastation filled him with a mix of emotions: excitement, confusion, pride, but predominantly exhilaration. He could hardly believe he had acquired such power so swiftly. Yet this was merely a stepping stone, as his aspirations extended beyond even the Destroyer and the Angels, reaching towards that vibrant little child. At this moment, the exuberant Su Luo remained blissfully unaware of the presence lurking behind him. Lazi Li, with her lips resembling cherries agape in astonishment, gazed at the slender figure before her. Originally, she had come to summon the cultivation-obsessed Su Luo for dinner. But upon arriving, she was met with the astonishing spectacle that had just unfolded. This experience left an indelible mark on her worldview. Was such power even achievable by mere mortals? If gods existed in this realm, surely her brother Su Luo was one of them. In her heart, Su Luo's image grew increasingly monumental as a devoted admirer. Lazi Li found herself more captivated than ever. Su Luo, brother, she whispered softly, though her voice was barely audible. It still reached Su Luo's ears. He turned to find Lazi Li standing behind him, her eyes sparkling like stars, fixated on him. Alas, his vigilance was lacking. He had not noticed anyone approaching. Fortunately, it was Lazi Li. Had it been someone with ill intentions, he might have faced dire consequences. He resolved not to make such an error again. Lazi Li, what brings you here? Brother Su Luo, it's already dark. Why haven't you returned for dinner? Do I have to come and fetch you? What a big silly head you are. Lazi Li scolded playfully as she approached him. Hearing her words, Su Luo glanced up at the dimming sky, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Time spent in cultivation flew by so swiftly. No wonder people often said, when the heart is free of time, 1,000 years may pass that, oh, I didn't notice. Let us head back then, Su Luo said, scratching his nose, slightly embarrassed. Humph. As a punishment for staying out so late, you must carry me back, and my legs are sore from walking. Lazi Li darted to Su Luo's back and leaped onto him like an octopus, her arms tightly embracing his neck, her delicate legs resting on his waist. Su Luo quickly supported her with his hands to prevent her from slipping. All right, my fault that I accept my punishment. Thus, Su Luo carried Lazi Li towards home. On their way back, Lazi Li swung her petite legs, resting her head on Su Luo's shoulder, her rosy lips lightly exhaling. Brother Su Luo, that move earlier was so cool. When did you learn it? Cool, right? That energy manipulation. Just learned it. Ordinary folks can't master it. Only someone as extraordinary as I can. Such vanity. Hey, Brother Su Luo, do you remember what you said before? Lazi Li suddenly inquired. Huh? What did I say? Su Luo replied, momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall his previous words. Seeing his confused expression, Lazi Li pouted her lips in discontent, tightening her grip around his neck, making it somewhat difficult for Su Luo to breathe. You promised to always protect me. Su Luo was taken aback, then turned his head to face Lazi Li's delicate visage, smiling warmly as he replied, Of course, I remember, my little angel, feeling the gentle breeze against her cheek and hearing the words she longed to hear. Lazi Li beamed, her joy akin to receiving a cherished sweet. Now that's more like it. After saying this, she couldn't resist nuzzling against Su Luo's cheek, much like a playful kitten. Su Luo felt a surge of happiness at Lazi Li's affection towards him. By the way, Brother Su Luo, I made a lot of dishes tonight. There are sweet and sour ribs, braised pig trotters, stir-fried pig liver, and green pepper stir-fried meat. Lazi Li counted on her fingers. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Luo instantaneously quickened his pace, his body weaving through the forest like the wind. Hee, brother Su Luo, slow down a bit. The sweet bell-like laughter of a girl echoed through the tranquil woods. In no time to slow down. Chapter 4. Training Guidance. Castown. A.S. night deepened. The sky, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, added a touch of enchanting color to the darkened canvas of night. Within a modest house, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Brother Su Luo, this braised pork is delicious. You should eat more. Brother Su Luo, take your time at the steamed bun. There's plenty more in the steamer. Brother Su Luo, come and try this pig trotter. At the dining table, Lazi Li sat beside Su Luo, continuously serving him food, with a bun in one hand and a pig trotter in the other. Su Luo savored each bite, relishing the delightful flavors. At the opposite end of the table sat a boy with dark hair wrapped in a red scarf, bearing a slight resemblance to Lazi Li. Lapisi, with an expressionless face, gazed at the two, and though he had been starving moments before, he suddenly felt less hungry. He quickly shoveled the food from his bowl into his mouth, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then gently set his bowl down on the table. I am full, Lapisi stated matter-of-factly before standing up and heading toward his room. Wasn't Lapisi just complaining about being hungry? How could he be full after eating so little? Lazi Li pondered aloud, though she quickly dismissed it, attributing it to the whims of childhood. After finishing his meal, Su Luo reclined on the sofa, immobile, watching the girl bustling about in the kitchen, but he felt a profound warmth, a sense of home, something he had never experienced in his previous life. Since the passing of the old hunter, the three of them had relied on each other, subsisting on hunting. Fortunately, the abundance of resources in the woods ensured they never went hungry, although the forest was 6 or 7 kilometers away from their town. It posed no challenge for Su Luo and his companions. Besides hunting for food, they spent their free time training together. Under Su Luo's subtle influence, the two siblings began to understand the importance of strength. Training earnestly, even if not as fervently as Su Luo. Every Dragon Ball enthusiast typically admires the genius beauty Bulma, but Su Luo was different. He was captivated by the cold exterior, yet gentle heart of Android 18. He vividly recalled the exhilaration he felt upon first encountering the anime goddess of his past life. Android 18, Lazi Li, no matter what the future holds, as long as I am here, you will only be Lazi Li. The torment of being a modified being, I shall never allow you to endure. The Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Gero. It seems I must find the time to eradicate them. That a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Luo's eyes as he recalled that in the original story. After the Red Ribbon Army was defeated by Son Goku, only Dr. Gero remained in his quest for vengeance. Dr. Gero created weapons to combat Goku. Namely, the androids, the siblings 17 and 18, were now embodied by Lapisi and Lazi Li. It must be noted that Dr. Gero was a genius in the scientific realm, capable of creating androids that rivaled super science. Though he currently bore no grudge against Su Luo, the future might hold different circumstances. Even if Dr. Gero had yet to conceive such thoughts, Su Luo was resolute in eradicating any potential threats to those around him before they could take root. Previously, he had refrained from confrontation due to insufficient power. But now he possessed the strength to easily obliterate the Red Ribbon Army. As for whether this would alter the future of Dragon Ball, or how events would unfold thereafter, that was of no concern to him. Having been granted a second chance at life, he felt compelled to effect change. Otherwise, what would be the point of traversing the Dragon Ball universe? Since I am here, I shall stir the pot. Meanwhile, far in the western region, Dr. Gero was engrossed in his research, oblivious to the fact that he had been marked for death by Su Luo, a night devoid of words past. The following day, the dawn's light lifted the veil of night, spilling forth radiant morning beams, heralding a new day in the early hours. The early risers were already being snatched up by the birds. In a small grove, Su Luo, Lazi Li, and Lapisi stood side by side, their stances firm in horse stance. Drops of sweat cascaded down Lazi Li and Lapisi's foreheads, their youthful faces flushed from intense exertion. In stark contrast, Su Luo remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, just 10 more minutes. Perseverance is victory. Upon hearing this, the siblings' breaths quickened. 10 minutes passed. Then another 10. Brother Su Luo, are you doing this on purpose? Weren't we supposed to learn the energy technique? Lapisi could no longer contain his frustration, having heard that line countless times. Exactly. Brother Su Luo, you just like to tease us. Lazi Li pouted, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. Su Luo cast a bemused glance at the two after Lazi Li had enthusiastically boasted a Lapisi about Su Luo's spectacular energy blast the night before. The siblings had become fervently determined to learn the energy technique. Su Luo welcomed their enthusiasm. After all, training in energy was never a loss, and it was vital in the energy-centric world of Dragon Ball. He could not always be there to protect them. In the future, he would embark on adventures across the universe, and they needed to be able to fend for themselves. With a gentle smile, Su Luo remarked, to master energy, one must first solidify their foundation. That it's essential to persist with these fundamental practices. To encourage them further, he added, just 10 more minutes, and then I'll teach you how to harness energy. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, the siblings instantly felt invigorated, gritting their teeth and resolutely resuming their stance. Observing their determination, Su Luo nodded approvingly. He was satisfied with their efforts. The essence of martial arts lay in perseverance. How could one grow stronger without breaking a sweat? Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed. This time, Su Luo refrained from demanding another 10 minutes, recognizing that they had reached their limit. The siblings collapsed to the ground, their postures far from dignified, as they greedily gulped in fresh air. After a brief respite, they scrambled back to their feet, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Su Luo. Su Luo chuckled at their eagerness, then began to impart knowledge about energy. Energy is the latent life force hidden within the human body. Everyone possesses it, though it may initially be weak and difficult to harness. However, powerful martial artists cultivate their energy through training, making it increasingly potent, ultimately releasing it from within in unique ways. This is what we call energy manipulation. Lazi Li and Lapisi listened intently, akin to diligent students in class. When gathering energy, your entire body must relax, and your focus must converge. Like this, Su Luo demonstrated, palms facing each other as a shimmering azure light materialized between them, accompanied by a soft humming sound of energy flow. Wow, that's beautiful. Lazi Li leaned in, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Su Luo dispelled the energy orb and said, "All right, now it's your turn to try to The two nodded eagerly, mimicking Su Luo's movements as they attempted to control their energy. Watching the two small figures strain to harness their energy, Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle. It's not about forcing it. Calm your minds, concentrate, and gently guide the latent energy within you to your hands. The two exchanged awkward smiles before once again attempting to practice according to Su Luo's method. Cultivation is not an endeavor that yields results overnight. Observing that they were struggling to achieve progress, Su Luo, after offering a few more words of encouragement, withdrew to a nearby spot to commence his own training. Chapter 5. Changes after a year. Day by day, spring faded into autumn, and yet another year had elapsed. At 13 years of age, Su Luo had grown considerably taller. Due to years of martial arts training, his stature was now an impressive 1.70 meters. His facial features were sharply defined, and he possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. However, it was not merely his physical growth that was noteworthy. His strength had also seen remarkable advancements, with his combat power soaring to an astonishing 1367, despite the fact that Su Luo had devoted most of his time to comprehending martial arts knowledge. Yet, the most significant gain over the past year was not merely the increase in combat power, but rather the progress in his skills. Opening his personal panel, he saw Host, Su Luo, age, 13 dimension, mortal talent, heart of martial arts, power of time and space bloodline, Huaxia, Yin Huang bloodline, skills, time stop, instantaneous movement, chi perception, sky dance technique, energy blast, whole wave, turtle style Kamehameha, international shocking palm, chi cannon, solar fist, combat power, 1367 evaluation. You have become a mature martial artist. On Earth, I would deem you the strongest, seated upon a stone. Su Luo reflected on the fruits of the past year and felt a sense of satisfaction with the results. After a year of diligent training, He had not only mastered various skills related to chi, but had also further developed his power over time and space. The duration of his time stop ability had extended from 0.1 seconds to 0.3 seconds. The larger the area of time stagnation, the more energy it consumed, particularly against stronger opponents. He estimated that, when exerting his full strength, his time stop skill could freeze targets with combat power below 8,000 for 0.3 seconds, after which it would deplete all his internal energy. This would serve as Su Luo's most crucial trump card, one he would not use lightly unless absolutely necessary. Instantaneous movement was a newly developed spatial skill that Su Luo had recently mastered, forcibly creating a spatial wormhole using the power of time and space to achieve teleportation. However, this skill still had many imperfections. For instance, he could not transport others along with him, and the movement range could not exceed 10 kilometers. Exceeding this distance posed a risk of becoming lost within the spatial tunnel. Fortunately, the energy consumption of instantaneous movement was minimal, allowing Su Luo to utilize it multiple times. Indeed, developing a skill is an entirely different endeavor from merely learning one. The former is akin to creating something from nothing, a task fraught with difficulty, while the latter involves standing on the shoulders of giants, making it far more manageable. Su Luo let out a slight sigh of that moment. Lazi Li flew in from a distance, carrying 2 plump fish in her hands, cheerfully calling out as she soared through the air, while Lapus closely followed behind, also holding a large fish. Thud! The fish landed on the ground with a dull thud. "Ah, I win. Lapus, this time you lost. Go on and prepare the grilled fish," Lazi Li declared triumphantly as she landed first, her big eyes sparkling with delight. Lapus scoffed, a hint of dissatisfaction in his demeanor as he dragged the fish aside. He transformed his palm into a blade of chi, skillfully scaling the fish, gutting it, and cleaning it with swift precision that was almost painful to watch. Seeing this, Su Luo shook his head helplessly. Ever since these siblings had mastered the sky dance technique, they regularly engaged in friendly rivalry, each unwilling to concede defeat, truly acting like children at O. But then again, they were children. Throughout the year, Su Luo had keenly observed their progress. In terms of combat power, Lapus surpassed Lazi Li by a slight margin. Yet when it came to the mastery of chi, Lazi Li had the upper hand, indicating that each possessed their own unique strengths. Presently, Lapus's combat power had reached 178, while Lazi Li was slightly lower at 173. Nevertheless, this was still significantly greater than the current strongest, Master Rashai. In terms of cultivation talent, Su Luo believed that the 2 siblings were undoubtedly among the elite of Earth. After all, they were merely 10 years old and had already attained such levels of strength. Compared to the likes of Krillin and Yamcha, they were far superior, which explained why they had caught Dr. Gero's attention. "Hey Su Luo Gidge, how's my sky dance technique?" Lazi Li asked, wrapping her arms around Su Luo's as she beamed at him. "Decent, though not particularly fast," he replied nonchalantly. "Humph, it's quite fast. Thank you very much." Soon, an enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air as the 3 gathered around a campfire, each holding a grilled fish, savoring their meal with delight. This is delicious. Lapus, your grilling skills have improved. You're now at 1/3 of my culinary prowess," Lazi Li exclaimed, tearing off a piece of perfectly grilled fish, savoring the taste before praising him. "Stop rambling and just eat," Lapus retorted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Was that a compliment or merely a self-aggrandizement? A blatant display of boasting? "All right, you two, enough of the banter. I need to inform you. I have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days," Su Luo said, his tone slightly serious, as there were issues that required his attention. "Oh, Su Luo Gidge, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Upon hearing that Su Luo would be leaving, Lazi Li grew anxious. She had never been apart from him, not even for a day, let alone for several days. "No," Su Luo stated firmly. This time, he was heading out to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army, and the scene might be rather bloody. He did not wish for the young Lazi Li to suffer any psychological trauma. Seeing Su Luo's firm demeanor, Lazi Li's expression fell, her mood dampened, and even the grilled fish in her hand lost its appeal. Eat good and wait for me at home. I will return swiftly," Su Luo said, ruffling her hair in an attempt to comfort her with a smile. "Fine," Lazi Li pouted, well aware of Su Luo's resolute nature. Once he made up his mind, it was as if 9 oxen could not drag him back. Su Luo Gij. Will it be dangerous? Lapus asked abruptly. What do you think? Su Luo replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Tisich, as if I asked, Lapus muttered, rolling his eyes. He was well aware of Su Luo's strength, having experienced it firsthand during their sparring sessions. Earth Western region. A streak of white light, akin to a dazzling meteor, zipped through the sky, leaving behind a long white trail. High above, Su Luo surveyed the forest below, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. He had forgotten the exact location of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, and due to the passage of time, he could no longer recall many plot points from the Dragon Ball universe, only remembering a few key events. As for the inconsequential Red Ribbon Army, who could recall its precise location? The vastness of the Western region made finding the Red Ribbon Army akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It seemed he would need to find someone to inquire for directions. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, an untimely sound echoed. Su Luo touched his nose. After flying for an entire day, the food in his spatial pouch had long been consumed, and it had been 10 hours since his last meal. His stomach was beginning to protest. Fine, I'll fill my belly first. It's not like I'm in a rush in midair. Su Luo gazed into the distance and spotted a nearby town. With a burst of white flames enveloping his body, he shot toward his target. The town was modest in size, yet possessed all the essentials. Su Luo casually entered a restaurant, ordered a plethora of dishes, and commenced a voracious feast, his ferocious appetite leaving the other patrons utterly astounded. Just as he was savoring his meal, a group of soldiers in uniform, brandishing firearms, arrogantly kicked open the restaurant door and strode inside. The door slammed violently against the wall, producing a thunderous noise that drew the attention of all the diners within. Chapter 6. The Restaurant Disturbance, as the patrons discerned the identities of the newcomers. The previously lively atmosphere instantly chilled. There were 6 of them, varying in height, with the leading officer being notably tall and muscular, his physique exuding raw power. However, his menacing gaze and the scars crisscrossing his face conveyed anything but benevolence. The customers appeared to be well acquainted with this group, falling into a hushed silence as they hurriedly fled, frightened that they might incur their wrath if they lingered too long. The soldiers made no effort to impede their exodus, regarding the fleeing patrons with disdain, as if observing a horde of insignificant insects. Meanwhile, Su Luo remained oblivious to the commotion, continuing to indulge in his meal. The restaurant owner, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a pang of bitterness. Realizing that today's business would surely incur losses, that he approached the soldiers with trembling trepidation, nervously inquiring, "What can I serve you today, esteemed officers? Bring forth all the finest dishes you have, should they fail to please." The commanding officer replied, casually toying with his firearm, exuding the demeanor of a rogue rather than a soldier. The owner, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, hastily bowing and scraping. "I shall instruct the chef to prepare them at once." "Please, esteemed officers, wait a moment. Sergeant Sandy, look, there's still someone lingering. Why not have some fun with him?" remarked a shorter, dark-skinned soldier, pointing towards Su Luo in the corner with malicious intent. Sergeant Sandy, observing Su Luo's nonchalant demeanor while he devoured his meal, felt a surge of irritation akin to tasting something unpleasant. For someone who thrived on dominance and superiority, such insolence was intolerable that a cruel smile crept across his face as he said, "Very well. Let us entertain ourselves." The owner, still present, felt a jolt of dread as he noticed Su Luo in the corner, silently pleading to the heavens. "Oh, my ancestors, I acknowledge that my food is delectable, but timing is crucial. Can't you see everyone else is fleeing?" Yet, with a semblance of kindness, he attempted to explain, "Esteemed officer, that young man's vision has always been poor. He likely didn't notice that I shall promptly remove him, spare your eyes." However, Sergeant Sandy, consumed by fury, paid no heed to the owner's words and promptly kicked him aside. "Get lost, speak another word, and I will end you." The owner, knocked to the ground, instinctively gasped in pain, quickly covering his mouth in fear that another sound might provoke the brutal soldier. Internally, he sighed, "Young man, I wish you luck." Sergeant Sandy, accompanied by soldiers, marched over to Su Luo's table, signaling to his comrades. They swiftly overturned Su Luo's dining table. You think you're quite the tough guy. Can't you see Sergeant Sandy is here? Have your eyes gone blind? The dark-skinned soldier sneered menacingly. Lost in his culinary reverie, Su Luo was taken aback by the sudden upheaval of his table. Witnessing the food scattered across the floor ignited a surge of anger within him. Instantly, an overwhelming aura radiated from him as he lifted his head, his black eyes flashing with a terrifying murderous intent. Akin to an ancient beast awakening, poised for carnage, he coldly regarded the soldiers before him, his voice devoid of warmth. Speak. How do you wish to die? Su Luo's gaze was as frigid and merciless as a blade glinting with frost, seeming to promise excruciating dismemberment to the individuals before him, instilling a bone-deep terror that rendered even their breaths laborious. The soldiers swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a few steps. That moment, Sergeant Sandy regained his composure, embarrassment flooding over him as he realized he had been momentarily intimidated by the young man, that a wave of humiliation surged through him, his eyes reddening with rage. Initially intent on merely toying with Su Luo, he now desired his demise. Aiming his gun at Su Luo's forehead, he spoke with cruel malice. You insolent brat, how dare you intimidate me? Be smarter in your next life. Bang, bang, bang. His finger pulled the trigger repeatedly. The bullets flew forth like the scythe of death, seeking to snuff out Su Luo's life. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the next scene unfolded. Several bullets inexplicably halted mid-air, hovering before Su Luo. Sergeant Sandy rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Refusing to accept the reality, he fired several more shots, but the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets stopped mere centimeters from Su Luo. As if an invisible barrier stood in their path, he noticed that the young man's eyes had grown even colder, gazing at him as one would at an insect. That gaze was all too familiar to him. The gaze of a killer. Panic finally gripped Sergeant Sandy. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Looking at his day subordinates, he shouted, "You useless fools! What are you waiting for? Shoot him!" The soldiers, snapping back to reality at their superior's command, drew their sidearms and aimed at Su Luo. A barrage of crimson fire erupted from their weapons, akin to a dragon unleashing flames. However, these were merely futile struggles. Countless bullets floated motionless before Su Luo. Finally, he stirred, gently raising his pale hand, curling his index finger. The floating bullets, as if commanded, shot back towards the soldiers. The soldiers were instantly riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth, staining the floor crimson. Only Sergeant Sandy remained standing, frozen in place, watching in terror as his men fell lifelessly. He immediately crumpled to the ground, a warm, yellow liquid seeping from his trousers. "Please, don't kill me," he whimpered, gazing at the demonic youth before him, panic-stricken. Observing the pitiful scene, Su Luo furrowed his brow, refraining from striking again. It wasn't an act of mercy. He had noticed the red bow insignia on the man's chest, along with 2RS in the center, indicating he was from the Red Ribbon Army. Previously, he had sought someone to inquire about the location of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, and now he had a guide, sparing him the effort. Su Luo spoke indifferently. "Are you affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army?" Upon hearing Su Luo's question, Sergeant Sandy's eyes sparkled with hope, the terror on his face gradually dissipating. Clinging to this lifeline, he nodded fervently. "Yes, indeed. I'm a sergeant of the Red Ribbon Army. If you fear us, let me go at once. The Red Ribbon Army will not spare you otherwise," Sandy chattered on, becoming increasingly animated, oblivious to Su Luo's expression growing colder by the moment. Sandy naively assumed Su Luo's demeanor was a sign of trepidation towards the Red Ribbon Army, renowned for its ruthlessness on this planet, its infamous reputation striking fear into the hearts of many. With an expression of indifference, Su Luo regarded the man before him. Raising his finger, a slender beam of energy shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through Sandy's shoulder, blood gushing from the wound. The immense pain contorted Sandy's face, and he howled in agony. "Ah, my shoulder! You wretched little demon!" Su Luo pressed his foot against Sandy's chest, his voice icy as he inquired, "Where's the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army?" "I am from the Red Ribbon Army. I would never betray my comrades," Sandy retorted defiantly. The fingertips of Su Luo once again emanated a glimmer of golden light, aimed at his forehead as his voice turned icy. Then remember to choose a good fate in your next life. Wait, I interjected. Just as Su Luo was about to strike, Sergeant Shandy's expression changed drastically, and he hastily spoke up. As an idealist, he was truly sincere in his beliefs. Su Luo displayed a mocking expression, his raised finger remaining aloft as he unleashed several waves of light towards the lifeless body on the ground. Upon contact with the corpse, the light waves immediately incinerated it to ashes, leaving only a pool of blood as evidence of the recent conflict. This was a remarkable application of Qi. After a year of cultivation, Su Luo had mastered such abilities, much like how Sun Wukong ignited fire with his Qi in the original text. Only that he was now incinerating a corpse. Sergeant Shandy, witnessing Su Luo's godlike prowess, felt an even greater sense of dread, internally regretting his ill fortune for not consulting the almanac before venturing out today. Having encountered such a harbinger of doom, after obliterating the body, Su Luo rummaged through Sergeant Shandy's belongings, extracting a stack of money and tossing it to the owner. This is your meal money. Consider the surplus as a cleaning fee. Having said this, he grabbed Shandy by the scruff of his neck and dragged him out the door. Meanwhile, the owner remained rooted in place, seemingly still in shock. Chapter 7. Headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade under Sergeant Shandy's guidance. Su Luo swiftly ascended above a snowy mountain range. This esteemed lord, the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade lies just beyond this mountain. Might I suggest you release me first? Sergeant Shandy spoke feebly, conscious that without immediate medical attention, he might soon bleed out. Additionally, he harbored ulterior motives. This snowy expanse served as the front line of the brigade's defenses, rife with various ambushes. As soon as that youth stepped into this territory, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Release you? Very well, Su Luo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this acquiescence, a flicker of wild joy crossed Shandy's weak visage, yet a surge of resentment bubbled within him. Once he felt secure, he would ensure that this youth tasted the might of high technology. After all, could he withstand the onslaught of cannon fire? Before Sergeant Shandy could fully indulge in the fantasy of the youth being obliterated by artillery, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Su Luo had relinquished his grip on Shandy's collar, and the sergeant immediately plummeted into a free fall. As he beheld the rapidly approaching snow below, he instinctively shouted, "Oh no! What the thud?" A resounding crash echoed as he transformed into a puddle of flesh and bone. Ah! I've never encountered such demands in my life. Su Luo feigned a sigh, though his eyes betrayed not a hint of emotion. It must be said that the defensive armament at the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade was indeed advanced. Merely the slightest disturbance prompted the automated defense systems to spring into action, with red lights flickering from beneath the snow, seemingly scanning for intruders. It appears there are defenses in place within this snowy terrain. Then, let us extend a greeting, Su Luo commented with a cruel smile, gathering energy orbs in his hands to unleash upon the ground below. Countless energy orbs radiated a cerulean glow, resembling dazzling stars. Yet beneath their captivating exterior lay a latent destructive power. As numerous mushroom clouds erupted, the snow-capped mountains crumbled like fragile tofu that, in no time, the once impenetrable defensive line disintegrated under the barrage of energy orbs. Warning, warning! Enemy incursion detected. Frontline defenses have been breached. A mechanical voice echoed within the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. What just happened? Can anyone tell me why the frontline defenses collapsed so swiftly? And who is this enemy? Where are they? At that moment, a short, one-eyed, red-haired, middle-aged man seated on a throne was in a fit of rage. He was none other than Commander Reuter of the Red Satin Brigade. Standing beside Commander Reuter was a tall, stout African man, his aide, Vice Officer Brack. Reuter glared at the trembling officers below him, seething with anger. These incompetent buffoons were utterly useless at a critical juncture. Commander, according to the intelligence relayed from the front line, the intruder appears to be a mere this. An officer responsible for intelligence stepped forward, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and cautiously addressing Commander Reuter. Of course, Commander Reuter's roar followed. What did you say? Just a boy. What good are you gluttons? It's always us from the Red Satin Brigade who strike against others. No one has ever dared to bully us. Yet now, we are confronted by a mere child. This is a disgrace. Immediately, I command you to crush the enemy, whether alive or in pieces. We must retaliate. The dignity of the Red Satin Brigade is inviolable. Do you understand? Yes, Commander. The officers responsible for combat operations responded in unison. Just as these individuals were departing, another mechanical alarm blared. Warning, warning! Enemies are breaching the interior of the headquarters. At that moment, a figure, akin to a deity or demon, materialized on the massive surveillance screen, capturing the attention of all present. What? Upon seeing the images, Reuter's remaining eye widened in disbelief. After dismantling the defensive outposts nestled within the mountains, Su Luo soared towards the headquarters of the brigade. Beyond the snow-capped peaks lay an expansive forest, with the Red Satin Brigade situated in the midst of a clearing within the woodland. The headquarters resembled a vast estate, adorned with opulent black castles that stood like armored warriors. Yet beneath this resplendent facade lurked deadly peril. Su Luo gradually descended to the ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, a multitude of soldiers armed with submachine guns surged forth from the castle, followed by the thunderous roar of mechanical engines as dozens of warplanes circled overhead. Countless bullets rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, while missiles, trailing smoke and flame, sliced through the air. Heralding the call of death that Su Luo revealed a wicked smile, his form vanishing like a wraith in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared atop one of the warplanes, with a light tap of his toes on the wing. The aircraft plummeted like a meteor, crashing onto a towering building. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as the plane erupted, the skyscraper collapsing instantly, black oil smoke mingling with gray dust, releasing a choking stench from the site of the blast. In rapid succession, more warplanes fell from the sky, their tails ablaze. The scene resembled a rain of fire descending from the heavens. Spectacular yet brutal. Boom! 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 I'm on fire! Help me! Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The excitement lies ahead. Help! He's a devil. Mommy, I want to go home. The cacophony of explosions transformed the lavish estate into a sea of flames, with anguished cries emanating from the inferno. Reminiscent of a Hell's Cape. In truth, with Su Luo's power, he could have obliterated the entire estate with a single strike, yet he refrained. Primarily, he needed to ascertain whether Dr. Gallo was present below. Otherwise, a single devastating blow might inadvertently spare the key target, rendering his efforts futile. His main objective remained Dr. Gallo, while the others were merely collateral as for whether innocent lives might be affected. Su Luo was utterly unconcerned. Could those who joined the Red Satin Brigade truly remain untainted by bloodshed? Beneath the energy orbs lay no vengeful spirits. Within the castle, the remaining commanders gazed in awe at the screen, where the youth displayed godlike powers, each of them rendered speechless. Curse be this! This is what you call the world's strongest army. Why do we lack even the slightest resistance? The images of the Red Satin Brigade's catastrophic defeat incessantly provoked Commander Reuter's nerves as he pounded his clenched fists against the armrests of his chair, unleashing his inner turmoil and anxiety through furious roars. Commander, that boy's strength exceeds our expectations. Our soldiers may not hold out for much longer. Perhaps we should abandon the headquarters and retreat. Vice Officer Brack suggested calmly. Nonsense. How could I allow the fruits of my years of labor to be destroyed by that wretched boy? General Root bellowed in anger. To simply give up was utterly unacceptable to him. However, there was no however about it. Summon my guard troops immediately, Root commanded. Yes, his aide, Black, replied helplessly outside the castle gates. Upon receiving the order, the guard troops surged inside, armed and poised for action. The notorious Red Satin Brigade was feared far and wide, not only due to their advanced weaponry, but also because of their well-trained, formidable soldiers equipped with cutting-edge armaments. Observing this, a faint sense of security began to creep into Root's heart. General On, it is now your turn to take the field. Do not let me down, he instructed. Yes, Commander. Leave it to me. If that person dares to come, I shall ensure his demise, replied a man with golden short hair and a stern visage. Kneeling confidently, the military's embodiment of strength, he possessed not only exceptional martial skills, but also a supernatural ability to immobilize his foes, despite being astonished by the mysterious youth's displayed combat prowess. He remained confident in his own abilities. Once that boy fell victim to his powers, whether to kill or spare would be entirely at his discretion. A formidable martial artist, he had dispatched many adversaries. Commander Root was well aware of General Lan's capabilities. In the past, no matter how fierce the enemy, they had all perished at his hands, clearing numerous obstacles for the brigade. With this thought, a modicum of his anxiety began to dissipate. "Ah, quite a crowd we have," a teasing voice resounded from outside. Everyone turned to see a tall figure appearing in their line of sight. Chapter 8. The Death of Dr. Gero. Where is Dr. Gero? Su Luo's handsome face bore a hint of a roguish smile, his voice cold and sharp like a shard of ancient ice, showing no regard for those before him. "Tell me, who are you to dare oppose the Red Satin Brigade?" Commander Root glared at the intruding youth, murderous intent etched upon his features. It was this very boy who had destroyed much of his painstaking efforts. He must capture him and administer cruel punishment, sending a warning to all who would dare defy the Red Satin Brigade. Root thought viciously. There are quite a few people here. One reply will suffice. Su Luo surveyed the Grand Hall and muttered to himself. Entirely dismissive of Commander Root, neglecting to respond, he conjured a sphere of energy in his palm and hurled it towards the crowd. The onlookers merely glimpsed a blue sphere flashing past before it struck, leaving them no time to prepare. With a thunderous explosion, the palace erupted in chaos, thick smoke billowing forth, and a terrifying gust swept through, nearly tearing the castle apart. Yes, the smoke cleared. The soldiers within had vanished, seemingly reduced to ashes along with the dissipating mist. Even General Lan, who had just been boasting, was no more, likely perishing in this attack. It was likely that General Lan would die with his eyes still open. Though now there remained not even a trace of his ashes. Coughing, Commander Root struggled to rise from the rubble, his body charred and battered, with no unscathed part remaining. Although he had been at a distance from the epicenter of the explosion, the shock wave had left him in disarray. Suddenly remembering something, he lifted his gaze, and his pupils constricted. The castle lay in ruins, utterly desolate, his subordinates nowhere to be found. An ominous feeling gripped his heart. Had all his men perished? What of General Lan? Surely such a capable man would have survived. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Root's hopeful gaze scanned the surroundings in search of General Lan, but despair washed over him as he realized that even the highly esteemed General Lan had vanished. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his line of sight, and upon looking up, he saw the very demonic youth from earlier. As Su Luo raised his hand, conjuring another energy sphere aimed at Commander Root's eyes. The brilliant blue sphere swelled larger and brighter, casting a shadow of dread named Death over his heart. He had just witnessed the power of this blue sphere. Once more, where is Dr. Gero? Su Luo's icy voice echoed in his ears, a grim harbinger of doom. "Please, spare me. I will take you to Dr. Gero. He is in the laboratory. I have plenty of money. I beg you, do not kill me." "I will give it all to you." Commander Root felt as if he were face to face with death itself. The terror of mortality shattered his defenses, and his speech became incoherent. And one could maintain their composure in the face of death. And he certainly could not. The Red Satin Brigade's rise to prominence was largely attributable to Dr. Gero's contributions. Yet now, the demonic youth before him clearly bore a grudge against Gero, faced with a choice between life and profit. Root had but one option. He chose his own survival. "Lead the way," Su Luo commanded succinctly. Yes, of course. Please follow me," Root stammered, stumbling as he led the way unsteadily. As Su Luo, hands in pockets, walked leisurely behind him, unperturbed by any potential treachery from Root. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes seemed trivial. Winding through the corridors, Root guided them to a vast laboratory, where Dr. Gero's research facility was located. Inside were sets of advanced experimental equipment, and at the center stood 6 experimental tables, upon which lay figures As Su Luo approached, he discovered that the individuals on experimental tables 1 through 3 were composed of mechanical parts, though none were complete. On tables 4 through 6 lay lifeless humans, their bare bodies marred by signs of modification, patched together haphazardly. Su Luo's gaze turned icy as he beheld this scene. The thought that had he not intervened, Lazi Li might have endured such inhumane treatment and been transformed into a synthetic being ignited a bloodthirsty rage within him. Where did these people come from? Su Luo asked expressionlessly, pointing at the figures on the tables. Why yes, Dr. Gero ordered us to capture them from the surrounding towns for research on synthetic humans. I vehemently opposed such inhumane studies, Commander Root replied cautiously, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Attempting to distance himself from the matter, "Oh," Su Luo coldly uttered, not believing a single word of Root's explanation. Such a preposterous excuse was an insult to his intelligence. He considered himself no saint. Yet he could not turn a blind eye to the horrors unfolding before him. Su Luo's senses stretched outward, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Qi. Every individual possessed it, albeit ordinary people's qi was often weak and difficult to detect. Under Su Luo's full perception, dozens of faint qi signatures materialized, flickering like candles in the wind, indicating that the soldiers, still clinging to life, were making their final desperate struggles. Suddenly, a peculiar aura appeared within Su Luo's perceptive range. That aura moved swiftly, rapidly distancing itself from the island. It was undoubtedly Dr. Gero, Su Luo concluded. Such speed suggested he was fleeing in a warplane. When disaster strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. It seemed Dr. Gero had long been prepared for escape. However, could he truly evade me? Su Luo's face was illuminated with a frenzied expression. Observing the increasingly peculiar demeanor of Su Luo, Commander Ritter cautiously stepped back a few paces. Subsequently, in a concealed location, he pressed a button with his hand. Instantly, the floor beneath him transformed like an opening portal, and Commander Ritter found himself tumbling into the abyss. Yet his eyes held no trace of fear, only the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped a dire fate. "Ha ha, you little rascal, just you wait," Commander Ritter, believing he had evaded peril, attempted to utter a menacing remark, but before he could finish a sentence, a golden beam of light descended from above, piercing through his forehead and extinguishing the last flicker of his life. Su Luo stood at the edge of the chasm, watching the one-eyed commander plummet downward, and coldly remarked, "Fool," he then soared into the air without looking back. In the skies above the ocean, a dramatic chase unfolded. Su Luo gazed at the aircraft soaring ahead, his eyes gleaming with mockery, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Inside the cockpit, Dr. Gero, observing the rapidly approaching youth through a small monitor at the tail, wore a grim expression. He was fully aware of Su Luo's actions within the Legion's headquarters, having monitored the events through miniaturized surveillance devices placed in the castle. Upon realizing that the boy was coming for him, he immediately decided to flee. What an insufferable brat. When did I provoke him? Could it be that those test subjects had some connection to him? Mused the now gray-haired Dr. Gero, only to shake his head and dismiss his own speculation. He had thoroughly investigated the individuals he had captured, and they were certainly devoid of family ties or backgrounds. "You have forced my hand." As the boy drew ever closer, a glimmer of malice flickered in Dr. Gero's eyes that he promptly pressed a red button on the control panel. The belly of the aircraft erupted with the sound of clattering hatches as rows of missiles emerged from the launch bay. The dark warheads resembled the sharp fangs of a colossal abyssal beast, glinting ominously. "Die," Dr. Gero snarled, aiming at Su Luo as he pressed the launch key. These missiles were his latest invention, potent enough to obliterate a mountain. What could the boy possibly use to defend himself? With a whoosh, a volley of missiles tore through the air, hurtling towards Su. He beheld the rapidly enlarging black dots before him. Su Luo merely chuckled with disdain. The aura surrounding his body surged, disregarding the missiles before him, and his speed suddenly intensified. Witnessing the boy's audacity, Dr. Gero erupted into laughter. "What a foolish child, believing he can withstand my missiles with mere flesh. To perish beneath my newly developed weapon is a privilege in itself." Boom, boom, boom! A series of thunderous roars echoed through the sky, thick black smoke painting the azure canvas above with dark strokes. "Ah, splendid!" Truly splendid. This display of fireworks is delightful. Dr. Gero nodded repeatedly, admiring his creation. Indeed, quite impressive. Now, allow me to present you with another spectacle. A chilling voice resonated in Dr. Gero's ear. Who? Startled by the sudden utterance, Dr. Gero frantically scanned his surroundings, only to find no sign of anyone. He turned his head. He was astonished to discover Su Luo standing atop the aircraft, his presence seemingly materialized from thin air. Through the glass, their eyes locked in a silent confrontation. Greetings, Dr. Gero. It's a pleasure to meet you. Now, please prepare to meet your demise. Impossible! How could you withstand my missiles unscathed? Dr. Gero uttered in disbelief, staring at the unharmed Su Luo. Is this your final word? Su Luo replied with a smile. Wait, can you tell me why you're trying to kill me? If it's for money, I'm willing to offer triple. Oh no, tenfold the price for my life. What do you think? As he observed the beaming Su Luo, Dr. Gero felt a chill creep in his heart. He attempted to maintain his composure, adopting a negotiating tone that it's of no consequence to share. Killing you is merely my intention. As for the reason. Su Luo's smile faded, and he spoke coldly, because I find it pleasurable. Those were the last words Dr. Gero heard before the thunderous explosion resounded. A magnificent firework blossomed in the azure sky, more breathtaking than before. Fireworks are fleeting, their beauty ephemeral. Chapter 9. Harvesting the Spoils. Returning after eliminating his target, Su Luo hurried back to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Thoroughly pillaging the treasures within the castle, he would not let these spoils slip through his fingers. Gazing upon the vast wealth amassed around him, he couldn't help but marvel at the fortunes of the affluent. Was this not a testament to his lucrative endeavors? The ill-gotten gains accumulated by the Red Ribbon Army over the years could only be described with one term: wealth rivaling nations. Perhaps only the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma's family, could be compared to it. Hovering in midair, Su Luo assumed a lotus position at his waist. Haim! A deep voice resonated from his lips, and shortly after, a radiant energy sphere materialized within his palms. In an instant, the blue orb transformed into a colossal energy shockwave, descending like a thunderous dragon, bearing the force to devastate the very earth itself as it struck the headquarters of the Legion. The entire estate erupted in a blinding flash, overshadowing even the brightest of skies. The resounding boom echoed like the wrath of a thunder god, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. When the brilliance subsided and tranquility returned, a massive crater remained where the estate once stood. Oh, what a delightful day for the common folk. Su Luo hummed a tune, gazing at the remnants of the estate now reduced to dust as he soared northward. From the castle, he not only acquired immense wealth, but also a strategic map of the Legion. Detailing the locations of various subsidiary factions, he held a certain apprehension towards the scientific anomalies of this Dragon Ball world. As long as something exists theoretically, there is no scientist incapable of manifesting it. Decades later, Bulma would even create a time machine, a marvel beyond comprehension, to prevent the resurgence of the Red Ribbon Army and avoid unnecessary complications for himself. He resolved to eradicate them entirely, leaving no survivors. Days passed. The King of the United Kingdom of Earth announced a shocking revelation to the world. The notorious Red Ribbon Army had been utterly annihilated. Eyewitnesses claimed that only a single individual was responsible, though their identity remained unknown in areas once oppressed by the Red Ribbon Army. Jubilant cries of relief filled the air. Countless individuals expressed their gratitude toward this nameless hero. West City, the most bustling city on Earth. Hovering vehicles zipped along the highways. The sounds of honking and shouting were incessant. To the home of Dr. Brief of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a voice reminiscent of a songbird rang out. "Dad, I'm back." A young girl entered, casually tossing her backpack onto the sofa. She appeared to be around 10 years old, with a strikingly pretty face, her light purple hair cascading carelessly over her shoulders. Her blue-purple eyes occasionally sparkled with mischief, and her ensemble of a white t-shirt paired with blue jeans radiated her vibrant and cheerful spirit. "Oh, Bulma, you're back so soon. Didn't I tell you not to skip school so often?" "Your actions put me in quite a predicament," Dr. Brief remarked, seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in his newspaper wwithout lifting his gaze. "School is utterly dull and tedious," Bulma exclaimed, leaping onto the soft sofa, clutching a cushion and rolling about, stretching her limbs contentedly. Dr. Brief let out a resigned sigh, for such occurrences transpired daily, and he had grown immune to them. Alas, his daughter inherited his intellect. Contemplating this, he refrained from further comment and continued perusing the newspaper. The publication featured an article detailing the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Most astonishingly, a photograph occupied nearly half of the left page. In the image, a figure stood atop a high wall, surveying the expanse of ruins below. Regrettably, the photograph was somewhat blurred, revealing only a vague profile of the figure, which appeared rather youthful, offering no further discernible information. Suspecting this to be the nameless hero, Dr. Brief gazed at the photograph for a moment longer before sighing softly, reflecting that heroes often emerge in their youth. "Father, what are you looking at?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to Dr. Brief, who had been engrossed in the newspaper for quite some time. Upon seeing the content, her lovely face transformed with shock. Good heavens, someone actually managed to eradicate the Red Ribbon Army. How utterly incredible. Bulma's Thulian purple eyes fixated intently on the youthful silhouette in the photograph, lost in her thoughts. In the quaint town of Cassie, the sounds of combat echoed, thud after thud. In the courtyard, two dark figures intertwined, each collision generating a powerful gust of wind, accompanied by the sound of fists meeting flesh. After an extended bout, the two figures halted, both panting heavily, their expressions wary as they regarded one another. Fearing an ambush, Rappies concede. "You cannot best me," declared Lazi Li, her brow glistening with perspiration, strands of golden hair clinging to her forehead as she swept them aside with defiance. "Lazi Li, are you jesting? You can hardly stand." "It would be wise to surrender now to avoid further embarrassment," Rappies countered, equally drenched in sweat, his red scarf transformed into a damp cloth around his neck. "You," Lazi Li began, but her expression brightened as she spotted a familiar figure entering the courtyard. "Never mind, let us call a draw for now. We shall settle this next time." Rappies, too, recognized Su Luo's presence and understood that their duel could not continue. Lazi Li leaped gracefully, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, and threw herself into Su Luo's embrace. Su Luo caught her effortlessly, and Lazi Li clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. A gentle smile graced his face as he held her close. "Wah, Su Luo brother, you actually came back," she exclaimed, her voice laced with emotion. The days without Su Luo felt like an eternity for Lazi Li, and upon seeing him, tears streamed down her cheeks, unable to contain the fervent feelings surging within her. "Come now, how old are you? Stop crying." "Look, I'm back, aren't I?" Su Luo chuckled, tenderly wiping the tears from her cheeks. "Humph, I don't care. I'll keep crying," Lazi Li retorted, nuzzling against Su Luo's clothing. "Hey, you mischievous girl. You've made my clothes filthy," Su Luo exclaimed, both amused and exasperated as he observed Lazi Li smearing various liquids across his attire. She noticed the large wet patch on Su Luo's white shirt. Lazi Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. She lifted her chin, shooting him a playful glare. "Serves you right. Who told you to take so long to come back? This is your punishment. Quickly tell me. Have you been seeing someone else while you were away?" At her words, Su Luo's expression darkened instantly, and he playfully tapped Lazi Li's head. Your young age. Who taught you to say such things?" "It's what they show on television," Lazi Li protested, covering her head, her eyes welling up with tears. Su Luo found himself at a loss for words. "You should watch less of those dramas. They're utterly devoid of value." "Okay," Lazi Li pouted in response. Seeing her look of indignation, Su Luo chuckled and proceeded to recount his recent adventures, detailing how he had vanquished the nefarious Red Ribbon Army and acquired a considerable fortune. Lazi Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily casting aside her earlier emotions. She extended her delicate hand, her big, glistening eyes blinking eagerly, her intentions unmistakable. Rappies quietly shifted closer, keen to share in the excitement. Two little fortune seekers. Chapter 10. Plans. Several days later, on a vast plain, the sounds of combat reverberated incessantly as Su Luo and the two siblings clashed mid-air, their movements swift as the wind and thunderous as lightning. However, Su Luo held the upper hand, skillfully subduing the duo. Suddenly, Lazuli and Rappies flanked Su Luo, creating a pincer formation. With palms facing each other, a blue energy wave materialized between them. Two shouts echoed, in the next moment. Two blue beams surged towards Su Luo with a thunderous momentum, slicing through the air and producing a sound akin to a roaring dragon. Observing the ferocity of the energy waves, Su Luo chuckled lightly and, with an almost ghostly speed, soared upward. The energy beams collided with a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves that rippled through the clouds. With his back to the sky, Su Luo spread his arms, palms facing his face. Solar punch! In an instant, a blinding golden light enveloped the area, rendering Lazuli and Rappies below momentarily unable to see. Seizing the opportunity, Su Luo charged toward the nearest target, Rappies, delivering a sharp elbow strike to his abdomen. Rappies doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach as bile erupted from his mouth. Following this, Su Luo executed a swift hand chop, sending Rappies plummeting to the ground. With a resounding thud, a large crater formed beneath Rappies, who lay in the center, groaning in discomfort. Su Luo, mindful of the impact, ensured that a strike would not inflict severe harm. Yet pain was unavoidable. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo appeared behind Lazuli, who was still regaining her sight from the blinding solar punch. Where should he strike? He hesitated, reluctant to cause her pain, until his gaze fell upon a particularly prominent area. With a mischievous grin, he extended his hand and delivered a playful slap to her rear. There was no choice. It was the most resilient target. The crisp sound echoed in the air. Lazuli suddenly felt a searing pain in her backside, and she instinctively shielded herself with her hands. Now regaining her vision, she glared at Su Luo, the source of her indignation. Humph, I'm not playing anymore. Su Luo, brother, you're being unfair. Su Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Below them, cough, cough, cough. Rappies clambered out of the pit, disheveled. Upon glancing up and witnessing Su Luo's disparate treatment, his face contorted with frustration. Why is it that when he strikes me, it's with tremendous force, yet when it's Lazuli, it's merely a gentle tap? How infuriating! One day, I shall make Su Luo, brother, feel my strength. A determination to grow stronger surged within him. After a rigorous training session, nourishment was essential. Su Luo retrieved delectable food from his space, and the three of them indulged heartily, their eating habits leaving much to be desired. However, in contrast to Su Luo's voraciousness, Lazuli's demeanor while eating was undoubtedly more refined. By the way, tomorrow I'll take you to the temple. There's an excellent training ground there, complete with instructors. As Su Luo stuffed food into his mouth, he spoke. This was a decision he had pondered over for an entire night. Remaining here had ceased to serve any purpose for his cultivation. He was sorely lacking in combat experience. Although Su Luo could spar with Lazi Li and Lazi, the disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Rather than engaging in mutual training, it felt more akin to being their practice partner. This did little to aid in his growth. Moreover, Su Luo's understanding of martial arts was not yet profound enough for him to assume the role of a mentor. He preferred combat over teaching. Over the past year, he had merely guided Lazi Li and Lazi in some basic exercises, combat techniques, and fundamental applications of Qi, without imparting any further knowledge in comparison to him. The Earth's God and Popo were far more suited to the role of instructors. Additionally, Su Luo needed an opponent who could truly challenge him, and Popo, the servant of the Earth God, was an ideal contender. Popo was, after all, the most enigmatic powerhouse on Earth, his true strength a mystery within the Dragon Ball universe. In the original story, Popo was a formidable individual capable of going toe-to-toe with the Super Saiyan forms of Goten and Trunks. What is the temple? Lazi inquired, chewing his food and speaking somewhat indistinctly. Lazi Li blinked curiously, her sapphire eyes reflecting her intrigue as she gazed at Su Luo. The temple is where the Earth God resides, situated high above the Karin Tower. Yes, for Karin Tower, I have mentioned it before. It is the origin of martial arts on Earth and the sacred ground of all martial artists. Our goal this time is to cultivate there. Su Luo explained matter-of-factly. The Earth God? Is he stronger than you? Lazi asked eagerly. Humph, brother Su Luo is the strongest. How could the Earth God possibly surpass him? Lazi Li declared, her eyes brimming with fervor and pride, exuding unwavering confidence in Su Luo, verging on blind faith. Rarely did Lapisi disagree with Lazi Li, having witnessed Su Luo's power firsthand. Su Luo chuckled at the unwavering admiration of the girl before him. Although he found her blind devotion gratifying, he still felt compelled to clarify. The Earth God is indeed not overly powerful, but he possesses profound knowledge, and his servant Popo is exceptionally skilled with a deep understanding of Qi that surpasses mine, that if you could receive his guidance, it would be immensely beneficial. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Furthermore, there exists a wondrous hyperbolic time chamber within the temple, where 1 year of training inside equates to merely 1 day outside. Wow, such a magical place. Training for a year inside while only a day passes outside. Lazi Li exclaimed in amazement, but oh. In that case, I am quite eager to experience it, Lapisi said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Once they had finished their meal, it was time to rest. Cultivation must balance effort and relaxation. Relentless training would only yield adverse effects. The three leaned against a large tree, closing their eyes to rejuvenate. It was midday, and the sunlight was radiant. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the dappled light beneath the tree to sway gracefully, creating a most pleasant ambience. Su Luo found himself contemplating how wonderful it would be to live like this forever. However, that was not the time he had felt the helplessness of weakness and understood that without formidable strength, he could not protect what lay before him, but he needed to grow stronger swiftly, to seize control of his destiny, and not allow the vicissitudes of the world to obscure his resolve. The path of the strong is fraught with challenges, yet he must persevere. Su Luo gazed upward at the sky, his deep eyes resembling the vastness of the stars and sea. The boundless universe was his true stage. Hey, brother Su Luo, your strength is already formidable. Isn't there anyone on earth stronger than you? Lazi Li's melodious voice shattered the tranquility. Meanwhile, Lapisi, who had been sitting quietly, perked up his ears. After a moment of thought, Su Luo decided to speak candidly, allowing them to prepare mentally. While my strength is indeed commendable, it is merely relative to Earth, he said softly, and the two remained silent, listening intently. Beyond Earth, in that vast universe, countless planets harbored myriad races, and the number of strong individuals was overwhelming. Some could effortlessly obliterate a planet with a mere flick of their wrist. Compared to them, my current strength pales significantly. To my knowledge, there exists a cosmic tyrant named Frisia, a cold-hearted individual with a multitude of powerful subordinates, notorious for trafficking planets. When he encounters a planet of value, he dispatches his minions to exterminate all native inhabitants before selling the planet at a high price to others. Su Luo recounted what he knew, deliberately omitting the mention of the supreme deities, fearing it might dampen the spirits of his companions. Even so, the revelations left Lazi Li and Lapisi utterly stunned. They wished to voice their thoughts but found themselves at a loss for words. As he spoke, Su Luo's gaze drifted toward the sky, almost unconsciously. In truth, his words were not solely for Lazi Li and Lapisi. They were also directed toward the Earth God. From the beginning, Su Luo had sensed a subtle force observing him, seemingly monitoring his every move on Earth. Only the Earth God possessed such capabilities, making the identity of the observer abundantly clear. In truth, with Su Luo's current strength, he could easily sever the Earth God's prying gaze. Yet he chose not to. First, he wished to convey the precarious situation on Earth. Second, he thought that when they reached the temple, he would not need to elaborate further. He knew the Earth God was an astute individual who would make the necessary judgments. As he had anticipated, upon hearing the information Su Luo wished to convey, the prying presence dissipated. Chapter 11. Karin Tower. The cat sage, meanwhile, in a distant location, within the temple, a peculiar figure donned in the garb of the Earth God. Wielding a staff, with green skin and an aged, unusual visage, was sweating profusely as he gazed down at the world. This individual was none other than the Earth God. He held no doubts about Su Luo's words. As the Earth God, he possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood, and he had harbored a foreboding premonition long before. Perhaps calamity would indeed befall them in the future. God, what is the matter? inquired a strange figure standing beside him, so dark it was almost indescribable. His servant, Bobo. Do you remember the boy I mentioned a year ago, Su Luo? The earth god wiped the sweat from his brow. Returning the question, Bobo nodded, recalling, you mentioned that the boy possessed immense strength. Indeed, after a year, his power has escalated to a terrifying degree. From a considerable distance, I can already sense the boundless energy coursing through him. Even the Piccolo from years past pales in comparison. Upon hearing this, Bobo's eyes widened in disbelief, his round pupils gleaming with astonishment. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The Earth God paused briefly before recounting Su Luo's recent statements. After hearing this, Bobo became frantic. God, what should we do? Sigh. Ever since the debacle caused by the Demon King Piccolo centuries ago, renowned martial artists have been ruthlessly slaughtered, leading to the decline of martial arts on Earth. Ultimately, I bear part of the responsibility. After all, Piccolo was born from my own evil thoughts that I feel I have failed the previous Earth God. God, please do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Bobo comforted him gently. The Earth God waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was all right. Now, the only compensation I can offer is to cultivate a few exceptional martial artists for Earth that I hope that when Earth faces difficulties in the future, they will rise to protect it. However, Su Luo harbors a heavy heart. His character is both righteous and wicked. That I truly do not know whether my decision is right or wrong. The celestial being, after finishing his words, sighed with a hint of melancholy. The mere thought of Su Luo's merciless slaughter of the Red Ribbon Army sent a chill through his heart, a murderous intent reminiscent of the formidable Demon King Bic from centuries past. Brother Su Luo, if such powerful extraterrestrials truly exist, wouldn't our Earth be in grave danger? At this moment, the somewhat recovered Lazi Li began to voice her concerns that, fret not, for Earth is merely a small, inconspicuous planet in the remote northern galaxy. IT holds little value and is largely forgotten, so it is unlikely to attract any covetous eyes for the time being. Moreover, even if extraterrestrials were to invade in the future, as long as we become stronger than them, they would no longer pose a threat. Su Luo reassured her, affectionately ruffling Lazi Li's hair. Lazi Li, resembling a contented kitten, squinted her eyes in delight. Brother Su Luo, you truly are remarkable. Understanding everything that a little knowledge here and there, he replied modestly. Brother Su Luo, once I grow stronger, I shall protect you. And of course, the foolish lapis 2DS sunlight filtered through the verdant leaves. It illuminated the girl's radiant smile, making her resemble a celestial fairy descended to Earth. Very well. The two exchanged smiles, conveying a wealth of unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, Lapis, seated nearby, wore a broad smile, his lips curving upward. 2 days later, the trio arrived at the base of Karinta. From a distance, a slender tower soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. This tower truly so high, Lazi Li exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the towering Karin Su Luo. Equally surprised, couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients who could construct such a marvel. After 2 days of arduous travel, the group was somewhat fatigued. With Lazi Li and Lapis' limited abilities, their flight speed was moderate, and they could not maintain flight for extended periods, necessitating frequent rests to recover their strength. Thus, their journey was marked by starts and stops. After a brief respite, the three ascended along the ivory tower, 3 streaks of light piercing through layers of mist at remarkable speed, to the top of Karinta. Within a flattened dome structure, a rotund cat sage leaned on a staff, standing before a large water basin. He gently tapped the surface with his staff, and the clear water instantly reflected the image of Su Luo and his companions. At this rate, they shall arrive shortly. How nostalgic! It has been ages since anyone last ascended here. Was it not 3 centuries ago? When did Earth give rise to such extraordinary young beings? Truly remarkable. The cat sage mused, clicking his tongue in wonder. After another gentle tap, the water's reflection vanished, returning to its tranquil state. Time passed gradually, and a moment later. They're here. The cat sage's heart quickened as he turned his gaze to the tower's exterior. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of air being sliced through echoed as Su Luo and his companions appeared outside the tower. gracefully entering and landing steadily within the hall. The cat sage, leaning on his staff, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the trio before him. Among them, Su Luo left the most profound impression. A mere hint of his aura sent shivers through the sage. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. What a formidable young man, the cat sage thought. Curiosity piqued as Su Luo scanned the interior of the grand hall before focusing back on him. Before him stood an elderly feline, radiating an ethereal aura. Although its fur was not entirely pristine white, it emanated an undeniable air of purity, untouched by the mundane world. It has been ages since I encountered such formidable youth. Might I inquire what brings you to Carinta? Surely, it is not merely for the super sacred water. The cat sage inquired, scratching his whiskers as Su Luo chuckled lightly. He had some knowledge of the super sacred water, recognizing it as nothing more than ordinary water, lacking in any real value. His true objective was the healing artifact, the Senza Bean. In the early Dragon Ball series, Senza Beans were merely used to stave off hunger, failing to showcase their true worth. However, in the latter stages, they became vital lifelines for the Dragon Ball warriors. Unfortunately, they were squandered by Yajirobe, who consumed them all. Moreover, given their extremely low yield, Senza Beans became a rare commodity, with Goku and others wishing they could split one in half for use. Besides Senza Beans, Carinta also possessed the extraordinary super sacred water, rumored to unlock hidden potential within those who consumed it. However, Su Luo held no interest in it. After all, the super sacred water was inherently toxic, and only those who could withstand its toxicity would unlock immense potential and gain extraordinary power. In the original story, Goku had once consumed the super sacred water, only to later suffer from a viral heart disease, an astonishing predicament for a warrior of such formidable physical prowess. Therefore, Su Luo was not inclined to pursue such a risky substance. Furthermore, when it came to unlocking potential, the Elder of Namek and the Old Kaishin offered methods that were safer and more reliable than the super sacred water. Greetings, Cat Sage. My name is Su Luo. I have heard that you possess something called Senza Beans, which can sustain one for 10 days without food. Might I procure some from you? I can trade these fish in exchange, Su Luo stated with a smile. Producing several universal capsules, upon opening one, a loud pop echoed as tanks filled with various fish materialized in the central area of Carinta, releasing a strong fishy aroma. Fish! The cat sage's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. The enticing scent made it impossible for him to resist swallowing his saliva. Realizing he had perhaps acted too cat-like, the sage feigned a cough, attempting to regain composure. Ahem, I see I do indeed have Senza Beans, originally intended to replenish the strength and quell the hunger of those who ascend. However, it has been centuries since anyone climbed up here, and the Senza Beans are of no use sitting idle. Since you desire them, I can certainly part with some. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. After a brief interval, the cat sage returned, cradling 3 large jars before Su Luo and his companions. Here, take these. Su Luo gazed in astonishment at the 3 large jars, not expecting the cat sage to possess such a bounty of Senza Beans. Certainly over 10,000, it seemed. Clearly, many Senza Beans had been squandered by Yajirobe in the original tale. With a beaming smile, Su Luo handed the capsule filled with fish to the cat sage and received the jars in return. The sight of the jars brimming with Senzu Beans filled Su Luo with immense joy. He felt as though he had struck gold. The cat sage, on the other hand, reveled in the sight of the fish-filled capsule, delighted that someone had traded for the tasteless Senza Beans for the sage, who seldom enjoyed a delicious fish. Su Luo's gesture was akin to a timely boon. He had long grown weary of Senza Beans and yearned for a change in his diet. Both man and cat felt a sense of satisfaction in their profitable exchange. Chapter 12. The Celestial Being and Bobo having acquired the Senza Beans, Su Luo and his companions did not rush to depart, but instead engaged in a dialogue with the cat sage regarding martial arts insights. Despite possessing a millennium of martial arts wisdom, Su Luo did not underestimate others. While the cat sage's prowess paled in comparison, having lived for over 8 centuries, he possessed unique perspectives on martial arts. A testament to the wisdom gained through experience. After an enriching exchange of insights, Su Luo felt a significant clarity wash over him. The confusions he had faced in his training dissipated, leaving him with a newfound understanding. With heartfelt thanks, the trio bid farewell to the cat sage and soared towards the divine temple, soon disappearing into the azure sky. Are they heading to the divine temple? The cat sage pondered, squinting his eyes as he washed his face with his paw. After a moment of silence, a smile spread across his face as he turned and leaped into the sea of fish. Fish, oh fish, I am coming. 3 individuals soared rapidly upwards, soon breaking through layers of ominous black thunderclouds, revealing the sunlit sky. Su Luo, are we nearing our destination? Asked Lazi, excitement evident in her voice as she spotted a small red in the distance. Yes, we are almost there, Su Luo affirmed. The elevated space was vast and ethereal, where a dome-shaped temple, resplendent in fiery hues, floated timelessly. In truth, the temple was situated beyond the confines of Earth, existing within a unique realm enveloped by a veil of divine power that shielded it from prying eyes. Thus, there were 2 means of accessing the temple, one being those acknowledged by it, and the other, those who forced their way in by sheer strength. Clearly, Su Luo and his companions belonged to the latter category. The trio accelerated unexpectedly, swiftly reaching the temple's platform. Su Luo cast a discerning glance at the temple's layout. A golden palace stood on one side, surrounded by flourishing trees and blooming flowers, with butterflies dancing gracefully around the blossoms. Meanwhile, the deity and Popo stood quietly in the center of the temple, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Su Luo made his way toward the center of the temple, closely followed by Lazi Li and Lazi. Welcome to the temple, esteemed guest from afar. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, intoned the deity in a voice laden with a G. Su Luo's gaze calmly surveyed the deity, a Namekian who bore the marks of time deeply etched upon his visage. Beside the deity stood Popo, a remarkable figure who had outlasted several generations of deities, clad in traditional Arab garb. Popo observed them with eyes resembling copper coins. I know you, deity. It seems you were aware of our impending arrival. Su Luo inquired, his tone measured. He held no fondness for the entity that had peered into his affairs on several occasions. I once observed you through my mental faculties. For this, I must express my apologies. The deity replied with a hint of regret. Your existence possesses a power that has long surpassed my capacity to control. Should you ever succumb to the malevolent thoughts lurking within, should evil take root, your strength would render you unstoppable, even by my hand. You are aware that I am the guardian of Earth, responsible for every blade of grass, every flower, and every living being. As the deity spoke, he appeared lost in reflection, a shadow of remorse crossing his features. Are you suggesting that I am an uncertain threat to Earth? Su Luo's expression twisted into one of derision upon hearing this. The deity shook his head slightly, speaking in a low voice. No, that was merely a hypothesis. Through observation, I discern that you are not a malevolent individual. Oh, should I consider myself fortunate then? Su Luo replied indifferently. The deity sighed softly and continued. Su Luo, your nature is inherently good, yet the murderous intent harbored within you is overwhelmingly heavy that I fear that one day you may lose control of that intent. Forsaking your true self. At that point, no one will be able to restrain you, which would spell disaster for Earth, and indeed, the entire universe. You must understand that the line between good and evil is often but a fleeting thought. I speak from experience. Many years ago, before I ascended to divinity, I allowed dark thoughts to taint my spirit during my cultivation. In pursuit of the position of deity, I expelled those dark thoughts, resulting in the creation of the demon Bic, who wreaked havoc upon the world, causing untold suffering. Thus, I do not wish for you to follow in my misguided footsteps. You understand? In that moment, the deity bore no semblance of divine majesty. He appeared instead as a frail elder recounting his regrettable past. After a moment of silence, Su Luo comprehended the underlying meaning of the deity's words. The deity feared that he might one day be driven by murderous intent, becoming a remorseless tyrant. While there was merit to the deity's caution, Deity, I understand your concerns, yet our aspirations diverge. You forsook your dark thoughts in pursuit of divinity, preserving only your most virtuous self. I, however, have my own ambitions and those I wish to protect. For their sake, I shall adhere to my true intentions, pursuing the path I desire, even if it is fraught with thorns and bloodshed. All I can do is remain steadfast in my heart, unyielded by desire, and maintain a clear conscience. That's so. A bitter expression crossed the deity's aged face as Su Luo's starry eyes locked onto the deity's. As he continued, moreover, with my strength, even if I were to act now, you would be powerless to stop me, would you not? You have grown old, deity. If a powerful and malevolent enemy were to appear and invade Earth, what would you do then? Would you attempt to sway them with your benevolence, or persuade them with your words? Without strength as your foundation, discussions of good and evil are but a farce. Su Luo's words struck deeply, piercing the deity's fragile psyche. Perhaps you speak the truth, the deity conceded, a flicker of despondency crossing his features. As Su Luo, the deity is the greatest of divine beings. How can you speak of him in such a manner? Popo interjected, sensing the deity's dismay. But I speak, as I always do. If the temple does not welcome me, I can simply depart. Whether or not I can cultivate my strength here is of little consequence. To me, it merely requires more time for training. As Su Luo shrugged, turning to leave, with Lazi Li and Lazi closely following. Regardless of Su Luo's choice, they would unconditionally support him. Wait, Su Luo, you are being too hasty. I never stated that the temple does not welcome you, the deity called out, regaining his composure. So you mean to say we are permitted to cultivate here? Su Luo halted and inquired that I agree to your cultivation here. The deity replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. However, I have one condition. Is this a condition for practicing in the temple? Su Luo asked. Not quite. This is merely my personal request, the deity clarified. Speak, then, Su Luo urged. If one day Earth faces an invasion it cannot withstand, I hope you will step forward to safeguard it, the deity said, a hint of expectation in his voice. As Su Luo pondered for a moment before responding. I cannot guarantee that. I will not remain on Earth indefinitely. The deity's face fell, disappointment evident in his expression. However, I can promise you this. As long as I am on Earth, it shall not come to harm. Hearing this, the deity's expression softened slightly. Then it is settled. Popo, you shall oversee their training. Understood, deity, Popo replied. Should you have any requests, feel free to approach Popo, the deity added, addressing Su Luo and his companions. The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I find myself somewhat fatigued, the deity declared before turning to stride toward the palace, his silhouette tinged with solitude. Popo, with his coin-like eyes, watched the deity's retreating figure. Brother Su Luo, what you said just now, although I did not fully grasp it, felt incredibly impressive. The deity seemed quite shaken by your words. Lazi Li whispered in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Luo chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. After the deity's departure, Popo shifted his attention to Su Luo and his companions, grinning as he proclaimed, You three are the first humans in many years to enter the temple through your own strength. Frankly, I am quite pleased. In the days to come, you will all cultivate within the temple. Let me arrange accommodations for you. Thank you, Mr. Popo, Su Luo replied with a smile. Just call me Popo, he said with a grin, leading them into the palace and assigning them their respective rooms. Chapter 13. The House of Mental Time in the Temple Square. Before we begin our training, could you demonstrate your prowess? I would like to gauge your abilities before making further arrangements, Popo requested. Popo spoke. Allow me to go first. Lazi stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, exuding an eagerness to engage. Strike me, young one, Popo said calmly. Please enlighten me, Lazi replied, assuming a combat stance. With a swift motion, he left a series of afterimages in his wake, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Popo's dark visage. Though it appeared simple, it concealed an immense force. Popo merely raised his hand to absorb the blow effortlessly. That Lazi's expression turned serious as he regarded Popo. That punch had harnessed half of his strength, yet Popo had countered it with such ease that it was clear he needed to unleash his full potential. Resolving this, Lazi abandoned any reservations, channeling his formidable energy into a succession of punches, each heavier than the last. The sound of their fists colliding echoed as they exchanged blows in rapid succession. However, regardless of Lapisi's relentless assaults, Bobo's defense stood firm and unwavering, akin to an impregnable fortress. Observing Bobo's composed demeanor, Lapisi gritted his teeth, gathering a blue energy orb in one hand and hurling it towards him. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. In the face of the approaching energy orb, Bobo astonishingly opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Subsequently letting out a burp as a wisp of white smoke escaped his lips. "He consumed my energy orb." Lapisi gasped in shock. "Surely, he must be a monster. You possess a commendable foundation, though your unnecessary movements are somewhat excessive," Bobo remarked with an air of indifference. Lapisi nodded in acknowledgement. "Next, who among you will step forward?" "I shall," Lazi Li declared, her youthful face brimming with determination. "Strike me directly." Bobo responded in a nonchalant tone. Lazi Li focused intently, her gaze fixed upon Bobo as she sought an opening for her attack. Yet, she found herself perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Although Bobo stood casually, devoid of any defensive posture, he emanated an aura that made her feel utterly incapable of launching an effective strike. In the next instant, as if having discovered a vulnerability, Lazi Li shot forward like lightning, aiming her fists at Bobo's form. Just as her punch was about to land, Bobo moved, seemingly teleporting to another position, evading her strike effortlessly. Failing to connect, Lazi Li quickly pivoted to launch another attack, but Bobo, like a wraith, evaded her blows time and again. "Your footwork is disordered. You cannot settle your mind, thus you cannot strike me," Bobo advised while deftly dodging her assault. "To land a blow upon me, you must calm your thoughts and comprehend the swiftness of lightning." However, this profound wisdom was evidently beyond Lazi Li's current grasp. As she panted heavily yet continued her onslaught, Bobo's expression remained inscrutable as he seized Lazi Li's wrist and flung her away. She soared through the air for dozens of meters before finally regaining her footing. "Wow, that was impressive," she exclaimed, breathless. "That will suffice. I have noted your capabilities, and they are quite commendable," Bobo remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although Lazi Li's speed was lacking, her ability to sense his presence earned her Bobo's respect. "It is now my turn," Su Luo stated, fully aware of Bobo's prowess, opting against any preliminary tests. His battle power surged to 1379, having made slight progress since his encounter with the Red Ribbon Army. A torrent of energy manifested as a white aura enveloped his form, causing the atmosphere to grow dense. Both Lazi Li and Lapisi stood by, feeling the air grow thin, their breath quickening in response. Bobo's tranquil countenance shifted, revealing astonishment at Su Luo's power. With a light step, Su Luo appeared to Bobo's left. A powerful punch sliced through the air, creating a brief vacuum as it surged forth. The speed was astonishing, leaving no time for reaction. Yet, Bobo tilted slightly, evading the fierce blow at a bizarre angle. Anticipating Bobo's movement, Su Luo followed up with a swift sidekick, generating a heated friction with the air due to his velocity. Bobo raised his arm, bracing against the heavy strike, beads of sweat forming on his dark brow. One failed strike led to a series of clashes, the sound of their fists meeting resonating through the square. The two engaged in a flurry of hundreds of exchanges, leaving Lazi Li and Lapisi in a daze, their weak prowess rendering them unable to fully perceive the combat. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of two figures intertwining like two strands of white light, each impact igniting sparks and sending shockwaves rippling outward like ripples on water. This intense, visceral battle exhilarated Su Luo, his black eyes gleaming with fervor as his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. "Brother Su Luo is amazing," Lazi Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with pride as she beheld the soaring white aura, feeling as if the fighter on the field were a reflection of herself. The clash continued unabated, devoid of any embellishment, consisting solely of the raw exchange of fists and kicks. Ultimately, they separated after a fierce encounter, locking eyes as the atmosphere fell silent. Bobo, drenched in sweat and appearing quite disheveled, clearly had not held the upper hand during their contest. Su Luo fared slightly better, yet his expression was grave rather than triumphant, In terms of battle power, Bobo hovered around 1,000, significantly lower than Su Luo's, yet he had managed to sustain such a protracted engagement. To Su Luo's eyes, Bobo was rife with vulnerabilities, yet each time he launched an attack, Bobo evaded with an unfathomable grace, countering effectively. This was a scenario Su Luo had never encountered before. Perhaps this is what it truly means to achieve a state of tranquility. Su Luo mused. Indeed, as the celestial being remarked, you are formidable, and Bobo's strength is inferior to yours. Bobo regarded Su Luo with admiration, expressing his appreciation. You flatter me. It is you who is truly formidable. Su Luo replied with a wry smile. This is the manifestation of Bobo's years of diligent training. Bobo chuckled, then turned, hands clasped behind his back, and strode towards the palace. Ordinary training holds little value for you now. Please follow me. Very well. Inside the palace, the celestial being reclined upon the throne, peering through a crystal orb, not merely observing but scrutinizing the clash of the two. Alas, Su Luo's current strength invokes a tremor within me. I shudder to think of the terrifying presence that must accompany those extraterrestrial beings far beyond him. Should Earth ever face an invasion, we may lack even the capacity for resistance. This thought weighed heavily upon the celestial being. His brow furrowing in concern, his aged visage wearied further. Yet the prospect of Su Luo and his companions brought a gradual relief to his wrinkled face. Su Luo was the most gifted Earthling he had encountered since taking his position. His exceptional prowess at such a young age was remarkable, and his two companions also possessed notable talents. With proper cultivation, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of Earth in the future, under Bobo's guidance. The trio entered a mysterious chamber filled with the shadows of countless clocks. Lazi Li gazed around, captivated by the myriad reflections cast upon the walls, floor, and ceiling. Her curiosity piqued as she could not help but inquire. Bobo, where is this? This is the House of Temporal Spirit, a repository of all that has transpired in the past, present, and future, where the evolution of all things converges, Bobo explained. The House of Temporal Spirit. You say? Su Luo muttered to himself that he recalled that in the original text, Sun Wukong traversed this place, journeying back several centuries to the era of Wu Taidu, where he trained for a period of time. To his astonishment, Bobo had actually brought them here. Chapter 14. The Science of the Past. Su Luo, you have embarked on your own martial path. Bobo can no longer teach you anything. What you currently lack is merely combat experience. You must refine your martial skills through battle, and you understand this yourself, Bobo stated incisively as Su Luo nodded in agreement. This house of mental time records many powerful masters. Bobo can seek suitable opponents for you. Please follow me. The two approached a clock face devoid of hands, and Bobo retrieved two differently sized clock hands from his pocket, affixing them onto the clock. Instantly, the surface of the clock radiated a blue glow, and the hands spun rapidly. Following that, a cacophony of crackling lightning erupted, and the clock astonishingly transformed into a small black hole. The dark entrance emanated a sinister light, ensnaring the soul, standing beside it. Su Luo gazed curiously at the void. The depth of the shadowy entrance was indeterminate, yet it irresistibly beckoned exploration. Bobo, this? Su Luo attempted to inquire about where the black hole led. Bobo, extending his large, dark hand, gave him a gentle push. Su Luo lost his balance, stumbling forward and plummeting into the black hole. Observing Su Luo's descent, Bobo revealed a smile. Su Luo, this is an excellent opportunity for time travel. I hope you gained something from it. Hey, Bobo, what have you done? Where did Brother Su Luo go? Lazi Li, standing behind, questioned angrily upon witnessing Su Luo's sudden disappearance. La by C glared furiously. He's gone to the past. Rest assured, there'll be no issues. Look, Bobo exclaimed, producing a crystal ball from seemingly nowhere. The two peered closely, discovering that the crystal ball was displaying a scene from another world. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and devastation surrounded them, as if a massive battle had just taken place. The entire sky was enveloped in a crimson glow, creating an eerie atmosphere. In the midst of a ruin, 5 scions clad in combat attire, sporting tails, sat around a campfire. Ugh, this meat is truly unpalatable. One short, sharp-featured scion spat out the meat from his mouth, displaying his displeasure. Enough already. Who told you to strike so ruthlessly? You've turned this place into a disaster. Finding anything to eat is already a stroke of luck, grumbled a balding middle-aged scion, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Tisich, Captain, you can't blame me entirely for this. Hey, look over there. It seems something is approaching. A female scion pointed to the sky not far away. That moment, a black hole materialized in the sky, and Su Luo fell from its opening. His descent was rapid, and just as his head was about to make contact with the ground, Su Luo hurriedly activated his levitation technique, halting his fall. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he sighed, "Phew, my handsome face almost didn't make a teed-uppy by the way. Where is this?" Safely on the ground and surveying the surrounding devastation. Su Luo's expression turned contemplative. An illusion. No, this all feels too real. He clenched his fist, carefully sensing the blood coursing through his body. This sensation of reality did not seem illusory. 5 individuals are rapidly approaching me. Before Su Luo could gather his thoughts, he felt 5 powerful auras charging in his direction. These must be the opponents Mr. Bobo has found for me. 5 streaks of light streaked across the sky. And in mere moments, they arrived before Su Luo. To his surprise, his opponents were scions. How intriguing. Upon seeing their tails and the scouters on their faces, Su Luo immediately recognized them as the famed warrior race from the Dragon Ball world. Among the 5 scions, 4 men and 1 woman, there was a marked difference in height and build. The strongest among them was the bald middle-aged scion in the center, boasting a battle power of 1700, while the others were somewhat weaker. Tisich, just a puny little fighter. I thought it was something significant, wasting my time. Hey, useless brat, how do you want to die? The short scion pressed a button on his scouter, and upon seeing the displayed data, a cruel smirk spread across his face. You ugly little gourd, seeking death. Hearing the diminutive scion incessantly refer to him as a brat, Su Luo's irritation flared, his voice icy as he retorted. What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? I was going to grant you a swift death, but now I shall savor your suffering, making you wish for life yet unable to escape death. The short scion, evidently incensed, approached Su Luo with a menacing grin, his fists crackling with anticipation as he concocted malicious ideas. Hey cow, remember to leave him alive for me, to teach a lesson. The only female scion, possessing striking features and an alluring figure, licked her lips, her gaze burning with desire as she eyed the exceptionally handsome Su Luo, having grown tired of her unremarkable teammates and the bizarre extraterrestrials. The sudden appearance of such a dashing youth ignited an inexplicable urge for conquest within her. Upon hearing the female scion's words, the short scion, named Cao's eyes glinted with malice. This wretched woman, who usually ignores me, suddenly flaunts herself like this. It's all this damn brat's fault. Cao seethed internally, his walking transformed into a sprint, leaving behind a blurred afterimage as he swung his palm towards Su Luo's face. A cold expression crossed Su Luo's features. This little gourd dared to strike him? He extended his hand, mimicking the same motion. However, his movement was swifter, more forceful, and more precise, before Cao's hand could reach him. Su Luo's palm struck Cao's face first. Smack! A crisp sound resonated through the air as Cao's contorted expression froze, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the remnants of a wall. Curse you, you insufferable brat. I will not forgive you. A cacophony of enraged howls emerged from the rubble. Moments later, a burst of white light erupted from the debris, the stones disintegrating into dust. Cao emerged from the wreckage. One hand clutching his bruised face, a searing pain radiated from his features, blood oozing from his mouth, several front teeth missing, leaving behind gaping holes, rendering his already unattractive visage even more grotesque. Ha ha, Cao. Are you even capable? You let a mere little fighter slap you. No wonder Rita looks down on you. The other scions, witnessing the unchanged reading on the scouter, still at 5, instinctively assumed Cao had been accidentally struck by Su Luo. And thus they mocked him. With arms crossed, they observed the spectacle, showing no intention of intervening. Rita, the female scion, wore a particularly scornful expression. This only fueled Cao's fury further, and his battle powers surged slightly. Faced with opponents stronger than himself, Cao dared not speak out against them. Instead, he unleashed his wrath upon Su Luo. "I will ensure your demise. You shall die." Cao's crimson eyes fixated on Su Luo. Blood mixed with saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth, creating an exceedingly repulsive sight. "Just because of your pathetic self?" Su Luo regarded him with a frigid expression, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Indeed, upon hearing Su Luo's derision, Cao's eyes instantly reddened, and he charged forward with a flurry of lethal strikes aimed at him. Su Luo merely shifted his feet slightly, effortlessly evading these assaults, observing the scion gradually succumbing to madness. Su Luo chuckled disdainfully. Despite possessing immense strength, he lacked the finesse to wield it and relied solely on brute force. Such an opponent rendered Su Luo's interest in combat utterly diminished. He lifted his foot and sent Cao flying away. Subsequently, he gathered a blue shockwave between his palms and directed it at the tumbling Cao. With a thunderous explosion, Cao was obliterated in an instant, reduced to a cloud of powder that scattered in the air. The sudden turn of events left several onlooking scions momentarily dumbfounded. "This is bad. He is a master capable of concealing his energy. Let's attack together." The middle-aged scion leader, witnessing the spike in the detector's readings, immediately made a judgment call. The four formed an encirclement, each gathering energy balls in their hands, launching them towards Su Luo in perfect synchrony. "Hey, handsome, if you survive, I promise to take good care of you." Rita's voice dripped with allure, yet her face bore a cruel expression. As a competent scion warrior, she understood that one must be merciless towards the enemy, regardless of how attractive they appeared. She would show no mercy. Countless energy blasts swiftly sealed off Su Luo's escape routes, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. In the face of such an overwhelming offensive, Su Luo displayed a manic grin. This was the kind of battle he had longed for. Chapter 15. Victory. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions comparable to nuclear bombs erupted around Su Luo, sending shockwaves that surged in waves, the terrifying energy ripples stirring violent gusts, as if the very earth were on the verge of collapsing. After the explosions, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. "Haha, Captain, that little brat must be dead by now. Our combined attack would obliterate even a master with a power level of 2,000. Let alone a mere child with less than 1,400. The scion captain cackled. "What a pity for such a handsome boy. I was looking forward to toying with him." Rita licked her red lips. Feigning regret, gazing at the smoke-shrouded ruins, she pressed a button on the detector. As expected, there's no life sign. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Rita's face. However, in the next instant, her expression shifted drastically. Staring at the numbers relayed by her visor, the direction indicating, she quickly shifted her gaze, and upon seeing Su Luo behind the scion captain, she urgently shouted, "Captain, watch out! He's right behind you, what?" The scion captain was momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. "Has no one ever told you not to celebrate too early?" A chilling voice resonated from behind him. The scion captain's body stiffened as a cold wave surged from his feet to his heart. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. He looked down to find a pale hand emerging from his heart, crimson blood dripping from the fingertips. So fast. The captain managed to utter a few words before darkness enveloped his vision, and he succumbed to death, his body lifeless. Su Luo flung the corpse aside, and glancing at his blood-stained hand, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. That moment had been perilously close. Thankfully, he had invoked time freeze to evade it. Otherwise, enduring that barrage of attacks would have left him crippled, if not dead. Witnessing the swift and decisive demise of their strongest leader sent chills down the spines of the remaining three. No matter how foolish or arrogant they were, they could no longer dismiss Su Luo's prowess. "Damn it, this kid is no ordinary foe. We might not stand a chance. Rita, contact the other team and request reinforcements." "I'll buy you time." The two male scions exchanged grim looks and charged forward. Rita gritted her teeth, extending her finger to tap on the detector, seemingly transmitting information. Observing this, Su Luo grinned wickedly but did not intervene. He then engaged in combat with the two scions. Each possessed greater power than him and boasted extensive experience in life-or-death battles. Their coordination impeccable, making it challenging for Su Luo to contend with them initially. However, that was merely a temporary setback. He soon adapted to the rhythm of the fight, gradually turning the tide. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed two rapid punches, striking the two scions at their most vulnerable points. The scions were knocked back, spewing blood as they flew away. With his palms facing each other and fingers interlocked, Su Luo formed an irregular diamond shape, directing it at the two retreating scions. A burst of golden light emanated from his hands, arcs of electricity dancing between his palms, accompanied by crackling sounds as he prepared a devastating blow. The two scions, locked onto by a surge of energy, watched in horror as the detector's reading skyrocketed to 2900, a terrifying thought lingering in their minds. It's over. Kamehameha! With a deep rumble, a dazzling golden light erupted from Su Luo, a diamond-shaped wave of energy surging forth from his palms. Imbued with the power to annihilate all in an instant, the light wave swept past, reducing the two scions to mere dust scattered across the realm. As the brilliance faded, a profound chasm carved through the earth. Splitting it in two, huffing slightly, Su Luo gazed at the gaping ravine before him. The Kamehameha was a technique several times more potent than the Kamehameha wave itself. Its power was undeniable, though it consumed a significant amount of energy. Shifting his gaze, he caught sight of Rita, who stood dazed not far away. With deliberate steps, he advanced towards her, each footfall echoing in her fragile psyche. She swallowed hard, instinctively retreating several paces in fear. "Stay back. My kin will arrive shortly. You can still escape?" "Oh, escape? I have no intention of doing so," Su Luo replied coldly. "Damn it, don't think I'm afraid of you, Dai." As Su Luo approached, Rita screamed at the top of her lungs, unleashing a barrage of blue energy waves from her hands, as if this could afford her a sense of security. Observing this, Su Luo couldn't help but muse. The prince's battle tactics never go out of style. After his moment of reflection, he casually waved his hand, deflecting all the energy waves behind him. Continuing his advance, the energy waves erupted, creating deep craters in the ground. Seeing her attacks ineffective, Rita's vicious demeanor transformed in an instant, softening into a coy tone laced with seduction. "Hey, little brother, I was just joking. What do you think of your big sister? If you let me go, I can show you the pleasures of life." This rapid change in demeanor was quicker than turning a page in a book. As Su Luo looked at her, somewhat speechless, Rita, noticing the boy's indifference, bit her lip and suddenly tore off her battle suit, exposing her body to the air. That a strikingly fair figure caught Su Luo's eye. "So, what do you think, little brother? Am I beautiful? You can have your way with me in any position you desire." Gazing at the somewhat astonished Su Luo, Rita feigned shyness, lowering her head while her right hand stealthily moved behind her, gathering an energy sphere. Before she could proceed with her next move, a golden energy beam pierced through her forehead in an instant. "Apologies, dear sister, but I am not a little brother," he added coldly, "and you are far from attractive." Rita's lifeless body slowly slumped to the ground, her face frozen in an expression of disbelief. Well, at least she was quite fair and ample. What a pity. Su Luo could not help but cast a furtive glance at a certain location before retracting his gaze. He subsequently concentrated his energy to conjure an energy orb, obliterating Rita's lifeless body in broad daylight. Such an act was utterly disgraceful. Ahead lay an arduous battle yet to be fought. He decided to take a moment to recuperate and restore his strength. Su Luo promptly settled into a cross-legged position, regulating his breath. With each inhalation and exhalation, the energy within him gradually surged. One must admit, the super recovery talent indeed boasted remarkable restorative capabilities that in but a brief while. His vitality had nearly returned to its former state. Rising to his feet, he sensed 6 formidable presences within his range of perception. 6 even more powerful adversaries are approaching. That a subtle smile graced his lips as he emanated an air of combat readiness. Prepared to embrace the impending conflict, within the House of Time, Popo, Lazi Li, and Lapisai observed Su Luo's battle through a crystal sphere. Each bore a distinct expression. Time manipulation, perhaps? Popo displayed an enigmatic smile, contemplating Su Luo's struggle. lost in thought. Conversely, Lazi Li was filled with trepidation. Upon witnessing Su Luo ensnared by an array of energy orbs, her heart nearly clenched, and she struggled to breathe. Yet when she saw Su Luo emerge unscathed and retaliate against 3 scions, her countenance brightened. However, upon witnessing the final scene, her fury ignited. Her expression fierce, fists clenched tightly, she yearned to leap into the crystal sphere and deliver a sound thrashing to that shameless woman. Then, glancing at her unremarkable teddy bear, she muttered, "Could it be that Brother Su Luo prefers the grander sort?" Lapis' eyes focus diverged from that of his sister. Enthralled by the intense confrontation, his blood surged with excitement. As Su Luo vanquished Rita, the imagery within the crystal sphere abruptly ceased. Popo stowed the crystal sphere away and inquired, "What are your thoughts after witnessing Su Luo's battle?" Without hesitation, Lapis declared, "Brother Su Luo is incredibly strong. However, I will surely train to surpass him in strength." Lazi Li pondered for a moment before saying, "I simply wish to stay by Brother Su Luo's side. For that, I will strive diligently in my training." Popo beamed, "A commendable aspiration. Follow me. I shall train you earnestly." With that, he led the way out of the House of Time. The two exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 16. The Divine Meditation Technique on the Battlefield. An even more intense clash was underway. Countless craters marred the ground, and several corpses lay sprawled within. Half buried beneath mud and debris, a violent whirlwind spiraled chaotically, lifting waves of energy amidst the ominous crimson sky, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. After Su Luo dispatched the last foe, he collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, his garments were tattered, wounds numerous, his body drenched in blood, rendering it indistinguishable whether it belonged to him or his enemies. That it was his first time in such a disheveled state. Gazing at the scarlet night sky, feeling the pain coursing through him, Su Luo offered a bitter smile. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he retrieved a mystical bean from his spatial pocket and began to chew. Gulp, Su Luo swallowed the mystical bean whole, and it instantly transformed into a rich essence of energy, mending his broken physique. In the next moment, he was fully revitalized. "How do you fare, Su Luo?" A deep voice resonated. Popo had silently appeared beside him. Su Luo grinned. "I'm holding up well." Through this battle, the skills he had mastered had been thoroughly honed, with seamless integration of techniques, and he no longer felt any awkwardness or stiffness. His combat experience had surged significantly. "Popo, this world is a remnant of the past, is it not?" "Indeed, Su Luo. So, will my actions here affect the future?" Su Luo inquired curiously. "In this regard, it will not," Popo clarified. "This realm is merely a recorded moment within the House of Time. The original history has already transpired, and you are but an experiencer. Your actions will not alter anything. For once you exit, this place will revert to its original state." Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. "It resembled a gaming simulator. He was merely a player, not the programmer. We ought to return." Popo produced a clock, gently adjusting the hour hand, and a spatial rift materialized before them. He stepped through with purposeful strides that Su Luo's eyes flickered momentarily before he followed suit. As the two departed, the rift sealed behind them, and the world around them underwent a dramatic transformation, as if time were reversing, restoring everything to its primordial form. After a brief shift in scenery, Su Luo and Popo found themselves back in the House of Time. The presence of Lazi Li and Lapis had vanished. After inquiring, Su Luo learned they were practicing in the temple plaza, which eased his mind. Observing Su Luo's weariness, Popo advised, "Su Luo, you should rest. The continuous battles have kept your spirit taut, which is not conducive." Su Luo nodded in agreement, thanked Popo, and made his way to his chamber. After a brief cleansing, he reclined on his bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, after a light breakfast, Su Luo intended to train in the House of Time. Popo readily acquiesced, leading him along the winding corridors of the temple until they arrived at the House of Time. The House of Time was a wondrous place. Within, a year could pass while merely a day elapsed outside. The interior resembled a vast, white expanse, with harsh conditions and extreme temperature fluctuations ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to -40. The gravity was 10 times that of Earth. To remain in such an expansive, desolate environment for an entire year was undoubtedly a tremendous trial for the mind. Those with weak wills or scattered focus were prone to hallucinations. The average person could not endure prolonged exposure. Su Luo, Bobo has already provided you with a comprehensive overview of the House of Time, so I shall refrain from reiterating, Bobo stated. However, one crucial point to remember. Your stay here must not exceed 2 years. Otherwise, you risk becoming lost in a different dimension and may never return. Bobo cautioned. Su Luo nodded, acknowledging the warning. By the way, I have a book for you. Bobo carefully retrieved a tome from within his robes and extended it to Su Luo. Su Luo accepted it, inspecting the book closely. It appeared quite antiquated, with 5 prominent characters inscribed on the cover. Divine Meditation Technique. This is a mental meditation secret technique crafted with immense dedication by the original divine being, initially intended as a legacy for the next generation. However, no one has ever successfully mastered it, leaving it dormant for ages. The divine being instructed me to present this book to you, stating that, given your talents, you may be able to learn it. The divine being is unexpectedly generous. Bobo, please convey my gratitude to the divine being. Su Luo smiled. Very well, focus on your training. Bobo shall take his leave now. With a broad smile, Bobo departed. The divine meditation technique. Su Luo mused as he regarded the book in his hands. He then opened its pages and began to read intently. The more he delved into it, the more astonished he became, unwittingly losing himself in its depths. After considerable time, Su Luo closed the book, exclaiming, "The original divine being is indeed a prodigious talent." Ordinary mental meditation enhances spiritual energy and combat prowess through contemplation. In contrast, the divine meditation technique not only elevates spiritual energy and combatability, but also augments one's dimensionality. In the universe, every being is distinctly categorized by level, with dimension signifying the rank of existence. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ordinary beings, humans, belong to the first dimension, while entities like cat immortals reside in the second dimension, and celestial beings exist in the third dimension. Such dimensional beings exert their influence solely within a single planet. Thus they are classified as planetary level. The King of Hell, the Realm King, and the Great Realm King correspond to the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions, representing the Galactic Tier. The Apprentice Realm King God, the Realm King God, Destruction God, and angels correspond to the 7th, 8th, and 9th dimensions, classified as cosmic level. The Omni King, however, is an existence of unparalleled supremacy, belonging to the 10th dimension. Though a higher dimension does not necessarily equate to greater power, it guarantees survival. This notion alone stirred Su Luo's heart. After all, no matter how formidable a mortal's combat strength may be, what good is it after a century when they become mere dust? The fleeting beauty of ephemeral moments is not what Su Luo seeks. Generally speaking, it is an extraordinary feat for mortals to elevate their dimension through cultivation. Yet the celestial meditation technique indeed makes this possible. To practice the celestial meditation technique, one must possess formidable mental strength, a criterion that Su Luo fortunately meets. All things in the world are composed of primordial energy, with every living organism containing a form of qi, albeit minuscule, far inferior to the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The celestial meditation technique serves as a bridge, utilizing immense mental strength to guide the wandering primordial energy into one's body, nurturing cells and refining the physical form. As the mental strength becomes more refined, the body simultaneously grows stronger. With continuous cultivation, life undergoes perpetual sublimation, elevating both dimension and the potential within the human body. This is a lengthy process, reminiscent of the cultivation concepts found in novels from his previous life. Su Luo even harbored doubts about whether this original celestial being was perhaps a fellow traveler like himself. Never mind, he thought. Let us give it a T or Y. Su Luo sat cross-legged, akin to a monk in deep meditation, his eyes firmly shut. He began meditating according to the cultivation methods recorded in the book. Time passed slowly, second by second. He lost track of how long had elapsed. The aura surrounding Su Luo transformed into an ethereal mist, enveloped in a haze. Dots of white light, dreamlike in appearance, danced around him and gradually merged into his body like drops of water merging into the vast ocean. This marked his entry into a meditative state. Had Bobo been present, witnessing such a spectacle, he would have been utterly astonished. The meditation technique, which had eluded celestial beings throughout the ages, was successfully mastered by Su Luo on his very first attempt. After an indeterminate period, Su Luo opened his eyes, a glimmer of misty light flashing within them. It seemed the celestial meditation technique was not so difficult to cultivate after all. Feeling the enhancements in his energy, vitality, mental strength, and other aspects, Su Luo muttered to himself that it felt as if the celestial meditation technique was tailor-made for him. Intuitive and easily grasped, he pondered how past celestial beings had cultivated, questioning whether it was merely a matter of innate talent. However, that seemed unlikely, as those who ascended to celestial status undoubtedly possessed exceptional gifts. He was unaware of the talents of previous celestial beings, but the current celestial being was a prodigious genius from Mike Star, undeniably gifted. Unable to fathom the reasons, Su Luo chose to let it go. Observing the white expanse before him, he smiled. Rising to his feet, he began to walk forward. The moment his foot touched the white world, an unparalleled heaviness descended upon him, making every movement a challenge. Su Luo felt as if every part of his body, every single cell, was enduring unimaginable gravitational forces with a swing of his fist. Though laborious, he found it within his limits and proceeded to perform simple actions. Running, squatting, doing push-ups, throwing punches, and kicking. Time continued to pass, second by second. Chapter 17. The results of cultivation in the divine temple time flowed relentlessly, the years slipping by like a swift current. Another year had passed on Earth, yet for Su Luo and his companions, 3 years had elapsed. 3 years was ample time for substantial change. Su Luo's days were filled with purpose. He either cultivated in the time chamber or engaged in battles within the time-space. That on this day, in the plaza of the divine temple, gentle sunlight cascaded upon the white stone floor, which shimmered like a river under the radiant glow. Bathed in sunlight, Su Luo wore a solemn expression. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from him, surrounding him in a layer of white flames. That Lo Xian fist. As the words left his lips, the white flame surrounding him instantly transformed into blue and white, amplifying his power threefold. He had finally achieved a threefold enhancement. Gazing at his hand encircled by the blue-white flames, Su Luo smiled faintly before dispersing the flames. After 3 years of introspection, he had thoroughly absorbed the martial knowledge in his mind, integrating it into a new skill, the Lo Xian fist. His Lo Xian fist bore similarities to the Realm King fist, both being enhancement-type skills. However, unlike the Realm King fist, which placed immense strain on the body for a brief duration, the Lo Xian fist was comparatively light and sustained. Yet, increasing the multiplier proved to be a challenge, requiring significant effort. Thus far, he had only reached a threefold enhancement. Opening his personal panel. Host. Su Luo. Age. 16 years. Dimension. Second level. Immortal 48. Note. Progressing to 100 allows advancement to the next tier. Dimensional levels range from low to high. Mortal. Immortal. Celestial. King of Hell. Realm King. Great Realm King. Apprentice Realm King God. Realm King God. Angel. Omni King, corresponding to levels 1 through 10. Talent. Martial Heart. Temporal Spatial Power Bloodline. Huaxia. Yan Huang Bloodline. Skills. Celestial Meditation Technique. Time Stop. Instantaneous Movement. Spatial Dimension / Flight Technique. Lo Xian Fist Threefold. Chi Cannon. Omitting previously mentioned skills. Combat Power. Evaluation. In the cosmos, you barely qualify as a minor expert. After 3 years of cultivation, his strength had skyrocketed, soaring from over 1,000 to 35,000. That although his combat power stood at 35,000, in terms of overall strength, he felt confident that he could easily defeat a Captain Ginu, even if that captain's combat power reached 120,000. This was Su Luo's unwavering confidence. Regarding skills, the time stop ability had increased from freezing time for 0.3 seconds to 0.5 seconds, allowing him to effortlessly freeze opponents with combat power not exceeding 100,000. He had mastered instantaneous movement, now capable of transporting others along with him, the range of which was contingent upon his spatial awareness, currently limited to movement within a planet. The flight techniques surpassed the dance of air in both speed and energy efficiency. Spatial Dimension Slash was an offensive technique capable of tearing through space with unparalleled cutting power. His dimensional advancement had been somewhat sluggish. After 3 years, he had only reached the same level as the Cat Immortal. If the Cat Immortal were present and heard such words, they might very well raise their cane and challenge him. What did he mean by this same level? It took them centuries of cultivation to attain their dimension. Yet Su Luo dismissed it lightly. Calculating the time, Lazi Li and Lazi Li should be emerging from the time chamber soon. His cultivation in the Divine Temple could come to a conclusion. It was time to depart. Before that, a shower would be most refreshing. Su Luo stretched lazily and, with a flash, vanished from his spot. In the bathroom. After washing up, Su Luo stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection. With a hint of vanity, he remarked, truly handsome. How can someone be this good-looking? At 16 years of age, standing at 6 feet tall, with a statuesque physique and distinctly defined, deep facial features, he resembled a Greek sculpture. His dark, profound eyes exuding a wild, unrestrained, and alluring charm. Beneath the coconut trees of the Divine Temple, Su Luo idly played with butterflies. Just then, 2 overwhelming and terrifying auras seemingly descended from another world, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly under their might. They're here, Su Luo mused, sensing the familiar auras with a faint smile. Brother Su Luo, a delicate and ethereal voice emanated from the entrance of the temple. Su Luo turned at the sound and beheld a tall young girl stepping forth from within the tender age of 13. Lazi Li had transformed from a mere child into a graceful maiden. Standing at over 1.60 meters, her waist-length golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, while her ice-blue starry eyes occasionally revealed a hint of tenderness. Her unadorned face, radiant as the dawn's light upon snow, was simply breathtaking, and her well-developed figure occasionally showcased alluring curves. Each smile and frown was profoundly captivating. Su Luo found himself momentarily entranced. It seemed his little girl had truly grown up. Upon noticing Su Luo, who was lost in thought beneath the tree, Lazi Li's lips curled into a charming smile. With a light tap of her toes, she appeared before him as if by teleportation and leaped into his embrace. Murmuring, "Brother Su Luo, it's been so long. I've missed you so much." Gently pinching her cherubic cheeks, Su Luo scrutinized her closely, marveling at how the little girl had blossomed into a striking young woman, her strength evidently having increased significantly. Due to Lazi Li's unabated energy, Su Luo sensed a formidable power radiating from her. By combat standards, her prowess might be estimated around 6,000. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Given her earthly lineage, reaching such heights at a young age undoubtedly marked her as a prodigious talent. Indeed. Lazi Li proudly lifted her chin, her pretty face beaming with satisfaction. "Hey, you two, stop being so lovey-dovey in broad daylight. Brother Su Luo, get up quickly. I wish to challenge you." Lapis, having appeared by their side unbeknownst to them, crossed his arms and declared with an air of arrogance, "Oh, do you believe you stand a chance?" Su Luo chuckled at him, having grown accustomed to Lapis seeking him out for sparring sessions, which invariably ended with Lapis leaving in disappointment, yet undeterred, with every modicum of progress. He would eagerly return to challenge Su Luo. "Of course, today is different. My strength has greatly improved," Lapis asserted confidently. After a year of training in the Spirit Time Room, his power had surged, and in terms of combat ability, he surpassed even his sister Lazi Li. "Very well, let me witness the fruits of your year-long training," Su Luo said, gesturing for Lazi Li to rise from his embrace. Reluctantly, she complied, casting Lapis a fierce glare. Lapis merely shrugged it off dismissively in the central plaza of the temple. The two faced off for a brief moment. Lapis made the first move, his agility akin to lightning, and in an instant, his attack was upon Su Luo, the fierce wind from his punch tousling Su Luo's hair. What was initially perceived as a battle of equals, however, took an unexpected turn. Ouch! Don't hit my face, brother Su Luo. If you strike my face again, I shall be quite upset. Upset, are we? Ouch! Brother Su Luo, I yield. Lapis pleaded for mercy. Su Luo retracted his fist and glanced at Lapis, now bruised and battered, a smile breaking across his face as he praised. It seems you have indeed made significant progress. You can now withstand 36 of my strikes. Lazi Li, witnessing the dramatic scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lapis shot a resentful glance at Su Luo before pulling a healing bean from his pocket. Chewing it a few times before swallowing it, in no time his injuries were fully healed. Haha, such vitality and youth. At that moment, the Heavenly God and Bobo approached. Heavenly God, Bobo, your arrival is timely. I was just about to bid you farewell. Leaving already? The Heavenly God appeared taken aback. Su Luo nodded. The Heavenly God's gaze lingered on Su Luo, Lazi Li, and Lapis for a few moments before he sighed, realizing that their strength had far surpassed his comprehension. He inquired softly, Su Luo, have you truly no intention of becoming a Heavenly God? You know I have no such aspirations. And you, Lazi Li? The Heavenly God asked, filled with hope that, I want to, wherever brother Su Luo goes. I shall follow. Lazi Li fervently shook her head. The Heavenly God felt a touch of disappointment as he turned his last glimmer of hope towards Lapis. The two have no desire. The temple is dreadfully dull. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it, Lapis declared outright, waving his hands in rejection. The Heavenly God smiled wryly, reminiscing about the arduous struggles he had endured in his youth to compete for the position of Heavenly God against his old rival. Yet here were Su Luo and his companions, seemingly indifferent, a bitter irony indeed. Heavenly God, you shall one day have a worthy successor, Su Luo remarked with a smile. Future, you say? The Heavenly God gazed deeply at Su Luo before also smiling. Very well. Since your hearts lie elsewhere, I shall not impose. Pursue your dreams. You have a long journey ahead. Heavenly God, Bobo, thank you for your care during my time in the temple, Su Luo said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Lazi Li and Lapis mimicked his gesture, expressing their thanks as well. Chapter 18, Baozi Mountain, where dreams begin. Brother Su Luo, Lazi Li, I shall not accompany you. I wish to wander the world alone. Lapis announced. Take care, Su Luo and Lazi Li nodded, offering no objections. Each person has their own path to tread. Lapis had his journey, and they had theirs. The fledgling eagle must learn to soar. Farewells are but a prelude to better reunions. Take this bag of healing beans. Use them sparingly. Su Luo retrieved a substantial bag of beans from his space and tossed it to him. Thank you, brother Su Luo. Lapis caught it without a glance. Tucking it into his pocket, farewell. Lapis waved before erupting in energy, transforming into a streak of light as he flew downward. We should also depart. Heavenly God, Bobo, until we meet again. Su Luo wrapped his arm around Lazi Li's slender waist and bid farewell to the two figures in the background before vanishing from sight. The temple would soon return to its tranquility. Observing the empty plaza, the Heavenly God reflected with a sigh. Bobo grinned widely. Before departing, Su Luo glanced at the few healing beans remaining in his space. Feeling somewhat troubled, he sensed that the cat immortal should have some stock left, so he pondered for a moment before visiting the cat immortal once again. After some bargaining, Su Luo successfully convinced the cat immortal to part with all his healing beans. Oh no, it should be called a transaction. For this, Su Luo paid a hefty price of 1 ton of fish, which pained him greatly. However, seeing the 2,000 additional healing beans in his space brightened his spirits. Hee, brother Su Luo, you're so cunning. Lazi Li laughed upon witnessing Su Luo acquire all the cat immortal's healing beans for merely 1 ton of fish. Why now? She was no longer the naive little girl. She understood the value of the healing beans all too well. Healing beans were treasures for recovery. Honestly, if sold in the city, a single bean could fetch hundreds or even thousands of times the value of a ton of fish. Hey, Lazi Li, your wording is incorrect. This is not being cunning. A transaction is a matter of mutual consent. If he is willing and I am willing. What is this? It is called a pleasant cooperation. Su Luo promptly corrected her. earning an exasperated eye roll from Lazi Li. Oh, where shall we go now? Well, after such prolonged training, let's unwind a bit and explore the city, shall we? Su Luo suggested after a moment's thought. His food supplies had long been depleted, and it was time to stock up on provisions once more. Yay! I haven't been shopping in ages. Let us go. Let us go. Upon hearing those words, Lazi Li's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Su Luo's arm. Urging him on, Su Luo chuckled softly, realizing that the girl must have been quite stifled during her training at the temple. Taking her delicate, fragile hand, he attuned himself to the surrounding environment and selected a suitable city. And with a swift motion, they vanished from their spot in the blink of an eye. Several days had elapsed. Baozi Mountain, a remote area situated thousands of kilometers away from the city. The landscape was adorned with undulating mountains, dense forests, and meandering streams. The rugged trails offered a picturesque yet challenging terrain. Due to its inaccessibility and the frequent presence of wild beasts, the sparsely populated yet resource-rich Baozi Mountain resembled a hidden paradise. Today's breakfast would consist of that very fish beside a pond. Perched on a massive boulder, a young boy with a crab-like head widened his eyes, observing the water intently. Upon spotting a moving shadow beneath the surface, he immediately broke into a grin. He then turned his body, flicking his tail into the water as if to fish. The fierce fish in the pond seemed to notice the tail dangling above, and with a sudden snap of its jaws, it surged toward him. Anticipating this, the boy quickly withdrew his tail. The fish leapt from the water, creating a tremendous splash. Seizing the opportunity, the boy executed a powerful kick mid-air. Striking the fish and rendering it unconscious, he grasped the fish by its tail, triumphantly dragging it from the water. What a bountiful catch it was! The boy flashed a bright smile, joyfully hauling the large fish back home. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Su Luo and Lazi Li arrived at the same location. To their astonishment, they discovered such a beautiful place on Earth that Lazi Li's enchanting eyes darted about, curiously surveying the serene and elegant surroundings. The air imbued with an intoxicating fragrance. Indeed, it was a splendid locale for cultivating one's character. Su Luo couldn't help but marvel at how both Master Roshi and Son Gohan truly knew how to savor life. Whether it was Kame House or Baozi Mountain, both were ideal for retirement. This where Sun Wukong resides? Lazi Li inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Su Luo nodded. What kind of person is he? A very interesting child. As they traveled, the pair opted not to fly, but instead meandered along the mountain path, pausing occasionally to admire the breathtaking scenery of Baozi Mountain. After some time, they arrived before a charming structure rich in Chinese architectural style. The quaint house was constructed of red and white bricks, topped with a blue glazed roof, and adorned with two large doors featuring the character Fu, exuding warmth and hospitality. There, a young boy with a crab-like head was busy roasting a large fish over a fire. Dear Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. As the excitement unfolds, the boy was none other than Sun Wukong, standing at a mere 1 meter tall. Noticing that only little Wukong was outside, and that Bulma was absent, Su Luo deduced that the story had yet to commence. Little Wukong fixated on the golden-brown fish sizzling over the flames, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing a droplet of saliva to escape from the corner of his mouth. Wiping it away, he was eager to pounce and take a hearty bite. A voice interrupted his actions that, hello there. Little Wukong froze, turning his head to find two humanoid figures before him. He quickly grasped the Rui Jingu Bang on his back, eyeing Su Luo and Lazi Li with suspicion. What kind of monsters are you? Do you seek to steal my food? I shall not part with it. Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle at the adorably naive little Wukong, having lived a sheltered life. He had only encountered his grandfather, Son Gohan, and had never seen another human. That we are not monsters. We are humans, just like you, Su Luo explained with a smile. Huh, you are humans too? Indeed. Little Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Scratching his head before sheathing his Rui Jingu Bang, he curiously circled around them a few times. How peculiar. You both lack tails. Shouldn't all boys have tails? Oh, wait. You must both be girls. This. Lazi Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Luo's expression darkened. The to be mistaken for a girl was rather vexing, even if he understood that Sun Wukong was innocent and naive. Suppressing the urge to lash out, Su Luo took a deep breath and calmly explained the distinction between men and women. What is a man? What is a woman? Little Wukong, somewhat bewildered, nodded, realizing that this older brother was also a boy, while the seemingly delicate individual beside him was indeed a girl. How complicated. Never mind that my grandfather told me to treat guests well. Since I just roasted a fish, let us eat together. Little Wukong scratched his head, revealing a wide, toothy grin. All right, Su Luo smiled gently. Chapter 19. Sun Wukong. The three of them sat around the fire. Little Wukong had roasted the fish without any seasonings, not even salt. He had simply cleaned it and placed it directly over the flames. Su Luo and Lazi Li sampled a few bites before losing interest. Although the fish was fresh and palatable, it lacked flavor. However, Little Wukong devoured it with great enthusiasm, grease dripping from his mouth, and within no time, he had consumed more than half the fish. After finishing his meal, Little Wukong patted his belly, wearing a satisfied smile. Big brother Su Luo, you seem quite formidable. Can we have a sparring match? Little Wukong exclaimed eagerly. Su Luo was tempted to decline, as Little Wukong's combat prowess was around a mere 10 points, and he lacked the enthusiasm for a duel. However, seeing the boy's excited expression sparked an idea in his mind. Surely, such a cute boy would cry if he were to lose. Very well. The area in front of the little house was spacious enough to serve as a suitable arena for their match. Prior to the duel, Little Wukong politely clasped his hands together and performed a martial arts salute towards Su Luo, then assumed a combat stance. Su Luo stood opposite him, beckoning with a finger. Lazi Li watched from the side, shaking her head in resignation. Here we go again. My brother is about to bully the weak. As anticipated, after a series of slaps and sounds, Little Wukong lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. His body bore bruises of various colors, as if he had been subjected to inhumane treatment. How's that? Do you wish to continue? Su Luo crossed his arms, standing beside Little Wukong with a grin. Little Wukong, startled, sprang up from the ground, shaking his head fervently. I don't want to fight anymore. Big brother Su Luo, you are so strong. I am not your match yet. Seeing Little Wukong's apprehensive demeanor, Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Though the boy appeared quite disheveled, he had only sustained minor injuries. Thanks to his scion constitution, it wouldn't be long before he bounced back to his lively self. Once recovered, Little Wukong approached Su Luo with renewed enthusiasm. Big brother Su Luo, let me train with you. Su Luo considered it for a moment and decided it would be a good idea. After all, waiting here was rather dull. He agreed to teach him for a few days. Please, big brother Su Luo, teach me martial arts. I wish to become stronger. Seeing that Su Luo had yet to respond, Little Wukong grew anxious and asked again. All right, Su Luo nodded in agreement. Then let us begin now. Little Wukong impatiently exclaimed. Su Luo chuckled, acknowledging that Sun Wukong truly was a martial arts enthusiast, albeit a rather hasty one. Don't rejoice too soon, if you wish for me to teach you martial arts. There are conditions. What do you mean by conditions? A large question mark flashed in Little Wukong's mind. Su Luo replied, it means I will assign you a task, and only upon its successful completion will I teach you martial arts. Ah, I see. Just tell me what to do, and I shall accomplish it. Little Wukong said with a cheerful grin. Su Luo picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and inscribed the character Luo upon it. Take a good look at this stone. Remember it well. Little Wukong scrutinized the stone carefully and nodded. With a slight flick of his wrist, Su Luo sent the stone soaring like a cannonball into the distance. Retrieve that stone for me. Remember, if you do not return before nightfall, consider it a failure, and I shall not teach you martial arts. I shall go at once. I will definitely bring back the stone. Little Wukong's heart raced, and he immediately dashed off in pursuit of the stone. Stone, stone, where are you? Little Wukong's innocent voice faded into the distance. Su Luo, you seem to hold Sun Wukong in high regard. Does he possess some unique qualities? After Little Wukong had run far away, Lazi Li inquired with curiosity. Observing her inquisitive demeanor, Su Luo smiled gently and began to explain. In the universe, there exists a warrior race known as the Scions. They are inherently savage and fiercely battle-hungry, characterized by their monkey-like tails out on nights of the full moon. They transform into great apes, their strength multiplying tenfold. Su Luo recounted all he knew to Lazi Li. So Wukong is a lost scion? Lazi Li was taken aback by this revelation, astonished that the seemingly harmless Sun Wukong was, in fact, an extraterrestrial. Indeed, Su Luo affirmed. Yet he appears so gentle and innocent, Lazi Li remarked, still puzzled. That is precisely what makes Wukong unique. He will undoubtedly grow strong in the future. Upon finishing, Su Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for Sun Wukong's growth, as it would bring much joy in the days to come. Lazi Li tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, feeling an inexplicable allure in Su Luo's increasing mystery and charm. Gazing at Su Luo's strikingly handsome visage, her cheeks flushed slightly, and an enticing thought lingered in her mind. Refusing to dissipate, Su Luo, brother, as night quietly descended, a faint golden hue appeared on the distant horizon. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Little Wukong, panting heavily and with his tongue lolling out, trudged home, his weary body dragging behind him. He still clutched tightly to a stone. What is that thing? It's so bright. Little Wukong noticed a peculiar, shimmering house beside his own, filled with curiosity. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted from a strange abode. Food, the scent of food. Little Wukong's mouth watered instantly. Having fasted throughout the day in his quest for the stone, he was now ravenously hungry. With the allure of food, he felt a surge of energy and sprinted toward the glowing house. Following the delectable scent, little Wukong dashed into the kitchen, where he beheld a feast of unfamiliar delicacies, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he leaped forward as he drew nearer to the food. His eyes sparkled with excitement, but suddenly he came to an abrupt halt. Little Wukong turned to see Su Luo gripping the scruff of his neck, lifting him into the air. Su Luo, big brother, why are you holding me? Put me down, I'm so hungry. Little Wukong pleaded with a pitiful expression. Su Luo smirked, carrying him to the sink, turning on the faucet before gently setting him down. Wash your hands before eating. Oh. Little Wukong gazed at his hands, caked in dirt and grime. Then he handed the inscribed stone over to Su Luo, grinning widely. Here, I found it. Su Luo smiled as he accepted the stone from little Wukong. After quickly washing his hands, little Wukong hurried over to the dining table, seizing a chicken leg in each hand and devouring them eagerly. Delicious, so incredibly delicious. Su Luo and Lazi Li exchanged glances at his voracious appetite and chuckled. Picking up their own utensils to join in the meal, a night fell. The stars twinkled brightly. Chapter 20. Bulma arrives the following morning. As the sun rose, a thin mist gradually dissipated in the forest. Sun Wukong awoke early, diligently undertaking the physical training tasks assigned by Su Luo. Meanwhile, Su Luo held a Dragon Ball in his hand, scrutinizing it closely in the morning light. Lazi Li, curious, leaned in to observe the Dragon Ball as well. It was an orange crystal sphere embedded with 4 red stars. Due to its refractive properties, the red stars could be seen from any angle. Wow, is this the legendary Dragon Ball? It's quite beautiful. Lazi Li exclaimed, marveling at the 4-star Dragon Ball. Not only beautiful, but also incredibly useful, Su Luo replied with a grin. Whether it's useful or not, I cannot say, but I do know that you, Su Luo, are quite the charmer, Lazi Li remarked. Recalling how Su Luo had tricked little Wukong, it was amusing to think that Sun Wukong had believed the tale of how Son Gohan had sent a dream to Su Luo, instructing him to retrieve the Dragon Ball. What was more amusing was that Wukong had naively accepted it, happily handing the Dragon Ball over to Su Luo. That was clever strategy, Su Luo corrected her. It takes skill to acquire the Dragon Ball from little Wukong. Not just anyone could do it. That was just trickery. Lazi Li pouted, sticking to her opinion. Su Luo felt his authority waning in front of Lazi Li. Observing her mischievous smile, he narrowed his eyes and declared, Today's training will be doubled. Su Luo, how can you treat a beautiful girl this way? Lazi Li's face scrunched up in dismay. Stop whining and get to training. Yes, in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. In the early morning, dew dripped from green leaves, sparkling in the sunlight as it fell onto the grass out on the rugged path leading to Bowsy Mountain. A small car slowly made its way forward. Suddenly, the screeching sound of brakes echoed, and the vehicle came to a halt as a girl with light purple hair tied in a ponytail stepped out of the car. Taking in the serene beauty of the surrounding forest, she stretched her limbs and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. She then retrieved a radar from her bag. Pressing the switch, the radar emitted beeping sounds, displaying several yellow dots blinking on the screen. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the ball should be located in this area. The girl stowed the radar away, hopped back in the car, and revved the engine. Driving deeper into Bowsy Mountain with the roar of the engine, this purple-haired girl was Bulma, who, in pursuit of her dream of finding her Prince Charming, had embarked on a quest to locate the Dragon Balls during her summer vacation. Meanwhile, having just completed his training regimen, Sun Wukong trudged along the rugged mountain path, dragging a wild boar that weighed several hundred pounds. Sweat dripped steadily from his chin, soaking the ground beneath him and creating a trail of moisture. I'm so exhausted. Su Luo's training is indeed rigorous. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead when suddenly, a rumbling sound of car engines echoed from behind. He turned to see a square object rapidly approaching. Under the influence of Su Luo, he was no longer an ignorant bumpkin that he recognized that peculiar object as a mode of transportation known as a car. Faced with the oncoming vehicle, Sun Wukong hastily dragged the wild boar to the side. Behind the wheel was Bulma, who was equally startled by the unexpected appearance of a person on the road. Flustered, she swiftly turned the steering wheel, attempting to swerve around him. However, her evasive maneuver led directly into the path where Sun Wukong sought refuge. Resulting in a tremendous crash, Sun Wukong, along with the pig, was violently propelled through the air, crashing hard against a tree. I hit someone, came a panicked voice from the car, accompanied by the screeching sound of brakes. Bulma, her blue-violet eyes wide with shock, stared at the flying Sun Wukong, her expression filled with alarm. It seemed she had caused a mishap. Sun Wukong stood up, rubbing his sore shoulder, casting an angry glance at the car, and shouted, "Hey, you inside! Did you knock me and the pig aside just to steal my food? I won't let you succeed." With a furious fist clenched, he marched over. Bulma, witnessing the strange child rise unscathed after being flung away, felt an increasing sense of dread as he approached her. Could she be encountering a monster? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Before arriving at Bowsy Mountain, she had heard from nearby villagers that the mountains were home to not only fierce beasts but also man-eating monsters, some of which could disguise themselves as humans to deceive others. To her dismay, it appeared she had indeed stumbled upon one. Steadying her nerves, Bulma leaned out of the car, brandishing a black handgun in her right hand, aiming it at Sun Wukong, and unleashed a trio of shots. The bullet struck precisely on Sun Wukong's forehead, confirming her marksmanship was no mere fluke. Sun Wukong clutched his head, grimacing in pain. "Ouch, that hurts. You vile person, how dare you use such underhanded tactics to ambush me? No, it can't be, you didn't die." Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her face revealing her astonishment. "Fool, I would not be so easily vanquished. My body is as resilient as steel." Sun Wukong retorted angrily, incensed that this wicked individual underestimated him. "I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he brandished his Rui Jingu Bang and leapt high into the air. Swinging it down, Bulma, sensing the impending danger, quickly raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Wait, little brother, I am not a bad person. I am a lovely young lady." With a thud, Sun Wukong landed atop the car, halting his swinging staff. Bulma gazed in horror at the weapon so close to her, her throat tightening with fear. "A lovely young lady. So you are a girl?" Sun Wukong inquired. Bulma stepped out of the vehicle, raising her hands, and replied, "Yes, look." Sun Wukong jumped down to scrutinize her. "Indeed, you are a girl, and quite well endowed. Bulma's face stiffened, glancing down and feeling a mix of frustration and reluctance to retort. "Come to my home, then. Since you are a girl, I shall treat you to a meal," Sun Wukong declared, stowing his Rui Jingu Bang and dragging the wild boar, addressing Bulma as he moved ahead. Bulma let out a sigh of relief. Assuming Sun Wukong did not pose a threat, yet she felt conflicted about the potential dangers of visiting his home. What's wrong? Don't you want to enjoy some delicious food? Sun Wukong queried, noticing Bulma hesitating in place. Wait a moment, Bulma said, glancing at her Dragon Ball radar. Observing the location of the Dragon Balls, she thought, this child's home is along this path. Perhaps the Dragon Balls are there too. If that were the case, despite the child's oddities, she must investigate further. Coming, Bulma transformed the car into a capsule and tucked it in her bag, then jogged to catch up with Sun Wukong. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, Bulma said as they walked. My name is Wukong, Sun Wukong. And you? He replied, laughing heartily. I am called Bulma stammered. Bulma. Sun Wukong chuckled. What a peculiar name. Stop joking. Do you think I like it? Bulma retorted, exasperated, in the tranquil mountain path. Sun Wukong's rather mischievous laughter mingled with the annoyed protests of the young girl, who declared, how annoying. This is why I dislike children. Chapter 21. Collecting Dragon Balls, Part 1, Along the Journey. Bulma occasionally engaged Sun Wukong in conversation, inquiring about the Dragon Balls. Upon learning that the 4-star Dragon Ball was in Su Luo's possession, Bulma's eyes darted about, seemingly concocting a plan. Outside the small cottage at Baozi Mountain, Su Luo lay leisurely on the grass, basking in the warm sunlight, feeling utterly comfortable. Lazi Li sat beside him, feeding him grapes. Su Luo occasionally nibbled at her fingers, prompting the girl to giggle. Su Luo. They have returned, Lazi Li remarked cheerfully. Su Luo replied lazily, rising to his feet. Not far off, Sun Wukong was dragging the wild boar, accompanied by Bulma, as they approached. True to the original tale, the youthful Bulma was a lovesick girl. Upon seeing Su Luo's strikingly handsome face, she cupped her cheeks with her hands, her eyes sparkling with affection, lost in her fantasies without regard for the surroundings, with a disdainful snort from Lazi Li. Bulma was jolted back to reality, her face flushed with embarrassment over the recent episode, wishing to vanish from the scene. Su Luo chuckled softly and said, you must be Wukong's friend. If you have something to discuss, let's talk inside. Bulma smiled brightly, nodding eagerly. Thus, Su Luo, Lazi Li, and Bulma entered the cottage, while Sun Wukong, being considerate, moved the wild boar aside to begin processing it. After a round of conversation, Bulma became more acquainted with Su Luo and Lazi Li. She produced 2 Dragon Balls, sharing the secrets and legends surrounding them, and then requested the 4-star Dragon Ball from Su Luo. Naturally, he would not simply hand it over, leaving Bulma in a state of distress. What is your wish, Bulma? Lazi Li inquired. My wish, Bulma stammered, unable to voice in the past. She would have boldly declared, my wish is to find my Prince Charming, but with Su Luo present, those words stuck in her throat, leaving her bashful. My wish is nothing special, really. Bulma laughed awkwardly to deflect the question. Su Luo. Lazi Li, since you have nothing to do, why not join me in searching for the Dragon Balls? Bulma suggested, her mind spinning with another idea as she pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the switch. Look, this is the Dragon Ball radar, since the Dragon Balls emit a faint signal. I invented this radar. The 3 light points in the center represent the Dragon Balls they currently possess, while the 4 surrounding light points indicate the locations of other Dragon Balls. Su Luo and Lazi Li leaned in closer to examine it. Bulma, you are truly an extraordinary inventor, Su Luo praised, expressing his admiration for Bulma's brilliant ingenuity. Lazi Li echoed the sentiment, genuinely commending her. Bulma, you are incredibly clever. Upon hearing the praises from Su Luo and the others, Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head back at a 45-degree angle, her face radiating with pride. I am indeed a genius beauty. Thus, the trio resolved to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls together. Meanwhile, Son Goku remained outside, drooling over his roasted pig. After a hearty meal, just as in the original narrative, their adventure to find the Dragon Balls commenced at Baozi Mountain. However, this time, Su Luo and Lazi Li accompanied them, along with a different method of pursuit. Utilizing the Dragon Ball radar to pinpoint the location of the next Dragon Ball, Su Luo swiftly transported Lazi Li, Bulma, and Son Goku to a small village plagued by the antics of Along. Bulma and Son Goku were left utterly astonished. Who am I? Where am I? Why have we suddenly arrived at this quaint village? Observing their bewildered expressions, Lazi Li couldn't help but burst into laughter, reminiscent of her own first experience with instant transmission. What transpired next mirrored the original story. They assisted the villagers in capturing the troublesome Oolong and, in turn, successfully acquired a Dragon Ball from an elderly woman. As for how to deal with Oolong, Su Luo had no interest in taking him along. After giving him a lesson, he simply let him go. To their surprise, they had swiftly located the fourth Dragon Ball. Gazing at the Dragon Ball in her hand, Bulma sighed in admiration, casting a glance of reverence towards Su Luo, thinking how this man was not only handsome, but also remarkably capable. Truly captivating. Lazi Li seemed to sense an impending threat and shot Bulma a fierce glare. Bulma, taken aback, offered a sheepish smile. Let us go. Next up is the fifth one, Su Luo declared. Lazi Li nodded, then linked her arm with Su Luo's, casting a triumphant look at Bulma, as if to assert her claim. Bulma, noticing this, pouted in disdain. Son Goku, however, grasped Su Luo's large hand, leaving Bulma standing in place, unmoving. Bulma, what's wrong? Come over here, Su Luo inquired, perplexed as he looked at her. Bulma hesitated for a moment before speaking. Wait, Su Luo, let us drive instead. Why? Su Luo asked, somewhat confused. Searching for the Dragon Balls this way is far too dull, too swift, Bulma replied. Isn't it better to be quick? Su Luo was momentarily taken aback. Exactly. Lazi Li echoed, equally puzzled. No, it's utterly devoid of interest, Bulma insisted, shaking her head vigorously. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Consider this. Although our purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls is to fulfill wishes, if the joy of the journey is absent, wouldn't that render it rather meaningless? Su Luo gidge. Bulma's reasoning seems somewhat valid. Lazi Li mused, tilting her head in contemplation. Indeed, Bulma beamed upon seeing Lazi Li agree with her perspective, as Su Luo merely scoffed, thinking that Bulma simply wished to prolong their return home. Very well, since you both feel that way. Let us drive in search of the Dragon Balls. Oh yeah. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the AI. In truth, she was not motivated by the enjoyment of the journey, but rather by a desire to remain close to Su Luo. Even if only for a few days, for reasons unknown, she felt an irresistible allure emanating from Su Luo, compelling her to draw nearer. Bulma retrieved a capsule from her capsule box, selecting a car capsule, and tossed it onto the open ground. With a loud bang, a puff of smoke enveloped the area, revealing an off-road vehicle before them. She promptly opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Appearing quite enamored with the act of driving, Su Luo and Lazi Li took their places in the back seat, while Son Goku curiously circled the vehicle a few times before finally sitting in the passenger seat upon Bulma's urging. Let us go. Off we set. Our next destination is Kame House. Due to the deviation from the original route, Su Luo had assumed they wouldn't encounter the lost sea turtle, yet they unexpectedly crossed paths with it. Thus, Son Goku took on the responsibility of carrying the turtle, sprinting down the road. Meanwhile, Su Luo and the others leisurely rode in the car, trailing behind. As they neared the seaside, they encountered a bandit blocking their path, whom Son Goku effortlessly knocked out with a single punch. After a month of rigorous training, his combat power had reached 37 points, making the defeat of a mere bandit as easy as drinking water. The group arrived at the beach, where the sea turtle gratefully expressed its thanks and promised a gift, instructing them to wait by the shore while it submerged into the ocean, excited by the sight of such a vast expanse of water. Son Goku cheered. Wow, this is amazing. He cupped some seawater in his hands and took a sip. Ugh, this water tastes terrible, so salty. He grimaced, clutching his throat in distress. You fool, Goku, who told you to drink it? Seawater is inherently salty, Bulma remarked with an expression of disbelief. I didn't know. I won't drink it again. It's too awful. Son Goku scratched his head, sheepishly confessing, as Su Luo shook his head at Goku's antics. Bemused by his insatiable curiosity for tasting everything, as if sea water could be consumed by an ordinary person, Lazi Li quietly gazed at the azure sea, the gentle ocean breeze caressing her cheeks. In the distance, the cerulean sky met the sea, creating a breathtaking tapestry. Su Luo Gij, shall we build a house by the sea one day? Lazi Li gently asked, holding Su Luo's hand. Sure, Su Luo nodded. Perceiving the affection in her eyes, Lazi Li smiled radiantly, her joy evident as she pulled Su Luo to the shallows to play. Bulma stood on the beach, watching them, suddenly feeling a pang of jealousy. The wait always felt interminable. Several hours later, a figure emerged from the sea. The turtle hermit has finally arrived. Chapter 22, Collecting the Dragon Balls, Part 2, just as in the original tale. The turtle hermit, grateful for Son Goku's rescue of his turtle, intended to reward him with an immortal bird. However, after calling out for quite some time without a response, he recalled, thanks to the turtle's reminder, that the immortal bird had succumbed to food poisoning the previous year. Ultimately, he summoned the flying nimbus that a yellow cloud with a long tail streaked across the sky, appearing before them at astonishing speed. This nimbus cloud is yours. Ride on it, and you shall soar freely through the skies. The turtle hermit declared to Son Goku that, I can fly. Son Goku exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Isn't it wonderful? However, the turtle hermit paused, his tone shifting. Only those with pure hearts can ride the nimbus, meaning only well-behaved children are permitted. Now, let me demonstrate. Watch closely. With his hands clasped behind his back, the turtle hermit assumed a serious expression. Embodying the demeanor of a master, he then leaped, only to find himself tumbling through the cloud, landing squarely on his backside with a thud. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Ouch, ouch, my back, the turtle hermit groaned, incredulously staring at the nimbus. How peculiar. I can't seem to ride it. I'll give it a try. Son Goku chuckled, then leaped on a nimbus with ease. Yay, I'm on. Let's fly, nimbus. Son Goku cheered, dancing with delight as he soared into the sky, reveling in the experience. What a good child. To be able to ride the nimbus signifies a pure heart. Truly remarkable, the turtle hermit praised. Bulma watched Son Goku glide through the air with envy. Wishing for a nimbus of her own, Bulma, don't even think about it. You're not a good child, Su Luo teased, seemingly reading her thoughts. Bulma, feeling slightly miffed by Su Luo's remark, retorted, What do you mean? I am beautiful and kind-hearted. I could definitely ride it? Oh, is that so? Would you like to give it a try? Su Luo gazed at her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Humph, I shan't attempt it. Bulma's voice faltered, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt, eliciting hearty laughter from both Su Luo and Lazi Li. How vexing, Bulma seethed, casting a glare at the two who were reveling in mirth. After a bout of laughter, Su Luo approached Master Roshi, gesturing toward the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. Master Roshi, might you consider gifting me that orb? Upon hearing Su Luo's inquiry, the two women finally noticed the orange crystal sphere adorning Master Roshi's neck was indeed a Dragon Ball. Well, that could be arranged, but I have a condition, Master Roshi replied, his eyes glinting mischievously behind his sunglasses at the hotel. Su Luo said with a benevolent smile that I wish to. Master Roshi's eyes, hidden behind his shades, leered at Bulma and Lazi Li, his grin growing increasingly lascivious. Just as he was about to propose a request to see the girl's undergarments, the young man before him suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, sending forth an energy wave towards the sea. In an instant, the world dimmed, and a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the ocean's surface, titanic waves surging skyward, as if vying with the heavens themselves. A gentle smile adorned Su Luo's face as he inquired, Master Roshi, what were you about to say? Master Roshi's legs buckled, and he knelt in awe. Witnessing this, Su Luo was taken aback, hastily moving to assist him. Master Roshi, what are you doing? This is unacceptable. No, young man, I wish to present the orb to you in this manner. It is my heartfelt offering, please accept it. Master Roshi sincerely proffered the Dragon Ball with both hands. Very well, I'll accept the orb, but please, rise quickly. Su Luo swiftly took the Dragon Ball and tucked it into his pocket before helping him to his feet. With Su Luo's assistance, Master Roshi stood, albeit unsteadily. Su Luo carefully guided him onto his back, offering a few words of advice about the importance of rest at his advanced age. Thus, they allowed the turtle to escort Master Roshi back. Lazi Li, am I dreaming? Bulma stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Lazi Li smiled softly and pinched the flesh at Bulma's waist. Bulma yelped in surprise, casting a resentful glance at Lazi Li. "See, you're not dreaming." Lazi Li teased playfully. After acquiring the 5th Dragon Ball, the group set off toward the location of the 6th Dragon Ball, Flame Mountain. However, once Goku obtained the flying Nimbus, he was reluctant to descend from the clouds. Soaring above them, Bulma, feeling envious, could no longer contain herself and called Goku down. In an instant, he performed a dazzling display for Su Luo and the others, leaving them in awe. Fortunately, the Nimbus was quite resilient, and she sustained no injuries in the aftermath. Bulma was filled with regret, as her impulsive action led to more teasing from her companions. Laughter echoed through the journey, accompanied by Bulma's disgruntled murmurs, which included sentiments about beauty being a burden. Among other things, due to the long journey, the group spent the night in a desolate wilderness that, of course, it was merely a night of simple rest, devoid of any anticipated excitement. The following day, Su Luo and his companions resumed their journey. They had not traveled far when they encountered the bandit Yamcha, whom Su Luo effortlessly sent flying with a casual blow, continuing on their way. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the best is yet to come." 2 days later, they finally arrived at their destination. Flame Mountain, as the name suggests, was a mountain ablaze with flames. What on earth is happening to this mountain? Why is it burning? Lazi Li wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing at the raging inferno ahead, where a castle seemed to be engulfed in flames. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball was likely within that castle. Bulma wiped her forehead and glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, pointing toward the castle atop the mountain. "But with such a fierce fire, how do we ascend?" Bulma muttered, noticing Su Luo's calm demeanor. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Su Luo, you must have a solution." Su Luo stroked his chin, surveying the flames consuming the mountainside, and nodded. He called out to Goku, who was amusing himself by poking a skull with a stick. "Goku, come here. I shall teach you a most remarkable technique." Upon hearing this, Goku dropped the stick and dashed to Su Luo's side, excitement radiating from him. "Brother Su Luo, are you going to teach me the Kamehameha?" "This technique requires your utmost attention," Su Luo replied. Goku eagerly nodded, his eyes fixed on him. Su Luo took a few steps forward, his expression serious, emanating an astonishing aura, as white energy swirled around him. Reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, he formed his hands into a blossom shape and gradually placed them at his waist. A visible blue energy flow rapidly coalesced. In an instant, a sphere of energy gathered in his palms, blue and white light erupting from his fingertips, dazzlingly brilliant. With the utterance of the final syllable, Su Luo's aura peaked, and he thrust his palms forward with great force. Instantly, a cerulean beam of light surged forth, cleaving through the mountainside, separating the roaring sea of flames into 2 halves, shooting skyward and exploding in a thunderous cacophony. "A storm is brewing," Lazi Li remarked, gazing at the energy explosion illuminating the sky. Bulma responded, momentarily bewildered. The next moment, from the center of the explosion, an energy tempest erupted like a furious hurricane, sweeping outward. Flame Mountain bore the brunt of this tempest. The inferno extinguished entirely, leaving not a single spark behind. Helpless and feeble, Bulma was nearly swept away by the force of the gale, but was fortunately rescued by Lazi Li. Once tranquility returned, the transformed visage of Flame Mountain revealed itself to the group. The entire mountain bore the scars of the flames. The castle at the summit lay in ruins, as if on the brink of collapse. "All the flames have vanished," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "That is nothing. Brother Su Luo's power extends far beyond this," Lazi Li declared proudly. Hearing this, Bulma gazed at Su Luo ahead, lost in thought. Mysterious, handsome, powerful. These words aptly described Su Luo. At that moment, deep within Bulma's heart, a seed of admiration quietly took root. Su Luo, oblivious to these sentiments, focused his gaze on Goku, inquiring, "Goku, have you got it?" Goku scratched his head, responding, "I'll give it a try." The outcome, of course, was a resounding success. Goku, thrilled with his achievement, leaped 10 meters into the air in exuberance. Su Luo smiled gently, He was not surprised that Goku had mastered the technique, considering that in the original story, he too had learned it in an instant. This technique would accompany Goku throughout his life, becoming a treasured legacy passed down through generations of the Sun family. Chapter 23. The Wish, Emerging from the Shadows. The divine dragon appeared. After extinguishing the flames, Su Luo and his companions discovered the sixth Dragon Ball within the castle. Just as they were about to depart, they encountered the tardy Bull Demon King. Upon seeing Su Luo and his party exit the fortress, the Bull Demon King mistakenly assumed that his treasure had been pilfered. Without uttering a word, he brandished his axe and charged at them. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly grasped his Rui Jingu Bang and engaged the foe in battle. After exchanging several blows, the Bull Demon King finally noticed that Sun Wukong wielded the Rui Jingu Bang. Through a series of negotiations, the true identities and circumstances were clarified. To express his gratitude, the Bull Demon King hosted a lavish banquet in their honor. The feast, besides Su Luo and the Bull Demon King, there was a charming little girl adorned with an Ultraman helmet, his daughter, Kiki. She shyly glanced at the gathering before lowering her head in bashfulness. After a delightful meal, Kiki learned that Sun Wukong possessed a magical nimbus cloud and expressed her desire to ride it. Sun Wukong obliged, and with a swift motion, they soared into the sky and on the cloud. Sun Wukong curiously touched Kiki's chest, remarking on its diminutive size. "Kiki, are you perhaps a boy?" Kiki, both embarrassed and incensed, pushed him off the nimbus cloud. After a brief flight, Kiki proclaimed her intention to marry Sun Wukong, thus forging their engagement. That moment, Su Luo couldn't help but reflect on the innate talent required to woo someone. Initially, he believed the storyline had deviated, making it difficult for the original couple to unite, yet it seemed he had overthought the matter. Perhaps this outcome was not so bad after all. In the original tale, Kiki was a devoted wife, steadfast in her loyalty to Sun Wukong. Conversely, Sun Wukong was not a commendable husband, fixated solely on training and combat, neglecting domestic life, leaving the burdens of existence upon the shoulders of the young girl. This transformation turned a gentle and considerate girl into a fiery matron. However, due to Su Luo's intervention, the treasures within the Bull Demon King's castle were preserved, and Kiki had now become a veritable little heiress. Returning to the matter at hand, after acquiring the sixth Dragon Ball, Su Luo and his entourage set off once more, heading toward the castle of Emperor Pilaf, the location of the final Dragon Ball. They anticipated a lengthy journey to reach their destination. However, unexpectedly, Emperor Pilaf, along with his companions, arrived to greet them. This comical trio faltered before Su Luo, faltering within moments and subsequently surrendering the last Dragon Ball. At last, all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. The spheres began to resonate, shimmering with a golden radiance. The golden light flickered rhythmically, accompanied by a humming sound, reminiscent of the ancient dragon's gentle chant. Observing the spectacle, the expressions of the 4 varied. Bulma and Lazi Li were filled with excitement and curiosity, while Sun Wukong appeared dazed and indifferent, and Su Luo remained surprisingly composed, harboring little expectation for the Earth's dragon. "Do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill?" Su Luo inquired directly. "I do not." Lazi Li gently shook her head, content simply to be in Su Luo's company. Bulma pondered for a moment before also shaking her head. Initially, she had yearned for a Prince Charming, but that desire had gradually faded and now seemed inconsequential. "What about you, Wukong?" "I want delicious food," Sun Wukong replied. Su Luo remarked. "That is a splendid wish. I shall treat you to a feast next time." Sun Wukong scratched his head and responded with an "Oh." "Come forth, divine dragon, and grant my wish." Su Luo recited the incantation to summon the dragon. His words echoed. The frequency of the Dragon Ball's glowing intensified. Suddenly, the bright sky darkened, shrouded by ominous clouds, plunging the entire Earth into darkness. Concurrently, people around the globe began to murmur in confusion, speculating whether the apocalypse was upon them. Thunder rumbled ominously above, with golden lightning flickering within the storm clouds. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a dazzling golden light, transforming into a dragon-shaped beam that soared into the heavens. An ancient dragon's roar resonated across the expanse, and as the golden light dissipated. A long and massive green dragon materialized before them. Su Luo squinted at the celestial creature, noting its resemblance to the Chinese dragon. This the divine dragon. It is enormous, exclaimed the two young girls. The dragon looks quite delectable, Sun Wukong mused internally. Humans who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one, declared the green dragon with an official tone that my wish is to acquire the positional information of all celestial bodies within the universe. Su Luo stated. The dragon's serious expression faltered as it replied, I apologize, but I cannot fulfill this wish. The universe is vast and boundless, and my powers are insufficient to ascertain the precise coordinates of every celestial body. Disappointment washed over Su Luo. Divine Dragon, I desire a hyperbolic time chamber with 100-fold time flow, Su Luo suggested tentatively. Although even deities were forbidden from manipulating time, he hoped that the dragon could create such a chamber. The dragon replied, This wish, I am unable to fulfill. Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading, as there is more excitement ahead. Manipulating time is a transgression against the rules set by that esteemed individual. A grave sin, and even the gods are strictly prohibited from altering time. This is beyond my capabilities. Su Luo fell silent, feeling disheartened. While he had entertained a glimmer of hope, this dragon seemed utterly ineffectual. A waste of his expressions. Divine Dragon, I wish to possess the ability to awaken human potential like that of the Grand Elder of Namek. I regret to inform you. That too is beyond my capabilities. The dragon admitted, feeling awkward. Su Luo. Enough. I no longer harbor any expectations for this dragon. It seemed utterly incapable of granting any wish. Sun Wukong's innocent voice rang out. Exactly. Bulma and Lazi Li nodded in agreement. Their perception of the dragon's status plummeting. Divine Dragon, do I not deserve some dignity? Silence enveloped the scene. Do you have any other wishes? Whatever they may be, I can fulfill them. The dragon's voice weakened. Losing its confidence. Divine Dragon, I desire the best, largest, most durable, and highest multiplying gravity chamber, Su Luo said softly. That wish is exceedingly simple, exclaimed the dragon, its tone tinged with excitement. Its eyes glowed with a vibrant red hue. In the expansive arena, a colossal gravity chamber materialized out of thin air. Your wish has been granted. Now, I must take my leave. As the dragon finished speaking, it instantly transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattered into the surroundings. The darkened sky began to clear as the Dragon Balls departed, returning the heavens to their previous brilliance. Basking in sunlight and gentle breezes, Su Luo, seizing the opportunity, intercepted the 4-star ball as it soared away, returning it to Sun Wukong, that he then turned his gaze toward the gravity chamber. It stood at a height of 100 meters, with a diameter of 300 meters, its metallic exterior gleaming. Shaped like a hemisphere, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction, noting the dragon's evident effort. With a mere thought, the massive gravity chamber was absorbed into his system's space. The 3 companions had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 24. Gravity Chamber, training the quest to collect the Dragon Balls had reached its conclusion, and it was now time to part ways. Sun Wukong rode the Nimbus Cloud, setting off alone toward Kame House in search of Master Roshi for training. For Su Luo and Lazi Li, he inquired, What are your plans? How about joining me in the West Capital? There are countless delightful experiences and delectable dishes awaiting us, and I shall cover all your expenses. As she gazed at the two, particularly at Su Luo, Bulma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I apologize, Bulma, but we must focus on our training and cannot accompany you, Su Luo replied, shaking his head in refusal. Lazi Li also subtly shook her head, her meaning unmistakable. I see. Bulma's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she quickly lowered her head, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Noticing Bulma's reluctance, Su Luo chuckled playfully. Ha ha, it's not like we won't see each other again, so there's no need to be so forlorn. Indeed, shame. Lazi Li made a silly face at her. Teased by the two, Bulma erupted into laughter. She was a spirited person and swiftly regained her vivacious demeanor. "Here, take my communicator. Remember to come and play with me when you have the time," Bulma said, producing two small communicators and placing them in their hands. "Of course, we will," Su Luo and Lazi Li replied in unison. "Given how far the West capital is, should we escort you home?" Su Luo proposed. "That sounds great," Bulma nodded, then playfully grabbed Su Luo's hand and giggled. With a faint smile, Su Luo concentrated, conjuring a three-dimensional map of the entire Earth in his mind. Then pinpointing the location of the West capital. With a thought, the three of them vanished in an instant. Su Luo's instantaneous movement had no limitations. Wherever he could sense, he could go, whether to find someone or a place. The West capital was a bustling and beautiful metropolis. The city was alive with the hustle and bustle of people and the ceaseless flow of vehicles. An unremarkable moment, unbeknownst to anyone. A man and two women appeared quietly on the streets of this city. "Bulma, this is where I shall leave you." Su Luo smiled as he released her hand. "Remember, you must come to find me when you have the chance." Bulma reminded with a beaming smile. Su Luo and Lazi Li nodded with smiles before disappearing from her sight. Bulma watched their figures fade away. Her smile also vanished. After staring for a long while, she sighed and turned back toward home. On Turtle Island, outside a small cottage, Sun Wukong arrived with a large bundle in hand. "Grandpa Turtle Sage," he called out with a booming voice. However, after a long while, there was no response from within the house. Feeling puzzled, Sun Wukong could distinctly smell the presence of the Turtle Sage, indicating he should be inside. Thus, as he climbed up to the window, he discovered the Turtle Sage engrossed in watching television, where several animated characters were shouting, "1, 2, lift your legs higher." Sun Wukong approached the Turtle Sage and called out again. Yet the Turtle Sage was too captivated to pay him any heed, so a thunderous shout erupted near the Turtle Sage's ear. Under the force of that voice, the Turtle Sage's head trembled incessantly, resembling a ringing alarm clock. "What brings you here, you rascal?" The Turtle Sage rubbed his ear and looked at Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression. "Grandpa Turtle Sage, I have come to seek your guidance and training," Sun Wukong said with a beaming smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Training, you say?" The Turtle Sage's eyes sparkled with interest behind his sunglasses as he scrutinized Sun Wukong. This lad indeed possessed the makings of a rare gem. With further refinement, he might even surpass the Turtle Sage himself. "Ha, but I won't teach you for free. I require a tuition fee. You must bring me a lovely girl, and then I shall teach you martial arts. What do you think?" The Turtle Sage wore a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pulled out a note from his pocket and handed it to the Turtle Sage. "Grandpa Turtle Sage, this is from my brother Su Luo." Hearing Su Luo's name, the Turtle Sage's expression soured as he took the note and glanced at it. "Teach well, or I shall come and play." "Su Luo, Wukong, let us train." Days passed quietly on a beautiful island. The sea breeze caressed the shore, and sunlight filtered through the swaying palm leaves, casting a warm glow on the soft white sands. The azure sea rolled majestically, with a few seagulls gliding freely just above the surface. Close to the seaside stood an opulent villa, exquisitely designed, surrounded by blooming flowers and greenery, tended to by several small robots wielding watering cans and shears. This was the new home of Su Luo and Lazi Li. Not far from the villa, a massive gravity chamber loomed like a towering mountain in the background. After setting up their new home, the two entered the gravity chamber to commence their training. Inside the gravity chamber, there were designated areas for training and living, with the training area occupying 3/4 of the space. This training area was further divided into 3 large zones, each equipped with a gravity control device. The living area was a luxurious rest zone, fully equipped with all necessary amenities. Even Su Luo couldn't help but marvel at the meticulous care of the dragon Shenron. "Activate 20 times gravity," Su Luo instructed. The training room responded as if it had received a command. A heavy pressure enveloped the space. Su Luo stretched his limbs, feeling that the pressure was manageable. "I'll begin my training at 20 times gravity," he declared as he stepped into the center of the training room to start his foundational exercises. Training was a gradual process. Beginning with lower gravity was essential for achieving maximum progress. Rushing into higher levels would only lead to setbacks. Since the establishment of the training room, Su Luo had been fervently training during the day, while at night, he focused on stabilizing his rapidly increasing strength and practicing control to master his abilities. Instead of sleeping, he employed the divine meditation technique, which was remarkably effective. Meditating through the night left him feeling invigorated the following day, rather than fatigued. Thus, a month passed, Su Luo had completely adapted to 65 times gravity, without any strain on his body. While this did not compare to Sun Wukong's rapid adaptation to 100 times gravity during his journey to Namek, where his power surged from several thousand to 90,000 in mere days. It was worth noting that Wukong's method was perilous, pushing his limits to the brink of death on multiple occasions. Such reckless behavior, teetering on the edge of life and death, would have certainly led to dire consequences had it not been for Wukong's protagonist aura. Su Luo, however, did not follow such a reckless path. Although his progress was slow, it was stable, with a solid foundation that would pave the way for a broader and more distant journey. After a month of training, Su Luo's power skyrocketed, reaching 52,000, showcasing the terrifying results of training within the gravity chamber. That night, after a day of rigorous practice, Su Luo stepped out of the training room and noticed the lights still on in the adjacent training chamber. Chapter 25. Lazi Li's stubbornness. Lazi Li seemed to have been spurred by some motivation, training late into the night every day for the past month that on several occasions, Su Luo had to carry her out. This was not sustainable. What if she overexerted herself? Su Luo furrowed his brow. The physical constitution of Earthlings was rather fragile, and prolonged high-intensity training would surely take its toll. With this thought, he opened the door to the training room. Inside, he found the young woman drenched in sweat, strenuously engaging in various high-intensity workouts. Strands of golden hair clung to her delicate face. Her ordinary training outfit had become tattered from the strenuous exertion, leaving little to the imagination and revealing a considerable expanse of her tender, porcelain-like skin. Upon noticing Su Luo's entrance, Lazi Li showed no surprise, appearing quite accustomed to it, completely unfazed by her current disheveled appearance. Su Luo, you're here. Lazi Li ceased her training, fatigue evident in the furrow of her brow. Expressionless, Su Luo approached, casually deactivating the gravity system of the training room, which instantly returned to normalcy. Under the immense strain of 40 times gravity, Lazi Li felt the pressure dissipate, her body weakening as she nearly crumpled to the floor. In a flash, Su Luo caught her in his arms. Did I not tell you? He admonished, his tone stern. Training must be undertaken step by step. Haste is not advisable. Can you truly endure 40 times gravity at this stage? Lazi Li averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, resembling a wayward child caught in a transgression. Observing her shifty demeanor, Su Luo sighed softly and produced a mystical bean, feeding it to her. With a gentler tone, he inquired, why the sudden urgency in your training? After chewing and swallowing the bean, Lazi Li fixed her clear, earnest gaze upon Su Luo and replied, Brother Su Luo, I've noticed the growing chasm between us. If I do not push myself, I fear I shall never catch up to you. I do not wish to merely witness your back as you advance. Taken aback by the stubborn resolve of the young girl before him, Su Luo ruffled her hair, his voice softening considerably. Becoming stronger is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. Your approach is rather reckless. But I want to catch up to you, Lazi Li murmured softly. With a playful poke to her delicate nose, Su Luo replied, Tomorrow, I shall teach you a remarkable training method. For now, return and rest well. Replenish your energy. Okay, Lazi Li replied quietly, I'm so tired. I want to sleep now, Brother Su Luo. With that, she playfully closed her eyes, and soon her rhythmic breathing filled the air. Su Luo stared in astonishment at the girl who had fallen asleep in an instant. After teasing her a bit, he realized she was truly in a deep slumber, a hint of exasperation crossing his features. It seemed that during this period, Lazi Li had been under constant mental strain. And now that the tension had eased, she succumbed to the exhaustion she had accumulated. However, noting her disheveled and unkempt appearance, Su Luo frowned and lifted her in his arms, heading towards the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with warm water, he carefully removed her intimate garments. In the next moment, A breathtakingly intimate scene unfolded before Su Luo's eyes. Although he had bathed Lazi Li before, back then she was merely an undeveloped girl. And now the situation was entirely different. Reciting a calming mantra in his mind, he suppressed any unwelcome thoughts. Trembling slightly, he picked up a towel, gazing upon Lazi Li's serene and exquisite features as she slept. Su Luo leaned down to plant a gentle kiss upon her forehead before quietly exiting the room, ensuring the door was softly shut behind him. Unbeknownst to him, once the door clicked shut, Lazi Li opened her eyes, her ice-blue irises shimmering with bashfulness as she covered her blushing face with a blanket. Soft giggles occasionally escaped from beneath the covers. "Brother Su Luo, truly, you are so silly." The following morning, after breakfast, the two returned to the training room. Observing Lazi Li seated cross-legged, emanating an aura of compliance, Su Luo smiled. After much contemplation, he decided to impart the heavenly god meditation technique to Lazi Li ahead of schedule. Previously, he had refrained from teaching her due to her insufficient mental fortitude to practice the technique. Forcing her would risk her mental collapse, leaving her a mere shell of her former self. Now, however, Lazi Li had barely attained the qualifications for training, and with Su Luo's guidance, he believed there would be no issues. "Brother Su Luo, what are you thinking? Did you not say you would teach me?" Lazi Li asked, waving her delicate hand in front of him as he seemed lost in thought that, "Oh, nothing." Merely reflecting on last night, Su Luo blurted out. Instantly, Lazi Li's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. "Brother Su Luo, how naughty of you to think of such things in broad daylight." This left Su Luo somewhat vexed. "What do you mean naughty? I was considering how best to instruct you. Aside from that, I was thinking about helping you wash." The vivid images of the previous night resurfaced in his mind. Clearing his throat to maintain composure, he said, "Enough of this. Sit properly and concentrate." Lazi Li pouted, acquiescing. Thus, Su Luo began his instruction, meticulously detailing the essentials of the heavenly god meditation technique. Lazi Li listened intently. "Oh, you remember?" he asked after reiterating the teachings several times. "Yes, I've remembered this time." Lazi Li nodded affirmatively. "Very well. Now attempt to meditate using the method I taught you." Following his guidance, Lazi Li settled into meditation, while Su Luo placed the tip of his index finger against her forehead to assist her focus. However, after 9 attempts met with failure, Lazi Li felt disheartened. Encouraged by Su Luo, she resolved to make a 10th attempt. This time, she succeeded as she sat cross-legged. Her form began to radiate a gentle glow, a sign that she had successfully entered meditation. Su Luo withdrew his finger, smiling as he watched her. Several hours later, Lazi Li finally opened her eyes, a fleeting shimmer of light dancing within. She found Su Luo gazing at her with wide, curious eyes. "How do you feel?" Lazi Li carefully attuned herself to the changes brought about by her training. She sensed an increase in her strength, a subtle yet profound transformation, not overtly visible, yet undeniably present. The tumultuous energy within her had been meticulously organized, and the sense of instability from her intense training had dissipated, leaving her feeling more grounded. "Quite well," she beamed, her smile captivating. "But of course, it's due to my teachings," Su Luo replied with a hint of pride. "Hee, indeed, Brother Su Luo teaches the best," Lazi Li chimed, playfully cupping his face and planting several kisses on him, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. "Enough of that. Practice the meditation technique diligently until you can enter the meditative state at will." Since learning the heavenly god meditation technique, Lazi Li practiced alongside Su Luo, and both experienced rapid advancements in their abilities. As days passed, the most prestigious martial arts tournament on Earth was drawing near. Chapter 26. The eve of the martial arts tournament, May 6, year 750 of the AI era. On the eve of the 21st martial arts tournament, today marked the day for contestants to register. Outside the venue, warriors from various regions streamed in. Among them, an elderly man accompanied by 2 children entered the bustling crowd, their eyes darting around, occasionally gasping in awe. This trio was none other than Master Roshi and his 2 pupils. Ahem, indeed. As one ages, one should venture out more often. There are so many beautiful urban maidens, It would be a pity not to steal a few glances, Master Roshi remarked, dressed in a stylish black suit. His eyes glimmering behind his sunglasses as he occasionally emitted lewd chuckles. Impressive! I never imagined there were so many formidable individuals in the world. In a tailored blue suit. Sun Wukong gazed curiously at every passing martial artist, exclaiming in wonder. Beside him stood a diminutive figure clad in a similar suit. Krillin took a few hesitant steps back, adopting an expression of unfamiliarity with the onlookers. Wukong. Over here. A charming little girl in a blue martial arts uniform waved excitedly at Sun Wukong. Beside her loomed a burly man over 4 meters tall, adorned with a pair of distinctive horns. None other than Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King. Chi-Chi, Uncle Bull Demon, what brings you here? Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over. Father mentioned the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and I knew you would be here, so I came to see you. Chi-Chi shyly replied, I see. Wukong, you must do your best. Chi-Chi encouraged, clenching her fists. Haha, certainly. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Master Roshi, it has been a while. Are you still in good health? The Bull Demon King hastily approached the arriving turtle hermit, taking several large strides. With a thud, he knelt before him, bowing his head forcefully to the ground. The impact was so great that the earth trembled, sending the turtle hermit airborne for half a meter before he landed heavily. Bull Demon King, how many times must I tell you not to do that? You always startle me. Oh dear, my age. I could have been severely injured. Master Roshi lamented, rubbing his sword back. I sincerely apologize, the Bull Demon King exclaimed, hands clasped together in a gesture of contrition. It's quite all right, Master Roshi waved dismissively. Meanwhile, Krillin stood at the back, watching the jovial exchange between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, pulling off his hat and tearing at it in frustration. Darn it, when did Wukong become acquainted with such an adorable girl? Krillin's eyes brimmed with envy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group registered for the tournament. In the resting area. Sun Wukong occasionally glanced towards the entrance, seemingly searching for someone. Has Brother Su Luo not arrived yet? He asked, disappointment evident after scanning the surroundings in vain. Who is Su Luo? Krillin inquired, puzzled. He is an exceptionally skilled individual, and we agreed to meet here for the tournament. Sun Wukong explained. Oh, Krillin responded nonchalantly. As evening approached, the setting sun cast a crimson veil over the earth. The registration for the martial arts tournament will soon close. Is there anyone else who wishes to sign up? The official of the registration desk called out through a loudspeaker, though the shout was merely symbolic, as most participants had already registered. Few martial artists remained in the venue, having retreated to their lodgings to recuperate for the competition ahead. Outside the venue, Master Roshi and others waited with Sun Wukong. Wukong, let's go. The registration time is about to end. Your friend Su Luo is likely not coming, Krillin said, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Oh, very well. Sun Wukong nodded. Just as they were about to depart, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. A handsome, dark-haired youth with an alluring charm, a graceful blonde girl, and a striking purple-haired maiden. Su Luo, Lazi Li, and Bulma had arrived. Hey, Wukong, long time no see. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sun Wukong turned around immediately. Haha, Brother Su Luo, I knew you would come. You haven't forgotten our promise. Sun Wukong dashed to Su Luo, brimming with excitement, bouncing around like a little monkey. Of course I wouldn't forget our agreement. It has been quite a while, and you've grown much stronger, Su Luo remarked after appraising Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's strength had significantly increased since his first competition, now boasting a combat power of approximately 140. Hee, I've trained hard to surpass you. Sun Wukong's tail swayed energetically, reflecting his exhilaration. Indeed, I look forward to by the way, young friend Su Luo, the registration period is nearly over. Perhaps you should register first before catching up? Master Roshi interjected, adjusting his sunglasses. Oh right, I almost forgot. Su Luo replied, heading towards the registration desk, leaving Lazi Li and Bulma behind. Lazi Li had no interest in participating in such a tedious tournament, had it not been for Su Luo's involvement. She wouldn't have come at all. Bulma, on the other hand, insisted on joining the fun upon hearing Su Luo would compete. Haha, it's been a while since I've seen you lovely ladies. Master Rashi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he spotted the voluptuous young women in a swift motion. He leaped in front of them, extending his hand in an inappropriate gesture. "Ah, you lecherous old man. What do you think you're doing?" Bulma screeched, quickly retreating behind Lazi Li, her head poking out in indignation. "You lecherous old man, come any closer and I'll knock you out," Lazi Li threatened, her expression turning icy as a menacing aura radiated from her. Master Rashi's pupils dilated, his heart racing as he trembled like a flimsy boat in a storm. Sun Wukong and the others observed the quaking Master Rashi in bewilderment. "Grandpa Turtle, what's wrong?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Master Rashi opened his mouth to speak, but found himself utterly speechless. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, Su Luo's calm and cheerful voice broke through. "Lazi Li, must you always be so reckless?" Though it sounded like a reprimand, there was no trace of reproach in his tone. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Master Rashi dissipated instantly, and he crumpled to the ground, panting heavily, grateful for the fresh air he had nearly lost. "I am alive," he exhaled in relief. "Master Rashi, are you all right?" The Bull Demon King rushed over to assist him. Master Rashi managed a sheepish grin, but retreated several steps upon catching Lazi Li's stern gaze, creating a significant distance between them. As if seeking safety, it seemed he would forever harbor a fear of Lazi Li. "Humph! Serves you right, you lecherous old man," both women scoffed in unison, observing Master Rashi's disheveled state. Lazi Li glared at him, appalled that he dared to make a move on her, as Su Luo ruffled Lazi Li's hair and, glancing at Master Rashi, suggested, "Next time you encounter such a lecher, just teach him a lesson." Lazi Li replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her mood brightening. Master Rashi, overhearing their conversation, broke into a cold sweat, berating himself for being unable to control his lascivious tendencies. He knew well that neither of the two was to be trifled with. Yet he still approached them as Su Luo surveyed the group and proposed, "Since it's getting late, how about we all have dinner together? My treat." "Dinner? Yes, let us go. I'm starving," Sun Wukong eagerly urged, rubbing his empty stomach. "Come on, I'll take you to a fantastic restaurant," Su Luo offered. Su Luo held Lazi Li's hand, leading the way ahead. Bulma pouted her rosy lips and followed closely beside him. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi scampered along behind them. The Ox King supported Master Rashi, who trailed closely behind. Only Krillin remained, watching Su Luo and Lazi Li's receding figures, feeling inexplicably hollow inside. Chapter 27. Preliminary round of the martial arts tournament at Carino Restaurant. The lavish dining table was filled with an array of delicious dishes as everyone feasted heartily. After the meal, they engaged in casual conversation before parting ways. The martial arts tournament always arranged accommodations for participants, providing a complimentary resting place. Su Luo and his companions were heading in that direction, while the trio had already teleported home. The beauty of the island's night was enchanting, with countless stars twinkling like gems in the sky. The waves crashed against the rocks, splashing white, crystalline foam that danced like playful sprites beneath the starlight. In the villa, a man and two women were engrossed in a delightful game. The sound of cards slapping against the table echoed, followed by laughter. "Ha ha ha, Bulma, you've lost again," Su Luo's voice rang out. Bulma, there's no room left on your face for sticky notes," Lazi Li chimed in. "I'm done playing. You two always team up to bully me," Bulma exclaimed, slamming her cards down in frustration before tearing off the notes plastered on her face. Su Luo and Lazi Li exchanged knowing glances and shared a silent laugh. Night had deepened. The following morning, "Everyone, please don't push. You cannot enter the competition venue just yet. Kindly wait patiently outside," announced a staff member, holding a megaphone. The area in front of the martial arts hall was packed with eager spectators trying to sneak a glimpse inside, but were thwarted by disciplined martial monks. The staff, exasperated, called out once more. And only then did the clamorous crowd settle down. Inside the martial arts hall, the vast space housed 4 large competition arenas lined up side by side. The participating martial artists stood beside the rings, listening intently to the host's announcements that "We sincerely thank everyone for traveling great distances to be here. Your efforts are truly appreciated. This tournament features a total of 200 participants gathered from across the nation. However, only 8 will advance to the final championship. The competition is divided into 4 regions, with the top 2 from each region progressing to the finals. The rules dictate one-on-one combat on the arena. Falling outside the ring or being knocked out results in a loss. Notably, no one is permitted to kill or use weapons, and each match lasts only 1 minute, if a winner is not determined within that time. The judges will declare the victor based on the circumstances. The host methodically explained the rules. 200 participants. You say, that's dozens more than the original, Su Luo mused, realizing the significant impact of his prior elimination of the Red Ribbon Army. Yet he bore no regrets. Given another chance, he might be even swifter, fiercer, and more resolute. How could Su Luo allow the so-called narrative to bind him? A mere plot direction could not deter him. If no path existed, he would carve one out himself. Now, we will commence the drawing. Those whose names are called, please come forward to draw lots, the host declared after outlining the rules, as Su Luo was the last to arrive. His turn to draw lots came last. In no time, all 200 participants had drawn their numbers, and Su Luo received number 18, placing him the first group of competitors on the first arena. Su Luo, which number did you draw? Sun Wukong approached eagerly. Holding his slip point 18, Su Luo replied. I got number 127, Sun Wukong beamed. Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement. With the sound of gongs signaling the beginning, the first match commenced. Su Luo's opponent was a muscular werewolf, reputed to be a contender among the top 16 from the previous tournament. The referee called for the start. The werewolf barely had time to react before Su Luo sent him crashing off the arena with a single slap, rendering him unconscious. As for the werewolf's name, Su Luo hardly recalled it. He was merely a passerby, and he had no inclination to commit such trivial details to memory. The unexpected outcome startled the spectators, particularly given that the werewolf was a fierce competitor from the previous year's top 16. They silently pondered how they might approach a match against Su Luo, striving for at least a dignified defeat. Concurrently, matches in the other regions commenced, swiftly determining the top 4 contenders in each area. The list of 16 strong competitors emerged, with Su Luo, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Jackie Chun, Master Roshi's disguise, each securing a position. Among the other 12, Su Luo recognized a few familiar faces due to prior encounters. Yamcha, who transitioned from support to a baseball player, a foul-smelling barbarian, a monk named Nam, who participated due to water scarcity in his homeland, a blue-flying dinosaur named Jiren, and Lan Fong, an exceptionally attractive urban woman. The sole female among the 16, the barbarian was particularly intimidating. Merely being near him cleared a space of several meters around him. His aura was unmatched. Even Su Luo felt overshadowed, choosing to keep his distance. Next, the matches would determine the top 2 from each region, culminating in the quarterfinals. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Su Luo, Sun Wukong, and others effortlessly secured their spots among the top 8. On the 4th arena, the final match commenced. Nam versus Lan Fong. Right from the start, Lan Fong threw a sultry glance at Nam. Striking a provocative pose, Nam immediately lost his composure. The audience below grew increasingly restless, whistling and cheering. Taking advantage of Nam's distraction, Lan Fong swiftly delivered an elbow strike, followed by a powerful punch to his head. Nam winced in pain, clutching his head. Seizing the moment, Lan Fong aimed for a final blow. Despite the agony, Nam evaded her attack and, with a steely expression, launched a counterattack with a swift hand strike. Under Nam's fierce onslaught, Lan Fong soon found herself at a disadvantage. Biting her lip, Lan Fong resorted to her ultimate move, the seduction technique. She shed her outer garments, leaving only her form-fitting undergarments, and posed provocatively to showcase her alluring figure. The sizzling scene elicited gasps from the crowd. The sound of swallowing echoed from below the arena. Su Luo watched with keen interest. Su Luo, why are they all staring at that girl? Swallowing? Does she have something delicious on her? Sun Wukong asked curiously, his gaze fixed on Lan Fong. Little one, don't ask so many questions. You'll understand in due time. On the arena, the confrontation between Namo and Lan Fong continues unabated. In the end, Namo, through sheer willpower, managed to topple Lan Fong from the stage. Thus, the list of the top 8 was born. Su Luo, Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, Klin, Yamcha, Kirin, the Barbarian, and Namo, under the guidance of the staff. The contestants arrived at the martial arts temple hall. After another round of drawing lots, the matchups were announced. The first match features Klin versus the Barbarian. The second match pits Sun Wukong against Huaxia. The third match sees Su Luo face Kirin, and the fourth match showcases Namo against Jackie Chan, Chapter 28. The top 8 showdown begins. The finals of the top 8 take place on an enormous arena outside the martial arts temple hall. 2 towering walls, resembling reclining lions, face each other, situated between the hall and the arena. The other 3 sides of the martial arts arena are flanked by spectator stands, separated from the arena by a low wall, with a green lawn in between, serving as a space for the staff to maintain order. The stands are packed with an eager crowd, a sea of humanity, their cheers resounding like a tumultuous tide. The Galactic King, with his massive frame, forces his way to the front of the throng, while Chi-Chi perches on his shoulder, swinging her tiny feet and curiously observing the others in the center of the stands. Lazi Li and Bulma stand at the forefront, a 1-meter radius around them devoid of anyone. As the crowd seems to be held back by an invisible wall, unable to advance, isn't this a bit unfair? Lazi Li, Bulma said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, that I dislike being crowded. Lazi Li replied with a light laugh. Bulma silently gave her a thumbs up on the martial arts tournament stage. The young referee, impeccably dressed and wearing sunglasses, with neatly combed short golden hair, exuded an air of vitality. The golden-haired referee, microphone in hand, delivered an impassioned speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the highlight of this tournament, the top 8 showdown. Who will emerge as the champion of this martial arts tournament? Let us await the outcome. Following this, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced with a resounding clang of a gong. The deafening sound of the gong echoed. The first match began. Inviting the 2 contestants to the stage, soon, Klin and the Barbarian ascended the arena that a wave of dark yellow gas emanated from the Barbarian, spreading outward. The golden-haired referee, suppressing his disgust and pinching his nose, introduced the 2 contestants. First, we have Mr. Barbarian, who has never bathed since birth. The other contestant is the youngest participant, Mr. Klin. Now, let the match begin. After the referee shouted, he quickly jumped off the stage, microphone in hand, ready to provide commentary. The Barbarian's aura was nothing short of astonishing. Not a single member of the audience could confront it calmly. They all pinched their noses, frowning in dismay. Klin, standing on the stage, bore the brunt of this inhuman pressure. The Barbarian grinned at Klin, exposing his large, yellowed teeth. You are quite impressive. If you can stand before me without flinching, Klin inwardly cursed, thinking, who wants to stand before you? If it weren't for winning the match, I wouldn't even want to step onto the stage. In response to such a worthy opponent, I must unleash my true abilities. The Barbarian's smile widened as he took a deep breath, his black mouth swelling as if preparing for a technique. Klin felt a shiver of apprehension. He sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Halitosis storm. A dark yellow gust erupted from the Barbarian's mouth, transforming into a terrifying whirlwind that swept toward Klin. Instantly, Klin felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning around him. After enduring this overwhelming mental assault, his legs turned to jelly, and he lost the ability to resist. Seizing the opportunity, the Barbarian leaped high into the air, launching an attack from above. Mount Thai press. Klin was immediately pinned beneath the Barbarian's massive posterior, unable to move. Damn it, Klin struggled futilely beneath the Barbarian. The Barbarian, seeing Klin still resisting, grew even more exhilarated, shaking his large buttocks. You really are something. I've never encountered an opponent like you, deserving of my respect. This next move is my ultimate technique. Prepare yourself. Eventually, with a friendly reminder from Sun Wukong, Klin realized that he had no nose, and such foul gas attacks posed no real harm to him. That it was merely the visual and olfactory offensiveness of the Barbarian's attack that had instinctively thrown him into a panic. Coming to his senses, he ultimately turned the tables and won the match. In the first match, Klin successfully advanced. Next, the referee called for Sun Wukong and Huaxia to take the stage. The golden-haired referee stood in the center of the arena, microphone in hand, calling out loudly, As his words faded, Sun Wukong excitedly ascended the stage. In the waiting area, Yamcha clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Su Luo, who leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. Remembering the last time he had been casually knocked away by Su Luo, a feeling of resentment filled Yamcha. Determined to reclaim his honor, he had spent the past 6 months overcoming his fear of women and training relentlessly. Seeking out skilled opponents, he had entered the competition to hone his abilities, only to find himself facing Su Luo. Upon hearing the referee call his name, Yamcha released his clenched fists. "Fine, I'll deal with that kid Sun Wukong first. And then I'll take you down." With that resolve, Yamcha stepped out of the waiting area and onto the opposite side of the arena. The second match now begins. After the referee announced, he jumped off the stage. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Yamcha was the first to launch an attack, exuding a ferocious energy like a wild wolf. As he charged, his palms transformed into claws, aiming to tear into Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback by Yamcha's speed, skillfully dodged with a leap, his palm morphing into a fist aimed at Yamcha. Thus, Sun Wukong and Yamcha erupted into a fierce battle, exchanging blows in a genuine display of martial prowess. The audience was treated to a dazzling array of techniques, their combat providing a visual feast. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, applauding the spectacular match. Ultimately, Sun Wukong, realizing that Yamcha's best efforts were merely average, lost interest and sent him tumbling off the stage. In the second match, Sun Wukong successfully advanced. Yamcha, filled with indignation, exited the martial arts tournament. Following him was Purr, a flying cat who continuously offered comfort. Next, let us welcome Su Luo and Karin to the stage. The golden-haired host's voice rang out with fervor and strength. Su Luo approached the arena with steady strides, while his opponent, Karin, a dinosaur with wings and blue-green skin adorned with sharp protrusions, emanated an overwhelming aura of intimidation merely by his imposing presence. Su Luo, hands in pockets, gazed leisurely at Karin. His calm elegance, coupled with his striking appearance, stirred excitement among the female spectators that, "Oh my mama, I think I'm in love. Mr. Su Luo, please go out with me. Su Luo, I want to have your children. Oh dear, I've fallen head over heels. Su Luo is so handsome." Exaggerated screams echoed into Su Luo's ears. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, reminiscent of the fervent idol-chasing fans from his previous life. Fortunately, his heart for martial arts was remarkably resilient. A horde of superficial fans could not sway his resolve. Bulma, listening to the boastful proclamations from the surrounding women, gritted her teeth and muttered, "A bunch of infatuated fools." Lazi Li fixed a half-smiling gaze upon Bulma for a moment, making her feel quite uneasy. With a hint of guilt, Bulma said, "What are you staring at? Watch the match." Chapter 29. The Semifinals. The third match is about to commence. Once the referee confirmed both contestants were ready, he announced the start of the battle. "Kid, encountering me is your misfortune that I advise you to hop off the stage obediently, lest you suffer a painful beating later." Karin sneered from his elevated position, his condescending gaze surveying Su Luo, his words dripping with disdain. As Su Luo shrugged, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Why is it that those with lesser strength are the most verbose? Humph, you truly know nothing of the world. Allow me to enlighten you on the vast disparity of power." Karin bared his teeth, revealing a set of sharp fangs, then stomped heavily, his massive form lunging forward like a human tank. Bearing down on Su Luo with immense force that this moment, Su Luo, standing at a height of just over 6 feet, appeared as diminutive and powerless as a toddler before an adult in comparison to Karin. Yet, as Karin charged at him like a tempest, Su Luo remained unperturbed, his eyes tranquil as still waters. Just as Karin was about to collide with him, Su Luo flicked his fingers with lightning speed, striking Karin's sturdy abdomen. In an instant, Karin was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the low wall outside the arena, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. The recent spectacle had defied all expectations. Karin had been unceremoniously ejected from the arena by Su Luo. Although the specifics of that moment remained a mystery, one thing was indisputable. Karin had fallen out of the ring. Su Luo emerged victorious. As the referee's declaration echoed, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Having concluded his match, Su Luo nonchalantly descended from the stage. Next up were Chung Long and Nan Wu. This battle held no suspense. Despite Nan Wu's indomitable spirit, there was no chance of survival against an overwhelming display of strength. After a few exchanges, Chung Long sent Nan Wu tumbling from the stage with a gust of wind from his palm, leaving him to exit in dejection in a manner akin to the original narrative. Prior to the match, Nan Wu's remarkable perseverance piqued Chung Long's curiosity. Utilizing mind-reading abilities, he learned of Nan Wu's past, including the water scarcity in his homeland and his purpose for being there. Without hesitation, he extended a helping hand, seeking out Nan Wu after the match to present him with a water-carrying capsule, aiding him through his plight. Thus, Nan Wu's storyline reached a temporary conclusion. The four finalists, Clin, Sun Wukong, Su Luo, and Chung Long, once again drew lots. The semi-final matchups were as follows. First match, Clin vs. Su Luo. Second match, Sun Wukong versus Chung Long. With some time remaining before the matches, the referee specially invited Sun Wukong and Clin, both clad in identical orange martial arts uniforms, onto the stage for an interview. The revelation that they were disciples of the legendary martial arts master Wu Tian sent the crowd into a frenzy. Applause, cheers, and praises erupted from the audience, creating an electrifying atmosphere. In the resting area, Su Luo reclined leisurely on a bench, his head resting upon Lazi Li's long, elegant legs. Lazi Li occasionally offered him grapes, which he savored with delight. The fragrant scent emanating from Lazi Li made Su Luo feel exceptionally content. How infuriating! That rascal Su Luo, Bulma thought to herself, gritting her teeth. She regretted entering with Lazi Li. Feeling overwhelmed by the dog food they were feeding her, as the break concluded, the rhythmic beating of a copper drum resonated from the tournament stage. The referee, clearing his throat, solemnly announced, "We shall now proceed to the semifinals. The first match begins. Please welcome contestants Su Luo and Clin." Amidst the crowd's enthusiastic applause and cheers, Su Luo and Clin ascended the stage, taking their positions on opposite sides. Clin gazed at the composed Su Luo. An inexplicable sense of dread swelling within him, he assumed a fighting stance, cautiously inching forward as though walking on thin ice. Su Luo observed Clin's timid demeanor and chuckled softly. Despite both being disciples of Master Roshi, their temperaments were worlds apart. Sun Wukong faced even the mightiest foes with unwavering courage, unperturbed by the prospect of defeat. Perhaps Wukong's combative nature stemmed from the Scion blood coursing through his veins. Yet temperament is not something that bloodlines dictate. In contrast, Clin remained perpetually timid, shrinking before formidable opponents, quaking in fear before the battle had even commenced. "Hey, what are you so afraid of?" Su Luo remarked casually. Clin swallowed hard, feigning composure. "Nonsense. Who's afraid?" "Oh, well, that's a relief," Su Luo smirked. However, Clin felt an unsettling anxiety creeping over him as he caught sight of Su Luo's grin. In the next moment, he realized that Su Luo had vanished from his sight. Frantically, he scanned his surroundings, searching for Su Luo's figure. Right here, Su Luo's voice resonated from behind him. Clin quickly turned around, only to see a fist growing larger in his vision. In an instant, he was sent careening through the air like a kite severed from its string. Before Clin could fully process what had happened, Su Luo reappeared in front of him, delivering another punch that sent him hurtling back to AT. That moment, Clin resembled a baseball, while Su Luo played the role of a batter. Swiftly darting between the 2 points, the audience stood in stunned silence, the only sounds being the muffled thuds of impact. "Wow, I never knew martial arts competitions could be this entertaining. I should be entered," Lazi Li exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Bulma swallowed hard, glancing at Lazi Li with disbelief. "Goodness, this sister has a penchant for violence, too. Is it true that birds of feather flock together?" Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as Clin was slammed to the ground. Rendered unable to rise, the referee, upon witnessing Clin's defeat, quickly climbed onto the stage and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. When the countdown reached 1, the referee declared the result of the match. Su Luo wins. In the waiting area, Chung Long and Sun Wukong rushed over to assist Clint. Upon seeing his bruised visage and vacant expression, they gasped in shock. Su Luo, you really went too far this time. Chung Long reproached. Standing with his arms crossed, Su Luo replied in a low tone, if one chooses to stand upon the stage, one must possess the courage to strike and the spirit to endure blows. If one cannot withstand even a beating, perhaps it's best to abandon the path of martial arts altogether. This left Jackie Chan utterly speechless, as Su Luo's words seemed unassailable. With a sudden gasp, Krillin, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into a complete unconsciousness. Krillin! Krillin! Two voices called out in unison. Observing this, Su Luo shook his head and sighed, lamenting the poor temperament displayed. He then produced a magical bean, tossing it to Sun Wukong, and after explaining its purpose, returned to the waiting area. Sun Wukong hurriedly fed the magical bean to Krillin. Upon consuming it, Krillin gradually regained consciousness. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him as he recalled his earlier disgraceful performance. However, with encouragement from Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan, he managed to restore his confidence, following the referee's urging. The second match of the semifinals commenced. Chapter 30. The championship match on the arena. Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan positioned themselves on either side, and as the referee's voice rang out, the match began. Their gazes locked, igniting a spark of battle intent between them. Jackie Chan assumed a combat stance and declared in a low voice, I shall not hold back. Neither will I, Sun Wukong replied earnestly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jackie Chan lunged forward with the speed of a striking gale, closing the distance in an instant to deliver a powerful punch. Sun Wukong feigned a move, leaping into the air, soaring several meters high to evade the blow. Jackie Chan swiftly retreated a few steps to find an appropriate angle, then propelled himself into the air to deliver a fierce kick at Sun Wukong. Caught mid-air, Sun Wukong was unable to evade, and the kick struck him directly, sending his body plummeting towards the edge of the arena. Just when Jackie Chan thought victory was assured, Sun Wukong's tail whirled like a helicopter blade, rapidly spinning to propel him back onto the arena. This spectacle elicited cheers and applause from the audience. Floating atop the high wall, Su Luo observed this familiar scene with a slight smile. In the arena, witnessing Sun Wukong extricate himself from perilous circumstances, Jackie Chan's eyes glimmered with excitement as he chuckled, Wukong, impressive. Now let us see this technique. Jackie Chan's form rippled like water, creating multiple afterimages that danced around Sun Wukong. With a serious expression, Sun Wukong attempted to locate Jackie Chan's real position. Sensing something amiss, he aimed a punch at the nearest afterimage, only to strike air. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Sun Wukong realized Jackie Chan had seized the opportunity, materializing behind him to deliver another kick. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying, crashing against the arena wall, which shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. Shaking off the debris, Sun Wukong emerged unharmed. Grinning as he mimicked Jackie Chan's signature move, the afterimage punch. Tit for tat, he clenched his fists and struck hard atop Jackie Chan's head. Jackie Chan cried out in pain, clutching his swollen head, muttering, disobedient disciple, how dare you strike your master's head? The fierce battle on the arena raged on for quite some time. During a clash of Kamehameha waves, both combatants bore injuries, panting as they stared at one another. However, Sun Wukong, being young and full of vitality, persevered until the end, ultimately claiming victory at that moment. The sky tinged with a golden hue. Even Su Luo could not help but sigh, acknowledging that Master Roshi was indeed a commendable teacher. Through this battle, Master Roshi, in his own way, had imparted various combat techniques and enhanced Sun Wukong's adaptability. With the semifinals concluded, the martial arts tournament reached its zenith. The championship match, after a brief intermission. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated championship match is about to commence. After a few minutes of the referee's verbose introduction, he proclaimed, let us welcome contestants Su Luo and Sun Wukong, as the referee's booming voice echoed. The previously quiet audience erupted into a frenzy of applause, cheers, and screams, with the names of Su Luo and Sun Wukong ringing out in unison. Both contestants ascended the arena together. Now, let us interview these two victorious fighters. The referee announced, approaching Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, what do you consider your chances in this match? What's that? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. I meant to ask if you have confidence in winning the match. I don't know. I'll just do my best. Sun Wukong replied with earnestness. This unexpected response seemed to take the referee aback, leaving him momentarily speechless. Oh ho ho. Truly a young man. Such a candid and honest answer. It must be this unpretentious attitude that has carried him thus far. After a brief explanation, the referee struck an exaggerated pose, and the audience erupted with cheers, clearly entertained by the interaction. Now, let us interview Su Luo to see if he offers a different perspective. Su Luo, do you have anything to say? As Su Luo leaned towards a microphone, he pondered briefly before stating, for the grand prize of 500,000, I will compete earnestly. Su Luo. What a straightforward response. The referee wiped the sweat from his brow and continued. Now, let the match officially begin. With the resounding beat of the drum, the arena was set for battle as Su Luo and Sun Wukong locked eyes, each staring intently at the other. Big brother Su Luo, I'm coming, Sun Wukong declared, taking his stance, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Come, let me see what you have learned from Master Roshi, Su Luo replied calmly. To ensure a fair contest, Su Luo adjusted his power level to match that of Sun Wukong. Tense like a bowstring, Sun Wukong shot forward, cutting through the air and appearing before Su Luo in an instant, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches that morphed into countless afterimages, dazzling to behold and difficult to counter. Yet in the face of these phantom punches, Su Luo merely raised his hand, delivering a single punch that pierced through the illusions, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt as though he had been struck by a meteor, his body flying backwards and creating a small crater at the edge of the arena. Ouch, he groaned, trembling as he clutched his belly, gazing at Su Luo with disbelief. His attack had been so easily seen through, even Jackie Chan would have struggled to respond. Again, with renewed determination, Sun Wukong vanished from sight atop the arena, leaving only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the air. Facing this unexpected assault, Su Luo remained undisturbed, his gaze unchanged, as tranquil as the vast sky. Suddenly, Su Luo clenched his left fist and reached to the side. The previously invisible Sun Wukong reappeared, colliding face first into Su Luo's fist. With a dull thud, Sun Wukong's head struck the ground, leaving him sprawled beneath Su Luo. Ouch! It hurts, he whimpered, rubbing his nose in pain. Yet before he could recover, Su Luo's next attack followed swiftly. A sidekick sent Sun Wukong flying several meters away. Sun Wukong performed a flip, massaging his sore arm. Wukong, your vigilance is sorely lacking. If I were your enemy, you would be dead by now, Su Luo stated coldly. But you're not my enemy, Sun Wukong replied, bewildered. Oh, then from now on, consider me your enemy. Otherwise it will be quite disastrous. In the depths of Su Luo's jet-black eyes, a chilling glimmer flashed, and suddenly, a tempestuous aura surged forth. Under the blazing sun, Sun Wukong felt as if he had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, a terrifying and frigid presence enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Gazing at the transformed Su Luo, Sun Wukong found himself momentarily bewildered as Su Luo's gaze sharpened, and in a flicker, he appeared beside him with the speed of lightning. Before Sun Wukong could react, Su Luo unleashed a punch like flowing water, creating a fierce gale, his assault as ferocious as a raging tide, sending Sun Wukong soaring several dozen meters into the air. Then, with a deft push off his toes, he swiftly leapt above Sun Wukong, delivering a ruthless kick. With a splatter, Sun Wukong, struck by such a devastating blow, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting like a meteor. Thud! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground resonated. On the arena, a deep pit, approximately 1 meter deep, came into view. Sun Wukong's battered form lay sprawled in the center of the pit, as Su Luo stood atop the colossal crater, coldly observing Sun Wukong below. Sun Wukong's vulnerabilities were exceedingly fatal, His excessive complacency was his greatest flaw. Su Luo was not one to coax gently. Words were less effective than allowing Sun Wukong to experience it firsthand. Chapter 31. Transformation into the giant ape Wukong. Get up! On the spectator stand, Chi-Chi, seeing Sun Wukong motionless in the pit, could not help but burst into tears. Chi-Chi, Wukong, is very strong, and he still aims to win the championship. He won't fall easily, the Bull Demon King hastily reassured his little daughter upon witnessing her distress. Really? Chi-Chi sniffled softly. Indeed, the Bull Demon King nodded earnestly. However, deep down, he felt uncertain. Although he knew Sun Wukong was formidable, he sensed that Su Luo was even more terrifying. An instinctual realization. Oh. Chi-Chi ceased her weeping, her eyes filled with anxiety as she gazed at the arena, repeatedly calling out, Wukong, get up! In the pit, Sun Wukong seemed to hear Chi-Chi's plea, struggling to rise. Upon seeing him stand, Chi-Chi immediately cheered and began to rally for him. Panting heavily, Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then turned his gaze towards Su Luo, his eyes brimming with fierce combativeness. Brother Su Luo, you hit me so hard just now. I will retaliate. Come on. As soon as Su Luo spoke, he noticed Sun Wukong suddenly leap into the air. A flying kick aimed directly at his face. The force and speed were markedly elevated compared to before. Now that's more like it, Su Luo remarked. A hint of satisfaction gracing his features, he tilted his head slightly. Evading Sun Wukong's fierce strike, Sun Wukong's body spun rapidly, darting beneath Su Luo, and with the swiftness of thunder, he executed another sweeping kick. Su Luo moved like a dragon, sidestepping this assault effortlessly, and then, like a specter, he vanished, reappearing behind Sun Wukong. His right palm transformed into a knife hand, aimed at Sun Wukong's neck. However, the ensuing scene caught Su Luo off guard. Sun Wukong rolled forward, evading the strike. Interesting, Su Luo chuckled lightly, following up with another punch. Sun Wukong adopted a defensive stance, and the two figures blurred together on the stage, the sounds of their fists colliding echoing intermittently. Although Su Luo had suppressed his combat prowess to match Sun Wukong's level, his experience, technique, and reflexes were far beyond what Sun Wukong could contend with. Throughout their skirmish, Su Luo maintained the upper hand, consistently pressing Sun Wukong into a defensive position. Before long, Sun Wukong was battered and bruised, revealing signs of waning strength. Seizing the moment, Su Luo directed a punch towards Sun Wukong's face. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong hastily crossed his arms to shield his face. Instantly, a searing pain shot through his arms. And under the immense force, he was propelled backward, sliding for several meters and leaving a deep gouge in the ground. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong lowered his arms, panting heavily, his face marred with bruises. His clothes tattered, revealing inflamed skin beneath, a pitiful sight. Observing Su Luo, who remained composed and unperturbed, Sun Wukong's gaze ignited with a fierce, indomitable spirit. After a swift contemplation, Sun Wukong pressed his lips together, a grave determination washing over him as he leaned slightly forward. Assuming a combat stance, his sore arms gradually drawing toward his waist, Su Luo, discerning Sun Wukong's posture, anticipated his next move. Sun Wukong flashed a blood-stained grin, placing his hands at his waist in a flower-like formation. Haim. A visibly radiant blue energy sphere rapidly coalesced between his palms, its dazzling light illuminating the entire arena. With a whoosh, a blue energy beam, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, surged forth, akin to a bolt of lightning. Hurtling towards Su Luo, Su Luo narrowed his eyes, lifting his right hand, palm facing the oncoming wave of energy. In an instant, a golden energy sphere formed in his palm, morphing into a golden shockwave that thundered toward the blue energy wave with overwhelming force. In the arena's center, a stunning tableau unfolded, the golden and blue lights clashing, each side vying for dominance. Yet this equilibrium lasted but a fleeting moment. Sun Wukong, drained of stamina, found the blue wave waning, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming might of the golden wave, which surged forth with devastating intent. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated. The wind howled, debris flew, and thick smoke billowed, obscuring vision. As the haze dissipated, the arena lay in ruins. Sun Wukong, arms shielding his front, found his clothing reduced to tatters, revealing charred patches of skin. Stumbling, he collapsed to the ground, his hands weakly supporting him behind, gazing at Su Luo, who remained tranquil and evidently unfatigued. Sun Wukong forced a wry smile. Brother Su Luo, you truly are formidable. Surely you haven't unleashed your full power yet. Su Luo stroked his chin contemplatively, regarding him with 3 fingers raised. That I used merely 30% of my strength. Wukong, you must train harder if you wish to defeat me. You're still far from that goal. Sun Wukong murmured, 30%. His eyelids felt increasingly heavy, a sliver of sunset filtering into his view. He glanced upward, the evening glow painting the sky, a full moon hanging high above. It's a moon. I haven't seen the moon in ages. Sun Wukong recalled that the last time he saw the moon, his grandfather was still alive. The moon? Su Luo paused, surprised by Sun Wukong's words, and looked up at the sky. A full moon hung there, its silvery light competing with the vibrant afterglow of dusk, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Luo, and he quickly cast a glance at Sun Wukong. Before his eyes, Sun Wukong's expression twisted into a fearsome visage, primal roars escaping his lips as his small frame swelled, thick brown fur sprouting all over him, tearing his orange martial arts uniform asunder. Observing Sun Wukong's transformation into a giant ape, Su Luo facepalmed in exasperation, realizing he had completely overlooked this aspect. With crimson glints flashing in his eyes, Sun Wukong exuded a ferocious aura, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated like rolling thunder, echoing into the surroundings. The transformation into the giant ape was swift. Within moments, he had morphed into a towering creature dozens of meters high. The giant ape stomped the earth, hammering its chest with its fists, its scarlet gaze fixed upon the moon, releasing a cacophony of roars, wild and frenzied, as if heralding its arrival to the world. What is happening? Sun Wukong has transformed into a giant gorilla. Could this be his hidden ultimate technique? The referee, clutching a microphone, spoke with a trembling voice. The crowd stared, wide-eyed, at the roaring gorilla on the stage, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 32. The curtain falls. Chi-Chi gazed blankly at the giant ape, managing to utter a single phrase. Wukong has become so large. Is this the scion transformation into a great ape? It feels rather grotesque. Lazi Li murmured under her breath as she observed the colossal creature. Bulma, confronted by the immense beast, felt a surge of fear. When had she ever witnessed such a scene? Yet, upon remembering that Su Luo and Lazi Li were present, she straightened her posture, reassured by their company. Lazi Li, sensing Bulma's trepidation, patted her shoulder playfully and said, Bulma, don't be afraid. Brother Su Luo will handle it. Who, me? Afraid? I have seen my fair share of spectacles. Just a mere giant ape? I'm not frightened at all, Bulma asserted with unwavering resolve, though her body betrayed her confidence. Noticing Bulma quickly retreating behind her, Lazi Li could only shake her head in disbelief at her claims of fearlessness. The giant ape on the stage began to move, swinging its arms and demolishing the surrounding walls and structures, sending shattered stones flying in all directions, creating a series of thunderous crashes upon impact. Run for your lives! Changlong urgently pulled the dazed Krillin away as the gorilla's attacks threatened to reach their vicinity. The audience finally grasped the peril they were in, erupting into screams as they scrambled to escape the scene. Danger! But as the referee, I should not abandon my post. Help! The referee, microphone in hand, spoke while dodging the debris that flew about. The giant ape seemed to sense something, glaring at the panicked crowd and the audience, its fierce visage contorting into a savage expression. With a gaping maw, a crimson energy sphere ignited, hinting at a terrible strike brewing within. In an instant, Su Luo soared into the air, positioning himself beneath the giant ape's chin. With a swift motion, the ape felt an immense force strike its jaw, lifting its entire body off the ground. The terrifying energy blast erupted from its mouth, shooting skyward. The red beam ascended rapidly, resembling a geyser of molten lava, fiery and perilous, casting the sky in a vivid crimson hue, as if to pierce the heavens. This is still that little Wukong. How terrifying! Changlong swallowed hard, his heart racing at the sight of the giant ape. The creature was imbued with brutality and foreboding, appearing as nothing more than a monstrous harbinger of destruction. "It's too frightening, utterly terrifying," Krillin stammered, his face a mask of fear. Chi-Chi stared at the giant ape suspended in midair, unable to comprehend why Wukong had transformed into such a form. The giant ape struck aloft, rubbed its painfully throbbing jaw, glaring at Su Luo with a malevolent expression, its massive fists swinging toward him in a display of rage fueled by agony. Su Luo merely smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed. Although a Scion's power increases tenfold upon transformation into a great ape, Wukong's base strength was merely 140. Even multiplied, it posed no real threat to him as Su Luo vanished from sight, reappearing behind the creature, his fingertips gliding through the air as if parting the very fabric of space. The entire area rippled like a disturbed pond, a void-like wave cascading over the giant ape's tail. Space dimensional slash. With a swift sound, the giant ape's tail was severed. Its savage expression froze, issuing one final roar before its colossal form began to shrink, rapidly reverting to that of a human child. Plummeting from the sky, Su Luo smirked. He had not anticipated that his first use of the space dimensional slash would be to sever a tail. Just as Wukong was about to crash to the ground, Su Luo caught him effortlessly. Huff, huff, he observed Wukong, sleeping soundly, bemused at how this ruckus had left the boy in such a deep slumber. Noting Wukong's bare state, Su Luo retrieved a jacket from a spatial realm and draped it over him. "Big brother Su Luo, how is Wukong?" Chi-Chi rushed forward, followed closely by the others. "Don't worry, he is fine, just asleep," Su Luo replied. Chi-Chi tiptoed to catch a glimpse of Wukong, but her petite stature hindered her. Observing her anxious demeanor, Su Luo placed Wukong into her arms, teasingly remarking, "Here, I return your Wukong." Chi-Chi blushed furiously, lowering her head in embarrassment as she hugged Wukong tightly. "Su Luo, why did Wukong just transform like that?" Changlong inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, Su Luo, why did Wukong become a great ape? That was truly terrifying," Bulma chimed in, her heart still racing as she patted her chest. Su Luo responded softly, "Because when Wukong gazes upon a full moon, he transforms into a mindless great ape." A full moon. The group looked up to see a round moon hanging in the sky. Changlong opened his mouth, as if to speak, but hesitated. Su Luo, sensing his unasked question, waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I've said enough. You need not know the reasons behind it." Seeing Su Luo's resolute demeanor, Changlong conceded, "Oh, who is the champion of this tournament?" The referee's voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see the referee, covered in dust and dirt, steadfastly maintaining his post, refusing to flee. Su Luo silently applauded him. The most dedicated referee on Earth. Adjusting his glasses, the referee surveyed the empty arena and remarked, "However, everyone has fled, so the award ceremony may be delayed." Su Luo shrugged. "No matter, as long as the prize money arrives, the ceremony is irrelevant." The referee's mouth twitched slightly. Thus, the world's martial arts tournament came to an end. Su Luo received his prize money from the referee, and after bidding farewell to the Turtle Hermit and his companions, he departed with Lazi Li and Bulma. West City. The city sparkled with vibrant lights, filled with a kaleidoscope of nightlife. Bulma enthusiastically led Su Luo and Lazi Li into her home. This marked the first time Su Luo and Lazi Li had accepted her invitation. Upon entering the villa, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm, teeming with an array of animals frolicking together, even a few dinosaurs roaming about in harmonious coexistence. "These are wild cats. Dogs and dinosaurs that my father brought back from outside," Bulma said with excitement. "Ah, Bulma, you're back." A golden-haired woman approached, greeting Bulma warmly. Upon spotting Su Luo and Lazi Li, her eyes lit up as she rushed between them, linking an arm with each and cooing, "You must be Su Luo and Lazi Li. Bulma often speaks of you. I didn't expect you to be so adorable. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Bulma's mother. Would you like to have a glass of juice? I have some delicious juice, or perhaps some snacks. I've recently learned to make a few pastries. I'll go prepare some for you, if that's all right. Both Su Luo and Lazi Li were taken aback by Bulma's mother's enthusiasm. Bulma, blushing fiercely, quickly pulled her mother aside, hurriedly explaining to the two, "Please don't mind her. My mom is just like this. She's a bit eccentric." Su Luo and Lazi Li exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads in dismissal of any offense. "Daughter, why would you say such things about your mother? It's quite hurtful." Bulma's mother feigned disappointment. Bulma, feeling exasperated, raked her fingers through her hair. "I'll go prepare some juice and pastries. You all chat for now," Mrs. Brief said gently before departing. Chapter 33, Bulma's Inventions. "Your mother is truly warm-hearted," Su Luo chuckled. The Bulma family was undeniably eccentric. Her sister, Tais, the daughter of a billionaire, had taken to wandering the cosmos in search of inspiration for her novels. Dr. Brief was an idiosyncratic scientist, perpetually unserious and with a penchant for collecting adult literature. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief was extroverted, warm-hearted, and enjoyed dating handsome. In light of this, Su Luo found Bulma's somewhat infatuated demeanor to be rather normal. "She just fiddles with those," Bulma pouted. "Enough about her. Come, let me show you my latest invention." "It's quite fascinating," Bulma declared, her face alight with pride. Intrigued by Bulma's genius, Su Luo and Lazi Li followed her upstairs to her laboratory. Bulma retrieved a pink wristband from a drawer, donned it, and waved it before them. "What is this?" Lazi Li inquired, perplexed. "This is my miniaturization wristband. Press this blue button, and a person can shrink." Bulma pointed to the button on the wristband, her pride evident. With a flick of her finger, she pressed the button. To the astonishment of her companions, golden light enveloped her figure, rapidly diminishing until she was no larger than a mouse. Su Luo's lips twitched in disbelief as he internally remarked, "This must be some sort of advanced technology." Lazi Li, intrigued, poked the diminutive Bulma, finding it amusing. "How delightful! Bulma, let me give it a try." Bulma nodded, returning to her normal size and handing the wristband to Lazi Li. Upon receiving the device, Lazi Li shrank down to a miniature version of herself and joyfully flitted about the room like a small bird. Su Luo, feeling a surge of curiosity, called for a halt and decided to try it himself. When he pressed the blue button, he felt the surrounding space become dense, and, propelled by a mysterious force, he rapidly shrank. Gazing up at the oversized Lazi Li and Bulma, he could not help but exclaim, "How enormous!" Lazi Li scooped him in her palm, playfully poking his head as she laughed. "Oh, Su Luo, you're so tiny. How amusing." After a brief struggle, he returned to his original size, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Lazi Li. Following their playful antics, Bulma led Su Luo and Lazi Li on a leisurely tour of her home, passing by Dr. Brief's laboratory where he was engrossed in his research, and they opted not to disturb him. Once in the living room, they were warmly welcomed by Mrs. Brief, who treated them to a sumptuous feast. After enjoying their meal and entertainment, Su Luo and Lazi Li bid farewell to Bulma and returned home. As night fell, a radiant full moon ascended high into the sky, its silvery glow harmonizing with the twinkling stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon returning to the island, the two chose to forego their training, instead lying on the villa's rooftop to admire the moon. "Su Luo, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight," Lazi Li remarked, her ice-blue eyes sparkling in the moonlight. "Indeed," Su Luo mused, captivated by the celestial scene, which formed a stunning tableau that was rare to behold in the bustling city of his previous life. Breathing in the fresh sea air, he felt himself enraptured by the moment. After a while, Lazi Li stretched and announced her intention to bathe, having played all day. Su Luo responded with a nonchalant hum, lost in thought as he gazed at the night sky. Sensing his distraction, Lazi Li's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned in and teased, "Su Luo, would you like to join me for a bath? I could help scrub your back." Su Luo turned to her, bemused by her playful nature. Observing her well-developed figure, he smirked and asked, "Are you certain about that?" Lazi Li stuck out her tongue and giggled, darting away. Watching her retreating figure, Su Luo smirked to himself, thinking, "Enjoy your triumph while you can, but one day." You shall pay dearly for your jest. After drying his hair in the bathroom, he approached the window. Allowing the sea breeze to dry it further, he opened his personal panel. Host, Su Luo age, 17 dimension. Level 2, 77 immortal, talent. Martial arts heart. Time-space power bloodline. Huaxia, Yinhuang bloodline. Skills, celestial meditation. Time stop, instant transmission. Dimensional slash, flight technique. Luo immortal fist, fourfold. Ki blast, combat power, 131,000 evaluation. In the universe, you can be considered a formidable expert. After over half a year of training, Su Luo had perfectly adapted to a gravity of 110 times normal. Since reaching this level, each incremental increase in gravity demanded significant effort to acclimate. However, the results were astonishing. His baseline combat power stood at 131,000. With the use of the fourfold Luo immortal fist and his time-space abilities, Su Luo could effortlessly overpower Frisia's first form and even hold his own against the second form, though this was merely speculation. As he had yet to engage in actual combat, Su Luo did not allow himself to feel overly proud, for he understood that when the Dragon Ball Z era arrived, his current strength would be insufficient to make an impact. Frisia's ultimate form alone boasted a combat power of 120 million, a target he would chase for a long time. With a considerable period remaining before the arrival of the Dragon Ball Z era, he mused that perhaps he would become strong enough by then that a confident smile crept across his face. Yet he noted that his progress in dimensional training was slowing, with advancements becoming increasingly sluggish. Frowning at the progress bar, he contemplated, at this rate, achieving the level of a celestial being will take several more years. And one of the higher tiers, Yama, King Kai, Grand Kai, might it take centuries, millennia, or even longer? It was no wonder that text described the journey from mortal to high deity as a daunting endeavor. Many might not even reach the next tier before their lives concluded. Sighing, he chided himself. I am perhaps aiming too high. With a chuckle, he tossed aside his towel, leaped onto his bed, and settled into a meditative posture. As dawn broke, a pale light emerged from the distant east, followed by the sun gradually rising, casting gentle morning rays upon the earth and heralding the arrival of a new day. After a quick breakfast prepared by Lazi Li, Su Luo entered the gravity chamber to commence his training, adjusting the gravity multiplier to 111 times. He felt a weighty pressure envelop him. Training level 3, Su Luo announced. As his words resonated, 8 flying robots emerged from the mechanical walls, signaling the commencement of his training. Upon receiving the command from Su Luo, the diminutive robots began to gather energy to launch an assault against him. Whoosh! Streams of energy beams surged towards Su Luo. His expression hardened. With a swift turn of his body, he leaped nimbly, evading the onslaught with dexterity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Chapter 34. The Demon King Piccolo in the western region of Earth, amidst the vast expanse of the sea. A stunning island appeared as if it were a secluded paradise, gracefully resting upon the shimmering waves that it was summer, and under the radiant sun, the surface of the water sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance. On the sandy beach, a striking scene unfolded as Bulma lounged in a refreshing swimsuit on a beach chair, leisurely sipping coconut juice. She donned a peculiar pair of glasses, gazing into the distant skies above the ocean. Where Su Luo and Lazi Li were engaged in a fierce battle that gained a clearer view of the clash between Su Luo and Lazi Li. Bulma had ingeniously invented these ultra-dynamic glasses, capable of capturing their combat movements with remarkable clarity. Before her eyes, Lazi Li, radiating a blue aura, unleashed countless energy orbs that rained down upon Su Luo, yet he deftly swatted them all away. The energy spheres plummeted into the ocean like shooting stars, causing towering waves to erupt, reaching heights of several dozen meters. If in perfect synchrony, the two combatants dove into the waves, engaging one another in close quarters. Within the tumultuous waters, 2 luminous points, one white and one blue, collided repeatedly. Each impact sending sprays of water cascading across the sea's surface. Bang! Another violent clash ensued, with the blue figure being struck down into the depths of the ocean, the once tranquil waters exploding like a depth charge, sending forth another wave. Su Luo hovered in midair, patiently awaiting the outcome. Moments later, Lazi Li burst forth from the water, hovering gracefully above the surface. With a whoosh, she dissipated the blue aura enveloping her, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. Glistening with droplets of sweat, the thin fabric of her wet attire clung closely to her figure, accentuating her undeniably alluring physique. Observing Lazi Li emerging from the water, Su Luo smiled faintly. Over the past 3 years, Lazi Li had made remarkable progress in her strength. Now, possessing a combat power that had reached 90,000, moreover, she had mastered his signature technique, the Luo Xian Fist, augmenting it to a fourfold enhancement. Thanks to this technique, Lazi Li could barely hold her own against him. In terms of dimensional strength, Lazi Li had broken through to the second dimension a year prior, leading to a slight elevation in her potential. Lifespan and power due to her enhanced life tier. Impressive indeed. Your mastery of the Luo Xian Fist has advanced swiftly, Su Luo remarked, flying before her and offering his praise. Humph, I still can't defeat you. Lazi Li pouted, her rosy lips forming a dissatisfied expression. Su Luo playfully tapped her on the head, chuckling, be content with your progress. Hey, Luo, you just hit my head again. I told you not to do that. It makes me dumb, Lazi Li exclaimed, covering her head in a huff. Yes, Su Luo gazed at the enchanting woman before him. He realized that the passage of time had matured her significantly. Her personality had evolved into one that was independent and self-reliant, no longer clinging to him as she once did. For instance, she no longer called him brother. With this thought, he sighed wistfully, pondering whether he had inadvertently steered her away from her youthful innocence. Luo, what troubles you? Lazi Li inquired. Noticing the sigh escape his lips, I was just thinking about the adorable little one who used to call me brother. Where did she go? Su Luo teased. Lazi Li opened her mouth slightly. Speaking softly, I've grown up now. Indeed, she had matured. Su Luo observed her for a moment longer, swallowing hard, his hand now trembling with uncontainable longing. Noticing his somewhat lecherous gaze, Lazi Li's lips curled into a charming smile. Her expression enchanting. She seemed to casually lift her clothing, fanning herself as she complained, Oh dear, it's so hot. Luo, you should continue your training. I'm off to swim with Bulma. With that, she soared back toward the island. Watching her retreating figure, Su Luo mumbled to himself. Training is about balance. A little relaxation now, and then is beneficial. He then quickly followed her back to the island, resolutely not for the sake of gazing at swimwear-clad beauties, but primarily to indulge in a refreshing swim to ease his mind. On the beach, Su Luo reclined on his chair, observing the two stunning women frolicking in the ocean, feeling utterly content. Opening his personal panel. Host, Su Luo, age, 20 years dimension, level 3, celestial 18 talent, martial arts heart, time-space power bloodline, Huaxia, Yin Huang bloodline, skills, celestial meditation, time stasis, instantaneous movement, dimensional slash, air control, Luo Xian Fist, eightfold, new chi cannon, combat power, 470,000 evaluation. In the cosmos, you have ascended to the ranks of the elite. As Su Luo reflected on his achievements over the past 3 years, a smile crept across his face. He was now well equipped to venture into the universe. His instantaneous movement had also reached new heights. With a significantly expanded range, capable of traversing a distance equivalent to approximately 100 solar systems. While this may seem vast, the universe is boundless. Even the northern galaxy is home to countless star systems. With the solar system merely a minor player at its periphery, splash, a wave crashed upon him, drenching Su Luo, who had been lost in thought. Luo, come play, came a melodious voice. Looking up, he saw Lazi Li playfully splashing water with her delicate hand. Clearly the architect of the previous wave. Luo, hurry, the water is delightful. Bulma waved enthusiastically, calling to him, I'm coming. Su Luo leaped high into the air, landing beside the two women. Boom! A tremendous splash erupted, sending waves soaring over 4 meters high. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The long-anticipated World Martial Arts Tournament, which had been absent for 3 years, was set to commence once again. Due to the outstanding performances of Su Luo, Sun Wukong, and Jackie Chan in the previous tournament, interest in the martial arts competition surged, prompting many hidden sects to send their disciples to participate, including 2 disciples from the Crane School, Tian Shenron and Kaiatu. The ensuing events bore resemblance to the original narrative, but with a notable difference. Sun Wukong's strength had significantly increased, even besting Tian Shenron in combat. Thus, he emerged as the champion of this tournament. The group celebrated their victory in a restaurant. An entity named Dambalin, a creature of the demon clan, burst in, threatening Sun Wukong and his companions, demanding they surrender the 4-star Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong would not easily acquiesce to such demands, and thus began a fierce confrontation with Dambalin. Within mere exchanges, Dambalin found himself pinned to the ground by Sun Wukong. Realizing his precarious situation, Dambalin seized a few innocent bystanders, using their lives as leverage. Compassionate by nature, Sun Wukong reluctantly compromised. As Dambalin secured the Dragon Ball, he ominously declared, "The era of the Demon King Piccolo is upon you. Prepare to meet your doom." With those words, he swiftly made his escape. What? The Demon King Piccolo? Master Roshi's expression turned grave upon hearing this proclamation. Master Roshi, who is the Demon King Piccolo? Bulma questioned. Indeed, Master Roshi. Is he truly formidable? Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tian Shenron exchanged puzzled glances. With a heavy sigh, Master Roshi's countenance darkened as he recounted the origins of the Demon King Piccolo. I personally submerged that rice cooker into the abyss of the sea. Believing he would never escape, it appears unforeseen circumstances have arisen so he's a villain. I'll just defeat him then, Sun Wukong replied, somewhat dismissively. Wukong, do not underestimate the Demon King Piccolo. His power is terrifying, and many formidable warriors have perished at his hands in the past. Master Roshi warned sternly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up with anticipation as he inquired, "Is the Demon King Piccolo stronger than my brother Su Luo?" Upon hearing these words, Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. His mind flooded with the oppressive aura that Su Luo had once exuded, which seemed to overshadow the menacing presence of King Piccolo. Yet, the psychological torment inflicted by King Piccolo upon Master Roshi had been so profound that it had haunted him like a persistent nightmare over the years. Consequently, at the mere mention of King Piccolo, Master Roshi lost his usual composure. With this thought in mind, he let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Su Luo is somewhat stronger than him." "Haha, then there's no problem at all. I am certain that I can defeat King Piccolo," Sun Wukong declared with unwavering confidence. Master Roshi paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that this era was markedly different from the past. Perhaps these young warriors could achieve feats that their predecessors could not. Chapter 35. The Catastrophe on Earth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, in the vast expanse above a sprawling ocean, a colossal spaceship floated slowly through the sky. Inside the vessel, King Piccolo lounged in a grand chair, appearing notably aged. His dark green skin had lost its former vibrancy, now marred by deep wrinkles. Grasping 6 Dragon Balls in his hand, he glanced at them before inquiring, "Is it true that these orbs, when gathered to 7, can summon the eternal dragon to grant any wish?" Pilaf, rubbing his palms together, stood respectfully to the side, while Xiaowu and Ashu trembled apprehensively behind him. "Indeed, my lord, once you gather all 7, your every wish shall be fulfilled. However, the final Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball, is in the possession of someone named Sun Wukong, a formidable adversary, making it exceedingly difficult to retrieve it from him." The mention of Sun Wukong, Pilaf ground his teeth in frustration. Over the years, he had managed to collect 6 Dragon Balls. Yet the last one remained elusive, held by Sun Wukong. Despite numerous attempts, he had been unable to acquire it. Otherwise, Pilaf would have long since summoned the Eternal Dragon to fulfill his ambition of world domination, leaving no room for King Piccolo in his plans. However, after aiding King Piccolo's escape, he found himself regretting it. He had initially believed that by aligning with King Piccolo, he could achieve his desire for dominion over the world, even if it meant sharing the spoils. Yet now, King Piccolo had only promised him a mere quarter, which infuriated him. Sun Wukong, "Fear not, my child Dambalin shall take care of him," King Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. "Ah, why yes, of course," Pilaf responded, eager to please. "Where is Dambalin now?" King Piccolo inquired in a low, commanding tone. Pilaf nudged Xiaowu, signaling her to activate the radar. Xiaowu, trembling with fear, hurriedly turned on the spherical Dragon Ball radar. Pilaf observed a point of light rapidly approaching and felt a flicker of surprise. It was swiftly making its way toward them. "Soon, very soon I shall reclaim my youthful vitality. Once that happens, I will regain my overwhelming power, and this world shall tremble once more under the rule of King Piccolo." Huh. King Piccolo laughed maniacally, while the comedic trio quivered in fear nearby. As night fell, Dambalin finally arrived at the spaceship, bearing the last Dragon Ball and recounting the events involving Sun Wukong to King Piccolo. King Piccolo was taken aback, realizing that in this era there existed individuals capable of defeating Dambalin. After a brief moment of surprise, he dismissed the concern, stating, "It matters not. They are merely insignificant insects that cannot stir the waters. Once I regain my youthful form, I could crush them with ease." Immediately, King Piccolo commanded Pilaf to lower the spaceship to the ground, successfully summoning the Eternal Dragon to fulfill his wish. Just as the dragon was about to vanish, King Piccolo killed it, transforming it into stone that fell to the ground. Restored to his peak strength, King Piccolo felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Ecstatic, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that obliterated a mountain, causing the comedic trio to collapse in terror. "Quickly, steer the ship to the king's palace. I can hardly contain my desire to dominate the world. Peace? I find it repulsive. This world should be filled with destruction and slaughter under the reign of my demon kin." Ha! On that day, in the central capital of the United Kingdom, beneath the azure sky and drifting clouds, a massive spaceship burst through the clouds, hovering above the king's palace. King Piccolo stood impassively on the ship, flanked by Dambalin and a demon with a dragon-like snout. The comedic trio had vanished, having been cast off the ship mid-journey, their fates unknown. Gazing down at the royal palace, King Piccolo revealed a sinister grin before leaping from the ship, his two demonic companions following suit. Outside the royal palace, the sound of gunfire erupted as guards armed with firearms unleashed a barrage of bullets at King Piccolo, sparks flying as the bullets struck his form. King Piccolo coldly regarded the guards, his indifferent eyes reflecting the fate of those soon to meet their demise. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned a tempest of power, sending the guards crashing violently against the walls, their bodies embedding deep into the structure. Not panic. Concentrate your fire. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers surged forth, the ground trembling beneath the weight of armored vehicles that formed an impenetrable barrier, their barrels aimed squarely at King Piccolo. A day later, under the violent threat of King Piccolo, the King of the United Kingdom was compelled to appear before countless cameras, announcing that he would relinquish his throne to King Piccolo, who would henceforth govern the world. Yet, the king, a resolute ruler, risked his life to utter one final plea, calling upon warriors from around the globe to rise and vanquish King Piccolo. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck unconscious by a single blow. Thus, King Piccolo stood before the cameras, commencing his declaration of dominion. Instill terror in the hearts of all. He unleashed a devastating energy wave that annihilated a colossal island. With a resounding boom, the island vanished in an instant, a massive crimson mushroom cloud rising into the sky, shockwaves rippling outward in a visually stunning display. This some kind of movie special effect. It must be an illusion. It seems real. I can't reach Xiaowu on the phone. The spectators before the screen were astonished, many expressing skepticism, for in this era of peace, the notion that a being like King Piccolo could obliterate the world seemed preposterous. However, those near the island were left in no doubt, having witnessed the utter disappearance of a gigantic landmass, the flames still raging in the aftermath, though the era of King Piccolo's rampage had long since passed. Not all had forgotten. Some ancient families and martial arts sects still recounted the legend, and whispers of various rumors began to circulate. Regardless of belief, the world began to descend into chaos. Restless and dangerous elements began to stir. Robberies, Assaults and acts of destruction proliferated, revealing the darker side of human nature. The entire world was plunged into a state of panic. Within the Turtle Hermit's abode, Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, Tian Shinhan, and others watched the unfolding events on television. Their anger palpable. Lacking a Dragon Ball radar and unable to contact Bulma or Su Luo, they were left waiting for news, unable to locate King Piccolo. Now that King Piccolo had finally revealed his whereabouts, they could no longer remain idle. Everyone, I must go. We cannot allow King Piccolo to continue his reign of terror, Sun Wukong declared, rushing outside to summon his flying Nimbus. Wait, Wukong. Do not act recklessly. Do not go alone. Hold on, Wukong. Wait for us. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed, but outside, there was no trace of Sun Wukong. He had already soared away on his Nimbus. Quickly, we must follow. Wukong is in danger alone. The turtle sage hastily uttered a remark. Thus, the group boarded their aircraft and swiftly soared towards the central capital. Chapter 36. The showdown. The royal capital lay in disarray, following the rampage of the Demon King Piccolo. The thoroughfares were congested with vehicles, forming a serpentine line that seemed endless, a cacophony of arguments. Honking horns, curses, and cries melded into a tumultuous uproar. Supermarkets, jewelry stores, banks, and even official establishments fell prey to the assaults of lawless marauders. Gunfire erupted, and crowds of refugees were scattered everywhere. In the face of calamity, the darker facets of humanity were laid bare. Hovering above the chaos, the instigator of this devastation, the Demon King Piccolo, reveled in maniacal laughter. Relishing the scene, a true reflection of the world as it ought to be, you must be the Demon King Piccolo, a youthful yet resonant voice called out beside him. Riding upon his Nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong approached the formidable figure of Piccolo, a martial artist of humanity. Piccolo scrutinized Sun Wukong, noting the youth of this human boy, yet, upon sensing the dense and pure energy emanating from within him, his expression darkened. He held a profound disdain for such a presence. Sun Wukong, in turn, felt the malevolent and chilling aura radiating from Piccolo, which left him distinctly uncomfortable. After a brief standoff in the skies, their mutual distaste for one another escalated, and without further ado, they prepared to engage in battle. The two combatants exchanged blows in midair, but Sun Wukong, unaccustomed to aerial combat, was soon knocked to the ground. Piccolo seized the opportunity to pursue, landing on the earth to renew their fierce confrontation. The clash was extraordinarily intense. Skyscrapers crumbled beneath their ferocity, and waves of energy cascaded outward, igniting massive fireballs that rapidly transformed much of the capital into ruins. Amidst this perilous scenario, several battlefield reporters risked their lives to broadcast the conflict to the world. Across the globe, people halted their activities to witness the unfolding drama through their screens. Those previously unfamiliar with martial arts became exhilarated, holding their breath in anticipation, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. How spectacular! Is this what martial artists are like? Wow, that luminous force is astonishing, even stronger than missiles. Fool, that's the energy wave of a martial artist. Some who had attended martial arts tournaments straightened their postures with pride. Hey, ISNT that the champion of the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong? Wow, it truly is Sun Wukong. Go, Wukong. Defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Eager observers recognized Sun Wukong, erupting in cheers and encouragement. The battle intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Although Sun Wukong had not consumed the super divine water, as in the original tale, his power was nonetheless formidable, even surpassing that of Piccolo by a fraction. The scales of victory began to tip in Sun Wukong's favor. Two demon warriors, sensing the tide turning against them, attempted to intervene, only to be swiftly dispatched by a single punch from Sun Wukong. Clearly, this level of combat was beyond their capabilities. Eventually, the Demon King Piccolo was felled to the ground. However, Saiyans have a peculiar penchant for showmanship. Faced with Piccolo's desperate pleas, Sun Wukong hesitated momentarily. Yet it was this fleeting hesitation that provided Piccolo with an opening. He unleashed a verbal assault that pierced Wukong's chest, dramatically altering the situation. Thus, under Piccolo's relentless onslaught, Sun Wukong writhed in agony. his pained wails resonating through the air. Ha ha, human boy, I must commend you. You are the strongest human I have ever encountered. Even the old man who sealed me away years ago pales in comparison to you. But now, it all ends here. With a deranged grin, Piccolo reveled in the torment of the fallen warrior beneath him. A dangerous light coalesced at his fingertips, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Don't worry. I will ensure that all martial artists of Earth accompany you. You shall not be alone. High above, a solitary figure floated silently, observing the scene unfold. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, Su Luo sighed softly, pondering why Sun Wukong's reckless tendencies remained uncorrected. Was it inherent in Scion nature to indulge in such behaviors? After a moment's reflection, Su Luo vanished from the skies, reappearing before the Demon King Piccolo. With a mere wave of his hand, Piccolo was struck as if by a crushing blow, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. "Oh, who are you?" In the wake of his severe injury, disbelief filled Piccolo's eyes as he gazed upon the young man who had suddenly appeared. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that he lacked the courage to act against this newcomer. "Su Luo, brother, you have come." Cough, cough. Sun Wukong managed to lift his head, a familiar figure before him eliciting a smile, though it was quickly followed by a violent fit of coughing up blood, without uttering a word. Su Luo knelt and offered him a senza bean. After a brief moment of chewing, Wukong swallowed it, and as the bean dissolved, pure life energy surged through him, restoring his vitality. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong found that his strength had significantly increased. "Thank you, brother Su Luo." Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Su Luo waved his hand dismissively and turned his attention back to the faltering Piccolo. At that moment, the Demon King was teetering on the brink of despair. Not only had a powerful human appeared out of nowhere, but the boy he had labored to incapacitate had inexplicably regained his strength. Impossible, impossible. It's all a lie. At that juncture, Piccolo felt a profound malice emanating from the world around him. Su Luo, unconcerned with Piccolo's turmoil, delivered a swift kick that sent him soaring into the sky, following it with a golden energy wave that carved a gaping wound across Piccolo's chest as he sensed his life force swiftly waning. Piccolo let out a pained laugh. His visage transforming into a grotesque mask of fury, he expelled a white egg from his mouth, hurling it into the distance. "Child, remember to avenge your father, and let the name of the Demon King Piccolo resound once more throughout the world." With a cataclysmic explosion, the Demon King Piccolo disintegrated into dust, scattering into the AI. Su Luo gazed skyward, silently witnessing the unfolding drama, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Sun Wukong, observing Su Luo's silhouette, found himself momentarily entranced. With each increase in his own strength, he sensed an unfathomable depth to Su Luo's power. The news of Piccolo's defeat reverberated across the globe, igniting jubilant cheers from all corners of the earth. "Hooray! The Demon King Piccolo is dead. The world is saved." Having navigated the tumultuous tides of despair, the people found joy in newfound hope. The two martial artists who had rescued the world were indelibly etched into their memories. At that moment, the roar of aircraft engines echoed through the sky as the Turtle Sage and his companions arrived, albeit belatedly. "Your companions have arrived," Su Luo remarked with a smile. Everyone has come as well." "Ha!" As Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, he beheld Master Roshi, Krillin, and others waving and cheering at him, clearly aware of the news regarding the defeat of the Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong reciprocated their gestures with a wave, joy radiating from him. By the way, brother Su Luo. Sun Wukong intended to say more, but he realized that Su Luo had already vanished from sight, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 37. The era of martial arts on Earth is about to begin on Earth. Within the temple, the old Kai and Bubble stood at the edge, the old Kai, leaning on his staff. Observed the lower realm with a hint of melancholy. Although the Demon King Piccolo had perished, a child remained, a progeny birthed from the essence of Piccolo's life force, arguably a second generation of Piccolo, which explained his persistence in existence. The old Kai was uncertain whether Su Luo's actions were motivated by concern for his life, yet the existence of Piccolo's offspring was undeniably a potential calamity. Life on the planet adhered to the laws of nature, evolving in accordance with its own rhythm. As a deity, he was bound by the rule of non-interference unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the deity could not resort to self-destruction to eradicate Piccolo from existence, thus leaving him in a state of perplexity. Bubbles, being the old Kai's assistant, would naturally refrain from actions detrimental to the deity, which was why the temple had not intervened during Piccolo's previous reign of chaos. With a sigh, the old Kai addressed Bubbles, saying, "Inform Su Luo that he need not concern himself with me. He should eliminate Piccolo directly. But, old Kai, you and Piccolo are one and the same. Should Piccolo be destroyed, you would perish as well?" Bubbles replied, somewhat troubled. "There is no alternative. Piccolo is the source of my troubles, and I must take responsibility for it," the old Kai stated resolutely, prepared for the sacrifice. "Haha, old Kai. There is no need for such drastic measures," a hearty laugh echoed as Su Luo appeared within the temple. The sudden voice startled both the old Kai and Bubbles, but upon recognizing the visitor, their expressions softened into smiles. "Old Kai, Bubbles, it has been a while," Su Luo greeted them warmly. The old Kai and Bubbles nodded in acknowledgement, though the old Kai's expression remained grave as he inquired, "Su Luo, what did you mean when you said there is no need for such measures? I have glimpsed fragments of memories concerning the future. When Earth is besieged by formidable outsiders, a cadre of powerful warriors will rise to defend it, and Piccolo will be among them. Piccolo will become a guardian of Earth," the old Kai murmured, harboring no doubts about Su Luo's words, for he was ever enigmatic and had no reason to deceive. The thought of Piccolo fighting for Earth stirred profound emotions within him. For years, he had harbored guilt over Piccolo's affairs, feeling indebted to Earth. The prospect of Piccolo fighting for its sake offered a semblance of redemption. "That is splendid news, old Kai." Bubbles retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the corners of his eyes, genuinely elated for the old Kai's sake. "Thus, there is no need for excessive worry regarding Piccolo. Simply allow things to unfold naturally," Su Luo advised earnestly. The old Kai composed himself, nodding solemnly. "Currently, there are also some exceptionally gifted young individuals on Earth. If you wish to contribute to its welfare, you could consider nurturing them. I trust you have already contemplated this, have you not?" Su Luo remarked with a smile. The old Kai nodded, somewhat resigned. "Indeed, it seems nothing escaped your notice. Years ago, upon learning from you that Earth faced numerous threats from beyond, the idea of cultivating warriors began to take root in my mind." He then shared his thoughts and the list of candidates he intended to train, which included Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Tian Shenron, Yamcha, and others. "By the way, old Kai, I have come with a request." That Su Luo proceeded to inform the old Kai about the nameless star and his impending departure from Earth, requesting the spacecraft he had arrived in. "Ah, so I am a nameless star being. No wonder I feel different from others." The old Kai was taken aback upon discovering his identity from Su Luo. "When I created the Dragon Balls long ago, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that someone in my distant homeland also crafted Dragon Balls?" The old Kai mused quietly. Indeed, nameless star beings possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, though such talent is rare, Su Luo stated leisurely. "Thank you, Su Luo, for revealing my lineage to me," the old Kai said sincerely, bowing deeply in gratitude. This revelation had lifted a weight off his heart, granting him a sense of relief. Su Luo regarded the old Kai with surprise, yet soon understood the depth of his emotions. The old Kai continued, "I grew up in the Cloud Zebe Heights, where there was an unusual house. In retrospect, that house was indeed peculiar. It was the spacecraft I used to traverse to Earth. Then, regarding the spacecraft, considered a gift," the old Kai said generously. "That is wonderful news," Su Luo exclaimed with delight. "However, Su Luo, have you truly resolved to leave Earth?" "Yes, the environment here is exceedingly comfortable. If I wish to grow stronger, I must take this step. I need to engage in constant battles to enhance my combat abilities. For only with formidable strength can I protect what I hold dear. Well then, let us proceed to the Cloud Zebe Heights to retrieve the spacecraft. It has been years since I last visited, and I long to see it again." This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. What transpired next was that Su Luo and the Old Kai journeyed to Cloud Zebe Heights to reclaim the spacecraft. While Bubbles remained in the temple to oversee matters, as the spacecraft required the nameless star language for navigation, Su Luo stayed behind to learn it from the Old Kai. Meanwhile, Bubbles was busy following the Old Kai's instructions to descend to the lower realm to fetch Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Tian Shinhan, and others to train in the temple. In the capital of the United Nations, the king, having just concluded a conference, returned to his palace not to rest, but to delve into the archives. Poring over documents related to martial arts, the more he read, the more astonished he became. The martial arts world was rife with secrets obscured by history, events from 300 years ago involving the demon invasion. The glory of martial arts, the enigmatic superpower academy, and the revered martial arts sanctuary, Karin Tower. Through the exploration of these hidden events, the king came to a profound realization. This world was far more complex than it appeared. And Earth needed not only to advance in science, but also to prioritize the development of martial arts. Days later, the worldwide unrest had subsided, yet the chaos instigated by the demon king Piccolo had awakened the populace to the significance of martial arts. The king decisively enacted a series of policies to promote martial arts development. These included the establishment of martial arts academies funded by the government, inviting skilled martial artists to impart foundational knowledge, organizing martial arts tournaments with generous rewards for the top 16, and offering various subsidies to martial artists. Many young enthusiasts of martial arts eagerly enrolled in the academies, and a fervor for martial arts began to sweep across Earth. Though martial arts may seem but a flicker amid the tide of technology, it is destined to blaze ever brighter. The era of martial arts on Earth is about to commence. Chapter 38. Departure and the journey through the cosmos after spending several days mastering the nameless star language. Su Luo returned to the island. Upon entering the villa, he found Lazi Li and Bulma sprawled on the sofa, completely unrefined, each holding a bag of snacks, engrossed in a television program. Casting a glance at the show airing on the screen, Su Luo was rendered speechless. Goodness, while I toil away, you two are here indulging in a romantic film. He plopped down beside Lazi Li, snatching the snacks from her hands and devouring them with gusto. Ah, Luo, you're back. You must be exhausted, Lazi Li exclaimed. Lazi Li cheerfully remarked. Bulma also reacted, greeting with a bright smile that I'm feeling hungry, Su Luo said, slightly pouting. All right, I shall prepare a meal, Lazi Li gently replied, making her way towards the kitchen. Bulma's eyes twinkled mischievously. I'll join you, Su Luo, somewhat exasperated, cautioned, just don't create chaos in the kitchen. The mere thought of Bulma's previous culinary disaster made his stomach churn. What? I assure you, my cooking skills have improved tremendously. Just wait and see. Upon noticing Su Luo's disdainful gaze, Bulma's mood soured instantly, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to march into the kitchen. Wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Come with me, Su Luo said, grabbing her arm. Alone together, with matters to discuss, Bulma recalled the romantic confession she had seen on television moments ago, her face flushing crimson as she allowed Su Luo to lead her outside. If Su Luo were aware of her thoughts, he might have exclaimed, You're overthinking. Outside the villa, Bulma shyly gazed at Su Luo and asked, What is it you wish to discuss? Su Luo looked at her quizzically, perplexed by her sudden blush, then retrieved a spaceship from his dimensional space. Rubbing his hands together as he said, I would like your assistance in refurbishing this spaceship. To his surprise, Bulma responded without hesitation. I am willing. Oh, that's splendid. Thank you. I shall entrust the spaceship's modifications to you. A spaceship? Bulma, now comprehending, stared blankly at the colossal object before her. You don't mean to? Yes, indeed. This spaceship is rather outdated, and it lacks essential living facilities. Hence, I wish for you to enhance it. Bulma, you are a genius in this area, so it should pose no challenge for you. Although research on spaceships is scant in this era on Earth, Su Luo believed it would not be too difficult for Bulma and her family, considering they had managed to upgrade it in no time in the original story. You fool. Seeing Su Luo grow increasingly animated, Bulma, embarrassed and furious, kicked him lightly before storming into the villa. What's with her? She was so agreeable just now, yet she throws a tantrum over a minor condition. How unreasonable, Su Luo thought, bemused at an hour later. Su Luo gazed at the dining table, adorned with an array of delectable dishes, and his appetite surged. Grabbing his chopsticks, he began to feast heartily. One cannot deny that Lazi Li's culinary skills had reached new heights. The mere aroma of the dishes was enticing, and the flavors were simply exquisite, leaving him yearning for more. Delicious, truly delightful. I'll have another bowl. Lazi Li felt a surge of joy as she watched Su Luo savoring the meal, her cheeks occasionally flushing with happiness. Occasionally, Su Luo would eat too quickly and choke. Upon noticing this, Lazi Li would swiftly pat his back to ease him. Luo, slow down. No one is competing with you, Bulma remarked, rolling her eyes as she focused on her own meal. So fragrant. After satisfying their appetites, Su Luo and Lazi Li strolled hand in hand along the beach, discussing their upcoming cosmic adventures and seeking her opinion. Lazi Li gazed at Su Luo with unwavering determination, remaining silent. Very well. Observing the resolute look in her eyes, Su Luo uttered a single word, and they understood each other perfectly. Often a glance sufficed to convey their thoughts. What? You are leaving Earth to venture into the universe. Upon hearing this revelation from Su Luo, Bulma's expression turned urgent as she inquired hastily. Indeed, I seek to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Luo's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, his tone resolute. Luo, wherever you go, I shall follow, Lazi Li said, her gentle smile imbued with unwavering resolve. Bulma stammered several times, gazing at the duo, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts, a lingering sense of loss gripping her heart. After a prolonged silence, she sighed deeply. Despite her overwhelming reluctance, she understood that even if she pleaded for them to stay, it would yield no results. I understand. Is there anything you need me to do? Bulma managed a faint smile as she spoke. Su Luo playfully tapped her on the head. Didn't you just agree to help me refurbish the spaceship? How could you forget so soon? Ouch. Su Luo, how dare you hit my head? I'll get you for this, Bulma exclaimed, covering her head with tears welling in her eyes, charging at him as if ready for battle. Ha ha, you can't catch me. Su Luo leapt behind Lazi Li, evading her grasp. Unrelenting, Bulma pursued him, leading to a playful game of cat and mouse throughout the house. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. Lazi Li shook her head helplessly, observing the two acting like children. Humph, can't they be a bit more mature like me? After a lively chase, Su Luo escorted Bulma back home. 2 weeks slipped by quietly, and the spaceship refurbishment project was completed. Its performance had increased several-fold, now equipped with a private restroom, shower, kitchen, and bedroom, along with a music system added under Dr. Brief's meticulous modifications. Once the spaceship was ready, Su Luo and Lazi Li accompanied Bulma for 3 full days of fun in West City. Guided by Bulma, the trio indulged in various local delicacies, visited entertainment venues to play games, and explored interesting sights, capturing memories through photographs. Alas, joyful times are fleeting. After 3 days, their adventures came to an end. Outside Bulma's villa stood a spaceship resembling a beetle's shell. Bulma, Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, Su Luo, and Lazi Li stood beside the spaceship, bidding their final farewells. I've installed a sound system inside, so you can enjoy music during your travels, Dr. Brief said with a smile. Thank you, Dr. Brief. Su Luo, Lazi Li, make sure to return early, Mrs. Brief said cheerfully. Bulma, feeling a bit downcast, gazed at Su Luo and Lazi Li. Then, with a determined bite of her lip, stepped forward to give them both a big hug, followed by a radiant smile. Be extremely careful. Understood. Su Luo and Lazi Li nodded. They waved goodbye to the three, boarding the spaceship amid Bulma's reluctant gaze. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the sky, vanishing in an instant. You must return. Bulma stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the sky, tears cascading down her beautiful face. Thus began Su Luo and Lazi Li's journey through the cosmos. Chapter 39. Journey to Namek in the vastness of the universe. Countless stars twinkled, adorning the night sky like a beautiful celestial map unfurling gracefully that a spaceship, trailing a golden tail, zipped through the darkness, a Luo. I senti Namek, the homeland of the gods. What are we going there for? Lazi Li rested her head on Su Luo's shoulder, his warm breath causing a tickling sensation on his cheek that, of course, to enhance our strength. A visit there could very well increase our power severalfold. With a smile, Su Luo remarked that the Grand Elder of Namek possessed the remarkable ability to unlock potential, and given that there existed even more powerful Dragon Balls there, he felt it was imperative to make the journey. In the original narrative, the potential unlocking by the Grand Elder of Namek was deemed the safest and most effective means of enhancing one's power. This process did not deplete the future potential of the recipient. Rather, it involved the Grand Elder releasing the potential he could perceive ahead of time, thereby shortening the training duration. In the tale, Krillin and Gohan, who initially boasted a battle power of merely over 1,000, saw their strength soar to over 10,000 after the Grand Elder unlocked their potential, a remarkable increase indeed. Enhancing power, do tell, Lazi Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity at the prospect of multiplying her strength several times over. Thus, Su Luo shared with her the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential. After hearing this, Lazi Li grew increasingly eager, wondering what heights she might reach after undergoing potential unlocking. Ever since her battle power had reached 90,000, she felt her training pace had slowed considerably. Although her strength continued to grow, it was no longer the rapid progress she had previously enjoyed. Su Luo had explained that this was due to her bloodline. Seemingly sensing Lazi Li's concern, Su Luo playfully flicked her forehead, reassuring her that as long as she persisted in practicing the divine meditation technique, her potential would not be an issue. Lazi Li stuck out her tongue with a smile and scampered off to train. Time flowed like water, and 10 days slipped by unnoticed. In the vast cosmos, the gossamer-like Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, stars twinkling brilliantly as a white streak of light zipped across the night sky. Akin to a shooting star, Namek, located in the 27th main star system of the Cygnus constellation, was the fourth planet, positioned at the edge of the northern galaxy. Its diameter was several times that of Earth. And due to the unique nature of its solar system, with 3 smaller stars orbiting it, Namek experienced no night. On this day, Namek welcomed 2 visitors. With a piercing roar, a red glowing spaceship pierced through the clouds. Plummeting rapidly towards the surface on the expansive grasslands of Namek, a thunderous crash resonated, shaking the earth as clouds of dust billowed into the sky, lingering for an extended period. With a sharp sound, the hatch opened, and 2 figures emerged. Su Luo observed the swirling dust with a furrowed brow. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept outward from the center, dispersing the dust in an instant. What met his eyes was an endless expanse of green grass, the crisp air invigorating and refreshing. As Su Luo surveyed his surroundings, he noted that Namek was covered in lush grass, with other plant life being exceedingly sparse, consisting only of a few peculiar mushroom-like trees scattered across the vast prairie. The overall biodiversity of the planet appeared woefully lacking, far less abundant than that of other worlds. Allo, this planet feels so desolate. Can the Namekians truly survive in such an environment? Lazi Li gazed at the barren landscape, astonished by the resilience of the Namekians to thrive in such conditions. Lazi Li, what do you think of the skin of the Namekians? Su Luo countered her question with one of his own, that it's quite green. Lazi Li pondered before responding. Indeed, that is a characteristic of the Namekian race. Their skin exhibits a green hue and functions similarly to plant photosynthesis. By simply drinking water, they can utilize photosynthesis to produce starch, fulfilling their physiological needs. Su Luo elucidated it. I see now, Lazi Li exclaimed, enlightened. Su Luo attentively sensed the life forces permeating the planet, detecting several clusters of life energy scattered about. It dawned on him that the Namekian population was exceedingly small, living in tribal formations. Sensing a powerful and ancient presence from a distant location, Su Luo smiled faintly, having pinpointed his target. Let us go. I have located the Grand Elder, he declared, retracting the spaceship into the infinite space before grasping Lazi Li's hand and teleporting towards the source of the formidable energy. In an instant, they vanished from their previous location, reappearing atop a towering rock pillar. Before them stood a structure entirely white, reminiscent of an insect. Su Luo felt a strong and ancient energy emanating from within the building and smiled slightly. This is the place that, as they approached the entrance, the door swung open automatically, revealing a young Namekian who stepped out. Su Luo recognized this Namekian as Nailu, the guardian tasked with protecting the Grand Elder. At this time, Nailu possessed a significant battle power. Observing him, Su Luo mused to himself, "Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to continue reading on the next page for more excitement." Nailu was one of the rare combatants among the Namekians, and indeed the strongest warrior of Namekian. At the beginning of the Namek saga, Nailu's battle power had been such that, after clashing with Frisia, he nearly perished, ultimately merging with Piccolo, who had arrived on Namek, becoming part of Piccolo's strength. "Stop. This is the Grand Elder's place of rest. You must leave at once," Nailu stated coldly, unfazed by Nailu's frosty demeanor. Su Luo chuckled lightly and replied, "We have traveled from a distant planet to visit the Grand Elder. Please notify him." Su Luo's tone was already quite courteous, yet he understood Nailu's character would likely lead to a refusal. As expected, Nailu dismissed their request without a second thought. "The Grand Elder is advanced in years and cannot entertain guests. You should leave. I believe you ought to inform him. Perhaps the Grand Elder would be willing to meet with us," Su Luo suggested, employing a mental pressure to assert his point that he had extended the necessary courtesies, and if Nailu remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. While aware that Nailu, as the Grand Elder's guardian, was reluctant to allow outsiders to disturb the Grand Elder's rest, Su Luo was indifferent to this. Feeling the weight of the powerful mental pressure, Nailu's expression changed dramatically. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, he gritted his teeth, preparing to refuse again when a frail voice emanated from within the dwelling. "Nailu, let the two distant guests enter. Do not neglect the courtesy." With the Grand Elder's words, the immense pressure on Nailu dissipated, and he sighed in relief, though still maintaining a stern expression as he said, "Please, come in." Su Luo and Lazi Li followed Nailu into the house, ascending to the second floor where the Grand Elder rested. Chapter 40. The Grand Elder and Potential Development. The Grand Elder, a colossal and ancient figure, reclined in a stone chair, finding even the slightest movement arduous due to his frailty. This was the Grand Elder of Namek. Su Luo narrowed his eyes, taking in the sight of the venerable elder, who seemed both grand and weathered. The Grand Elder was the sole survivor of a cataclysmic climate shift that had occurred centuries prior on Namek. All Namekians currently inhabiting the planet were descendants of his lineage. "Young man, I sense a noble aura emanating from you, suggesting an extraordinary background. Might I inquire as to your purpose for visiting Namek?" The Grand Elder struggled to lift his eyelids, scrutinizing Su Luo with a voice frail as a flickering candle, on the verge of extinguishment. "Noble aura?" Su Luo pondered, realizing the Grand Elder was likely referring to his life dimension. Without further contemplation, he stated his intent. "Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. It is said that you possess the ability to unlock human potential. I have come in hopes that you might assist us in enhancing our strength. You are aware of my abilities. That is quite impressive that I can sense the goodness within your hearts. Thus I grant your request," the Grand Elder replied, his voice filled with a mix of frailty and wisdom. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. "Wait a moment, Grand Elder. If you use your abilities, it will greatly deplete your stamina. In that case." Seeing the Grand Elder's unwavering agreement, Nailu felt a sense of urgency, worried that the use of such abilities would affect the Grand Elder's lifespan. As the Grand Elder's bodyguard and also his child, Nailu truly did not wish for the Grand Elder to proceed with this. "Nailu, there is no need to worry. This is my special ability. Utilizing it will not consume my stamina," the Grand Elder replied with a smile. Nailu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately complied with the Grand Elder's wishes and refrained from further objections. "Who will begin first?" "I shall go first." Su Luo stepped forward, standing before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder placed his broad palm upon Su Luo's head, nearly enveloping it entirely. After a moment of careful sensing, the Grand Elder felt astonished. It seemed that within this young man lay several astonishing powers yet to be unearthed. Moreover, one particular force not only evoked a sense of familiarity, but also exuded a faint pressure, a truly curious phenomenon. However, he refrained from inquiring further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. Let me see if I could draw it out for you. The Grand Elder mused internally, then activated his ability, initiating the release of Su Luo's latent power. A white flame manifested upon Su Luo's exterior, and he suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, transforming into pure energy that filled him completely. As the Grand Elder tapped into Su Luo's potential, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. Lazi Li gazed intently at Su Luo, feeling the astonishing energy he radiated, far surpassing anything she had witnessed before. Meanwhile, Nailu, the Namekian, wore a look of shock upon his face. Su Luo's aura continued to ascend. Ultimately, it stabilized at a formidable combat power. A vast energy surged skyward, causing the clouds above to swirl violently, as if an invisible hand were stirring the very heavens. What terrifying potential! I have merely awakened an infinitesimal fraction, yet has reached such a daunting level. The Grand Elder's expression was one of astonishment, his gaze flickering as he regarded Su Luo. This young man, provided he did not falter along the way, would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. Enraptured by his newfound strength, Su Luo's internal temporal power suddenly stirred, pulling his consciousness outwards, as if traversing through countless epochs, transporting him to a golden ocean where vibrant, colossal bubbles floated upon the surface. Before he could examine this wondrous sight in detail, his awareness was swiftly drawn back into his body. After a few moments, Su Luo regained his senses, slightly twisting his body. The sound of crackling, akin to popping beans, echoed around him, imparting a sensation of weightlessness. Feeling the surging energy within, Su Luo's face lit up with elation. 132 million combat power, Grand Elder, I'm immensely grateful to you. Hee, it is nothing, merely a small effort on my part that I can only draw out a minuscule fraction of your potential. The rest is up to you. Furthermore, there are several astonishing powers hidden within you, but alas, I cannot assist you in awakening them. Several astonishing powers. Could it be that besides temporal power, I can awaken other abilities? Su Luo pondered this, his excitement mounting. Young man, ever since I laid eyes on you, the visions of the future in my mind have inexplicably transformed, becoming hazy, yet I can sense that a great upheaval will soon threaten Namek. At that time, I hope you will lend your assistance. Grand Elder, rest assured, should Namek find itself in peril, I shall certainly come to its aid. Su Luo nodded. With Su Luo's assurance, a smile graced the Grand Elder's face. I am deeply grateful to you. Young lady, come forth as well. Allow me to enhance your potential. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's call, Lazi Li stepped forward, her face alight with anticipation. The Grand Elder's broad hand rested upon her head as he activated his ability. A white light emanated from his palm, and white flames erupted around Lazi Li. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Once the enhancement was complete, the Grand Elder withdrew his hand. Su Luo observed as Lazi Li's aura rapidly ascended, soaring from 90,000 to 360,000, an impressive fourfold increase. Feeling the amplified energy surging within her, Lazi Li leaped with Joyous. Su Luo regarded the Dragon Ball behind the Grand Elder. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to say, Grand Elder, I have one more request. May I borrow the Dragon Ball behind you? Oh, you are aware of the Dragon Balls. I wonder where you learned of this? The Grand Elder's expression turned to one of astonishment. It is as follows. Su Luo explained the circumstances surrounding the Earth's dragon god to the Grand Elder. I see now. That would be the child of Cardass. I never expected him to arrive safely on Earth. That is splendid news. However, after becoming the dragon god, he is split into two beings. What a pity. This means his innate talents will be halved. The Grand Elder reflected on the situation, expressing a hint of melancholy. He then extended his hand to retrieve the Dragon Ball from behind him, presenting it to Su Luo, accepted it eagerly. This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you, that I believe you shall wield its power wisely. Possessing the ability to perceive good and evil, the Grand Elder had faith that Su Luo would not misuse the Dragon Ball as power. He then instructed Nailu, accompany them to collect the remaining Dragon Balls from the various villages. Although Nailu was reluctant to leave the Grand Elder's side, he acquiesced to the Grand Elder's command. Follow me. I shall guide you to gather the other Dragon Balls. With that, Nailu stepped outside. Su Luo and Lazi Li exchanged glances before following him out. Earthlings, regardless of your intentions, I hope that once you have utilized the Dragon Balls, you will refrain from troubling the Grand Elder further, as he is of advanced age. After exiting the dwelling, Nailu stated coldly, his previous demeanor of aloofness now diminished. Rest assured, I believe there will be no further disturbances for the Grand Elder in the future. Su Luo replied with a smile. Nailu nodded and then soared into the sky. Su Luo and Lazi Li followed closely behind. In no time, the three traversed all of Namek's major villages, with Nailu's assistance. Su Luo and Lazi Li successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Chapter 41. 3 wishes having collected all 7 Dragon Balls, Su Luo allowed Nailu to depart, as he was fluent in the Namekian language and did not require assistance. Su Luo and Lazi Li left the Namekian settlement and arrived at an open area. Once the Dragon Balls were arranged, Su Luo raised his voice in the Namekian language, proclaiming, "Come forth, dragon!" The Dragon Balls began to flicker at an increasing frequency, and a resonant hum filled the air, as if the dragon were softly chanting. The sky was shrouded in thick black clouds, golden lightning crackled within, and the booming thunder reverberated like the wrath of a god. The summoning scene bore resemblance to that of the Earth's dragon, albeit with a more grandiose spectacle. Whoosh! A golden light burst forth from the Dragon Balls, shooting skyward and intertwining with the dark storm clouds above. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the green dragon materialized. Su Luo's gaze fixated on the massive green dragon soaring in the sky. Compared to the slender form of the Earth's dragon, the Namekian dragon was far more robust. Its several thousand-meter-long body adorned with well-defined muscles, housing a power greater than that of its Earth counterpart. The Namekian dragon was known as Purunga, which translates to Dragon of Dreams in Namekian. At this moment, Purunga gazed down with a divine demeanor, looking upon the mortals with disdain. With its crimson eyes, it bellowed, "Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, state your wishes that I can grant any wish, limited to 3. Shenron, for my first wish, I desire to obtain the coordinates of all the stars in the 12 universes, so that when I utilize instant transmission, the positions of the stars will automatically manifest in my mind." Su Luo declared his long-considered wish aloud, that he was aware that the Shenron of Namek possessed greater powers than that of Earth, yet he was curious to gauge the extent of its capabilities. The Shenron in the sky fell into a contemplative silence, its 2 tendrils swaying gently, seemingly assessing the feasibility of this wish. After a prolonged moment of silence, a resounding voice echoed once more. "I apologize. This wish exceeds my capacity. With my abilities, I can only grant you the star maps of this universe and the 6th universe." A smile crept upon Su Luo's lips, although he could not acquire the star maps of all universes. Obtaining those of 2 universes was more than satisfactory. "Purunga, please grant me the star maps of the 6th and 7th universes." "This is exceedingly simple," came the voice of the Shenron, its eyes glowing red. As soon as the words left its mouth, Su Luo found himself envisioning the star maps of the 2 universes in his mind, with stars shimmering and intertwining into countless galaxies, which in turn coalesced into a flowing Milky Way, completing the grand tapestry of the cosmos. Deep within his mind, he glimpsed a verdant planet, orbited by 3 celestial bodies. This must be name K-A-S. He zoomed out to observe the cosmic star map from a macro perspective. Su Luo spotted an exceptionally bright planet radiating a purple aura, surrounded by numerous stars. Why does it feel as though someone is spying on the realm of destruction? At that moment, within the realm of destruction, a refined young man clad in a red-black robe with blue skin uttered a soft inquiry. However, the sensation vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving no trace behind. Forget it. It could simply be an illusion. Whis's attention shifted to the pastry in his hand. He popped a piece into his mouth, savoring the delightful taste, sweet yet not cloying, with a remarkably smooth texture. While Lord Beerus remains asleep, I must indulge a little more. After casting a glance at the slumbering Beerus, Whis took several more bites, his face alight with satisfaction. After observing the star map, Su Luo returned to reality. The star map in his mind vanished instantaneously. Disappearing without a trace, of course. It had not truly vanished. It would only reappear when needed. State your second wish. The Shenlong's booming voice resounded once again. Shenlong, please grant Lazi Li a chance at resurrection. After a moment's contemplation, Su Luo articulated this wish. Venturing through the cosmos was fraught with peril. A moment's misstep could lead to death. To be prudent, he deemed it wise to afford Lazi Li another opportunity at life. This wish is quite simple. The Shenlong's eyes glimmered with red light. The second wish has been fulfilled. Now, speak your final desire. Shenlong, please allow me to learn the language of the gods. After a brief silence, Su Luo voiced his final wish. This wish is exceedingly simple. The Shenlong's eyes sparkled with red light. As the Shenlong's was invoked, a new language materialized in Su Luo's mind. It was indeed the language of the gods. Su Luo uttered a phrase in this divine tongue. U0026. I am truly handsome. This divine language, when spoken, resembled the recitation of sacred texts, obscure and difficult to comprehend, yet it was the universal tongue of the deities. Su Luo's desire to learn the language of the gods was not for the purpose of conversing with them. He had no interest in such trivialities. The language of the gods was the key to making wishes with the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Shenlong could indeed grant any wish. In the original narrative, even universes erased by Xeno could be restored. Its powers were truly celestial, although he did not yet possess the capability to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Preparing in advance was prudent. After all, one could never tell when an opportunity might arise. Human, your wishes have all been fulfilled. Until we meet again. With that, the Shenlong ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered in all directions. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The darkness enveloping the entire planet dissipated instantaneously, revealing a clear sky and sunlight bathing the earth. Aloe, what wish did you make? I just felt as though a mysterious power surged into my body. Upon seeing the Dragon Balls soar away, Lazi Li eagerly inquired. Su Luo briefly recounted the wishes he had made. Upon realizing she had gained another chance at resurrection, Lazi Li looked at Su Luo with a touch of gratitude. Su Luo playfully flicked her forehead, cautioning, but do not take your newfound opportunity for granted. I wouldn't dream of it. Lazi Li pouted defiantly. All right, it's time for us to depart from Namek. With such a significant power increase, he needed to find a suitable place to train and master his newfound abilities. Su Luo stroked his chin in thought. Yet the most effective way to solidify his surging power was through combat. Currently, his battle power stood at 1.32 million. By utilizing the 8-fold Lozen Fist, he could exceed 10 million. Finding an opponent of this caliber would prove somewhat challenging. During this period, aside from Frisia and King Cold, Su Luo struggled to think of anyone else. The original narrative primarily revolved around Earth and the North Galaxy, leaving the Eastern, Western, and Southern galaxies only briefly mentioned. However, the universe was vast and boundless. There were undoubtedly more formidable beings beyond those few. Suddenly, Su Luo realized he should first familiarize himself with the distribution of cosmic powers. The Galactic Patrol headquarters, situated at the center of the galaxy, boasted a long history and should possess considerable knowledge about the cosmic powers. Perhaps he could glean some answers from there. With this thought in mind, he made a decision. He then took Lazi Li's hand and, utilizing instant transmission, set off towards the Galactic Center. Chapter 42. Angela Squad for the Cosmic Star Map. Su Luo discerned that Namek was located at the fringes of the North Galaxy, quite a distance from the Galactic Center. However, for Su Luo, this posed no issue. After the Grand Elder's potential had been unlocked, he discovered that his spatial powers had also strengthened, significantly increasing the range of his instant transmission. Accompanied by Lazi Li, the two traversed the North Galaxy at astonishing speed, leaving behind fleeting traces as they passed through various planets. Before long, they arrived at a planet situated in the central region of the North Galaxy. This was a yellow-green planet with a thriving ecological environment and diverse species. Su Luo sensed the life forms on this planet and found no formidable entities. All were below a power level of 1,000. According to the Scion classification of planetary levels, this would be deemed a low-level planet. Su Luo decided to pause here for a while. Continuous long-distance instant transmission was quite taxing on his stamina, and he needed to rest and address his hunger. The two made their way to the riverbank, unpacking ingredients and cooking utensils, entrusting the task of preparing the meal to Lazi Li, the top-tier chef. Meanwhile, Su Luo strolled around the planet, discovering that it still lingered in a primitive stage of civilization, with various tribes scattered about. A dozen peculiar indigenous beings chattered in a language incomprehensible to Su Luo. And upon moving towards him, they evidently regarded him as a potential meal. Su Luo paid them little mind and casually bestowed upon them an energy blast. With a resounding explosion, the indigenous beings vanished from existence. After wandering for a while longer and finding nothing of interest, he returned to his original spot. I could see that moment. Lazi Li had finished preparing a delectable meal. Su Luo gazed at the enticing food before him, licking his lips as his appetite stirred, and he eagerly picked up his utensils to indulge. Just as the two were relishing their meal, a small spacecraft broke through the planet's atmosphere, rapidly descending towards a nearby primitive forest. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled slightly. Allo, I sense 3 powerful presences approaching from afar. Lazi Li delicately placed a piece of meat near her lips and spoke leisurely. Su Luo nodded, sensing 3 formidable presences rapidly approaching from outer space. It was evident that someone had arrived on this planet aboard a spacecraft. Judging by the intensity of the auras, each was above 20,000, a level of strength that could be deemed elite warriors in the universe. However, for Su Luo and Lazi Li, it was hardly a concern, as their powers had long surpassed that threshold. Su Luo felt a twinge of curiosity. It was astonishing that such high-caliber extraterrestrials would be drawn to this desolate place. Could there be something of great value on this planet? Meanwhile, on the other side, the spacecraft had crashed into the primordial forest, creating a large crater. With a loud clank, the hatch opened, and 3 extraterrestrials clad in peculiar combat suits and protective helmets emerged. This planet was brimming with vitality. Perhaps Lord Sherlag would appreciate such a world. Conquering it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. One of the aliens, adorned with large fleshy wings, surveyed the area with excitement. Drodebo, we are following Lord Sherlag's orders to locate the spirit tree. If we don't find it soon, you know the consequences, warned a pale-skinned extraterrestrial. Upon hearing this, Drodebo shuddered and quickly nodded. Right, but Captain Angela, is it possible for this planet to actually harbor a spirit tree? There are rumors that the spirit tree drains the life energy of the entire planet, yet this place is teeming with vitality. Which seems contradictory. After all, it was merely a rumor. No one had ever seen the spirit tree, and it was entirely plausible that the reality differed from the tales. Angela speculated. Angela's reasoning held some merit, as acknowledged by a toad-like extraterrestrial named Metamachi, who nodded in agreement. Let me first assess the strength of this planet's natives. Beep, beep, beep. An electronic voice sounded, and a stream of data appeared on the visor. Drodebo looked at the information and scoffed. A bunch of trash. None possess even 1,000 in battle power. Metamachi and Angela exchanged disdainful glances at this remark. Which faction do you belong to? Came a calm voice. Who? The trio furrowed their brows and turned to see a man and a woman floating not far away. Since you can approach us unnoticed, it seems you possess quite remarkable abilities, Angela remarked. A smirk playing on her lips as she glanced at the data relayed to her visor point 2 individuals with mere battle powers of 100 could be easily crushed. He had no inclination to consider their strength. After all, the battle power detector's readings were sufficient to validate Su Luo and his companion's prowess. Captain Angela, Metamachi, leave these 2 to me. Drodebo grinned maliciously at Su Luo and Lazi Li. Tsh, what a hassle. Metamachi shrugged in resignation. Drodebo, be cautious. Don't kill them all. Remember to leave one alive, Angela said, crossing her arms, appearing to watch the unfolding drama. Understood, Drodebo replied, I suggest you act with kindness, or you may find yourselves dead shortly. Su Luo's expression darkened as he delivered his words coldly. The trio exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. A worthless being with less than 1,000 in battle power dares to threaten us? How absurd! They were the elite squadron under Shalag's command, each member possessing terrifying strength, and now they were being threatened by a mere native. Natives were just that. Natives, mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Let us see how you intend to kill us, Drodebo chuckled, eagerly anticipating the natives' panic-stricken expressions. The glint of icy determination flashed in Su Luo's eyes. It was clear that these three had completely underestimated him. Lazi Li, let us give them what they desire. All right, I've been itching to teach them a lesson. Lazi Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, her impatience bubbling to the surface as her aura surged. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the area, causing the temperature around them to drop dramatically and the very atmosphere to solidify. What? Angela and her companions watched in shock as the readings on the visor skyrocketed. Finally, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang! 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 The detector had detonated. The detector. It exploded. Angela's expression turned grim. This was the latest model, with a maximum detection capacity of 50,000. This meant the woman must possess at least 50,000 in battle power, a level that even he himself could barely match. However, feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from her, he harbored an absurd thought. Her power must far exceed 50,000. Impossible. The detector must be malfunctioning. Yes, it must be malfunctioning. How could a mere native possess such strength? Metamachi and Drodebo roared in disbelief. Foolish teammates. Angela cursed inwardly, wishing he could pry open their heads to see if they were filled with water. The detector had exploded. Even if they doubted its readings, how could they ignore the overwhelming pressure from this woman? And then there was that man. Although his strength was uncertain, he surely wasn't an ordinary individual. With that thought, Angela quickly donned a smile. My esteemed guests, it seems we have had a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. That woman is just bluffing. Let me go teach her a lesson. Drodebo protested angrily that Angela's face darkened. He had never regretted anything more than aligning himself with such dim-witted individuals. Teach me a lesson. Lazi Li's gaze shifted to Drodebo, her eyes glinting with danger. In a flash, she appeared before Drodebo, her fist clenched tightly as she struck. Puffed. Drodebo spat out blood as his body was sent hurtling like a cannonball into the nearby forest. With a resounding boom, the ground shook violently as if struck by a meteor before returning to calm. Lazi Li's assault did not halt. She unleashed an energy wave toward Metamachi. Bang! Another deafening explosion echoed as thick smoke billowed into the sky, and Metamachi was reduced to a mere cloud of dust. Scattering into the air, the entire sequence transpired in a mere instant, leaving everyone astounded. Drodebo and Metamachi are dead, just like that? Angela stared incredulously at the woman who had acted with such decisiveness. Unable to believe that his two companions had been dispatched so effortlessly, Lazi Li's frigid gaze fell upon the last remaining foe, Angela. His heart raced, and he frantically summoned his energy, unleashing his full power as dark. Chilling currents swirled around him, exuding an aura that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. Su Luo smirked, observing the pale-skinned Angela. So, you've unleashed your full power? 50,000 in battle power. It seems you are no ordinary opponent. Angela's formidable strength ignited a flicker of battle spirit within Lazi Li, causing her to clench her fists in eager anticipation. Lazi Li, let me take this one, Su Luo suggested. What? I haven't had my fill yet. She retorted. You've already taken down 2 opponents. It's only fair I handle the last one. Fine. Lazi Li waved her hand dismissively, stepping aside. Watching the two discuss their turn to engage, Angela felt insulted. Rage surged within him as he bellowed. It matters not who goes first. You will all meet your demise. With that, he lunged toward Su Luo, uncertain of the man's strength but confident he would not be overly formidable. Su Luo narrowed his eyes, realizing he had been underestimated, viewed as an easy target to be crushed. In an instant, currents of energy surged as a devastating attack hurtled toward him. However, as Angela's fist struck, he sensed something amiss. The punch had missed completely, a mere afterimage. Angela's expression shifted sharply as he swiftly turned to defend, his movements fluid and precise, clearly indicative of his extensive combat experience. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. "I'm right above you." A light chuckle emanated from above Angela's head, startling her and prompting her body to instinctively attempt to dart aside. Yet, it was already too late. Su Luo, with a clenched fist, struck down heavily upon Angela's head. In an instant, the protective helmet shattered, and Angela felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as her body plummeted rapidly downwards. Boom! The ground, already riddled with cracks, gave way to reveal a deep pit in which Angela lay amidst the debris at its center. Coughing, she thought, "I never imagined Angela, would meet my demise in such a wretched place." She moved her throat slightly, and a surge of blood erupted from her mouth. "Now, you may answer my question. Who are you, and what brings you here?" Su Luo stood beside Angela, casting a condescending glance her way. "Cough, cough, cough. That I never expected such a terrifying powerhouse to emerge from the cosmos. But do not grow complacent. Lord Sherlag will not let you off, nor will that woman." Angela struggled to utter these words, her consciousness fading, her face contorting in agony. Sherlag. Su Luo furrowed his brow, recognizing the name as a character from the storyline. Before he could ponder further, he witnessed an unexpected action from Angela. In Su Luo's astonished gaze, Angela's body began to swell dramatically. Since we are all destined to die, let us descend into hell together." Su Luo felt a sense of foreboding and swiftly activated his teleportation, appearing beside Lazi Li, and in an instant, they vanished from the scene. Then came a resounding bang. A colossal mushroom cloud surged into the sky, and the raging flames bathed the entire expanse in a fiery crimson hue as violent energy swept outward, obliterating everything in its path, reducing it to dust. Once the energy storm subsided, a massive crater spanning hundreds of kilometers emerged, with bubbling magma surging within, pillars of molten rock erupting forth like a hellish inferno. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Lazi Li found themselves on another planet. "Wow, are the beings in this universe so reckless? They self-destruct at the slightest provocation," Su Luo remarked. Before perishing, he seemed intent on taking someone down with him. Lazi Li chuckled lightly. "Let's not dwell on that cosmic being. What intrigues me more is the name Sherlag he uttered before his demise." Su Luo squinted and spoke. "Luo, do you know of this individual?" Sherlag is a character from the Dragon Ball movies, a Namekian who was sent to Sherlag Star as an infant when Namek faced annihilation. Unlike other Namekians, Sherlag was born with immense combat prowess and a profoundly malevolent heart, surpassing even adult warriors, making him a once-in-a-century super Namekian. During his time on Sherlag Star, he wielded his exceptional strength to dominate, declaring himself king, and led his subordinates in relentless conquests across planets, committing heinous acts without remorse. His power and wickedness only grew with age, ultimately proclaiming himself the Cosmic Emperor, ruling with an iron fist. He was eventually defeated by Sun Wukong during his invasion of Earth. As Su Luo contemplated this, he felt a surge of excitement. He yearned for the opportunity to face such a formidable adversary. After briefly explaining Sherlag's background to Lazi Li, the two departed from the planet. Chapter 44. The Galactic King. Simultaneously, in a distant star domain, on Sherlag Star, the headquarters of the erstwhile Cosmic Emperor Sherlag stood. Within a metallic palace, Sherlag, shrouded in layers of clothing that revealed only his gaunt, aged face, sat upon the throne. He exuded an aura of decay and age, his murky eyes fixated on a subordinate. "Gero, you claim that Angela's team has been annihilated?" Sherlag's hoarse voice concealed a hint of rage. "Yes, Lord Sherlag. This is the footage from before Angela's team met their end. Please take a look." The purple-skinned alien known as Gero seemed somewhat apprehensive. Casting a fearful glance at Sherlag before presenting the footage, Sherlag's cold gaze pierced through the screen. "Good, very good." A malevolent smile crept across Sherlag's face. His anger did not stem from the loss of his subordinates. To him, the death of countless minions mattered little. What truly infuriated him was the audacity of those who dared to challenge his authority. Once, Sherlag had roamed the cosmos for centuries, with few rivals, proudly declaring himself the Cosmic Emperor. What splendor it was! Yet, during an encounter with the Frost Demon race, Sherlag suffered his greatest defeat, leading to the collapse of his imperial reign. The territories he had conquered over the years were divided among the Frost Demons, leaving him no choice but to hide on Sherlag's star, barely surviving. This was the greatest humiliation of Sherlag's life. He yearned for vengeance. He sought to reclaim all that he had lost. However, his aging body and diminishing power rendered him helpless. Through ancient texts, Sherlag learned that the fruit of the Tree of Might could restore his vitality, prompting him to dispatch all of his subordinates in search of it. Angela's team was among the finest. Setting aside Angela's team for the moment, Sherlag inquired, "Have there been any updates on the Tree of Might?" His face darkened. "Not yet," Gigudo replied, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, speaking cautiously. "So, you have brought me nothing but bad news?" No, Lord Sherlag, please, just wait a little longer. We will surely have news of the Tree of Might soon," Gigudo stammered in a panic. However, before he could finish his sentence, a red beam of light pierced through his skull, instantly turning him into a lifeless corpse. Sherlag's finger, from which a wisp of smoke emanated, exemplified his ruthless nature. Should he feel the slightest displeasure, even his own subordinates would be dispatched without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the center of the galaxy, the Galactic Patrol headquarters, constructed entirely of exotic metals, stood as a colossal structure that resembled a massive navigation console amidst the starry expanse. The Galactic Patrol was established as a righteous organization to combat evil forces and maintain peace throughout the universe. Its founder remains a mystery, though there are hints of a connection to the Grand K.I.at that moment. Several patrolling officers of varying appearances traversed the cosmic corridors. Coincidentally, Su Luo and Lazi Li materialized right before them. "Who goes there?" The sudden appearance of Su Luo and Lazi Li startled the patrol officers, who promptly raised their energy guns, the barrels glowing with a faint red light, prepared to fire at any moment. Upon recognizing Su Luo and Lazi Li's appearances, an older officer exclaimed incredulously, "Impossible! How can they be Scions? Didn't they become extinct ages ago?" Scions. The younger officers immediately heightened their vigilance, their grips on their weapons tightening. Although they had never encountered Scion, the notorious reputation of Scions as ruthless and malevolent beings was well known throughout the galaxy, leaving no room for ignorance. "Hey, are your eyes deceiving you? We are not Scions." "Scions have tails," Su Luo replied, exasperated. Scions bore a striking resemblance to humans on Earth, yet the disparity in their notoriety was vast. One was renowned while the other remained obscure. Being mistaken for a Scion was not entirely unfounded. Do not quibble. Tails can be severed, and you think to deceive me?" The older officer scoffed, his demeanor suggesting he had seen through their ruse. Su Luo found his reasoning oddly compelling, rendering him speechless. "Fine, believe what you wished. I have no intention of wasting time here. Farewell." Upon concluding their discourse, Su Luo and Lazi Li vanished from sight amidst the gaze of the onlookers. Where could they have gone? A young patrol officer exclaimed in astonishment. "This is dire. They must have infiltrated the patrol headquarters. Quickly, inform the Galactic King," the elder patrol officer urged, his expression fraught with anxiety. He then retrieved a brooch-like alarm device and pressed it, triggering a cacophony of sirens within the headquarters, an alarm signifying an enemy incursion. In the Grand Hall of the Galactic King, adorned with numerous tendrils reminiscent of a jellyfish and crowned regally, the Galactic King was engaged in conversation with a young patrol officer. "Gak, I am entrusting you with a vital mission. The planet Catastrophe is currently besieged by a band of cosmic marauders. I have transmitted the detailed profiles of the assailants to your light brain. You must ensure their capture." "Yes, my lord." Gak, resembling a figure akin to Ultraman, replied respectfully, his bulbous eyes wide with determination. "Are you the Galactic King?" A foreign voice resonated in the vast hall. "Who dares to breach the Galactic Patrol headquarters?" Gak, possessing keen observational abilities, was the first to notice the intrusion of Su Luo and Lazi Li and promptly positioned himself protectively in front of the Galactic King. "Are you Earthlings?" "No. Earthlings surely do not possess such formidable power." Familiar with the characteristics of Earth, Gak was momentarily taken aback by their appearance, yet quickly dismissed his suspicions that, in his understanding, Earthlings were a frail species, incapable of reaching such a realm. Moreover, an unsettling aura emanated from Su Luo and Lazi Li, instilling an involuntary sense of dread within him. That moment, Su Luo and Lazi Li did not conceal their presence. The rationale behind their display of strength was to augment their negotiating leverage. After all, power provides the foundation for discourse. Our identities are of little consequence. We have come merely to discuss certain matters with the Galactic King. Su Luo stated with a calm demeanor. What do you wish to discuss? The Galactic King inquired. The Galactic Patrol has a long and storied history. Surely you possess considerable knowledge of the various forces within the cosmos. Might you provide me with a copy of this information? Su Luo articulated candidly, as he had never been one for subterfuge. What do you intend to do with this information? The Galactic King's brow furrowed. It is for my own purposes. The Galactic King hesitated, contemplating the value of such sensitive information, which was typically reserved for insiders. Yet, upon observing Su Luo's enigmatic smile and the ominous energy surrounding him, he relented. The information can be yours. I have long heard of your generosity, Galactic King, that I am truly grateful. Su Luo responded with polite sincerity, as he always expressed goodwill towards those who exhibited magnanimity. The Galactic King smiled, albeit awkwardly, and subsequently, Su Luo successfully acquired the intelligence on the various factions from the Galactic King before elegantly departing with Lazi Li. Chapter 45. The Cosmic Consortium Galactic King. Enemies have invaded. At that moment, a throng of Galactic Patrol officers finally arrived. The Galactic King's brow furrowed deeply, and he roared in frustration, "You fools, they have already made their escape, and only now do you arrive." He felt a profound sense of embarrassment, having been inexplicably extorted for sensitive information. While the intruders had departed with nonchalance, the officers stood in a daze as the Galactic King chastised them for a full hour. Gak, sensing the impending ire, had already excused himself under the pretense of undertaking a mission. After quenching his throat with a glass of water, the Galactic King was eager to continue his tirade. A lizard-like patrol officer interjected, "Galactic King, should we not issue a bounty to capture those two intruders?" While the Galactic Patrol was an organization dedicated to maintaining cosmic peace, the strength of its officers was not particularly formidable. Elite officers boasting combat prowess exceeding 10,000 were exceedingly rare. Most patrol officers were of limited capability, primarily tasked with handling less powerful adversaries who exploited technology for mischief against the truly malevolent forces of the cosmos. Such as Frisia, King Cold, and Slag, they were utterly powerless. Faced with two enigmatic intruders, their only recourse was to issue a bounty and enlist the aid of powerful beings throughout the universe. The Galactic King paused, his tone tinged with resignation. Very well. There is no significant loss. They did not cause any damage to the headquarters and likely harbor no ill intent. The Galactic King's magnanimity was evident, and several young patrol officers gazed at him with admiration. In truth, he felt it unnecessary to provoke such a mysterious and powerful entity. Should they be angered, it would spell trouble for the Galactic Patrol. After departing from the patrol headquarters, Su Luo perused the information he had obtained from the Galactic King. The documents detailed hundreds of factions, with the most formidable being the Frost Clan, led by King Cold and his sons. Additionally, there was the Slag Legion, with whom Su Luo had some history. There were also numerous factions such as assassin organizations, mercenary bands, and cosmic pirates, all of which were as potent as the Frost Clan. Yet there existed one alliance that surpassed all the aforementioned factions, the Cosmic Consortium. The Cosmic Consortium is a super-organization with influence spanning the entirety of the universe, intricately connected to both righteous and nefarious forces alike. Each member of the Consortium is a dominator of their respective realms and possesses unparalleled prowess. Due to the diverse nature of its members, the Consortium engages in a multitude of enterprises. Regardless of the nature of the business, as long as it involves profit, it is welcomed with open arms. For instance, the trade of slaves and planets is not uncommon within the Consortium, with the 3 planetary developers of the Frost Clan frequently collaborating with them. One supplies goods, while the other provides a trading platform. Having absorbed this information, Su Luo gained a clearer understanding of the cosmic factions. The universe indeed harbors profound complexities, far beyond what it appears on the surface. Xilongxing, a large trading planet situated within the Black Sand Star region of the Northern Galaxy. Due to its governance by the Trade Alliance, commercial development here flourishes and the trading environment is sufficiently secure. Consequently, the various races engaged in commerce from surrounding planets choose to conduct their business here. In a bustling commercial district, a young man and woman stroll hand in hand along the spacious streets. The man, in his 20s, possesses a strikingly handsome visage, marked by sharply defined features and an air of cold detachment, his deep-set eyes reminiscent of the vast cosmos, glimmering with an alluring sheen, exuding an aura of noble distinction. The young woman appears to be around 17 or 18, with an angelic countenance that combines grace with a hint of allure, her lips resembling delicate cherry blossoms, tempting one to take a bite. These two individuals are Su Luo and Lazi Li. In the commercial district, a plethora of dazzling goods abounds, overwhelming the senses. A major trading planet. It offers everything from spacecraft to combat robots, albeit at exorbitant prices. The interstellar traders who frequent this hub exhibit a variety of skin tones and peculiar appearances. To Su Luo and Lazi Li, these extraterrestrial beings possess limited combat prowess, typically ranging from a few hundred to 1,000, reflecting an overall low level of strength. To gain entry to the trading planet, they must adhere to the rule of non-aggression, lest they incur the wrath of the Trade Alliance. However, due to significant racial disparities, complications inevitably arise, leading to unavoidable disputes. Thus, affluent extraterrestrials often employ bodyguards, both for their protection and to signify their esteemed status. Yet, as long as one refrains from instigating trouble, significant issues are generally avoided. Amidst the myriad of captivating products, one might stumble upon a few desirable items. But when Su Luo and Lazi Li wished to make a purchase, they suddenly confronted a rather awkward predicament. They had no money. Perhaps on Earth, they were unparalleled magnates, but in the vastness of the universe, they were merely impoverished. The currency used for transactions in the cosmos is known as Shijin. Shijin is a precious metal, silver-white, approximately 10 centimeters long and the thickness of a pinky finger, possessing substantial purchasing power. Typically, one Shijin could sustain an extraterrestrial's extravagant lifestyle for an entire year. As they meandered through the commercial streets, captivated by the array of goods, yet feeling financially constrained, Su Luo conceived a rather audacious idea. What if they were to engage in a Robin Hood-like endeavor? After a moment's contemplation, however, Su Luo shook his head. Robbery was simply beneath him on a planet governed by the Trade Alliance. Such an act was utterly irrational that a moment of carelessness might provoke retribution from the Alliance, possibly even leading to a galaxy-wide manhunt. Although Su Luo was not one to fear such consequences and could easily enact his plans covertly, he lamented, "Alas, it seems that wherever one goes, the absence of funds is an insurmountable hindrance. Indeed, Luo, we must devise a means to procure some money," Lazi Li remarked, her eyes sparkling with determination. Su Luo stroked his chin, pondering how to acquire some funds. At the other end of the commercial district, two extraterrestrials clad in combat attire and equipped with scanners approached Su Luo. One of them was short and stout, with pink skin and a corpulent physique, while the other was tall and handsome, sporting green hair. Sabo, our haul this time is quite substantial. He made a significant profit," Doria exclaimed, his face alight with mirth, a large bag of Shijin swinging from his hand, striding confidently without a care for potential envy. The buyer was exceptionally generous, purchasing 6 planets in one go. If King Frisia were to hear of this, he would surely be delighted, perhaps even rewarding us. Sabo listened attentively, exuding an air of modesty. Yet those who knew him understood that he was a remorseless fiend, stained with the blood of countless innocents. Various extraterrestrials caught sight of the large bag of Shijin in Doria's possession. Avarice gleamed in their eyes. Doria scoffed. "What a bunch of weaklings daring to covet my Shijin. They must be tired of living. Were it not for the non-violence rule on the trading planet, he would have swiftly taught them a lesson." One of the top enforcers of Frisia's army, He could effortlessly crush these pathetic beings. Sabo also noted the greedy gazes of the extraterrestrials and sneered in disdain. The two continued to walk boldly through the commercial district. Chapter 46. Money comes knocking as Doria ambled along. He noticed a black-haired man and a blonde woman in his line of sight. Their appearances bore a striking resemblance to that of Scions, that Doria's heart raced. Had the Scions not been annihilated by them years ago, aside from Vegeta and his few companions, could there be any survivors? "Hey Sabo, do you think that man is a Scion?" Doria inquired, pointing at the approaching Su Luo. "He certainly looks similar," Sabo replied, his expression darkening as he activated the power-level scanner to assess their data. Upon seeing a reading of 300, he smirked dismissively. "It seems I was overly concerned. That individual lacks a tail, and his power level is only 300. Likely a race similar to the Scions." "Ah, I see. Then let it be. They are fortunate today. I am in a good mood, and shall spare their lives." Doria and Sabo proceeded forward, but soon realized that the two Scion-like extraterrestrials had blocked their path. "Hey, are you looking to die? You're obstructing my way." Doria seethed, a surge of anger flooding his chest. Su Luo narrowed his eyes. He had sensed two formidable energy signatures earlier and had assumed they belonged to someone noteworthy, only to discover they were these two rogues, senior officers of Frisia's army, Doria and Sabo, who had perished at Vegeta's hands on Namek, observing the large bag of dazzling riches in Doria's possession. Su Luo's heart leaped with joy. The money had come right to them. "You're also blocking my path. Do you wish to perish?" he quipped. "What did you say? It seems you are truly seeking death." Doria, known for his volatile temper, immediately unleashed his murderous intent upon Su Luo and Lazi Li, appearing ready to strike. Yet Sabo, ever the voice of reason, restrained Doria, saying, "Calm down. Do not act rashly here. Want to fight me?" "Very well," Su Luo replied with a faint smile, then turned to Lazi Li, saying, "You go browse for a bit. I'll bring the money shortly." Lazi Li's south eyes narrowed into crescent moons. "Make it quick." She then dashed to a nearby shop, searching for something to her liking. The two acted as though they were oblivious to their surroundings, inciting not only Doria's ire, but also Sabo's. Both Doria and Sabo were inherently ruthless. Had it not been for the Trade Alliance's influence, they would have executed this insolent provocateur on the spot. Now, faced with yet another affront, they exchanged glances, silently agreeing. They could not tolerate this. As their eyes blazed with terrifying malice, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. However, Su Luo was quicker. In an instant, he appeared before them, placing a hand on their shoulders and calmly stating, "This is a public space. How can you engage in violence here? Do you possess no sense of decorum? If you wish to fight, I can lead you to a more suitable location." How swift! Doria and Sabo were taken aback by Su Luo's ghostly speed. Completely unable to discern his movements, in the next moment, their surroundings transformed, and they found themselves in a desolate wilderness. "What is this place?" they exclaimed in astonishment. "This is the burial ground I have selected for you. Do you fancy it?" Su Luo crossed his arms, a mocking grin on his face. "You insufferable brat. Your power may be lacking, but your tricks are rather clever. However, soon enough, you shall have no reason to smile." Sabo and Doria had followed Frisia across the cosmos for many years, witnessing an array of diverse abilities, and after a brief moment of surprise, they quickly regained their composure. Doria handed the Higgin over to Sabo, then cast a sinister grin at Su Luo, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, the next moment, slap! A crisp sound echoed through the air. Dororia's face contorted in an eerie manner before he was sent flying several hundred meters away. Crashing to the ground, "I apologize, but your appearance compelled me to act," Su Luo remarked with a hint of amusement. "No, it can't be. Your combat power is only 300. How could you possibly send Doria flying?" Sabo's expression was one of disbelief. The earlier nonchalance vanished. Su Luo, disinterested in offering explanations, regarded him as merely a dying man. "Now, hand over the Higgin you possess, and I may grant you a more dignified death." Su Luo's tone turned frigid. "Hey boy, don't let a lucky hit inflate your ego. Next, you shall experience my terror," Sabo declared, his voice firm, as he unleashed over 20,000 units of energy, a torrent of overwhelming force sweeping outward like a storm. Faced with such an unusual adversary, Zebo clearly adopted a serious demeanor. With one hand clenched into a fist, he moved with lightning speed, appearing next to Su Luo in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Su Luo effortlessly blocked Zebo's fist, applying just enough pressure to force it downward. Crack! The sound of breaking bones reverberated. A scream pierced the air. A cold expression emerged on Su Luo's face as he snatched the Higan from Zebo's grasp and kicked him away. In the direction Zebo was sent flying, he casually hurled an energy wave capable of annihilating an entire continent. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Thus, Zebo met his demise. Dororia stood not far off, surrounded by fragments of several probes. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he gazed at the distant flames of energy. Without a second thought, he bolted in the opposite direction. Run! Quick, escape! At that moment, terror gripped Dororia's heart, and the former arrogance had vanished from his countenance. Where do you think you're going? A mocking voice echoed. Su Luo appeared before Dororia, blocking his path. Startled, Dororia stumbled backward, trembling as he threatened, "Why, you better step aside if you don't want to be killed." Su Luo was taken aback, utterly baffled as to what emboldened this creature to utter such threats. Who had given him the courage? Observing Dororia's quivering form retreating, Su Luo couldn't help but smirk. With an open palm, a golden energy sphere materialized. "Wait, I am a trusted subordinate of Lord Frisia. If you kill me, he will surely not let you go." Dororia continued his futile threat. In response, he was met with a destructive energy sphere. In the sky, a crimson explosion blossomed, leaving Dororia reduced to nothingness. Not even ashes remaining. Never have I encountered such a peculiar individual, threatening others even in the face of death. TKSK, what a bountiful harvest this has been. A full 1,400 Higan. The Frisia force truly is affluent. Su Luo remarked with evident delight as he counted his spoils. Subsequently, he stored the Higan in his space. With a thought, he shifted his form and returned to the trade star. Chapter 47. The Ginu Force in the Commercial District. Within a shop specializing in battle attire, Lazi Li was enthusiastically selecting garments. "Beautiful lady, your taste is impeccable. This battlesuit is meticulously designed by the Cashierians, boasting not only an appealing style, but also remarkable defensive capabilities." A female sales associate with azure skin and pointed horns enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the attire to Lazi Li. Whoosh! Su Luo's figure materialized beside them. Lazi Li sensed a familiar aura nearby and smiled slightly. Holding several battle suits as she inquired, "Allo, what do you think of the battle suits I picked? Do they look good?" Su Luo glanced at the selections, finding them indeed appealing and well-suited to Earthling aesthetics. Battle suits in the universe were not limited to the armor-like designs of the Frisia force. There existed numerous styles, such as those worn by Piccolo and future Trunks, which also qualified as battle attire. When did someone enter the shop? The female sales associate wondered, momentarily surprised, but otherwise remaining quietly in the background. "They look splendid. You should try them on," Su Luo encouraged with a smile. Lazi Li replied, clutching the garments as she headed to the changing room. After a brief wait outside the changing room, Lazi Li emerged clad in her new battle suit. Strands of hair cascaded gracefully over her striking features, complementing the white battle attire and giving her an air of elegance and valor. Su Luo's eyes widened in admiration, showering her with compliments. Lazi Li's lips curled into a smile, clearly in high spirits. "Allo, I also selected a few battle suits for you. You should give them a try." In the northern galaxy, eastern region, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft zipped through the void of space. Inside the chamber, Frisia sat upon his throne, gazing through the glass at the dazzling starry expanse, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Ho ho ho, Zebo and Dororia must have successfully sold the planet, Frisia mused. His mood exceptionally buoyant. Of course, Frisia was not motivated by a love of wealth. The amount of money held no significance for him anymore. Over the years, he had led the Frisia force in plundering planets without ever occupying them. instead selling them to the affluent of the universe. Frisia derived no joy from the act of earning money. Rather, he relished the thrill of slaughter during the plunder. Each time he witnessed the despair and agony etched on the faces of the natives facing death, it brought him immense satisfaction. Just then, the chamber door swung open, and a creature with a head somewhat resembling a snail hurriedly entered. Lord Frisia, I bring urgent news. Just moments ago, the command center reported that the communication signals of Lord Zabo and Lord Dororia have vanished near a barren planet in the West Long Star region. Kikono, what is the meaning of this? Speak clearly. Frisia's expression darkened. According to the command center's report, before Lord Zabo's communication signal disappeared, there was a surge of powerful life energy, which quickly faded, followed by the disappearance of Lord Dororia's signal as well. My subordinate speculates that they might. Kikono hesitated, his voice trembling. You mean to say they were killed? Frisia's voice dropped, a stifling aura emanating from him, causing the temperature in the chamber to plummet. Yes. Ho ho ho, how intriguing, truly intriguing, that someone would dare to attack my man. And to be capable of killing both Zabo and Dororia, that is no ordinary feat. Frisia's laughter turned cold, his tail striking the ground in agitation, betraying his profound anger. Kikono wiped the cold sweat from his brow, standing cautiously, fearful of inciting Frisia's wrath that falls within the jurisdiction of the Trade Alliance. Kikono dispatched someone to negotiate and demand an explanation from them. Frisia commanded, his expression grim, crimson eyes glinting with a chilling light. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. Giacchino hastily took his leave, departing as if fleeing. Regarding the deaths of Sabo and Dodolia, Frisia merely expressed a fleeting sense of regret over the loss of two capable subordinates, not allowing it to weigh heavily on his mind. What truly concerned Frisia was the audacity of someone daring to seize his possessions. This was a matter of a different nature entirely. It was as if a slap had been dealt to his face as the sovereign of the universe. That moment, Frisia's heart brimmed with an uncontainable fury at the affront to his dignity. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Lazi Li, having procured the necessary supplies, departed from West Long Star. They traversed numerous planets, immersing themselves in the unique customs and cultures of each, akin to a leisurely excursion. Days later, Frisia's army arrived at West Long Star with an imposing presence. The person in charge of West Long Star was left bewildered upon witnessing the forceful approach of Frisia's troops. What on earth was happening? After some negotiations, the representative of the West Long Star Merchant Alliance finally grasped the intent of Frisia's army. Essentially, my men have perished in your domain, and I demand a reasonable explanation. The West Long Star leader, feeling somewhat helpless, dispatched individuals to investigate and confirm that indeed, such an incident had occurred. However, the assailant responsible for attacking Frisia's forces remained elusive, aware of his own culpability. The leader of West Long Star chose to placate Frisia's wrath by compensating for a substantial loss, and thus, the matter was brushed aside. In the Northern Galaxy, Southwest region, lies Huaxia Star. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. This planet is predominantly dark yellow in hue and currently engulfed in flames of war, with smoke billowing everywhere. Help! They are demons in the devastated city. Crowds of people scattered in panic, their terrified cries echoing. 5 figures hovered above the city. Among them was a pineapple-headed extraterrestrial, gathering a horrifying wave of energy in his hands, which he then gently waved down towards the city below. Boom! The terrifying energy wave struck the fleeing masses, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent blood and flesh flying, painting the ground a vivid crimson. Such a casual strike claimed the lives of thousands. Many of the indigenous people, overwhelmed, ceased their struggles and fell to their knees, pleading for divine intervention. God? Captain Ginu, these natives are truly amusing. Begging for salvation from deities, a red-skinned, white-haired extraterrestrial laughed maniacally. Captain Ginu crossed his arms, observing the crowd below who had surrendered, sneering coldly. God? Aside from King Frisia, who dares to claim such a title? They are unworthy. You lot, hasten and eliminate every last one of these people. Yes, Captain Ginu. The group promptly complied, unleashing another barrage of energy waves upon the city. The once thriving metropolis swiftly transformed into a desolate wasteland. Simultaneously, above another city, the fabric of space twisted, and two elongated figures materialized. This city has only recently been destroyed, Lazi Li remarked, glancing below. Amidst the collapsed structures, flames raged and thick black smoke billowed upward. It seems someone is invading this planet. Su Luo calmly assessed the scene before shifting his gaze southeast, where 5 powerful auras could be felt. Let us investigate. Chapter 48. The time stasis of Gero, a surge of energy erupted from Su Luo and Lazi Li as they sped towards the southeast, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, Ginu and his companion stood amidst the ruins, tidying up the aftermath as they prepared to eliminate the last remaining individual. Gaius pressed a button on his scouter, his eyes widening as the data remained static. "Captain, this city has been cleared." Just as Gaius finished speaking, he suddenly detected 2 power levels skyrocketing. "Captain Ginu, 2 individuals with battle powers of 30,000 are rapidly approaching us. Expected to arrive in 7 seconds. Gaius exclaimed, astonished that a warrior with a battle power exceeding 10,000 is a rarity even among Frisia's forces, let alone one with a power level of 30,000. Impossible! In this universe, aside from King Frisia and our Ginu Force, no one possesses such high metrics. Your scouter must be malfunctioning." Bata, Raikum, and Gudo were equally taken aback, their disbelief evident as they activated their scouters. Upon witnessing the soaring readings of 30,000, they fell silent for a moment. "I didn't expect this planet to harbor 2 top-tier fighters. Interesting," Ginu remarked nonchalantly, with a battle power of 120,000. The mere presence of 2 30,000 fighters posed little challenge for him. He could easily suppress them. "Captain, allow me to handle these 2. It's been ages since I've encountered such formidable opponents. And I'm eager to engage them," Raikum exclaimed, shaking his arms with excitement. Hey, Raikum, don't think you can take them all for yourself," Jis and Bata protested, eager to partake in the battle. Only Gudo remained silent, aware that he was the weakest among them, and facing fighters of 30,000 would be quite daunting. The 2 figures swiftly approached, dispelling their aura and landing steadily before the members of the Ginu Force. Before Su Luo could utter a word, the Ginu Force began to showcase their signature poses. The 5 members shifted positions, performing exaggerated dance moves before striking a pose that was utterly embarrassing. "We are the illustrious Ginu Force," Js, Gudo, Bata, Raikum, and Ginu proclaimed that Su Luo's fists clenched tightly, muttering through gritted teeth, "Stop dancing. It's utterly grotesque. Disgusting." Lazi Li chimed in with disdain. "What did you say?" Veins bulged on Ginu's forehead. This was a routine he had meticulously crafted over 3 years. Even King Frisia would be invigorated and flushed upon witnessing it. "You uncultured swines, your lack of artistic appreciation is simply unforgivable." Ginu spat angrily. "Lazi Li, I will take care of that one," called Ginu. "The other 4 are yours. Be wary of the short one. He possesses the ability to manipulate time." Su Luo cast a sidelong glance at Ginu and Gudo, both of whom wielded unique powers. One could perform body-swapping techniques, while the other had time-stopping abilities that, "I understand." Lazi Li nodded, her gaze landing on the diminutive Gudo, somewhat surprised that such a weakling could control time. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable about our Ginu Force. However, you may be unaware of our true strength. Just based on you," Ginu began, but before he could finish, Su Luo launched a punch into the air. In a flash, the atmosphere seemed to ripple, and an invisible energy with the power to obliterate everything struck Ginu fiercely. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as Ginu was sent careening backward. Enough with the prattle. Su Luo retracted his fist, casually remarking, "Captain," the expressions of the other 4 shifted dramatically. "You should focus on yourselves." Lazi Li's cold voice resonated beside them. Thud, 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 a flurry of dazzling punches accompanied by the sound of air being torn forcefully struck the 4 members. They were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing into the ruins behind them, instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Not far away, Captain Ginu wiped the blood trickling from his mouth. feeling the pain coursing through him as he erupted from the debris, his expression icy. "Cursed brat, to have injured me, you must possess the ability to unleash your full fighting potential in an instant." Full fighting potential? Please do not misunderstand. I have utilized less than 1/10 of my strength. Su Luo spoke with a stoic expression. "Young man, are you jesting with your captain? Do I appear to be someone who engages in frivolities?" Captain Ginu instantly felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, and he let out a series of cold chuckles. "Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade." With a furious roar, Ginu unleashed a menacing aura that crackled ominously around him. In an instant, he appeared before Su Luo with a swift motion that Jinu's iron fists rained down like a torrential storm, striking with the speed of lightning, as if they could rend the very air apart, delivering dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. Su Luo merely smiled faintly, effortlessly blocking each attack with a single finger, weaving through the onslaught with ease. "Too slow. Too weak. Can you not be a bit faster?" The mocking taunts echoed in Jinu's ears, akin to the harsh sound of glass being scraped, unbearable to endure. "You insufferable brat," Ginu bellowed in rage, intensifying his assault. Meanwhile, Jiez, Bait, Lycum, and Gudo had also managed to rise from the rubble. Upon witnessing the battle between Captain Ginu and Su Luo, their jaws dropped in disbelief. How could it seem as though their captain was being toyed with by his opponent? They had never imagined such a spectacle. Captain Ginu's combat prowess was reputed to be at an astonishing level of 120,000. Who, apart from King Frisia, could make the captain appear so beleaguered? Jiez activated his power level detector, only to find Su Luo's reading consistently at 30,000, never fluctuating. Enraged, he smashed the device to the ground and crushed it underfoot, cursing, "What a worthless thing! Hey, do you all look down upon me?" Lazi Li's cold voice carried a hint of anger. Her words struck like thunder in the minds of the four, who had been entirely focused on the confrontation between Ginu and that man, completely neglecting the formidable woman at their side. The four exchanged glances. "Let us go all out," with Jiez's command. They charged towards Lazi Li in unison. Lazi Li narrowed her eyes slightly, and in an instant, her figure transformed into nothingness, reappearing before them in the blink of an eye, launching a swift counterattack. Lazi Li fought with merely 20% of her strength. Yet even so, Jiez and his companions struggled to defend themselves, quickly revealing signs of defeat. After all, the strongest among them boasted a power level of just over 50,000. Gudo, use that technique? Jiez shouted. Understood. Gudo immediately puffed up his cheeks. In an instant, the world around him faded to a grayish hue, freezing Lazi Li's figure before him, rendering her immobile. Gudo smirked internally, intending to act, when suddenly the gray landscape shattered like a mirror. It was as though he had been hit by a backlash, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lazi Li's icy voice rang out. "Your time manipulation ability is far too weak. Compared to Aluo's time freeze, it is a chasm apart." A terrifying energy orb quickly coalesced in her hand, hurtling towards Gudo. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, and Gudo's form vanished amidst the swirling smoke. Chapter 49. Annihilation. Jiez and the others had initially thought Gudo's time freeze would momentarily ensnare Lazi Li, allowing them to prepare their ultimate strike. However, Gudo's sudden demise caught them utterly off guard. "Gudo's time freeze could even trap us for a moment. Why were you unaffected?" Jiez exclaimed in disbelief. Lazi Li smiled faintly. "It's quite simple. My strength far surpasses yours." While the ability to halt time is indeed formidable, ensnaring an opponent whose power exceeds one's own is a Herculean task, as it requires a tremendous expenditure of energy. Although Gudo possessed this time manipulation ability, his own strength was simply too feeble to bind her. It was akin to a fool's errand. Moreover, having frequently battled alongside Su Luo, she had honed her combat experience and was well versed in time manipulation. From a distance, Su Luo observed the scene, and once again taunted Captain Ginu. It seems your subordinates are just as weak as you. You scoundrel, do not dare compare me to such trash." Ginu's fury ignited, and he inwardly cursed Gudo for bringing him such disgrace even in death. All the same, he retorted, "Silence! Be quiet!" Ginu's aura surged dramatically, as he swung his massive fist towards Su Luo's face. The white flames enveloping his fist radiated an intimidating force, as if they sought to obliterate Su Luo's calm visage. Su Luo merely squinted, a glint of coldness flashing across his eyes as he seized Ginu's fist with his left hand, applying pressure. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed sharply. Ginu's face contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat forming. But before he could free himself, Su Luo delivered a vicious upward kick to Ginu's jaw, releasing the now-cracked fist as Ginu was sent flying. Su Luo executed another swift kick. Whoosh! Bang! The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Ginu's body sank deeply into the rubble, a shallow footprint appearing on his chest. Roar! Ginu's furious roar erupted as a powerful energy burst forth from within him, sending debris flying in every direction. Damn it! I will kill you, he howled. Now allow me to show you the terror of my power. Ginu roared once more, his muscles swelling as the full force of his 120,000 power level erupted. The ground trembled under the immense pressure of his energy, fissures spreading out like a spider's web in all directions. Su Luo, witnessing this, wore a cold smile and began to elevate his own energy. Beep, beep, beep. The readings on Ginu's detector fluctuated wildly, and in his eyes filled with horror, the number soared. 130,000, 170,000, 220,000. Boom! Ginu's state-of-the-art power level detector could not withstand such overwhelming data and exploded in an instant. Impossible! Your power level exceeds 220,000, Ginu exclaimed in disbelief. After the shock subsided, as he gazed at Su Luo, his eyes brimmed with insatiable greed. Such a powerful physique, he desired it. Ginu thrust his hand forcefully into his own chest. Blood gushed forth, soaking his arm, yet he displayed no signs of pain. Instead, his face was filled with unbridled greed. Brat, I shall claim your body. Su Luo observed Ginu's self-inflicted wound, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fully aware of Ginu's intentions, it was merely an attempt to utilize that body-swapping secret technique. Ginu raised his arms above his head, exclaiming excitedly, "Exchange!" But before he could utter the final word, Su Luo had already vanished from sight. And in the next moment, a powerful hand gripped Ginu's throat, fingers tightening slightly. Ginu felt a sharp pain in his throat, losing the ability to speak entirely. You wish to use your little secret technique to swap bodies with me. You should practice more before heading to hell. You'll never have the chance in this lifetime. Su Luo's icy voice echoed in Ginu's ears. Ginu's throat convulsed as he attempted to plead for mercy. But only garbled sounds escaped his lips. Su Luo hurled him into the air, then gathered a terrifying vortex of energy in his palm. Golden light radiating brilliantly, a searing energy beam shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Ginu. Boom! The roaring waves of energy instantaneously engulfed Ginu's body, which was reduced to mere dust before his eyes filled with extreme reluctance, scattering with the wind. Upon sensing the conclusion of the battle on Su Luo's side, Lazi Li ceased her mockery of the three remaining foes. In an instant, her energy erupted forth, violently propelling the nearest Lycum and Bart away. Subsequently, two dazzling orbs of energy formed between her palms and were released, crashing forcefully into the two. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions resounded as a searing fireball ascended, causing the entire city to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, before returning to a disquieting calm on the battlefield. Only JS remained. Witnessing the consecutive demise of his comrades, G's mind was in utter chaos. After all, their Ginu Force was reputed as the strongest team in the universe. Why had they been so effortlessly vanquished? JIS had completely lost the will to fight. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At that moment, Lazi Li had already approached him, raising her palm towards him. JIS, drenched in cold sweat, prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he pleaded, "I beg you, spare my life." He believed that such a humble plea would evoke compassion in this beautiful maiden. However, he was gravely mistaken. Before him, a ghostly blue orb of light entered Jesus' gaze, and in the next instant his body was obliterated by the energy sphere. Lazi Li's cold, frosty visage revealed no trace of emotion at this moment. She resembled a war goddess, mercilessly extinguishing the lives of her enemies. For Su Luo had once stated that mercy towards foes on the battlefield equated to cruelty towards oneself and one's comrades. Moreover, considering JS and his ilk, who specialized in plundering planets and had undoubtedly stained their hands with the blood of countless innocents, she felt no compunction whatsoever. After eliminating the Ginu Force, Su Luo and Lazi Li departed. Huaxia was merely a transient stop on their journey, not a place for lingering as for the indigenous inhabitants left behind on Huaxia, and whether they would face Friesia's retribution. Such concerns did not fall within Su Luo's purview. After all, in the vast universe, there were countless planets subject to plunder and occupation. Su Luo had neither the time nor inclination to assist each one. If Huaxia were to be annihilated, it would simply be their fate. The law of survival in this world is one of the survival of the fittest. The purpose of their journey was to head towards the North Galaxy. To Ramen Star, where a branch of the Galactic Mercenary Organization was stationed, one of many such bases. The Galactic Mercenary Organization, much like the Cosmic Trade Alliance, the Cosmic Assassin Organization, and the Galactic Patrol Organization, is a venerable entity that IT operates as a neutral force, primarily composed of mercenary warriors, boasting formidable strength and financial resources. Its operations span the universe, offering an overwhelming array of tasks that can bewilder the senses, including numerous bounties for various powerful beings. Su Luo and Lazi Li were specifically drawn to this point. Chapter 50, Mercenary Mission. Ramen Star, Ramen City, dot on the wide streets. A diverse array of extraterrestrial beings traversed back and forth. As this was the planet housing a branch of the Galactic Mercenary Organization, the majority of its visitors were mercenaries seeking to undertake missions. The moment Su Luo and Lazi Li set foot on this planet, they felt several powerful auras. Each aura possessed a combat power exceeding 10,000, with the strongest nearing 60,000. This revelation showcased the formidable prowess of the Galactic Mercenaries. Just this one branch displayed such strength, not to mention the other branches and headquarters. Nonetheless, given their contractual nature, their cohesion was not as strong as that of other organizations. However, this was sufficient to affirm the might of the Galactic Mercenaries. Particularly terrifying was their widespread presence across the universe, exemplifying the adage that they could rally at a mere call. Upon reaching the city center, they beheld a massive structure, entirely composed of metal. Its silver-white sheen exuding a chilling aura. From a distance, it resembled a colossal beast of the abyss coiled there. Becoming a mercenary is not a daunting task. One merely needs to pass a simple assessment to join their ranks. Su Luo and Lazi Li, revealing a combat power of 100,000, left the assessors utterly astonished, easily attaining mercenary status. Within the task hall, tasks were categorized into 7 distinct zones based on their difficulty. The difficulty levels were classified as E, F, D, C, B, A, and S, corresponding to the 7 zones. E and F zones mostly contain trivial tasks, such as assisting in resource extraction or locating lost items. Tasks classified as D and above began to present challenges, including bodyguard duties, escort missions, capturing space pirates, rescuing planets, and apprehending criminals. According to these task difficulties, there were also requirements for the mercenary strength. D-level tasks required mercenaries with over 1,000 combat power. C-level demanded over 5,000. B-level necessitated over 10,000, and A-level tasks required combat power exceeding 100,000. However, mercenaries of such caliber were exceedingly rare in the universe. As for the most formidable S-level tasks, there were no stringent requirements. If one believed themselves capable, they could undertake them. Su Luo and Lazi Li bypassed the B-level zone and proceeded directly to the A-level zone, where few individuals lingered, most merely there to observe the task listings. Su Luo's gaze swept across the bounty board and landed on a familiar name, the Ginu Force captain he had previously eliminated, with a bounty amounting to a staggering sum. Bounty, Shavi Jia. Captain of the Mecha Squad, combat power 170,000, reward. A significant sum, recently active in the Eastern Galaxy's Liwa star domain. Bounty, Nizi, Mecha Squad member, combat power 160,000, reward, a considerable sum, recently active in the Eastern Galaxy's Leo star domain. Bounty, Dre, Mecha Squad. The Mecha Squad, as the ace team under Gula's command, indeed possesses formidable strength. Yet Su Luo paid them little mind, his gaze drifting downward. Most were merely minor figures with combat powers in the tens of thousands, causing Su Luo to lose interest and head towards the S-level zone. The bounty tasks at the S-level held significantly greater value, as they involved Dominion-level powerful beings, such as Frisia, King Cold, and Gula. However, thus far, no one had succeeded in completing S-level tasks, as all who attempted had perished. As Su Luo perused the bounty list, noting that the power levels of these cosmic overlords were estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Such estimates elicited a scoff from Su Luo. Having watched the Dragon Ball anime, he was well aware of the true strength of these original characters. That Gula's final form reached an astounding 470 million, while Frisia's final form boasted 120 million. That although King Cold's strength was not thoroughly depicted in the original series before being swiftly defeated by Trunks, he likely did not fall far short of Frisia's prowess. Su Luo dismissed these individuals, recognizing that his current strength was insufficient to confront any of the three. After browsing through the tasks, he found two particularly intriguing targets: K2, Combat Power 340,000, and Sodu, Combat Power 330,000, twin star criminals known to operate in tandem and rumored to possess a fusion-like technique, recently active in the North Galaxy's lock star domain. With a bounty of 80,000, they would do. Su Luo promptly accepted the task, and subsequently departed from Ramen Star alongside Lazi Li, making their way towards the North Galaxy's Rock Star domain. Meanwhile, on Frisia Planet, within the command center, a group of extraterrestrial beings diligently maintained their posts. Serving as the technological personnel responsible for communications, the sudden loss of contact with the Ginu Force caught the attention of a blue-skinned alien. Initially, he presumed it was merely a case of poor signal interference. After all, it was the Ginu Force. What trouble could they possibly be in? However, as time passed without any restoration of communication, the blue-skinned alien began to grow anxious and hastily investigated the cause of the signal's disappearance. Upon discovering the truth, he grew alarmed. Realizing that the Ginu Force may have perished in battle, he swiftly relayed the information to his superior, who then communicated the news to Frisia's elite guard. In Frisia's palace, the familiar figure of Frisia lounged on a small spacecraft, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Beside him was an alien with a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, Popo, a significant figure within the Legion and akin to a caretaker. One of the few who could speak freely in Frisia's presence. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the chamber. Kiko, who had just received the news of the Ginu Force's loss of contact, recalled the recent demise of Sabo and Dodoria. This scene felt eerily similar. He rushed over in a flurry. "Lord Frisia, my subordinate has just informed me that the Ginu Force has lost contact near Yellow Jade Star." "Oh, the Ginu Force has also gone silent." Frisia's expression darkened, an oppressive chill emanating from him. Kiko felt a shiver rise from his feet, though the sensation dissipated almost immediately. Popo, with his sinister countenance, remained unfazed and bluntly remarked, "Lord Frisia, given the strength of the Ginu Force, if they have lost contact, it is highly likely they have encountered misfortune." Kiko, frightened by Popo's audacity, cautiously glanced at Frisia. Yet, Frisia merely showed a fleeting moment of coldness before reverting to his usual demeanor. "Popo, could this be my brother Gula's deliberate machination against me?" The notion of others being involved was entirely outside Frisia's considerations. In his eyes, they were all insignificant. Only Gula, of the same frozen lineage, and his mechanized forces possessed such capability. Though they were brothers, they were like oil and water. Frisia maintained a cordial relationship with King Cold, while Gula was at odds with both, constantly at each other's throats. Both openly and covertly, Popo remained silent. Chapter 51. The withered planet Frisia, noticing Popo's silence, paid it no mind that ace troops have perished in such a place. "Ginu, you have truly disappointed me," he muttered to himself. His gaze darkening, he commanded, "Kiko, send someone to investigate Gula's recent activities." Yes, Kiko secretly sighed in relief. fearful that Frisia's displeasure could lead to his own demise, for he was a tyrant known to annihilate planets on a whim. Guided solely by his mood. By the way, how are those scions faring lately? Frisia inquired. The three members of Team Vegeta are still diligently carrying out the tasks assigned by headquarters and are currently executing a mission on a remote planet. I see. Very well, Kiko, you may take your leave. Frisia waved his hand dismissively, allowing him to depart. Yes, Kiko exhaled in relief and quickly exited. Lord Frisia, keeping Vegeta and his companions around will ultimately pose a threat. At this moment, Bliblu interjected. What tempest could a few scion monkeys stir? Frisia scoffed. The legend of the Super Scion has been passed down among the Frost Demons since time immemorial. What if it were to come true? Upon hearing this, Frisia could not help but chuckle derisively. What nonsense is this about a Super Scion? It is merely a fabricated tale conjured by those scion monkeys to save face, a story that just happened to be known by their ancestors. I cannot fathom why these tales have endured through generations. Besides, even if such a being did exist, I could easily eliminate them, in the entire universe. Only Lord Beerus instills in me a modicum of fear. Even Gula merely evokes a sense of caution, as for the scion monkeys. Frisia laughed, his crimson eyes glinting with disdain. He had never regarded these self-proclaimed warrior race scions with any seriousness, even at their peak. They were nothing more than slightly larger ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. What, then, of these remaining small ants? Bliblu. I've been overly apprehensive. Days later, on a distant planet in the North Galaxy, Team Vegeta was engaged in a mission to exterminate the indigenous inhabitants. The three floated mid-air, relentlessly unleashing energy blasts at the fleeing natives. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed continuously as large numbers of the natives fell. What a lack of challenge. Is this all headquarters can muster in terms of assignments? Vegeta sneered disdainfully at that moment. Prince Vegeta. According to the latest reports from headquarters, the Ginu Force has been completely annihilated, the bald Naba exclaimed, gazing at the information relayed by the scanner, visibly shocked. What? That so-called strongest force in the universe has been utterly vanquished. Raditz, standing nearby, looked aghast. The mystery and might of the Ginu Force seemed invincible to someone like him, with a power level of less than 1,000 to the strongest squad, merely a fa ade, and yet they have been killed. Vegeta scoffed, continuing to unleash energy attacks at the fleeing natives. Yet he could not conceal his astonishment. The strength of the Ginu Force far surpassed his own. Rumors had it that their captain's combat prowess exceeded 100,000. If such a being could fall, it seemed the universe concealed unknown masters yet to be revealed. The Prince of Science, he was hailed as the greatest genius of his warrior race. But his current power level was merely 15,000. He had taken pride in this for quite some time, yet now it felt somewhat embarrassing. Reflecting on these matters, Vegeta's attacks intensified, employing both hands to unleash energy waves upon the natives. Seemingly venting his frustrations. Vegeta, what's wrong with you? Naba, bewildered, inquired. Quit the idle chatter. Hurry and eradicate these natives, Vegeta retorted coldly, casting a glance at Naba. Naba, rebuked, forced a smile, noticing Raditz's gleeful expression nearby, and his demeanor turned icy. What are you grinning at? Are you mocking me? Do you wish to be punished? Raditz trembled at the remark, hastily shaking his head. Worthless that Naba's disdainful tone went unchallenged, as Raditz had grown accustomed to his bullying. As the weakest member of the team, he served merely as an outlet for their frustrations. In the East Galaxy, on a technologically advanced planet, Gula's military headquarters stood, within the opulent palace, before a transparent viewport. Gula stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the monotonous scenery outside with his crimson eyes, which flickered with a cruel gleam. This moment, Shaviza approached. Lord Gula, according to the latest reports. Lord Frisia's Ginu Force has been completely wiped out. A flicker of surprise crossed Gula's eyes, only to quickly fade into calmness, as if this were a trivial matter. Let them die. They were merely minor players. Gula remarked impassively. Has there been any intel regarding Shrag's recent activities? In comparison to his ineffectual brother Frisia, Gula was far more concerned about his former rival, Schlag. this old relic, who should be content to enjoy his twilight years on Schlagstar, had the audacity to venture out into the world once more. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the tale grows ever more thrilling. According to the findings, Schlag had recently dispatched his entire army to scour the eastern and northern galaxies in search of the spirit tree. Upon hearing Schlag's name, Shaviza's expression hardened, and he spoke. The spirit tree, the fabled demon fruit tree that can siphon the life force of an entire planet. Gula's crimson eyes glinted with intrigue, as if he had taken an interest. Indeed, it is said that the fruit of the spirit tree can significantly enhance one's power and vitality. Shaviza replied respectfully. It seems Schlag is truly nearing his end if he places his hopes on such an illusory thing. A hint of mockery crossed Gula's face. Since Schlag wishes to search, let him do so. Keep a vigilant watch on his movements, and alert me at the slightest hint of change. Yes, Shaviza affirmed before departing. Schlag, allow me to escort you to your final resting place. I am eager to witness the despair in your eyes, Gula murmured to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the junction of the eastern and northern galaxies, lay a verdant planet known as Qingman Star. Due to its remote location and lack of value as a low-tier planet, it seldom attracted the attention of intergalactic travelers. However, this emerald sphere was visibly withering at an alarming pace on the planet. Before a robust ancient tree, two figures, one large and one small, stood in faint outline. Chapter 52. The fusion technique of K2 and So2 in the northern galaxy, on the Rockstar domain at Pasol Star. Within a valley, bang, 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 four figures engaged in fierce combat. Waves of invisible energy radiated from their clashes, transforming the valley's landscape into a pockmarked wasteland. Damn it. Who are you? K2 scowled, fixated on the figure before him. His voice cold, K2 and So2 had arrived at this planet with high spirits, eager to pillage and seize its resources. Yet before they could fully indulge, two formidable strangers had appeared, launching an attack without uttering a word. Inciting K2's fury, the one who will end your life, Su Luo hovered calmly before him. K2 erupted in laughter. What a joke. You think you can defeat me. You amuse me to no end. Amuse you? No, you shall be the one to perish, Su Luo retorted, his composure unshaken. K2's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling glare. Do not mistake your abilities for superiority, boy. Today, both you and that woman will meet your demise here. So2, stop playing around. Unleash your full power, K2 shouted towards the imposing figure battling Lazi Li not far away. Upon hearing K2's command, Soda's aura surged exponentially, his eyes glinting with a sinister light as he aimed a venomous strike towards Lazi Li's vital points. Little girl, should you fall, I will fashion the finest specimen of you for my collection. Soda's words were chillingly soft. Lazi Li, taken aback by the twisted psyche of her opponent, felt a sudden chill course through her. You'd be better off descending into hell, she declared, no longer concealing her strength. Unleashing the full force of her combat power, which soared to 360, the overwhelming aura momentarily subdued So2's rising energy. Just as Soda's lethal strike was about to connect, Lazi Li shifted her position, evading like a specter and reappearing behind Soto. Her delicate hand clenched into a fist, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Soto's back. Bang! A figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the valley's massive rock face. Boom! The ground shook violently. The mountains trembled, debris flying as dust engulfed the area. Lazi Li extended her hands toward the collapsing mountain, her lips moving softly, star-shattering cannon. A radiant beam, shimmering with starlight, erupted from her palms. In an instant, a tremendous force whipped up a terrifying gale, striking the collapsing mountainside with unrelenting ferocity, with a thunderous explosion. A colossal crimson mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens. Rocks and dust scattered as the cataclysmic energy obliterated the entire valley. The searing wave of heat swept through, and as the smoke cleared, a battered figure knelt, bloodied and bruised, in the vast crater. K2, engaged in battle with Su Luo, caught a glimpse of a nightmarish scene out of the corner of his eye. Soto's upper body lay mangled. his left arm missing, breath faint, resembling a dying man. "Damn it! You will pay for this!" K2 roared, his fury igniting as he gathered red energy in his palms and launched it fiercely at Su Luo. The blood-red energy coiled like serpents, merging into a singular, monstrous attack that roared towards Su Luo. Su Luo remained unfazed, extending his pale hand to grasp the impending energy wave. In an instant, it shattered like fragile foam, dispersing into countless red sparks. What? K2's expression shifted dramatically, realizing his most powerful technique had been so effortlessly neutralized at that moment. He understood that this opponent was beyond his capacity to contend with. In the next instant, Su Luo transformed into a blur, materializing before K2. Bang! A fierce kick, akin to a dragon's tail whip, impacted K2's chest, causing it to cave in slightly. Pooh! K2 coughed up blood, his body hurtling like a cannonball into the depths of the valley. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as smoke billowed. Su Luo and Lazi Li hovered in midair, observing the two figures in the crater. Time passed, yet the figures within remained eerily silent. Stop feigning death. Reveal your remaining abilities, or I shall not hesitate to send you to the underworld. Su Luo's cold voice pierced through the haze. Ha ha, boy, I concede that you and that woman are formidable. However, your gravest mistake was bringing me down beside so. K2's menacing voice resonated from the depths of the pit. Fusion. As the words fell, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, and two powerful auras began to merge, ultimately forming a terrifying presence. The towering figure emerged from the crater, adorned with spiraled horns, blue skin, and a grotesque visage, resembling a demon from the abyss. It has been far too long since anyone has pushed me to this extent. In return, I shall crush your bones and devour them piece by piece. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the tale grows ever more thrilling. Their voices intertwined, chillingly harmonious. K2 and Sodu had fused, and he would be referred to as Queso. Su Luo squinted, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Queso. With a combat power estimated at around 2.4 million, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a mightier adversary that seemed to be of a lesser caliber than the fusion technique used by Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original tale. However, it would not be a wasted wait. A foe of this level would still provide him with ample enjoyment. Su Luo mused at that moment. Lazi Li spoke up. Auro, allow me to take a shot. No, his current strength surpasses yours. You cannot withstand him. Su Luo shook his head. Allo, just let me give it a try. After all, with you here, nothing could possibly go wrong, Lazi Li said again in a coaxing tone. All right, but be cautious, Su Luo replied helplessly. Lazi Li's lips curled into a smile as she nodded. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter who goes first. The outcome is still death. Queso sneered disdainfully. Su Luo merely smiled faintly, unaffected by Queso's mockery. Quadruple Luosian fist. With a delicate shout, a blue aura instantly enveloped Lazi Li's graceful figure, her golden hair dancing in the wind. Her combat power surged rapidly from 360,000 to 1,440,000. A vast presence surged around her like towering waves. Queso's expression shifted slightly, yet sensing no threat from Lazi Li, he resumed his contempt, deeming her merely superficial. The moment Lazi Li's momentum peaked, she lightly tapped her toes in the void, her figure flickering, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Queso. In his astonished gaze, her fist, shrouded in blue flames, fiercely struck towards Queso's face. Bang! Queso was sent crashing back into a deep pit. Damn woman! Queso exploded from the pit, though aside from being a bit dusty, he appeared unscathed. A cold glimmer flashed in his dark red eyes, clearly indicating his fury. Over 2 million units of energy surged forth, enveloped in black currents, as he charged towards Lazi Li at an astonishing speed. His arm muscles bulged, and his fist, as large as a cooking pot, descended with overwhelming force. Lazi Li's pupils contracted as she swiftly dodged Queso's attack, narrowly evading his strike. Boom! The immense force created a massive pit in the ground. Before Lazi Li could catch her breath, Queso's foot slammed down on the ground, propelling him towards her like a cannonball, with attacks raining down in succession. Faced with Queso's relentless onslaught, Lazi Li struggled to defend herself, swiftly retreating and soon revealing signs of defeat. Queso, seeing his attacks consistently miss, roared in anger. Causing the black currents to swell, he unleashed a barrage of black-red energy spheres, pouring down upon Lazi Li like a torrential rain, blocking her escape route. Realizing the peril, Lazi Li maximized her power, and specks of starlight glimmered to life in her hands, star-shattering cannon. An energy wave radiating with dazzling starlight surged forth, obliterating the dark red energy spheres. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions echoed in succession. Lazi Li maintained her attacking stance when suddenly a chilling voice resonated behind her. Die. Alarmed, Lazi Li turned, only to see a fist the size of a cooking pot hurtling towards her face. The black current enveloping the fist scraped painfully against her cheek, a sense of impending death drawing near. Just as it seemed Lazi Li was on the brink of demise, time froze, and a silent world tinged with gray and white. Everything appeared to be paused in place in but a fleeting moment. Time resumed its course. That Queso's fist descended again, yet struck only air. Where is she? Queso stared blankly at the void before him, where Lazi Li's figure had vanished. Not far away, Su Luo had caught Lazi Li in his arms, gently tapping her head, and smiled. Do you see the gap now? Lazi Li pouted and murmured, if my power were comparable to his, I wouldn't have lost. Su Luo chuckled softly and set her down. Lazi Li clenched her fists, swinging them a few times angrily, and declared, Aloe, give him a good beating. All right, Su Luo nodded, turning his gaze towards the still-dazed Queso, an aura of terrifying killing intent emanating from him. Queso finally noticed Su Luo and Lazi Li not far off. His dark red eyes glinted with malice as he spoke coldly. Kid, you saved that woman, didn't you? Though I don't know how you did it. Next time, luck won't be on your side. Luck? A hint of coldness flickered across Su Luo's face. Although he could end the battle in an instant with time stoppage, he had no intention of allowing Queso to die so easily. Soon, energy within him surged, and a blue flame began to rise, the air around him growing hot. His combat power skyrocketed to 3,960,000, a terrifying momentum sweeping through the environment. What? Queso gasped in shock, sensing an extreme danger emanating from Su Luo. Whoosh! Su Luo transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. Queso's pupils constricted, unable to react in time. Bang! A colossal force struck his abdomen. Queso was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Blue light flickered around Su Luo as he darted forward, aligning parallel to Queso's airborne body. Bang! Su Luo clasped his fists together and smashed them down towards Queso's head. Thud! Queso's massive frame plummeted rapidly, creating a deep pit in the ground before the dust could settle. Su Luo's right fist, enveloped in blue flames, descended like a meteor, igniting sparks from the air as it fell. The fist, imbued with the devastating power of a meteor's impact, struck Queso with tremendous force. Boom! The earth instantly collapsed several hundred meters, fissures spreading outward. Puffed. Queso spewed a mouthful of blood, his chest a mangled mess, a large dent forming as his features contorted grotesquely. Yet Su Luo showed no signs of relenting. His fists transformed into countless afterimages, raining down upon Queso. Bang! 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 The cacophony of strikes echoed within the pit. Each blow unleashed a terrifying force that penetrated Queso's body, creating an invisible shockwave that shattered the ground. With each strike, the earth sank deeper. Boom! Boom! The ground began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The tremors felt hundreds of miles away, sending small creatures scurrying in fright. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Aloe, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Lazi Li stared blankly for a moment. However, recalling Su Luo's earlier furious expression, she chuckled, seemingly pleased by her influence. In the pit, Su Luo ceased his relentless assault, droplets of blood trickling from his fists onto the ground. Damn. Kid, if you have guts, let me stand, and I'll kill. You, Queso, bruised and battered, his features barely recognizable, spoke in a halting voice. laden with utter unwillingness, stand. Huh. Very well. I'll grant you that, Su Luo replied coolly, extending his hand to grasp Queso's arm, lifting him from the ground before hurling him into the air. Since you allowed me to experience the joy of a fist meeting flesh, I shall send you to your demise. Su Luo extended his palm, a golden cyclone forming within it, accompanied by the distant roar of thunder. A wave of energy capable of obliterating a planet surged toward the minuscule black in the sky, engulfing Queso in a cataclysmic force. No, Queso let out a final, unwilling cry. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated through the heavens. A fiery energy ball erupted in the sky, and Queso was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. After sensing no life response, Su Luo released his hand and leapt out of the pit. Lazi Li stood at the edge, waiting for him. Grasping Su Luo's hand, she beamed, "Aloe, you looked so cool when you were angry just now. Am I not cool usually?" Chapter 54. The Spirit Tree in the Vast Expanse of the Universe. Amidst the boundless sea of stars, a captivating glow sparkles. A beetle-shaped spacecraft trails a long streak of light as it glides through the night sky. On board, Su Luo takes a refreshing shower, washing away the sweat and blood from his body. Upon entering the kitchen, he finds Lazi Li diligently preparing a feast, the table adorned with an array of delectable dishes exuding irresistible aromas. Su Luo swallows hard, picks up a piece of meat, and after a couple of chews, eagerly swallows it down. Delicious, so delicious. Su Luo grabs several more pieces of meat and pops them into his mouth. Lazi Li, holding a freshly prepared dish, places it before him, unable to suppress her laughter as she says, "Go on, you big glutton." Su Luo nods, relishing the meal voraciously. Lazi Li rests her chin on her hand, gazing at Su Luo's insatiable appetite with a dreamy smile. In a whirlwind of consumption, Su Luo quickly devours every morsel on the table, leaving not a scrap behind. After satisfying his hunger, Su Luo reclines on the sofa in the living room, accessing the Galactic Mercenary's mission platform through his holographic device, navigating to the S-rank mission section and perusing the tasks available. Qingman starred in an endless primordial forest. A towering dark red tree stands majestically, its stout branches extending like serpents, burrowing into the earth, breaking through the soil. These serpentine branches sprout countless roots, greedily absorbing the nutrients from the ground. Soon, the vibrant forest, teeming with life, transforms into a desolate wasteland, filled with an air of death. This desolation continues to spread outward. Beneath the ancient tree stands a scion who bears a striking resemblance to a grown-up Sun Wukong. Beside him is a scion girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old. The scion Dales gazes at the rapidly growing spirit tree, his eyes alight with fervor. Incredible! I never imagined the soil on this planet would be so conducive to cultivating a spirit tree. At this rate, it will mature in less than 6 months. Dales and his team of 5 narrowly escaped destruction when planet Vegeta was obliterated, having been on a mission at the time. However, in the subsequent years, the Frisia army relentlessly pursued the scattered scions. While on another planet, Dales' team was ambushed by the Frisia army. Dales was struck down into a deep canyon, barely clinging to life. Having narrowly evaded death, as the saying goes, a great calamity often brings great fortune. Within the canyon, Dales discovered an altar. Upon awakening, he found a peculiar golden fruit with sharp protrusions resting on the altar. After consuming the fruit, Dales, who was on the brink of death, experienced a miraculous recovery, his combat power skyrocketing from 1,000 to over 3,000. Overjoyed, Dales realized he had been stuck at a power level of 1,000 for far too long. And now, not only had he healed, but his strength had multiplied several times. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the fruit, Dales collected the seeds and fled to other planets to cultivate spirit trees. The scion girl, the child of 2 of his teammates, had just been born and was placed aboard the spacecraft, overlooked by the Frisia army due to her low combat power, thus surviving by sheer luck. During his escape, Dales had taken the scion girl along with him as a lower-tier warrior. Dales understood the importance of cautious development. When planting spirit trees, he always chose remote, insignificant planets, avoiding attention while ensuring stable growth. Years passed, and after traversing countless star systems, Dales's power continued to rise. As his strength grew, so did the ambition that lay dormant within him. He too desired to form his own army, to conquer the universe, to become the emperor of the cosmos. Gazing at the spirit tree before him, Dales thought to himself, "Frisia, one day I shall surpass you. Only I am worthy of the title of Cosmic Emperor." While Dales was lost in dreams of universal domination, the Scion girl interrupted with an impatient voice. "Hey Dales, I'm going to look for food." With wild eyes, she glanced at Dales, stating plainly, "I'm hungry." The girl's words shattered Dales's reverie, and his expression darkened instantly. "There's no need to inform me of such trivial matters." The Scion girl merely acknowledged him with an "oh," and flew away, her face devoid of expression. More than 5 months slipped by unnoticed. The once verdant Qingman star had transformed into a vast expanse of withered yellow, the green areas diminishing steadily. It seemed that soon it would evolve into a lifeless dead planet. On the planet, the spirit tree had grown into a colossal entity, its dense foliage blocking out the sunlight, beneath which hung clusters of prickly, crimson fruits. One day, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. A massive spaceship broke through the atmosphere, trailing sparks as it descended. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground, and clouds of dust obscured the sky, taking a while to dissipate. Click! The sound of the hatch opening followed. A dozen alien beings clad in combat suits emerged. Among them, a green-skinned alien with fleshy wings gazed at the towering spirit tree, then surveyed the lifeless surroundings, his face breaking into a joyous expression. Just as the ancient text described, the spirit tree's growth will drain the life force of the planet. That giant tree must be the spirit tree. Patrick's heart raced with excitement. After searching for so long, he had finally found it. P.S. Quickly contact Lord Shrag. We have located the spirit tree. Yes, Lord Patrick. P.S. A red-skinned alien hurried into the spaceship. Patrick pressed a button on the power level detector, scanning for life signals on the planet. Beep, beep. 2 data points surged on the screen. Point 1 stabilized at 21,000, while the other skyrocketed, soon surpassing the detector's limits. Boom! It exploded. What? There's actually a power level exceeding 100,000 on this planet. Patrick's expression turned grim. Did someone else already lay claim to the spirit tree? Or, in other words, have those two consumed all the spirit fruits? Otherwise, how could there be such a formidable warrior in this desolate place? They must have consumed the spirit fruits. The mere thought of Lord Shrag's wrath upon discovering the fruits had been devoured sent a chill down Patrick's spine. He quickly instructed one of his subordinates to utilize the spaceship's large energy detection device to ascertain the specific data of that individual. The results came swiftly. Combat power. Patrick's heart raced. The combat power was astonishingly high, just slightly below his own. Patrick was born as a demon creature of Lord Shrag, possessing a combat power of 190,000, making him one of Shrag's strongest generals. Follow me. With a clear understanding of the enemy's strength, Patrick wasted no time, soaring directly towards the location of the spirit tree, with the other aliens trailing closely behind. Chapter 55. The anxiety of the North Kai Dales and the Scion girl remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At this moment, both were fixated on the clusters of crimson fruits hanging from the tree trunk. To think the spirit tree has borne so many fruits. This is simply marvelous. Soon, the spirit fruits will ripen. I estimate it will be just 4 or 5 days more. Dales's tone was tinged with excitement. It was his first encounter with the spirit tree, bearing such an abundance of fruit. Compared to the fruits harvested in previous cultivations, this yield surpassed all prior quantities combined. Consuming these fruits would undoubtedly bolster his strength exponentially. At that point, he would no longer need to cautiously tend to the spirit tree, fretting over the covetous eyes of others. He envisioned openly cultivating the spirit tree, invading planets, and assembling his own army to conquer this universe with formidable power. I, Dale, shall be the future emperor of the cosmos, Dales thought grandiosely. Meanwhile, in a distant region of the northern galaxy, on the planet Schlag, within the metallic palace, Schlag sat upon his throne, his withered hand reaching into a nearby jar to grasp a few golden pills, which he then chewed with a grimace. Suddenly, A hurried pair of footsteps echoed through the quiet hall point. Two diminutive aliens clad in black robes rushed in. King Schlag, one of them exclaimed. Schlag leaned back in his seat, his murky gaze revealing a hint of impatience. Taba, what is it? Great King, I bring good news. Lord Patrick has found the spirit tree. The alien named Taba reported with excitement. The spirit tree has been found? Schlag's murky eyes brightened momentarily, and he inquired urgently, where? On a lower-class planet at the edge of the northern galaxy, near the eastern galaxy, known as Qingman Star. If we leave now, we can reach it in just 20 days. Taba's voice rose with enthusiasm. Schlag's expression darkened, and he conjured a dark red energy beam that pierced through Taba's head. Taba fell, disbelief etched on his face. Schlag's voice rumbled ominously. Tama, how long until we reach Qingman Star? The alien named Tama trembled slightly and hastily replied, 10 days. We can arrive in 10 days. Schlag's demeanor softened somewhat. For him, whose lifespan was rapidly dwindling, the spirit tree represented his last hope. And time was of the essence. Anyone who dared to delay him for even a second would face death. Prepare the spacecraft immediately. I must depart at once. Understood. Tama bowed deeply and hurried away. Shortly thereafter, massive spacecrafts launched from the surface of Schlag Star. In the eastern galaxy, on the headquarters planet of Gula, the Gula Legion, ever vigilant in monitoring Schlag's movements, relayed the information to Gula himself. With his arms crossed, Gula stood before a viewport, his crimson eyes devoid of emotion. But Schlag has mobilized. It seems he has found what he seeks. However, I shall not grant you the opportunity to rise again. Gula thought, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. His surprise. The legendary spirit tree truly existed. How intriguing. Gula, possessing a combat strength of 470 million, had already reached the pinnacle of power in the universe. He no longer sought strength, but the prospect of extending his lifespan was another matter entirely. Though the Ice Clan was a long-lived race, who would not desire to live just a little longer? With this in mind, Schlag promptly ordered, Savaiza, assemble the troops. We shall confront Schlag. Very well. Savaiza, who had been standing respectfully behind him, replied. In a certain dimensional space within the northern galaxy, golden clouds filled the expanse. In a serpentine pathway stretching 100 kilometers connected to the underworld of the northern galaxy. Floating along this serpent-like path was a miniature planet, the residence of the North Kai. The planet measured approximately 100 meters in diameter. Encircled by a narrow road where a red car was parked amidst verdant vegetation and sporadic apple trees surrounding a small dwelling. The North Kai stood beneath a tree, perspiration beading on his brow. His two antennae flickered with electric light as he observed the happenings below. What is going on? Why the fruits of the spirit tree reappeared in the mortal realm, and why have they fallen into the hands of two scions? This is bad. Schlag's people have discovered the spirit tree. It's over. The northern galaxy will soon descend into chaos. The North Kai's face clouded with worry should Schlag acquire the spirit tree. The northern galaxy would be thrown into turmoil. Originally a divine fruit tree, the spirit tree had descended to the mortal realm. Its growth required immense life energy, which no mortal planet could sustain. Thus, its roots meant the planet would perish, becoming a dead star. However, the most significant concern lay with the effects of its fruit. Mortal consumption would greatly enhance strength, vitality, and mental acuity, prompting many to seek it out, often resulting in violent clashes. The North Kai recalled the tumultuous events from years past when the spirit tree had emerged, leading to a bloodbath across hundreds of planets. Now, reflecting upon that period sent shivers down his spine. Since the annihilation of the Scion race, the northern galaxy had enjoyed a measure of stability. The North Kai had taken to leisurely strolling with his pet and cruising in his small car, enjoying a comfortable life. But now, such tranquility was threatened. What to do? The North Kai lamented. Should chaos erupt in the northern galaxy, he, as its overseer, would face dire consequences, possibly incurring the ire of his superiors. As the North Kai fretted, a brown gorilla waved its arms in front of him, spinning in circles. Frustrated, the North Kai drew a hammer from behind and struck the creature on the head, causing a visible bump to form. But Beerus collapsed to the ground. I remember now. Seeing Beerus sprawled on the floor, the North Kai recalled two individuals he had observed over the past 6 months. They were Su Luo and Lazi Li, both formidable beings who had challenged many renowned warriors in the universe, leaving a trail of defeated villains in their wake. Judging by their character, they appeared to be virtuous. The North Kai mused, if only they could destroy the spirit tree before it falls into the wrong hands, perhaps this crisis could be averted. With that thought, his spirits lifted. Let me see where you are. The North Kai's antennae crackled with electric energy as he activated his Kai powers to trace their whereabouts. This was the privilege of a Kai. As long as he remained within his jurisdiction, he could observe events unfolding. Found them. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Su Luo emerged from a night of meditation, opening his eyes, feeling the dense energy within him. He smiled faintly. His strength had advanced significantly, and his combat power now reached 1.78 million. His life dimension had also improved, attaining 34 of the divine level. Stretching lazily, Su Luo was about to leap from his bed when a strange voice echoed in his ear. Su Luo, I am the North Kai. Su Luo paused. The North Kai? An image of a rotund figure wearing sunglasses and cracking poorly timed jokes flashed in his mind. What could the North Kai, the deity overseeing the northern galaxy, want with me? Su Luo furrowed his brow. Sensing Su Luo's confusion, the North Kai assumed he was unaware of his identity and attempted to clarify. I know who you are. Kai, what do you seek from me? His tone was flat, akin to conversing with an ordinary individual, devoid of any reverence for the title. The North Kai, interrupted mid-explanation, chuckled awkwardly but brushed off Su Luo's tone. Continuing, I have summoned you to assist me with a matter. What advantages are there? I will not assist you without reason, Su Luo remarked with a teasing tone. The North King was taken aback. What? Is there to be an advantage? Isn't it customary to assist the king of the realm? This matter concerns the safety of the universe, and I hope you can rise to the occasion. The North King said with a hint of frustration. Without an advantage, there is nothing to discuss. On the North King star, the king of the realm was so incensed that he gesticulated wildly. How could this person incessantly mention advantages? Yet, recalling the urgency of the situation, the king of the realm restrained his temper. A return favor. I can teach you a formidable martial art. Su Luo stroked his chin. The North King possessing two secret techniques, the King Fist and the Energy Sphere. The King Fist was of no use to him, as he already had the Luo Immortal Fist. The Energy Sphere, however, could only be wielded by one with a pure heart. Su Luo was self-aware enough to know that purity of heart had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the lengthy preparation required for the Energy Sphere did not align with his combat style. I have no desire to learn. Su Luo's response once again sent the king of the realm into a fit of agitation. He was, after all, the esteemed king of the realm, accustomed to others pleading for him to impart martial arts. Being rejected, especially with a hint of disdain in the tone, was utterly unprecedented. The North King sat down on the grass, speaking with a tone of resignation. Su Luo, this matter is of great importance. Su Luo also set aside his playful demeanor and spoke. Go on. It is as follows. The North King recounted the events in detail. Su Luo's expression began to grow serious. I hope that before Sherlager arrives at Qingman Star, you will destroy the spirit tree. That if the spirit tree falls into the hands of someone like Sherlager, the consequences would be dire. Su Luo lowered his head, contemplating for a moment. The fruits of the spirit tree are the essence of a planet's life force, and the benefits are self-evident. Su Luo felt a stir of desire. I can assist you in destroying the spirit tree. However, regarding the fruits, I must state clearly that I will take them all. Su Luo declared. Agreed. No problem. The North King was also a straightforward man. As long as the spirit tree was destroyed, he had no qualms about the fruits. On Qingman Star, atop the robust branches of the spirit tree, Dales gazed intently at the fruits, as if they were rare treasures. The Scion girl leisurely sat on another branch, half asleep with her head tilted. Oh, it is you two here, that a sinister voice echoed. Dales and the Scion girl instantly became alert. In their line of sight appeared a dozen or so aliens clad in battle gear. Dale's expression darkened. With the fruits nearing maturity, The emergence of these ill-intentioned individuals soured his mood immensely. It turns out 2 of them are scions. How peculiar! It was rumored that the scions had been exterminated, yet here were 2 stragglers. But this ends here. You 2 are destined to die today. Patrick said coldly. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. It seems you still do not understand my power, to speak so arrogantly. Dales glared fiercely at Patrick and his group. Regardless of who they were, he would ensure they did not leave alive. The spirit tree's fruits had yet to mature. The news could not leak out. Kill them. With this thought, Dales took the initiative to launch an attack. Patrick revealed an evil smile and met him head-on. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. The Scion girl, not to be outdone, charged directly at the remaining aliens. Their combat power ranged from 50-100 and below, while they could not compare to the Scion girl. Their numbers gave them a slight advantage. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches echoed. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions followed in succession. The battle persisted for a while. The Scion girl quickly dispatched 2 enemies, though at a considerable cost. Having endured several heavy blows to her back, this chapter does not end here. Please click to continue reading on the next page. Meanwhile, in the other battle, Patrick gradually gained the upper hand, soon overpowering Dales. Dales found it difficult to defend himself, retreating step by step as his wounds multiplied. Ha, Scion, put in some effort. Are you merely tickling me? Patrick sneered. Enduring several of Dale's punches with his body, he seized Dale's fist, offering no chance for escape, and slammed his head against Dale's skull. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, the sounds of impact accompanied Dale's agonized cries. Ha ha, Scion, having consumed so many fruits, it seems this is all you are capable of, Patrick scoffed, gathering an energy sphere in his palm and pressing it against Dale's abdomen. Boom! An explosion rang out. Dales was hurled away, crashing against the spirit tree. The Scion girl's situation was also deteriorating. After forcefully eliminating 9 foes, she was panting heavily, her battle attire stained with blood, looking gravely injured. However, the remaining aliens would not afford her a moment's respite. An energy wave struck, and the Scion girl, unable to dodge, was sent flying into the spirit tree, collapsing beside Dales. You? Who are you? Dales struggled to rise, his gaze filled with trepidation. Despite consuming so many spirit fruits, his power was formidable, yet he could not best this green-skinned monster. It matters not to inform you that I am the mightiest warrior of the Sherlager Legion. To perish in my hands is a privilege, Patrick proclaimed, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. Chapter 57. The Scion girl. Nancy what? Sherlager, Dales exclaimed in shock. He had long heard of Shillager's notorious reputation. A malevolent emperor rivaling Frisia. Dale's heart immediately filled with a desire to retreat. No, he had not yet consumed the spirit tree fruits. He could not leave empty-handed. Dales looked up at the blue-red fruits hanging from the tree, his eyes brimming with reluctance and longing. Just a little more, and the spirit tree fruits would be ripe. Unripe fruits would lose much of their efficacy. Yet, Dales, in his current state, no longer cared about such details. Any effectiveness was better than none. Dales secretly contemplated his escape. Patrick gathered an attack at his fingertip, sneering. Scion, Dale's pupils constricted suddenly, too late to evade. No, his ambitions had not yet been realized. He must not die here. Without hesitation, Dale seized the fallen Scion girl beside him. Using her as a shield that moment, a red energy beam sliced through the in the terrified gaze of the Scion girl. It pierced through her body. Ugh! The Scion girl coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dale's expression was cold as he cast her aside. Kid, quite decisive and cruel. Just like our demon clan, Patrick remarked, somewhat astonished. Seizing the opportunity, while Patrick was momentarily distracted, Dales leapt forcefully onto the branches of the great tree, plucking a blue-red fruit and taking several large bites. The fruit contained a modicum of life energy, nourishing his body, slightly enhancing his strength and mending some of his injuries. How infuriating! The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that Darius could not help but curse under his breath as he continued to pluck several fruits from the branches. Witnessing this scene, Patrick's eyes widened in fury, and he immediately unleashed a formidable aura. Charging forward, severely injured, Darius could only evade clumsily. Ultimately, Patrick seized the opportunity, and a wave of energy struck Darius head-on, stripped of his ability to resist. Darius collapsed to the ground. "You certainly know how to dodge," Patrick taunted. "Now, prepare to meet your demise." He conjured a sphere of crimson energy in his hand, aimed it at Darius, and unleashed it. No. Darius screamed in a fit of despair. But despite his unwillingness, he perished in the explosion of the red energy. Bah! What a troublesome fellow! Wasting so much of my energy. Patrick spat disdainfully onto the ground. Visibly irked, suddenly applause erupted around him. "Magnificent! Simply magnificent!" Came a voice from above. Startled, Patrick looked up to see a man and a woman perched on a sturdy branch, clapping merrily. Instantly on guard, Patrick realized that their silent approach indicated they were no mere weaklings. The other extraterrestrial beings quickly gathered around, sensing the gravity of the situation. Su Luo ceased his clapping, a faint smile gracing his lips, and no need to be tense. It wouldn't help anyway, we're all destined to die. A sense of unease washed over Patrick, prompting him to order his subordinates to attack. As soon as they heard the command, several extraterrestrials charged towards Su Luo and his companion. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the assailants were sent flying as if their strings had been cut. Su Luo and Lazi Li remained seated, as though they had not lifted a finger. Su Luo pointed at Patrick, and in an instant, a beam of golden light flashed past. Patrick had no time to evade before he felt a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a gaping hole, dark purple blood oozing from the wound. "Schlag, the king, will not spare you," he gasped before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, in a distant star system, colossal spaceships soared through the cosmos. Aboard the most opulent vessel, Schlag sat upon a grand skeletal throne, munching on golden beans. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he felt a wave of lethargy wash over him. "Damn it! Someone has slain my son, Patrick." Schlag's expression darkened, his tone laced with fury. Patrick's death on Greenvine, star meant the spirit tree, had been seized. Realizing this, Schlag erupted in rage, his voice nearly a roar. "You scoundrel! How dare you touch what belongs to me? I will hunt you down. Tama, no matter the means, accelerate the ship's speed. I must arrive there as quickly as possible." Yes, Tama, trembling at Schlag's ire, dared not mention that the ship was already at maximum speed. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of Schlag's wrath. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tama input commands at the control panel, slightly increasing the vessel's velocity. After Patrick's demise, Su Luo and Lazi Li approached the Scion girl. She clung to life, her existence as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. The Scion girl fluttered her eyelids, gazing at the two, attempting to speak but lacking the strength. "Little Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling." Lazi Li crouched down, producing a magical bean and placing it in the girl's mouth. "Swallow." Obediently, the Scion girl consumed the bean. In that instant, she felt a surge of vitality coursing through her body, instantly healing her wounds. Wow. The Scion girl sprang up, reveling in a newfound power flowing within her, her eyes brimming with joy. With a slightly stiff voice, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Then, her gaze sharpened with lethal intent, scanning her surroundings as if searching for someone. The Scion girl distinctly remembered how Darius had used her as a shield. "Stop looking. Darius has been slain," Su Luo remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Scion girl let out a displeased huff. She then conjured numerous energy orbs in her palm, hurling them in all directions, seemingly venting her frustration. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed all around. "Now, answer me one question. What is your name?" Su Luo inquired. The Scion girl halted her actions, scrutinizing Su Luo and Lazi Li for a few moments before finally uttering, "Nancy, and how old are you?" Nancy hesitated, spreading her fingers to count meticulously. 1, 2. Su Luo found himself at a loss for words. It seemed this young girl had forgotten her own age. Eventually, she declared 12. Su Luo proceeded to ask a few more questions. And though Nancy grew increasingly irritated, she still answered him. After this round of inquiries, Su Luo grasped Nancy's identity. Chapter 58. The fruits ripen. The Harvest Su Luo was astonished by Nancy's fortune. She had miraculously survived the onslaught of Frisia's forces. If Frisia were to learn of this, one could only imagine his reaction, especially with several other scions still unaccounted for. Yet, even if he discovered this, it was likely he wouldn't care, as they were merely insignificant pawns. "Hey, are you a scion too?" Su Luo inquired, noticing the resemblance between them. Both had black hair, dark eyes, and similar skin tones. Hope flickered in Nancy's heart. "I'm not," so Nancy replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. After learning about Nancy's situation, Su Luo began to circle the spirit tree, gazing at the magnificent branches adorned with vibrant red and green fruits, teeming with vitality, a stark contrast to the lifelessness of the planet. The red sheen was rapidly transforming, suggesting that the fruits of the spirit tree would soon reach full maturity. It seems the fruits of the spirit tree will be ripe in just a few days. Su Luo mused softly. He plucked one of the fruits from the spirit tree and took a bite. Its crisp texture accompanied by a hint of tartness, a warm sensation coursed through him before dissipating. He felt no significant change, merely a slight lightness in his body, indicating that the immature fruit had minimal effect on him. Noticing Su Luo's interest in the spirit tree's fruits, Nancy grew displeased. "Those are all mine. I cultivated the spirit tree," she huffed. "Well, they are mine now," Su Luo replied playfully, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Isn't it true that scions speak with strength? I am currently stronger than you, so this fruit belongs to me. My power will undoubtedly surpass yours. Is that so? Would you care for contest?" "You," Nancy faltered, clenching her fists before releasing them. Realizing she might not be a match for Su Luo and that he had saved her life, she chose not to retort further, turning her head away in frustration. Seeing her pout, Lazi Li couldn't resist pinching her cheek playfully. "Oh, soft. The texture is delightful." Startled by Lazi Li's actions, Nancy took a few steps back, her guard up as she coldly retorted, "What are you doing, woman?" Lazi Li smiled. "No need to be tense. I just thought you were adorable and wanted to pinch your cheek." "What adorable? Don't touch me," Nancy exclaimed in a fit of exasperation. "Oh dear, how fierce for someone so young." Lazi Li sighed softly in response. "Mind your own business, woman. My name is Lazi Li. Remember it well." Lazi Li shot Nancy a sharp glare. "Lazi Li," Nancy muttered, crossing her arms. Su Luo, witnessing the squabble between the two, shook his head in resignation. He then retrieved ingredients and cooking utensils from his spatial storage. After making the long journey, he had expended considerable energy and was feeling somewhat hungry. "Lazi Li, I'm famished," Su Luo said, wrapping an arm around Lazi Li's shoulders with a smile. "Oh, I'll whip something up right away." Lazi Li nodded in agreement. Seeing Su Luo conjure an impressive array of items, Nancy felt a twinge of curiosity but maintained her stoic demeanor. Refraining from asking questions, Lazi Li began to prepare the meal. It wasn't long before a sumptuous spread of dishes was ready. The tantalizing aroma filled the air. Inhaling the delicious scent and gazing at the feast laid before her, Nancy involuntarily swallowed hard, her sparkling eyes reflecting her desire for the food. Noticing Nancy's reaction, Lazi Li felt a mischievous thrill. She waved a chicken leg in front of Nancy and teased, "Sister, I have something delicious for you." Nancy turned her head away, refusing to engage. If a single chicken leg could entice me. But soon after, Lazi Li, this food is truly exquisite, Nancy said, her mouth smeared with grease as she devoured the meal. Lazi Li nodded with a sense of accomplishment. The three soon finished the entire feast, and Nancy, patting her round belly, sat contentedly on a sturdy branch, reveling in the delightful flavors she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, the king of Vegeta anxiously observed Su Luo and the others. What happened to the plan to destroy the spirit tree? Why hasn't there been any action yet? Unable to contain his concern, he resorted to mental communication to reach Su Luo. "Su Luo, quickly harvest the fruits of the spirit tree and then destroy it. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications." Upon hearing the king's voice, Su Luo merely smiled lightly. "No need to fret, my king. The fruits of the spirit tree have yet to mature. We just need to wait a few more days." But the king began to protest. "There's no but, my king, that I will destroy the spirit tree. But only after the fruits have ripened. You needn't worry any further," Su Luo stated decisively. Very well, the king replied, somewhat resigned, and subsequently severed his connection with Su Luo. He then turned his attention to the movements of Sherlag. At Sherlag's current pace, it would take him another 9 days to reach Qingman's star, while the spirit tree fruits would likely take 4 to 5 days to mature. Well, since Sherlag can't catch up, Su Luo can do as he pleases, the king thought to himself. 5 days passed. The fruits of the spirit tree had fully matured, each a deep, vibrant red with sharp spines. Brimming with life energy, Su Luo, Lazi Li, and Nancy each held a fruit and took a bite. The sweet flesh instantly tantalized their taste buds, transforming into pure energy that surged into their bodies. After consuming one fruit, Su Luo noticed only a slight increase in his energy, but his mental and life force had significantly surged, equating to the results of 6 or 7 days of practicing the celestial meditation technique. Observing Lazi Li and Nancy, he noted that Nancy's energy had increased the most. It seemed that the stronger one was. The lesser the increase from consuming the spirit tree fruits. Dales had spent over a decade consuming numerous spirit fruits, barely raising his combat power to over 100,000 to grow stronger. He would undoubtedly need to accumulate more spirit tree fruits. For someone of Su Luo's strength, the enhancement from the spirit fruits was negligible. However, this did not mean the fruits were without value for Su Luo. After all, the fruits were a concentration of a life force drawn from an entire planet, capable of nourishing both body and spirit. Lazi Li, Nancy, let us harvest the spirit tree fruits and store them in the universal capsule. Su Luo instructed. Lazi Li and Nancy nodded, and the three transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly darting through the intertwining branches. One by one, the deep red fruits were plucked, and the branches became increasingly bare. Chapter 59. Sherlag arrives several hours later. The once vibrant spirit tree stood stripped of its red fruits. Now only a few dozen malnourished green fruits remained. After collecting the fruits, the three gathered together. Su Luo estimated they had around 28,000 fruits. He placed 1,000 of them into the universal capsule and handed it to Nancy. This is for you. Nancy accepted the capsule with a sense of entitlement. After all, it was her due reward for their efforts. However, upon seeing the mountain of spirit tree fruits on the ground, she couldn't help but protest. Hey, Su Luo, why am I only getting this little bit? If you think it's unfair, just give me back what you have. No way. This is mine, Su Luo replied, noticing the fierce glint in her eyes as she clutched the capsule tightly. It was preposterous to think he would relinquish what was rightfully his. Su Luo beamed at the mountain of spirit tree fruits, clearly pleased with their bounty. With a mere thought, he stored the fruits into his spatial realm. Gazing at the towering giant tree, a critical thought struck him. By the way, Nancy, where are the seeds of the spirit tree? Owning such valuable seeds would be ideal. Su Luo's probing question, Nancy stammered. Reading her demeanor, Su Luo deduced that she had indeed taken the seeds. He extended his palm with a smile. Hand them over. Hand over what? I don't have anything, Nancy retorted defiantly. Really? Su Luo scrutinized her intently. Nancy felt a twinge of guilt but stubbornly insisted. I swear I don't. Lazi Li, noticing something amiss with Nancy, pointed and chuckled. You've hidden them in your bosom. Haven to you? With her little trick exposed, Nancy pouted and reluctantly retrieved 2 small golden fruits from her chest. Su Luo was taken aback, in a moment of weakness. Lazi Li seized the 2 fruits from Nancy's hands as she gazed at them longingly. These fruits were peculiar, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. They were only half the size of ordinary fruits and entirely golden. Clearly not ordinary. Su Luo eyed Nancy suspiciously and inquired, You wouldn't happen to have more hidden away, would you? Fuming with indignation, Nancy replied, I really don't. These are the seed fruits that grow at the top of the tree. Typically, the spirit tree only produces 1 such fruit. Su Luo nodded, convinced by Nancy's explanation, as it seemed plausible. If the spirit tree seeds could be produced in abundance, they would have long since overrun the universe. Auro, here you go, Lazi Li said, handing one of the fruits to Su Luo. He accepted it, and the 2 took turns savoring the fruit right before Nancy's eyes. The sweet fragrance exploded in their mouths, an exquisite delight. Give me a bite, just 1 bite, Nancy implored, her eyes glued to the golden fruits, drool escaping her lips. She had never tasted such fruits before, They were always consumed by Dale's alone. Seeing Nancy's eager expression, Lazi Li brought the remaining half of her fruit to Nancy's lips. With a hearty bite, Nancy devoured the fruit, exclaiming, "Lazi Li, this is delicious." The flesh of the fruit was insufficient, leaving Nancy somewhat unsatisfied. She then blinked her large, alluring eyes, gazing longingly at the fruit in Su Luo's hand. Observing Nancy's adorable antics in her quest for sustenance, Su Luo couldn't help but internally scoff. "Nancy, you are a scion. Where's your pride and dignity?" Ultimately, Nancy fulfilled her desire and partook of the fruit held by Su Luo. The three of them shared 2 golden fruits. The increase in energy within Su Luo and Lazi Li was modest. Su Luo's battle power remained at 1.78 million, while Lazi Li's was 420,000. The rich essence nourished their bodies, and their spiritual energy surged slightly. Su Luo experienced an approximate increase of 5, while Lazi Li's rose by 18. After narrowly escaping death, Nancy's battle power had risen significantly. Having consumed a regular fruit, it increased by several hundred, and after consuming the golden fruit, it surged by over 3,000, now resting at a formidable level. Observing the surroundings of the spirit tree, which was shrouded in desolation and suffocated by a deathly aura, Su Luo sighed. "This planet has truly become a dead star." Lazi Li, "Nancy, step back. I am about to destroy this spirit tree." Lazi Li nodded and nudged the still savoring Nancy, and the two flew away from the spirit tree. Su Luo floated before the spirit tree, positioning his hands in a blossom-like formation at his waist. Haim. In an instant, a blue cyclone rapidly coalesced into a sphere of energy, and a massive shockwave of energy was unleashed, striking the spirit tree. With a thunderous roar, the sturdy roots of the spirit tree fractured at the base. And with a tremendous tremor, the tree exploded. Dozens of azure fruits scattered like glowing motes, descending upon the earth like gentle rain. The shattered spirit tree collapsed onto the ground, transforming into nutrients that slowly seeped into the soil. Perhaps in 1,000 years, this planet would rejuvenate, giving rise to new life. Su Luo mused with a hint of dark amusement, wondering whether Sherlag would suffer a fatal shock upon witnessing such a scene. Little Master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. After annihilating the spirit tree, Su Luo contacted the North King. "King, how long until Sherlag arrives?" The North King, who had been monitoring Su Luo's situation, twitched his antennae slightly before responding. "Sherlag will arrive in 4 days." Su Luo nodded, choosing not to speak further. "You don't intend to engage Sherlag in battle, do you?" The North King's voice echoed again. "Why not? Do not underestimate Sherlag. Despite his age, his strength remains formidable." The North King cautioned gravely that "I am aware." 4 days passed in silence. The Sherlag Legion traversed countless star systems and finally arrived at the verdant planet of Qingman. Spaceships trembled precariously in the void of space, appearing as though they might disintegrate at any moment. Sherlag stood before the porthole, gazing at Qingman. The dim yellow planet resembled a dead star, permeated with a stifling aura of decay. This matched the descriptions found in ancient texts. The rooting of the spirit tree heralded the planet's demise. However, Sherlag could not discern the presence of the spirit tree. Logically, such a towering giant would be visible even from space. Remembering the slain Patrick, a foreboding sensation washed over him, prompting him to issue a direct command. "Land the ships." "Yes." Tama and several crew members swiftly input commands into the control panel. Soon, the ships descended from the heavens like meteors, crashing onto the barren earth and stirring up vast clouds of dust. The sounds of the spacecraft doors opening echoed one after another. Chapter 60. The battle with Sherlag. A throng of extraterrestrial beings emerged from the spacecraft. Standing upon the increasingly desertified land, Sherlag's murky gaze swept across the desolation surrounding him. The air was thick with a foul odor, and sand obscured his vision. "Lord Sherlag, no life forms have been detected on this planet." Several subordinates pressed their scanners, revealing no data fluctuations. This meant that whoever had slain Patrick had already vacated the planet, perhaps taking the spirit tree's fruits with them. A cold glint flickered in Sherlag's eyes. Akin to a demon that devours the hearts of men, The others trembled in fear. Go, find me the spirit tree. Such a massive tree cannot be taken away. Sherlag roared in fury, his subordinates having received the command. Swiftly ascended into the sky, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, far away, on a cerulean planet, Su Luo and Lazi Li sat cross-legged by a lake, vibrant energy orbs continuously merging with their forms. Beside them, a small girl with a tail. Nancy diligently practiced her punches and kicks, engaging in the most fundamental training. After a while, Su Luo opened his eyes, a flicker of light dancing within, signaling the end of his meditative practice, perhaps due to consuming the golden fruit. His progress in meditation had accelerated dramatically, yielding results equivalent to several dozen days of training. However, this accelerated pace had recently ceased, indicating that the effects of the golden fruit had been fully expended. Su Luo's dimensional progress had risen to 40, with his battle power reaching 1.81 million. Lazi Li also opened her eyes, concluding her meditation. Her aura had strengthened slightly, increasing her battle power by over 10. 000. How was your harvest? Su Luo inquired. I feel great. If I continue training for another 3 to 4 months, my dimension should break through to level 3. Lazi Li replied with a smile. Su Luo chuckled lightly. At that moment, the voice of the North King reached them. Su Luo, Sherlag has arrived at Qingman. Has he finally come? Su Luo murmured, his eyes gleaming with intensity, radiating a palpable fighting spirit. Lazi Li's expression turned concerned. Su Luo gently caressed Lazi Li's delicate face, reassuring her, do not worry. I am merely going to engage Sherlag in battle, not to fight to the death. That if I find myself at a disadvantage, I will use instant transmission to return. Lazi Li wrapped her arms around Su Luo's neck, planting a gentle kiss on his lips before releasing him. Luo, you must be cautious. Su Luo nodded and, in an instant, vanished from sight. On Qingman, Sherlag stood atop the massive remnants of the spirit tree. As he surveyed the scattered debris, his aged visage twisted into a grimace. The spirit tree had been destroyed. This was his last hope for rejuvenation, now irrevocably severed, a reality Sherlag could not accept. The energy within him began to surge violently, unleashing a terrifying pressure. His subordinates felt as though they were being crushed beneath a colossal mountain, struggling to breathe. Bastards, how dare you destroy the spirit tree? A terrifying wave of sound reverberated for miles. Clearly, Sherlag was engulfed in a state of extreme rage. Just then, a strikingly handsome young man appeared before Sherlag without warning. Accompanying his arrival was a voice that echoed. Sherlag, how unfortunate. You are fated to be apart from the spirit tree. Who are you? Sherlag's subordinates gasped at the sight of the sudden appearance of the dark-haired youth. Su Luo disregarded the minions. Sizing up Sherlag, the malevolent super Namekian, whose face was lined with wrinkles and whose dark green skin betrayed an aura of decay and age enveloped him. Yet the energy within remained astonishingly vast. Boasting at least 30 million in battle power, Sherlag's voice turned icy as he demanded, Did you destroy the spirit tree? I didn't expect you to be so old, yet still so quick-witted. Su Luo replied. Su Lu jested, and upon hearing Su Lu call him old, Sherlag felt an acute pang of vulnerability, as though something he had desperately tried to conceal had been laid bare before him. Suppressing his inner fury, Sherlag gritted his teeth and spat out a retort. What about the fruit of the spirit tree? Of course, I have plucked it, Su Lu replied, regarding Sherlag with a look of bewilderment. I asked you, where is the fruit? Sherlag seethed, his eyes aflame, his teeth clenched. Su Lu, suddenly enlightened, quickly retrieved a spirit tree fruit from his spatial storage and, in plain view of Sherlag, consumed it in mere moments, discarding the pit onto the ground as if it were refuse. Behold, this is the last one. I have devoured all the others. Sherlag gazed at the pit lying on the ground, and even from a distance, he could sense the vitality emanating from it, confirming that it indeed belonged to the spirit tree. You claim you've eaten them all? Sherlag inquired once more. Are you growing senile, unable to hear? I just said I consumed them all. Fine, fine, fine. With Su Luo's constant provocation, rage surged within Sherlag, a chilling aura radiating from him. Su Luo's expression turned grave. Shalag's battle prowess now exceeded 30 million, and he could not afford to be careless. Without further hesitation, he unleashed the eightfold Loxian fist. Suddenly, a blue aura erupted, an imposing force sweeping forth. What? Sherlag was taken aback by this overwhelming pressure, not out of fear, but fury. This human possessed such formidable power. Perhaps he truly had consumed all the spirit tree fruits. Dimensional void slash. Su Luo traced a finger through the air, sending forth a ripple akin to water's surface toward Sherlag at an alarming speed. Witnessing this seemingly tranquil strike, Shalag's countenance shifted dramatically, an inexplicable fear rising within him that I cannot withstand this. I must evade. Sherlag leapt high into the air, but he was still a moment too late. His legs, unable to dodge in time, were swept by the void ripple. The ripple maintained its potency, barreling towards a group of Sherlag's subordinates behind him. Silent as a whisper, the void ripple, akin to a divine weapon, displayed its capacity to cleave through the cosmos. In an instant, Shalag's subordinates were severed in twain, like weeds. Only a diminutive extraterrestrial remained unscathed. Sherlag felt a sharp pain in his legs and looked down, only to find them utterly absent. Purple blood flowed like a torrent. Chapter 61. Battle intensifies. Sherlag's eyes were bloodshot. How long had it been since he had sustained an injury? The last time had been in his prime, during a clash with the Frozen Clan, leaving him gravely wounded and significantly weakened. Yet now he was bested by an unknown youth who had shattered his legs, a profound humiliation, more intolerable than the physical agony itself. Su Luo regarded the legless Sherlag with a hint of regret, having anticipated that a surprise attack would inflict severe damage. Shalag's aura began to boil, his visage contorted as if enduring unspeakable torment. With a sudden rush, yellow-green viscous fluid erupted from the stumps of his severed legs. Miraculously, they regrew like a lizard's tail, a testament to the Namekian race's innate regenerative ability. However, such a feat demanded significant stamina. A considerable burden for the aged Shila. Noticed Shalag's energy waned slightly. A smirk crept across his lips. How dare you inflict such grievous harm upon me? You shall pay with your life to assuage my wrath. Sherlag roared, launching a furious punch at Su Luo. Yet Su Luo was already poised to evade, shifting his body to dodge the strike, then swiftly repositioning himself to counterattack with a clenched fist. Bang! 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 The sound of fists colliding echoed, with countless afterimages darting through the air. Under the dim yellow sky, Su Luo and Sherlag engaged in a frenzied melee, their blows raining down like a tempest. The invisible energy swirling around them created a chaotic zone. Any creature that ventured too close would be reduced to mere dust. In a moment of separation, they transformed into two streaks of blue and white light, crashing forcefully into one another. An unseen shockwave erupted from their collision, rippling outward as Shalag's subordinates cowered below, trembling at the ferocity of the battle. Heavens, what kind of monster is this human, to stand toe-to-toe with King Sherlag? As onlookers reveled in the spectacle, countless energy waves cascaded from the sky like meteors. Look out! Quick, flee! Shalag's subordinates scrambled like panicked animals, darting in every direction. However, some were caught off guard, struck directly by the energy waves. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, fireballs blossoming as the ground trembled on the parched earth. Massive craters formed, and countless extraterrestrials were reduced to mere puddles of flesh beneath the onslaught of energy. Bang! In the sky, Su Luo and Sherlag exchanged another blow, rebounding from the impact. Breathing heavily, Su Luo, enveloped in blue flames, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, his clothing tattered. His robust physique bore numerous intersecting wounds and bruises, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Su Luo cast a glance at the similarly wounded Sherlag, a cold smile gracing his lips. Although Shalag's combat power surpassed 30 million, his aging body prevented him from unleashing his full potential, at most exerting only 40 to 50% of his strength. It was akin to the original Son Gohan, possessing immense power, yet neglecting his training, resulting in a frail physique that hindered his true capabilities. Damn this human! How dare he reduce me to such a state? Shalag's eyes, dark as night, glimmered with icy malice as he glared at Su Luo. Sherlag, with age comes humility. Just look at your decrepit form. You ought to be nearing death that it would be wise to return home and spare yourself further embarrassment. Su Luo taunted mercilessly. Fine, fine, fine. It seems this king has been underestimated. Sherlag's expression fluctuated between rage and despair, his bloodshot eyes flashing with madness. An immense force surged within him, his aura swelling 19 million, 24 million, 29 million. Ultimately, it stabilized at 35 million. In that moment, Sherlag cast aside all concerns for his frail body, forcibly unleashing an overload of power. Though this would impose a tremendous strain on his body and shorten his lifespan, Sherlag was beyond caring. This human had provoked him repeatedly, trampling upon his dignity. He could no longer tolerate it. Was Sherlag finally serious? Su Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sherlag, his aged form hovering nearby, raised his hand towards Su. As he did so, an overwhelming sense of impending danger flooded Su Luo's heart. Whoosh! A dark crimson beam sliced through the air. Visually, it became impossible to capture the trajectory of this energy beam's assault. Su Luo could only rely on the instincts honed through countless battles. Without a moment's hesitation, he desperately dodged to the side, and almost simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his left shoulder. A gaping wound appeared on Su Luo's shoulder, crimson blood flowing from the injury. Hee, human boy, you certainly are quick to evade, Slag's sinister voice echoed. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. But I wonder how many times you can dodge. With that, the dark crimson glow shot forth once more from Slag's fingertips. Whoosh! Several beams imbued with the essence of death tore through the air, reaching Su Luo in an instant. The speed was so overwhelming that Su Luo barely had time to react. Just as the deadly beams were about to pierce through his body, Su Luo vanished without a trace. What? Slag's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not seen Su Luo's movement, as if the man had simply ceased to exist. He recalled how Su Luo had similarly appeared before him without warning. Don't just focus on what's ahead. Su Luo's cold voice resounded beside him. Such speed! Slag's heart raced, but Su Luo would not grant him the luxury of time to respond. His fist, capable of shattering mountains, struck Slag squarely in the face. Boom! Slag, caught off guard, took the blow directly with his face. However, he only flew back a dozen meters before halting. His head, tilted askew, slowly turned to gaze at Su Luo, revealing a cruel smile. Human boy, that punch of yours is quite painful. With that, Slag swiftly extended his hand, and in the astonished gaze of Su Luo, he seized his arm and yanked him forward. Su Luo was pulled towards Slag with tremendous force, only to be met with a brutal knee strike to his stomach. Ugh! Su Luo spat out a mouthful while the Slag's eyes glinted with a vicious coldness as he clenched his fists and brought them crashing down upon Su Luo's back. Bang! Su Luo felt as if his bones were fracturing, blood spewing from his mouth as his body plummeted like a cannonball towards the ground. Boom! The earth trembled once more, a deep crater forming as thick smoke billowed into the air. Chapter 62. Su Luo's time stands still, human boy. It is all your fault that this king's chance to regain youth has been thwarted. Today, you shall perish on this planet. Gazing at the crater shrouded in smoke, Slag's pitch-black eyes ignited with a fierce, murderous intent. After traveling such a long distance to this planet, not only had he failed to consume the spirit tree's fruit, but he had also wasted so much energy. His lifespan consequently shortened. How could he not be enraged? Subsequently, Slag extended both hands downward. Waves of white energy shockwaves erupted continuously from his palms. Whoosh! The energy shockwaves surged like a tidal wave, piercing through the smoke and crashing into the crater. Boom! Enormous mushroom clouds billowed upwards. Meanwhile, above Slag, the battered Su Luo leisurely observed him, showering energy upon the ground. Then, Su Luo retrieved a magical bean from his space, placed it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Severely injured, Su Luo was instantaneously revitalized by the bean's healing properties. Unaware of his opponent's presence, Slag continued to unleash energy waves, glaring at the fiery energy flames erupting below. Once his fury was vented, he finally ceased his assault. Breathing heavily, Slag surveyed the devastated landscape, pride swelling within him as he declared, "Humph, this is the fate that befalls those who offend me, Slag." What a spectacle! I never imagined the once dominant Slag would unleash his wrath upon the land. Truly admirable, a cold voice interjected. Upon hearing this familiar mockery, Slag's triumphant expression froze. He shot his gaze upward, discovering Su Luo's mocking visage. To his horror, he realized something terrifying. All of Su Luo's injuries had completely healed. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Slag roared in disbelief. You struck my vital points. There's no way you could possibly have the strength to move. And why have all your injuries healed? Su Luo, however, had no interest in answering his questions. He merely spread his arms, palms facing his face, solar fist. In an instant, Su Luo radiated an overwhelming brilliance, akin to the sun itself. The Slag, caught off guard by Su Luo's sudden trick, was blinded by the intense light. Instinctively shielding his eyes, this moment, Slag had lost his sight, albeit temporarily. His vision would soon return. However, that brief interval was enough for Su Luo to launch his attack. With a roar, blue energy flames enveloped Su Luo's form once more. He exerted his power and in an instant stood before Slag. His fists, heavy as mountains, rapidly swung, creating afterimages as they struck Slag's body. Deprived of sight and unable to sense energy, Slag could only resort to passive defense. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. Bang, 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 each punch, heavier than the last, rained down upon Slag. Having previously squandered too much energy, Slag's defenses were considerably weakened. The destructive force of Su Luo's fists penetrated deep within Slag's body, causing his internal organs to writhe in agony, as if they were tearing apart. Bang! Another powerful punch landed squarely on Slag's jaw, sending him soaring into the air. New Spirit Bomb. Su Luo pressed his 10 fingers together, forming an irregular rectangle, lightning crackling between his palms. In an instant, a terrifying golden beam materialized, transforming into an energy shockwave with world-ending power, hurtling towards Slag. At this point, Slag had regained some of his sight. He opened his eyes just in time to see the horrifying golden beam approach. Hastily, he raised his hands to shield himself. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Scorching waves of heat enveloped the air. Slag became a pitiful sight. His body charred black, a faint smell of burning wafting from him. Time and again, I've endured such grievous injuries. You bastard! Feeling the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Slag howled in rage, the antennae on his forehead twitching as the hidden power within him surged forth. Throughout his life, he had sustained but a handful of injuries that, to put it bluntly, prior to encountering Su Luo, he had only been injured once, during a clash with the Frozen Clan. But now, faced with Su Luo, Slag had suffered consecutive humiliations. He swore he had never wished to kill anyone as fervently as he did now. Slag was determined to eliminate him. A ferocious gaze fixated on Su Luo, an endless aura of murder enveloping him. With a roar, the air began to boil. Slag's power surged once more. 38 million, 45 million, 57 million, 69 million, 76 million. In that moment, the air grew thick with tension. Seems I've gotten in over my head. Su Luo muttered quietly, feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him. Appeared Slag was prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, Slag vanished from sight. The next instant, his voice echoed ominously in Su Luo's ear, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Die for me. This chapter is not over. Please turn the page to continue reading. The pupils of Su Luo suddenly constricted, a fist capable of shattering mountains reflected in his eyes. Growing larger by the moment, Su Luo harbored no doubts. Should that fist connect with his head, it would undoubtedly burst open like a watermelon. There was no time to evade. A glimmer of golden light once again burst forth from Su Luo's obsidian pupils. Time stood still. A grayish-white world abruptly descended. Slag's fist halted mere centimeters from Su Luo, utterly immovable. Before Su Luo could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt the grayish-white realm beginning to teeter. As though on the brink of shattering, Su Luo's expression shifted. In general, his ability to freeze time could immobilize opponents with energy levels lower than his own for 0.5 seconds. However, Schlag's power far exceeded his, and the time freeze only lasted 0.1 seconds before the space began to falter. Su Luo hastily darted aside. In less than 0.2 seconds, the grayish-white world shattered to Schlag's fist, potent enough to rend mountains asunder. Descended. Not sensing any impact through his hand, Schlag gazed upon the empty space before him, astonishment flickering in his violent eyes. I've missed again. Schlag roared in fury. Where is he? Just as the words left his mouth, a tremendous force struck the back of his head. An all-out kick from Su Luo. Bang! Schlag was sent reeling, his body stumbling downward. Dizziness clouded his mind. He had no awareness of anyone approaching, and bore the brunt of the blow. Infuriated, Schlag turned to see nothing but emptiness. Bang! 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 In the next instant, a wave of pain surged through his abdomen, as if struck countless times. Under this relentless barrage, Schlag's body was sent flying backward, in his peripheral vision. Su Luo's figure vanished completely. A series of bizarre attacks ensued. Chapter 63. The arrival of Gula. Bang! 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 At this moment, Schlag resembled a punching bag, battered by the fleeting silhouette of Su Luo. His body was tossed through the air, and before it could settle, he was bombarded by a multitude of strikes. Whoosh! Su Luo's figure reappeared, unleashing a staggering 14,480,000 units of energy. His fist, enveloped in blue flames, radiated searing power as it struck Schlag's face. The immense force concentrated at a single point, erupting instantaneously. Schlag's expression contorted in agony as he was sent flying. It wasn't long before he managed to halt his backward momentum, feeling the intense pain etched upon his face. Schlag's eyes turned bloodshot. You damned creature! Schlag summoned the power within him, raising his hand to unleash a massive energy wave directed at Su Luo. Su Luo's expression remained tranquil. Just as the energy wave approached him, he vanished once more. The energy wave missed its target, crashing into the distant earth and conjuring another fiery mushroom cloud that billowed upward. Again with this speed, again with this speed. How could such a weakling possess such velocity? Schlag roared in disbelief. Despite his overwhelming strength, he found himself unable to land a blow on Su Luo, whose swiftness rendered him untouchable. Schlag felt as though he were striking cotton, utterly impotent. Suddenly, an acute sense of danger coursed through Schlag, causing his entire being to tremble. In the next moment, 3 void blades tore through space, approaching Schlag from different angles. Having encountered such an attack before, Schlag hesitated not and swiftly dodged. Yet his movements were ultimately too slow. Swoosh! 1 void blade cleaved Schlag in half. Another struck diagonally, severing his right side. The third narrowly missed him. Schlag's heart-wrenching wail echoed through the heavens. It seems quite painful, Su Luo remarked coolly, arms crossed, floating before him. Seeing that infuriatingly indifferent face, Schlag's features twisted in rage. Roar! With a ferocious cry, his severed body began to regenerate. Thick, viscous liquid oozing from the wound as Schlag's aura diminished significantly. In an instant, he bellowed once more. Whoosh! A white blaze surged forth, forming a protective shield around him. Perhaps the successive brutal lessons had taught Schlag a thing or two, as he finally resorted to defensive maneuvers. Applause erupted. Impressive, impressive, for one so aged. Your vitality remains remarkably resilient, Su Luo sincerely praised. However, to Schlag's ears, it was a piercing affront. Die, you wretch! Whoosh! A terrifying fist tore through the air, crashing toward Su Luo's. Illusioned, Su Luo vanished once again before Schlag's eyes. Schlag, his eyes bloodshot and wild, frantically searched for Su Luo's form. Up, down, left, right, forward, backward, yet saw no trace. The vast sky and desolate earth made it seem as though Su Luo had completely vanished. You bastard, come out here this instant! Schlag's furious roar pierced the air, echoing far and wide. Energy waves coalesced in his hands, indiscriminately launching attacks in all directions. Boom! 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 The ground fractured and magma erupted from the depths. In the distance, Su Luo panted, calmly observing the frenzied Schlag. Continuous use of time freeze, instantaneous movement, and full-force assaults had drained his own strength to nothing. Alas, ultimately, my own power is too feeble, Su Luo sighed. This battle with Schlag had illuminated the chasm between their strengths. Though it seemed he had the upper hand moments ago, aside from the spatial dimension slash that had inflicted harm on Schlag, his other attacks had been mere irritations, barely scratching the surface. The ability to engage Schlag for so long was, quite frankly, solely due to the power of time and space. Aware of the disparity, Su Luo retrieved a magical bean and consumed it once more. A torrent of power surged back into his being. On North Kai's planet, North Kai stared in astonishment at the battle between Su Luo and Schlag. Remarkable. I never imagined Su Luo's strength would be so formidable. Pushing Schlag to such extremes. Although I know not what kind of bean Su Luo has consumed, it seems to restore all injuries and power. Truly a wondrous substance, with a little more effort. If he continues to deplete Schlag's strength, he might very well eliminate that scoundrel. While the tactics may seem somewhat underhanded, it feels exhilarating to witness. North Kai mused happily. Though Schlag had been in retreat for many years, he remained a significant threat, an unstable factor in the North Galaxy, that if Schlag could be eradicated, it would be a tremendous relief. Wait, what is that approaching Qingman star? Having been focused on the battle between Su Luo and Schlag, North Kai had failed to notice that, unbeknownst to him, several disc-shaped spaceships had arrived in the vicinity of Qingman star. Young Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. North Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar insignia of the spacecraft and the proud silhouette within. Gula and his legion. Gula, a member of the Frost clan, possesses immense power. Many years ago, he had wreaked havoc in the North Galaxy alongside King Cold and Frisia, later leading his own army toward the East Galaxy. The North Galaxy had not witnessed Gula's presence for years. To think that Gula now reappears in the North Galaxy and is heading toward Qingman star, the purpose is all too clear. It must be for the Tree of Might. This is bad. I must quickly relay this dire news to Su Luo. If Schlag were a decrepit and malevolent wolf, then Gula would undoubtedly be a robust and virile lion, rendering any comparison between the two utterly futile. Great King Gula, we are approaching Qingman star, reported Shavijata. Splendid, Gula proclaimed as he sat upon his throne, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the armrest, a clear indication of his elation. I wonder what expression Schlag will wear upon encountering me. Will it be one of surprise or terror? Gula's crimson eyes sparkled with amusement. Shavijah, issue orders to our warriors to remain in a constant state of readiness for battle. We shall annihilate every last one of Schlag's legion. Yes, great King Gula. Shavijah bowed and retreated. Schlag, your life shall be claimed by me, and the spirit tree shall also be mine. Gula chuckled with satisfaction. Shavijah conveyed Gula's commands, and the warriors, upon receiving the orders, stood poised, fully prepared for imminent combat. Chapter 64. Exploding stars, the ravaged earth lay before them, with molten lava surging forth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and an oppressive heat. At this moment, Schlag resembled a frenzied beast, rampaging and wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Not only did Su Luo fail to land a blow, but his own subordinates suffered numerous casualties due to friendly fire. Come out. You cowardly rodents! Schlag's dark eyes had long since lost their rational gleam. Energy waves cascaded chaotically around him, as if thrown about without care. It seems he has truly lost his senses, Su Luo remarked. Seated cross-legged upon a massive stone. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence approaching at great speed. Su Luo's gaze snapped upward towards the hazy horizon, his deep-set eyes seeming to peer through the void to some distant realm. This icy aura, far surpassing that of Schlag, left him pondering who could be arriving in this universe. Such powerful beings are exceedingly rare, and this presence is far colder than Schlag's, Su Luo murmured to himself. Three figures surfaced in his mind: the Ice Tribe, Gula, and King Kyud, as well as Frisia. At that moment, the voice of the North Realm King echoed in his ear. Su Luo, dire news. Gula's legion is swiftly approaching this planet. Ah, so it is Gula. No wonder such a formidable aura is present. Su Luo's deep eyes gleamed with intrigue, as though contemplating a strategy. Gula is far more powerful than you realize. It would be prudent to refrain from engaging him. The North Realm King advised, noticing Su Luo's restless demeanor. I understand, Su Luo nodded. He was not a fool, fully aware of Gula's overwhelming strength. After all, if he could barely contend with Sherlag, who possessed a battle power in the tens of millions, how could he hope to stand against Gula, whose might exceeded 100 million? As long as you understand, make haste to leave this planet. A.S. for Sherlag. Let him and Gula engage in their own struggle. The North Realm King suggested with a hint of cunning that if Sherlag's legion could clash fiercely with Gula's, resulting in mutual destruction, that would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. There's no rush, North Realm King. While Gula has yet to arrive, I shall take the opportunity to spar with Sherlag for a while longer, Su Luo declared, his fervor for battle rekindled. In a flash, he vanished from his position, reappearing before Sherlag. Hey, Su Luo, now is not the time for foolishness. This is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, one that could cost you your life. The North Realm King exclaimed with urgency. However, Su Luo was resolute. Such a prime sparring partner as Sherlag was too rare to pass up. Forget it. Let it be as it may. The North Realm King sighed, resigned to Su Luo's obstinacy. Upon seeing Su Luo materialize before him, Sherlag's eyes ignited with fury. The sight of an enemy often ignites an unparalleled intensity. Sherlag launched lethal attacks, but Su Luo adeptly evaded each one, countering with retaliation. Thus, a fierce battle reignited. Outside Qingman Star, disc-shaped spaceships hovered in the cosmic expanse. The Gula Legion had arrived. Su Luo felt the cold and formidable aura descending from the distant sky. Narrowing his eyes, he mused, so, they have finally come. It seems the battle must reach its conclusion. Conclude the battle. Do you believe you possess the authority to decide such matters? Sherlag's cruel and merciless grin emerged before Su Luo, his fist resembling a raging dragon as it descended towards Su Luo's face. With a slight smile, Su Luo's form flickered and, akin to traversing space itself, appeared aloft in another location. Sherlag, we shall meet again under more favorable circumstances, provided, of course, that you survive. Oh, by the way, Gula has arrived on this planet. I wish you the best of luck. Farewell. Su Luo offered a benevolent warning. Having fought vigorously, he had no opportunity to slay Sherlag, but the exhilaration of battle had left him satisfied. Thinking of escaping, it won't be that easy. Sherlag roared with rage, unleashing a barrage of energy shockwaves aimed directly at Su Luo. Yet, as these energy waves neared their target, they found only empty air. Su Luo vanished from sight once more, as silently as he had arrived. Aya, you wretched creature! Sherlag's fury erupted, his voice echoing towards the heavens, his tremendous presence piercing through the clouds. You dare to humiliate me and then attempt to flee? Such a fate shall not befall you. After venting his rage, Sherlag fell silent, his dark eyes clouded with a crazed intensity. Do you think you can escape this planet? I shall obliterate it and take you down with me. Death shall claim you, and I shall drag you into the abyss. Sherlag's voice dripped with malice, revealing boundless insanity. His hatred for Su Luo was profound, having extinguished his last hope of rejuvenation. Furthermore, during their battle, he had expended an excessive amount of energy, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. Sherlag gazed upward at the sky, where familiar spacecraft descended. Little Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. There's even more excitement ahead. He recognized them well, for they bore the emblem of his old rivals, the Ice Tribe. Sherlag could sense a chilling, powerful presence akin to his OW, and it seemed that the detestable human was correct. Gula had indeed arrived, as if it had all been premeditated. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. It appeared that he was destined to meet his end here today. Sherlag understood Gula's power, which had only grown since his youth. With his current state of depletion, he stood no chance against Gula. Gula, I never anticipated that you would come to witness my downfall, but this ends now. Sherlag's expression turned frenzied, an aura of chilling energy erupting from him as he summoned a colossal red energy sphere. The fiery radiance shone like a miniature sun. It contained energy sufficient to annihilate a planet. "Let us perish together." Shalag's voice resonated like a harbinger of doom, instilling fear in all who heard it. With a sweeping motion, he hurled the massive energy sphere downward. The sphere generated a thunderous roar as it tore through the air. With time passing, the energy sphere expanded, nearly the size of a small mountain, its searing heat distorting the very fabric of space around it. Boom! The Earth trembled as if struck by a colossal meteor, emitting a thunderous roar that echoed through the cosmos. A fiery energy orb ascended like the sun, rising majestically before erupting, casting the entire expanse in a crimson hue. Terrifying energy surged across the planet's surface, causing the ground to shake violently. From all corners of the world, magma gushed forth, while the sky crackled with lightning. Heralding an apocalyptic disaster, Gula, who had just descended upon Qing Manstar, stood dumbfounded, witnessing the chaotic unfolding of events. What kind of game is this? I've only just arrived, and it appears the planet is already on the brink of destruction. Shavi Jia, immediately relay the order for a full retreat, Gula declared, his face darkened with concern. He had hoped to catch Schlag off guard and deliver a surprise, but it seemed Schlag had turned the tables, leaving him in a state of shock. Although the planet's explosion would not be lethal to him, severe injury was inevitable. Furthermore, with his army present, losing them all here would be catastrophic. After all, assembling another formidable force would be a time-consuming endeavor. "Understood," Shavi Jia replied, swiftly rushing to convey the command. Yes, the deafening roars reverberated. Ship after ship that had just landed took to the skies in a frantic escape from the planet. Gula's legion had arrived with such vigor. Yet their retreat was marked by utter disarray. That moment, a pair of dark, bloodthirsty eyes fixed intently on the ascending spacecraft. "Trying to flee? This king shall not grant you that wish." Schlag raised his hand, directing it towards the spacecraft, as a white vortex of energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. With a whoosh, waves of energy surged skyward, akin to a dragon soaring, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, piercing through the atmospheric barrier towards the fleeing vessels. Inside the main control room of the ship, Gula's tail lashed against the hull, betraying his inner turmoil that he had anticipated, easily subduing Schlag and seizing the spirit tree. Yet, inexplicably, Schlag had chosen to obliterate the planet instead. Did he truly believe such trivial methods would ensure his demise here? How absurd. Just then, the ship's warning system blared an urgent alarm. What was happening? Gula's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. "Your Majesty Gula, it is dire. A powerful energy reaction is about to collide with the spacecraft," the alien responsible for intelligence reported hastily. Gula furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him, as if he had grasped a troubling realization. Without hesitation, he burst out of the spacecraft. Waves of energy were advancing towards them with great force. "Schlag!" Gula bellowed, raising his hand, crimson light emanating from his fingertips. In an instant, several energy beams intercepted the nearest wave. However, the remaining vessels were far less fortunate. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions ensued. Fiery orbs erupted in the inky blackness of space, quickly dissipating into thick clouds of smoke. Countless fragments of spacecraft rained down from the sky. Gula's forces diminished by a third amidst this onslaught. Witnessing the staggering loss of his troops, Gula's cold gaze fell upon the planet, which was on the verge of explosion. Schlag, it seemed, sensed something amiss, his murky eyes fixated on the distant heavens. The former ruler and the current sovereign locked eyes across the vast expanse, as if sparks were about to ignite. Crack. The core of the planet fractured, causing it to swell dramatically. This moment, Qing Manstar had entered the twilight of its existence. Torrential magma intertwined with violet lightning, swiftly engulfing the decaying form of Schlag. Boom! In the tranquil void of space, Qing Manstar erupted like a colossal fireball, scattered embers bursting forth like dazzling fireworks. A spectacle of beauty. The once mighty cosmic sovereign Schlag and his legion perished alongside the obliteration of Qing Manstar. One might have expected an interstellar war between the forces of Schlag and Gula. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Schlag had opted for planetary annihilation, a self-destructive act of mutual demise. How peculiar indeed. Su Luo floated in the cosmic void, observing the explosion of Qing Man's star, feeling the life force of Schlag dissipate, a deep sense of melancholy washing over him. He had initially remained behind, hoping to witness an exhilarating battle. Little did he know that Schlag would explode the planet at the slightest provocation. Could he not have fought back a little longer? From the other side of the cosmos, sensing Gula's immense aura, Su Luo's eyes flickered with a glimmer of combativeness, only to return to tranquility. He was not yet a match for Gula. There was no need to seek confrontation. There would be ample opportunity in the future. With that thought, he vanished from his position. Your Majesty, Gula, all life signals have vanished. It seems Schlag and his legion have perished as well. Shabby Jar reported, glancing at the detector's lens, which showed no new data. Indeed, Gula replied nonchalantly, though his mind was preoccupied with another matter. This time, not only had the Gula Legion gained nothing, but they had also suffered significant losses. Gula had initially believed Schlag had destroyed the planet to combat him. However, Schlag's demise dispelled that notion. An old rival. Gula understood well that Schlag was exceedingly protective of his life. He would never choose death unless utterly cornered. Who could have forced Schlag into such a desperate situation? Gula had not anticipated the existence of such formidable beings in the universe beyond their frozen kin, a surprising revelation indeed. Troubled by the enigma, Gula ordered, "Return. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading." Yes, on North Kai's planet. North Kai was in high spirits, though events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the outcome was satisfactory. Schlag's legion had been utterly annihilated, while Gula's forces had suffered greatly. Marvelous! North Kai exclaimed excitedly as he sped along the planetary roads in a small car. "Hey, Lazi Li, why are you dawdling by the lake? Come and spar with me." Nancy, hands on her hips, said haughtily, eyeing Lazi Li, who was staring into the water. "I'm not interested," Lazi Li replied, casting a glance at Nancy's petite frame before returning her gaze. "Are you looking down on me?" Nancy retorted. Offended, "That is not my intention." "Then why won't you spar with me?" "I simply don't wish to." Nancy pouted and then plopped down beside her. "Where's Su Luo gone?" "Off to fight," Lazi Li replied wistfully. "What? He didn't take me with him." Nancy's tone escalated. "Take you? You're not even worth a single finger of his." At that moment, a magnetic voice filled the air, captivating and enchanting. "Aloe." Hearing that familiar voice, Lazi Li's lips curled into a charming smile. Upon seeing Su Luo in tattered clothing, her brow furrowed with concern as she gently touched him. "That I'm fine," Su Luo chuckled, ruffling the girl's hair. "I have something to say." "Su Luo, what did you mean by that statement earlier?" Nancy inquired, her discontent evident. The literal meaning," he replied. How infuriating. Chapter 66, Daily Cultivation, Part 1. Lazi Li cast a sharp glare at Nashi, signaling her to be quiet for a moment. Nashi immediately fell silent. After all, Lazi Li was in charge of the meals, and angering her meant forfeiting delicious food. Su Luo settled down beside Lazi Li and recounted the recent battle with vivid detail, a hint of pride evident on his face. Lazi Li and Nashi listened attentively, with Nashi occasionally exclaiming in surprise, "Alas, Su Luo, that was far too reckless. Did you not say you would retreat if you were outmatched?" Lazi Li chided upon hearing Su Luo's perilous encounters. It was involuntary," Su Luo replied sheepishly, rubbing his nose. "Hey, Su Luo, just how formidable is this Sherlogger you mentioned?" Nashi couldn't help but inquire. "Somewhat strong. In terms of combat power, he's over 1,000 times more powerful than you." Su Luo stated it. So just somewhat strong. 1,000-fold isn't anything extraordinary. What, how many times did you say?" Nashi's voice shot up as realization dawned on her. "Approximately 1,900 times." Su Luo chuckled at the astonished expression on the young girl's face. "You must be pulling my leg. Even that villain Frisia isn't that strong." Nashi snapped back to reality, casting a dubious glance at Su Luo. "Nashi, you underestimate Frisia. His power exceeds your imagination," Su Luo said with a hint of gravity. Seeing Su Luo fall silent, Nashi became restless, akin to an ant on a hot pan. urging him to continue. Frisia's true combat power is an astounding 120 million. However, such overwhelming strength is difficult for him to control. So he seals it away through transformations, Su Luo explained nonchalantly. Wait, how much is 120 million? Nashi asked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Having been a wanderer since childhood, her knowledge was indeed lacking. Numbers only stuck with her from her earlier encounters with Dale's fruit. What even is 120 million? Su Luo and Lazi Li exchanged glances before turning their attention to Nashi. What are you staring at? Never seen it before. Nashi retorted, a mix of shyness and annoyance. Put it simply, Frisia's combat power is roughly 3,000 times yours. Su Luo couldn't help but chuckled, so incredibly strong. Nashi's realization struck her, but then she felt a twinge of indignation. Wait a minute, why do you have to use me as an example? Nashi protested, feeling her pride wounded. She ground her small silver teeth, glaring at Su Luo. Don't look at me like that. I am merely stating facts. Su Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. Nashi turned her head away defiantly. Yet, the thought of Frisia's immense strength juxtaposed with her own weakness made her clench her fists in frustration, only to release them moments later. Feeling disheartened, Nashi pondered how to bridge such a vast gap. What's wrong? Is Nashi so easily discouraged? That is not like you. Lazi Li gently patted her head. Humph. I am not. Nashi replied stubbornly. Nashi, have you heard of the legend of the Super Science? Su Luo suddenly interjected. Of course, it's a tale passed down through my clan. Why do you ask? Nashi replied, puzzled. Super Scions do indeed exist. If you diligently cultivate, there's a possibility you may one day become one. Su Luo encouraged. Is what you say truly genuine? Nashi exclaimed, leaping excitedly in front of Su Luo. Indeed. Upon receiving Su Luo's affirmation, Nashi felt invigorated, her spirits soaring to Nashi shall undoubtedly become a Super Scion. Seeing Nashi brimming with enthusiasm, Su Luo and Lazi Li exchanged a knowing smile. Lazi Li pointed at Su Luo's tattered clothing. Alas, look at you. Your clothes are in shambles. Shouldn't you go change and freshen up? Yes, Su Luo replied, quickly pecking Lazi Li on the lips before heading towards the lakeside villa. Lazi Li's cheeks flushed ever so slightly, followed by a soft chuckle. Night fell, with soft moonlight cascading upon the earth. In the kitchen, a sumptuous feast awaited, as Su Luo and Nashi seemed to be in a contest to devour the food. Shadows flitted rapidly across the plates. Delicious, absolutely divine. Su Luo and Nashi stuffed their cheeks, continuously shoveling food into their mouths. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Lazi Li remarked helplessly at their ravenous consumption. Su Luo and Nashi exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, yes, there is. The night quietly passed. The next day dawned with a blue sky and white clouds, a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Two figures darted swiftly, appearing here and there, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. Nashi's attacks fell harmlessly to the ground, creating a series of craters on the lush green grass. Do not rely solely on your eyes to judge the enemy's position. Close your eyes and use your heart to sense the surroundings, to feel the flow of energy, thereby discerning the enemy's movements, Su Luo instructed, his figure moving like a specter around Nashi, taking Su Luo's words to heart. Nashi closed her eyes, carefully attuning herself to her environment. The surroundings felt stagnant until she suddenly sensed a slight shift in the air to her left. Opening her eyes, she swiftly threw a punch to the left, striking true. Yet, before she could express her delight, she realized there was no sensation of impact. She had merely hit an afterimage as Su Luo's figure began to fade. Where did he go? Nashi anxiously scanned her surroundings. Stop looking around. Focus your attention. Su Luo appeared behind Nashi in an instant, delivering a swift kick to her backside. Ouch! Nashi tumbled forward, landing on the ground. She stood up, dusting off her backside, feeling somewhat dejected. I clearly sensed he was to the left. In battle, the enemy's tactics are ever-changing. You must think critically about how to anticipate their next move. Su Luo smiled faintly, his figure flickering like a phantom before appearing before Nashi once more. With a slight curl of his finger, he flicked her forehead. Bang! The petite figure soared through the air, crashing into a sturdy tree. Ouch, that hurt, Nashi groaned, rubbing her forehead and grimacing in pain. Again, Nashi charged at Su Luo once more. Seeing this, Su Luo simply shook his head. Bang! The petite figure was once again sent flying. Nancy quickly picked herself up, only to collapse back down moments later. Chapter 67, Daily Cultivation, Part 2, as the days quietly passed by. Nancy's comprehension proved to be on par with Lazi Li. Under Su Luo's guidance, she swiftly mastered the perception of energy and various combat techniques, making remarkable progress. After finishing his instruction with Nancy, Su Luo commenced his own training. On this particular day, beneath a sky of azure with fluffy white clouds reflected on the surface of the lake, a gentle breeze stirred ripples across the water. Beside the lake stood a colossal metallic structure. Within the gravity chamber, under a weight of 230 times normal gravity, Su Luo relentlessly swung his fist forward, each strike generating a fierce wind, leaving behind numerous afterimages that erupted in a series of explosive sounds. 9900, 9901, 9902. After completing 10,000 punches, Su Luo proceeded to other exercises: kicking, push-ups, sit-ups, running, and full-body impact training. In the evening, he consumed spiritual fruit while engaging in meditative practice. Although the ordinary spiritual tree fruit lacked the efficacy of the golden fruit, it still provided decent support for his meditation. One fruit could amplify his speed threefold, but its effects lasted only 2 hours. Combat is the best way to gauge the results of one's training. In addition to his training, Su Luo did not forget to spar with Lazi Li, exchanging insights and experiences. Nancy, not one to be outdone, would eagerly challenge Lazi Li to a fight whenever her strength improved slightly. Avoiding Su Luo due to her past defeats, which had proven to be disheartening, the monotonous and tedious days of training gradually passed, and soon 7 months had gone by. After concluding a day of training, Su Luo trudged home, his weary body entering the house as twilight descended. The crimson glow of the sunset painted the horizon, exuding a soft and enchanting beauty. After a simple dinner and a brief rest, Su Luo indulged in a soothing bath that banished all fatigue. Upon entering the living room, he found Nancy seated on the sofa, boredly watching an educational program on television, a packet of snacks in hand. Incessantly feeding herself, Lazi Li lounged lazily on the opposite side of the sofa. Due to the sweltering heat, the young girls were dressed lightly, in loose shirts paired with shorts that revealed ample smooth, delicate skin. Upon noticing Su Luo's approach, Nancy's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she offered him her snacks, seemingly eager to please. "What do you want?" Su Luo queried, eyeing her suspiciously as he declined the offered treats. It's nothing significant," Nancy replied with a grin. "Didn't you say that you would teach me the Luo Xian fist if I could control my power freely? Well, I've achieved that now." Her dark eyes glimmered at the mention of the technique, which could exponentially enhance her strength, a skill she had long coveted. "Oh, that was quick. You must have quite the talent," Su Luo remarked, somewhat astonished. Although Nancy had rapidly increased her strength by consuming spiritual tree fruit, her control over it had been rather crude. "Humph. Of course, such a trivial matter could never pose a challenge for me," Nancy declared proudly, hands on her hips and head held high at a jaunty angle. A sharp sound echoed as Su Luo playfully tapped her on the head, chiding her not to become overly conceited. "Ah, you hit my head again. I'll bite you," Nancy threatened, baring her small teeth as she lunged at Su Luo. He easily held her head in place, preventing her from advancing. "Want to bite me?" Yuri's still far from being able to do that. Despite her best efforts, Nancy could not reach him. Humph! Defeated, she stormed off to her room, venting her frustration on her beloved teddy bear. Lazi Li couldn't help but chuckle at Su Luo's playful dominance over Nancy. "Ha ha!" Su Luo laughed as he settled beside Lazi Li. "Luo, you only bully Nancy." Lazi Li leaned against Su Luo's shoulder, her breath fragrant like orchids, her clear blue eyes sparkling with amusement as Su Luo wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Drawing her close, savoring her faint, sweet fragrance, and chuckled softly, thinking that the little girl was far too proud for her own good. "However, Nancy has indeed made rapid progress," Lazi Li remarked as Su Luo nodded in agreement. Although Nancy's innate talent was not remarkable, by the Scion standards of assessing a newborn's combat power. She was merely a low-level warrior. Her consumption of numerous spiritual tree fruits had elevated her potential beyond that of an average high-level warrior. Yet, this was not the primary factor. Nancy's martial arts aptitude and her fervent desire to grow stronger were paramount. And most importantly, there was his guidance, Su Luo thought shamelessly. Lazi Li, you must keep striving. Don't let Nancy surpass you, Su Luo teased as he pinched Lazi Li's delicate, water-like face. Humph, I want to be surpassed by her. Lazi Li retorted with a proud huff. She possessed her own pride and was confident that she would not be outdone by anyone. Su Luo gazed into Lazi Li's radiant eyes filled with self-assurance. Chuckling softly, as their gazes locked, they gradually leaned closer, feeling each other's breath before embracing in a kiss. As their passion deepened, Su Luo's primal instincts surged within him, and he swept Lazi Li off her feet. Luo, what are you doing? Lazi Li's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper as she sensed that something might happen tonight, her heart racing uncontrollably. Before he could finish, he carried Lazi Li into the bedroom. The narrative continues for thousands of words. The weather on Water Blue Star was notoriously unpredictable, under a cloudless night sky. Dozens of stars twinkled faintly, but soon dark clouds gathered, and light rain began to fall, gradually intensifying into a torrential downpour. The sound of thunder and flashes of lightning drowned out the startled cries of small animals. As crimson lightning cleaved through the clouds, staining the sky a deep red, the downpour continued for an unknown duration, before finally tapering off into silence. As the clouds dispersed, the tranquil night sky revealed a brilliant display of stars. A night of springtime bliss. All was consumed completely. The following day, as dawn broke, a ray of morning light filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room as Su Luo held the peacefully sleeping girl in his arms, who curled up like a little kitten against him, her delicate face adorned with a hint of blush, her golden hair cascading over his shoulder. Observing Lazi Li's lovely yet weary features, Su Luo felt a surge of tenderness. He gently pulled the blanket over her, placed a soft kiss on her forehead, and then exited the bedroom. Today, it was his turn to prepare breakfast. Chapter 68. Journey to Adrat Star. Su Luo entered the kitchen and quickly prepared a lavish breakfast. Nutritious and delicious, brimming with restorative qualities. Lazi Li, drawn by the enticing aroma, wandered into the kitchen, her ice-blue eyes sparkling like a clear pool, approaching him from behind for a gentle embrace. But Luo, good morning. Good morning. Their tender moment was soon interrupted as Nancy emerged, yawning widely. From a distance, she observed the affectionate pair, pouting in confusion, unable to comprehend the appeal of such intimacy. She thought it far more meaningful to engage in combat training. At the dining table, Su Luo, Lazi Li, and Nancy gathered for breakfast. Nancy devoured her food hastily, swallowing it down. I'm done. Su Luo, hurry up, faster, I want to learn the Luo Xian Fist. As tranquil days slipped by, Su Luo and Lazi Li transcended the final veil of restraint, finding solace in each other's company, their affection blossoming at an extraordinary pace. Both were youthful souls, savoring the intoxicating sweetness of their newfound intimacy, which made it increasingly difficult to resist temptation. Nearly every night was a symphony of life's passions. By day, they engaged in martial arts practice, sharing wisdom and honing their skills. By night, they continued to revel in each other's presence, exchanging techniques and insights. It was then that Su Luo comprehended why so many succumbed to the allure of tender affection, finding it hard to extricate themselves. Fortunately, his resolve remained unyielding, and after a period of indulgence, he regained his clarity and, amidst Lazi Li's wistful gaze, recommenced his diligent training. As time quietly passed, another year slipped away. On a day marked by desolation, in the vast expanse of the desolate Gobi Desert, the sun blazed fiercely, rendering the earth akin to a steamer, suffocating in its heat. Suddenly, an immense surge of power erupted within Su Luo, pouring forth like an unstoppable tide. He spread his arms wide, and a radiant sphere of golden energy coalesced in his palms, shimmering with hints of purple, as arcs of lightning danced around it. Thunderbolt cannon. With a forceful thrust of his hands, the violet currents entwined with the golden shockwave, roaring skyward like an enraged thunder dragon, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that obliterated the heavens in an instant. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed through the sky, flames of energy intertwined with purple lightning, reminiscent of a celestial explosion. As destructive forces surged outward, distorting the very fabric of the sky, as if on the brink of shattering. When the tempest of energy subsided, the purple lightning lingered in the atmosphere, a spectral reminder of the explosive display. Surveying the devastation wrought by the thunderbolt cannon, Su Luo nodded with satisfaction. This technique was a synthesis of the Chi cannon and the world-shattering palm, not only inheriting the attributes of both, but amplifying their potency several-fold. Accessing his personal panel, he noted, Host, Su Luo, age, 22 dimension, level 4, Yama 43, talent. Martial, Dao Heavenly Heart, temporal power bloodline. Han Chinese, Yin Huang bloodline, skills, celestial meditation technique. Time stasis 0.5s, instantaneous movement, spatial dimension / aerial mastery, Luo Xian fist, 10x, thunderbolt cannon, combat power. For 1,960,000 evaluation, in the cosmos you can be regarded as a Dominion-level expert, nourished by the fruits of the spirit tree. Su Luo swiftly ascended to level 4, experiencing a substantial enhancement in both vitality and mental acuity, while the pace of his power augmentation accelerated significantly. Progress in temporal abilities remained minimal, with time stasis stagnant at 0.5 seconds for an extended period, as if a formidable barrier obstructed his advancement. Yet as Su Luo's strength grew, he sensed this barrier thinning, hinting that once he reached a certain threshold, he might shatter it and ascend to a new echelon. The range of his instantaneous movement had vastly increased, now allowing him to traverse a distance equivalent to 1/10 of the northern galaxy. Stretching his limbs, Su Luo heard a cacophony of pops, akin to the sound of frying beans. As he prepared to return, in a flash, he vanished from his location. Upon his return to Water Blue Star, Su Luo beheld a fierce battle unfolding in the sky, where two figures, one white and one blue, clashed vigorously. The sounds of impact resonated as they exchanged blows, their fleeting silhouettes intertwining, generating waves of invisible shockwaves that dispersed the heavy clouds above. The skirmish endured for quite some time, and Nancy was on the verge of exhaustion. Observing the blue figure in the sky, Su Luo noted that while her fighting spirit remained high, her breath had begun to falter. In contrast, Lazi Li maintained a steady aura, gracefully maneuvering through the fight. This outcome was anticipated. After more than a year of rigorous training, Lazi Li's combat prowess had surged from 420,001 to 270,000, and her Luo Xian fist had evolved to 7 times its original strength. With her dimension reaching level 3 at 61, Nancy's combat power had increased from 40,000 to 310,000, and her Luo Xian fist had reached 3 times its potential AS for the celestial meditation technique. Despite Su Luo's teachings, Nancy's progress was slow. Only recently, aided by the spirit tree's fruits, had she managed to break through to level 2. This was not indicative of poor talent, but rather a lack of patience. As she often oscillated between dedication and distraction, it is worth noting that Nancy, being a scion, possessed a rather volatile temperament, making it exceedingly difficult for her to engage in quiet meditation for an entire night. In the celestial battleground, their conflict neared its conclusion. Both Lazi Li and Nancy concentrated their energies into a potent wave, hurling it towards one another. The two radiant energy blasts collided in mid-air. Unsurprisingly, in the decisive clash, Nancy emerged defeated. Breathless and disheveled, she lay on the grass, gasping for air. After catching her breath, Lazi Li glanced at the fallen Nancy, a triumphant smirk gracing her lovely features. That you've lost again. Nancy, that I will reclaim my victory next time. Nancy panted defiantly. You said the same last time. Lazi Li teased, eliciting a speechless response from Nancy. With a light chuckle, Lazi Li acknowledged Nancy's growth over such a short span. Well done, you've become quite strong. Indeed, Nancy replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons at the dining table. Su Luo, along with Lazi Li and Nancy, delineated their forthcoming training agenda. A journey to Adratstar, Su Luo, recalled that the Adratans possessed many wondrous secret techniques. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement was also learned from the Adratans. Sounds great. When do we leave? Lazi Li and Nancy's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had long coveted the ability of instantaneous movement. But alas, it was a unique talent of Su Luo's that he could not impart. This time, their mission to Adratstar would be to master such extraordinary skills. Let us rest for the night and set out tomorrow. Su Luo proposed. The two women eagerly nodded in agreement. That night, within the confines of a chamber, the melody of life once again resonated. The following morning, Su Luo, accompanied by the two women, utilized instantaneous movement to depart Water Blue Star. Embarking towards Adratstar. Chapter 69. The Extraordinary Secret Techniques. Adratstar, situated at the fringes of the northern galaxy, is inhabited by a remarkably intelligent race known as the Adratans, characterized by their gentle nature. They eschew conflict, favoring the exploration of secret arts, having developed many wondrous techniques that many covet. On this day, Adratstar welcomed 3 visitors in a stone forest. 3 figures materialized out of thin air. This is Adratstar. Su Luo inhaled deeply, savoring the air. Nancy, her curiosity piqued, surveyed her surroundings, and then used her energy perception to scan the planet. Yet she detected no formidable auras. The Adratans possessed numerous remarkable techniques. It is possible they also conceal their energy signatures, hence the absence of any powerful presence. Su Luo elucidated it is rumored that while the Adratans' combat strength is not particularly high in the original narrative, this planet was the target of the Ginu Force's mission, indicating that the Adratans are indeed formidable. With a combination of their modest strength and extraordinary techniques, the Adratans could be deemed one of the few powerful races in the universe. Yet, they are a peaceful people, much like the name Kians. In the original tale, when Sun Wukong fled to Adratstar aboard the Ginu Force's spaceship, he was in a severely weakened state, yet he not only remained unscathed but also learned the ultimate skill of instantaneous movement. This serves to illustrate the Adratans' benevolence. As long as one does not harbor hostility towards them, they will not reciprocate such feelings. Su Luo's face displayed a look of astonishment as he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation in the surrounding space. With Su Luo's profound mastery of time and space, he could effortlessly perceive the disturbances around him. Before his eyes, the fabric of space rippled like the surface of water, and in the next instant, a figure clad in peculiar attire materialized before Su Luo and his companions. With pink skin, simplified features, and a towering stature nearing 3 meters, this individual resembled a being from the planet Adalat, akin to the garb worn by Sun Wukong in the original tale. However, this appearance somewhat contradicted Su Luo's preconceived notions of the Adalat inhabitants. Lazi Li and Nashi momentarily froze, but soon regained their composure. After all, they were already aware that the Adalat people possessed strange and mysterious abilities that allowed them to sense their arrival and appear before them was not entirely unexpected. Dear visitors from afar, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Adalat? The Adulation asked with a warm tone. In light of the friendly greeting, Su Luo, naturally, did not wish to appear impolite, and promptly replied, "We have heard tales of the wondrous techniques possessed by the Adalat people, and we have journeyed here to learn these secrets." The Adulation squinted slightly, observing Su Luo and his companions for a moment before cheerfully stating, "I can sense your heartbeats and emotional fluctuations are quite steady. It appears you are not deceiving me. Since you harbor no ill intentions and seek only to learn, we Adalat welcome you with open arms." The Adulation chuckled softly. Su Luo smiled gently in response. "Please follow me. I shall take you to meet the Elder pursue the study of these techniques. You must first obtain the Elder's approval." With that, the Adulation soared into the air, heading southeast. Seeing the Adulation ascend, Su Luo and his companions hurriedly followed. A series of luminous trails darted through the air, and in no time, they arrived at the dwelling of the Adalat people. It was a town infused with a modern atmosphere, which surprised Su Luo. Evidently, the technological prowess of the Adalat was quite impressive. As soon as Su Luo and his companions landed, a throng of Adalat beings emerged from the surrounding structures, curiously examining these foreign visitors. These Adalat individuals exhibited slight variations in appearance, with pink skin, elongated ears, pronounced eye bags, and mottled white patches on their heads, perfectly aligning with Su Luo's mental image of them. Su Luo pondered quietly, realizing that there seemed to be multiple types of Adalat beings. Under the guidance of the adulation, Su Luo and his companions arrived at a martial arts dojo. Within the spacious arena stood another towering adulation, hands clasped behind his back, his simple features adorned with a gentle smile that exuded warmth and friendliness. This is the Elder of Adalat, Lord Pabala, the adulation introduced. The Elder, referred to as Pabala, spoke in a soothing tone. Mond has just communicated with me telepathically. I am aware of your intentions. We Adalat welcome all who come with goodwill. So I grant you permission to study our profound techniques. Thank you very much. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. However, before you embark on learning these techniques, there is something you must first master. Elder Pabala smiled. What must we learn? Su Luo inquired, somewhat perplexed. You must first learn to control the Spirito and understand its structure, Elder Pabala elucidated. Spirito? Not only did Lazi Li and Nashi appear bewildered, but even Su Luo's mind was clouded with a large question mark. What exactly is Spirito? Noticing the confusion on Su Luo's face, Elder Pabala extended his hand, conjuring a pink luminous sphere within his palm. This is Spirito, the term we Adalat use to describe the internal energy. Su Luo and his companions suddenly understood. It referred to Qi. Ah, Elder Pabala, we comprehend now, Su Luo acknowledged. Elder Pabala nodded and then instructed Mond, you are responsible for guiding them in mastering Spirito. Yes, Elder Pabala, Mond replied. The very adulation who led them here escorted Su Luo and his companions to another training area. The training ground was a massive stone platform surrounded by sharp, needle-like stone spikes. Before we begin, I would like to impart some knowledge, Mond stated. Su Luo and his companions nodded attentively. The techniques of our Adalat civilization are all derived from Spirito. Whether it is teleportation, Mond pressed his fingers to his forehead, and in an instant his figure flickered around Su Luo and his companions, demonstrating the essence of teleportation or replication. After showcasing teleportation, Mond continued to display the replication technique. Suddenly, dozens of copies of Mond appeared within the spacious training area. Su Luo was astonished. It was indeed a technique of creating clones. And remarkably, all these clones were tangible entities rather than mere afterimages created by rapid movement. This was truly an extraordinary technique. And then there's the ability to enlarge. Following the replication demonstration, Mond proceeded to illustrate. His body instantaneously shrank, transforming into a figure of approximately 80 to 90 centimeters tall, only to revert to his towering stature moments later. Su Luo, Lazi Li, and Nashi exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't that supposed to be enlarging? Why did he shrink instead? Could it be that the smaller version was Mond's true height? Chapter 70. The training of techniques. After demonstrating 3 techniques, Mond paused. Each of the showcase techniques have been achieved through the manipulation, division, and expansion of Spirito. Such feats are attainable by every adulation, he stated, leaving Su Luo in a state of shock. Everyone can do this. The concept of teleportation feels almost commonplace. How long would it take to learn teleportation if I wished? Nashi asked curiously. Young lady, while teleportation is not an overly complex technique, mastering it will still require a considerable investment of time. Mond replied with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, the foundation of these techniques lies in Spirito, and the training of Spirito varies from person to person. Su Luo and his companions nodded, understanding that it ultimately came down to one's innate talent. Mond then elaborated on the principles of Spirito and how to cultivate it. For the Adalat people, the training of Spirito, essentially Qi, focused on mastering the control of Qi and achieving a harmonious balance between body and mind to be deemed successful. Su Luo and his companions were quite adept at this control, given that their own training in the Loxian Fist revolved around the manipulation of Qi. Following Mond's guidance, Su Luo managed to grasp the equilibrium of Qi and his mental state within a day. Lazi Li took 2 days, while Nashi was a bit slower, taking 4 days to achieve the same proficiency. However, This remarkable pace astonished Mond, as even among the Adalat, mastering these skills typically required significant time, at least a month for the fastest, and several years for the slowest. Though the training of Spirito varied among individuals, their rapid progress was indeed exceptional, and I truly did not anticipate that you would complete your training so swiftly. It leaves me quite humbled. I end my day. I spent 3 months mastering these techniques. Mond mused with a hint of nostalgia. Mr. Mond, you flatter us. Su Luo shook his head, explaining that their expedited training was a result of prior experience. Su Luo's display of humility instantly won Mond's favor. You have now completed your foundational training, and you may proceed to study the techniques, Mond declared. He then led Su Luo and his companions back to the small town. After navigating through winding paths, they finally reached their destination. We have arrived. Before Su Luo and the others stood an ancient bronze gate, intricately adorned with a myriad of peculiar runes. The 4 idolatrans assigned to guard the entrance immediately displayed a demeanor of respect upon seeing Lord Mond. Lord Mond, they greeted. Mond nodded in acknowledgement and instructed one of the guards to open the gate. The guard fiddled with the runes carved into the bronze door for a while, reciting a few obscure phrases. Suddenly, the runes began to shimmer with a verdant glow, and the bronze door swung open. Please, follow me, Mond beckoned as he stepped through the threshold, with Su Luo and the others closely trailing behind. Upon entering the bronze gate, it felt as though they had crossed into an entirely different realm. They found themselves in a spacious hall, suffused with an ancient and profound aura. The surrounding walls were adorned with complex patterns formed by the strange runes. Exuding an air of the extraordinary. Mr. Mond, this appears to be an alternate dimension, Su Luo observed, sensing the absence of any other presence, as if they were isolated from the outside world. It bore some resemblance to the room of spirit and time, suggesting a unique existence of its own. Indeed, Mond chuckled. This hall is an alternate space crafted with immense effort by the ancestors of the idolatrans, without the method to unlock the bronze gate. Outsiders would be utterly unable to enter, even if they were to destroy the door itself. Mond generously elucidated, the idolatrans are truly a wise race, Su Luo remarked with admiration. Yes, indeed, both Lazi Li and Nancy nodded in agreement. Hearing the praise from Su Luo and his companions, Mond felt a surge of inexplicable pride. Mond gestured towards the patterns on the wall, explaining, these patterns represent our arcane arts. If you concentrate and observe them, the knowledge of the arcane will manifest in your minds. However, since you are not idolatrans, you will experience a soul impact while learning these arts. For an ordinary person, it is advisable to select one arcane art to cultivate. With a maximum of 2, overindulgence may lead to an inability to withstand the impact, resulting in collapse, Mond cautioned. Yet you 3 seem to possess remarkable skills. Your soul strength is far superior to that of the average person. You might attempt to cultivate 3 arts. However, I would not recommend it for these 2 young ladies, as they may face certain risks. Cultivating 2 arts is entirely safe, but as for you, Su Luo, you could certainly give it a try. Your soul strength is formidable enough, Mond suggested, glancing at the trio. We understand. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Mond, Su Luo replied. Mond nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall not disturb your cultivation any further. Should you require anything, simply communicate with the guards. After imparting a few more words of guidance, Mond took his leave. You 2 heard Mr. Mond's advice, right? It's important to. Su Luo began to emphasize caution once more, urging the 2 young women not to be overly ambitious. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Oh, we know. Stop nagging, Nancy replied somewhat impatiently, before eagerly pulling Lazi Li along, exclaiming, Lazi Li, let us go find the teleportation. Su Luo was rendered speechless, pondering whether Nancy had become a bit too reckless. However, with Lazi Li keeping an eye on her, he felt reassured. He then approached the wall, selecting a pattern to examine. Focusing intently on the pattern, the strange runes glimmered with a green light, and suddenly, the information regarding the arcane arts flooded into Su Luo's mind. As he traced the patterns with his gaze, a multitude of wondrous arts appeared before him. Attacking arts, defensive arts, supportive arts, sealing arts. Yet the prerequisite for cultivating these arts was an exceptionally precise control of Spirito. No wonder the cultivation of Spirito was deemed necessary first. Among the arts that piqued his interest were two in particular. The force separation technique, capable of forcibly extracting Spirito that had been merged with or absorbed by an opponent. This art seemed intriguing, and Su Luo quietly committed it to memory before continuing his exploration of other arts. He soon stumbled upon the pattern depicting the teleportation technique. After a brief overview, he learned that the idolatran teleportation relied on the subtle connections between energies, allowing them to distort space for relocation. That IT demanded minimal energy expenditure, but the drawback was that one could not teleport to unoccupied spaces. Lazi Li, Nancy, I found the teleportation technique. Come quickly, Su Luo called out. Upon hearing this, Lazi Li and Nancy rushed over in a flurry. Did you find it? Where is it? Su Luo pointed to the pattern before him. The two young women immediately immersed their mental energies into it, and upon grasping the method for teleportation, smiles illuminated their faces. They promptly seated themselves on the ground, entering a state of meditation. Su Luo chose not to disturb them and continued to search along the stone wall for a suitable arcane art for himself. Chapter 71. Conclusion of cultivation. As Su Luo perused the various patterns, one arcane art named Internal Breath Technique caught his attention. This supportive art, upon Su Luo's understanding of its effects, brought a smile to his face. That IT enabled survival in a vacuum environment by regulating the body's internal energy, allowing adaptation to the absence of air. Its energy consumption was minimal. Theoretically, as long as sufficient energy was available, one could survive for extended periods in a vacuum. The sole risk lay in the depletion of energy, which could threaten one's life. For Su Luo, who could not endure the vacuum of space, this was an excellent choice that he decided to select the Internal Breath Technique as his first arcane art. With his choice made, Su Luo resumed his search. After nearly circling the hall, he discovered another promising art, Qi Manipulation Technique. This technique allowed for the clever utilization of internal energy to achieve the ability to manipulate matter through air. It was a highly practical art, and without hesitation, Su Luo chose it. After several more rounds of deliberation, he ultimately selected the Void Transfer Technique. This art enabled the partial transfer of incoming attacks to an alternate dimension, effectively diminishing the opponent's strike force while augmenting his own defense. This technique bore similarities to the defensive skill of the Yellow Bear Boda MO from the 6th universe, both involving the redirection of enemy attacks to a different dimension. Once he had finalized his selections, Su Luo commenced his cultivation. That he began with the Qi Manipulation Technique. Standing before the pattern, he probed the method of its cultivation, and a sudden, powerful impact surged through him. Su Luo felt a sharp pain in his mind, causing his spirit to momentarily wane. Subsequently, an esoteric knowledge manifested within his consciousness, prompting him to sit down and begin his comprehension. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, whenever hunger struck. The trio would consume a magical bean to stave off their appetites before continuing their learning. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass, and soon, 2 months had elapsed. Lazi Li and Nancy had reached a rudimentary level of proficiency with teleportation, managing to execute it, albeit clumsily, in the expansive hall. The two figures continuously vanished and reappeared, their movements still somewhat awkward. Su Luo, sitting in quiet meditation, finally stirred, his eyes opening with a smile, for he had completely mastered the Qi Manipulation Technique. Observing Lazi Li and Nancy, who were joyfully experimenting with their newfound abilities, a mischievous grin crept across Su Luo's face. With a swift motion, he conjured an invisible grip, and both Lazi Li and Nancy suddenly felt as though they were ensnared by an unseen hand. Floating helplessly in midair, unable to move, Su Luo made a gesture to release them. They were drawn before him. Both exclaimed in surprise. Luo, what trickery is this? As Lazi Li observed the disappearance of the shackles that bound her powers, a hint of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Nancy tilted her head, gazing at Su Luo, expressing her own curiosity. This is the art of Qi manipulation, Su Luo explained with a smile. Before inquiring, by the way, how has your training been progressing? I have grasped the fundamental essentials of instantaneous movement and can manage to perform it with some difficulty. but mastering it completely will require considerable time. Lazi Li replied, a smile gracing her face as she twirled a lock of hair. Hee hee, I'm in the same boat, Nancy chuckled. After exchanging a few more words with the two women, Su Luo turned his attention back to his own training. Internal breath technique. He focused, knowing that while this technique would allow one to survive for extended periods in the vacuum of space, it would not alter one's physical constitution that in the world of Dragon Ball. Transforming one's physical capabilities through training was an arduous task that in the Great Hall, Su Luo acquired the methods for practicing the internal breath technique from the patterns inscribed around him. This secret art was even more profound than the art of chi manipulation, presenting a greater challenge to learn. However, the more intricate and difficult his secret technique was, the more it attested to its remarkable nature. Once he mastered the internal breath technique, he would no longer need to fear the vacuum of space. Su Luo thought gleefully. He then immersed himself in the contemplation and study of the techniques in his mind. 3 months swiftly passed, and Su Luo had successfully learned the internal breath technique. Another 3 months went by, and he had also mastered the void transfer technique. Over the span of 8 months, he had acquired 3 major secret techniques, a feat that would surely astonish the inhabitants of Yadalat Star. During these 8 months, aside from honing his secret techniques, Su Luo did not neglect his overall strength. His combat power surged from 4.96 million to 6.5 million. Balancing the training of secret arts while also improving his strength was a commendable achievement for Su Luo. Having concluded his training in secret arts, Su Luo began to contemplate leaving Yadalat Star. He had accomplished his objectives for this journey and saw no reason to linger any longer. His gaze shifted to Lazi Li and Nan Shi, who had both mastered instantaneous movement. They were seated cross-legged in the Great Hall, deeply engrossed in deciphering the second secret technique. Whenever Su Luo inquired about their studies, both women would respond with an air of mystery. Remaining tight-lipped, seeing their intense concentration, Su Luo surmised that the second technique was likely more complex and challenging than instantaneous movement. It appeared that the two women would need considerable time before they could complete their training. After pondering for a moment, Su Luo informed them of his intention to depart, leaving behind some provisions, including spirit tree fruits and senza beans, before exiting the Hall of Secret Arts. Stepping through the bronze doors, Su Luo inhaled the long-awaited fresh air, becoming entranced by in the demon realm. The sky was a reddish-brown hue, filled with desolate landscapes, the air suffocatingly hot and reeking of a pungent odor. A black-haired youth, with a red scarf wrapped around his neck and a stern expression, was seen sprinting across the barren land, carrying a golden-haired beauty on his back, despite his tattered clothing and numerous wounds bleeding profusely. Staining his attire crimson, the golden-haired beauty, though equally disheveled, bore no injuries. You insisted on forcing that last senza bean into my mouth, and now look at the situation. My injuries are worsening, she reproached him, her tone tinged with concern. Humph, be quiet. These minor injuries are nothing to me, the cold youth retorted, his pace quickening as they dashed through the desolation, their forms blurred into afterimages, swiftly traversing the wasteland. Minutes passed, and shortly after they departed the area, a group of demon clansmen flew overhead. The leader of the demons gazed down upon the desolate expanse, his dark red eyes gleaming with malice. Dark demonic energy swirled around him, chilling the air and dispelling the oppressive heat. Suddenly catching a whiff of blood, a cruel smile crept across his face. Two little mice, so gravely injured yet still managing to flee. I wonder how long you can endure. Chapter 72. Frisia. The bounty tasks of the Galactic Mercenaries, aside from the trio of the Frost Demons, contain no formidable figures. Su Luo perused the bounty list on his holographic device, noting that most were weaklings with combat powers in the hundreds of thousands. Failing to ignite his desire for confrontation, after more than 2 years of intense cultivation, his strength had surged, boasting a combat power of 6.5 million in his normal state, and when utilizing the tenfold Loxian fist, it could reach an astounding 65 million. Coupled with his long-term combat skills and mastery of temporal powers, he felt confident in taking on adversaries with combat powers of 70 to 80 million. If Su Luo were to face Shrag again, he would no longer need to rely solely on temporal abilities to fight. Now, having completed his training, he sought to challenge stronger opponents. After much consideration, Su Luo set his sights on the three cosmic emperors listed in the bounty: King Cold, Gula, and Frisia. After lingering on their names for a moment, he ultimately chose Frisia. Gula's power was too overwhelming, while King Cold, although slightly weaker than Frisia, had mastered his abilities entirely, making him a challenging opponent as well. Thus, Frisia emerged as the most suitable adversary. The combat power of Frisia's first three forms was not particularly strong. Su Luo could easily overpower them in his normal state. Even if Frisia transitioned to his final form, he could not instantly unleash his 120 million combat power without acclimatizing to it first. During that time, Su Luo would have ample opportunity to engage him. Moreover, Su Luo entertained another notion. If Frisia frequently maintained his first form, which possessed a combat power of 530,000, could Su Luo, with a full force strike exceeding that of Frisia's first form, potentially defeat him? With this thought in mind, Su Luo felt a surge of eagerness. Frisia, you are my target. In the North Galaxy, Southeast region, a massive disc-shaped spaceship hovered outside a high-level planet. Frisia sat comfortably within an egg-shaped vehicle, his blood-red eyes fixed on the distant blue-green planet. Behind him stood several aliens, their expressions filled with reverence. Lord Frisia, the first Special Forces have successfully captured this high-level planet, reported a yellow-skinned alien. Ha ha ha. Splendid, truly worthy of being my capable subordinates. Frisia responded with a delighted chuckle. Years ago, when the Ginu Force was annihilated, Frisia had been furious, yet he had to suppress his anger due to his apprehension of Gula. However, upon hearing of Gula's army suffering significant losses in the North Galaxy, Frisia was immensely pleased and promptly reassembled a new Special Forces unit. As it turned out, the universe was never short of strong individuals. It took little time to establish the new Special Forces, which were even stronger and more efficient than the previous Ginu Force. Not only did they eliminate numerous obstacles for Frisia's army, but they also conquered several high-level planets. That moment, a sudden alarm blared throughout the quiet spaceship. What is happening? Frisia's smile vanished, disrupted from his enjoyment. But before they could react, a blinding white light pierced through the transparent windows, searing into the eyes of Frisia and his associates. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the spacecraft erupted into a fiery blast. Thick plumes of black smoke coalesced before dissipating into the vastness of space. Countless tiny fragments of the ship scattered in all directions. Frisia drifted helplessly in the void. His subordinates all perished. His beloved egg-shaped spacecraft had vanished, evidently destroyed. Who dares to launch a surprise attack on me? The king? Frisia's expression was as dark as ink, his crimson eyes glinting with a chilling light. The audacity of someone daring to assault his vessel was unprecedented. This was an unabashed provocation against him. The Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Frisia! A cold voice echoed directly in Frisia's mind. As the words lingered, a figure materialized before him. It was Su Luo. Since he intended to challenge Frisia, it was only fitting to present a greeting. Thus, Su Luo orchestrated a dazzling fireworks display for Frisia. Su Luo scrutinized Frisia, who remained in his first form. Short in stature, with a striking mix of white, red, and purple skin, a glossy purple head, and two sharp horns protruding outward. As a quintessential antagonist, Frisia embodied all the characteristics of a villain, often displaying a demeanor of courteous gentlemanliness, attracting a considerable fan base. Are you the one who attacked me? Frisia glared coldly at Su Luo. Is that not painfully obvious? Su Luo shrugged, responding, Good, very well. It seems you possess quite the courage. Frisia's anger transformed into a sardonic smile. You have been ambushed, and feel even the slightest pain indicates your strength is commendable. However, such power to challenge me. Su Luo interrupted. I have no interest in your boasting. You would do well to demonstrate your strength, lest you find yourself inadvertently killed. Upon hearing this, Frisia paused, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, and erupted into laughter. Little master, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn the page to continue reading, as the excitement only intensifies. You surely do not believe that, after injuring me slightly with a surprise attack, you have secured your victory? It appears you are unaware of my terror. As Su Luo observed Frisia attempting to boast of his power, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. With a swift push of his toes, he vanished into the void. A full-force strike of 650,000 energy intensity landed squarely on Frisia. Puff! Purple blood spewed forth. Frisia was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Aya! Frisia let out a cry of agony. A deep dent appeared in his chest. Why? How could this human breach my defenses? Frisia's mind spiraled into hysteria. Although his current power had been suppressed to 530,000 battle strength, he was still a formidable entity in the cosmos. Su Luo looked at the gravely injured but not yet dead Frisia with a tinge of regret. Had this full-force strike been directed at another enemy with a battle power in the hundreds of thousands, they would likely have been obliterated. Alas, this adversary with hundreds of thousands of battle power was Frisia. Some claimed that one could slay Frisia while he was in his weakest form. Evidently, that approach was futile. Indeed, Frisia had sealed his power through transformation, yet that terrifying strength did not vanish. It remained concealed within him, ever ready to protect his body. Frisia was still the cosmic monarch with a battle power soaring to 120 million. Clutching his dented chest, Frisia's gaze turned icy as he regarded Su Luo, that he recognized that he had encountered a worthy opponent and could no longer conceal his prowess. With that thought, Frisia's aura surged dramatically. He would unseal his power. As his strength escalated, Frisia's appearance began to transform. However, would Su Luo patiently await his transformation? Clearly, that was not an option. Chapter 73. Final form 650 quadrillion 710 billion 800,000 as Su Luo watched Frisia's battle power soar. A smirk crept across his face as he launched another assault. With his right hand extended towards Frisia, he grasped the air. Frisia felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him from all directions. His body contorted under the immense force, bones creaking ominously as if they might shatter. As Su Luo retracted his hand, Frisia was drawn closer to him. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a dragon-like punch, hurtling towards Frisia with ferocity.